Chapter 1. A well-fed mind contemplates pets. Yili concealed herself amidst low shrubs, intently observing a scene not far away. Less than 10 meters from her hiding spot, a filthy tiger was being besieged by a pack of hyena beastmen, armed with spears fashioned from sharpened sticks and hefty stones, advancing with raucous shouts. "It's exhausted, let's move in." Among the seven, for had already transformed into their beast forms, poised to strike from a vantage point unseen by the tiger, ready to deliver a lethal blow. The hyenas were considerably smaller than the tiger, and despite the latter's evident fatigue, they dared not charge in recklessly, cautiously probing the situation. Yet Yili was aware that the tiger truly had no strength left to retaliate. Indeed, it was a case of a tiger fallen into misfortune, preyed upon by dogs. These assailants had pursued the tiger from some unknown location initially. The tiger's roar and imposing physique had been enough to intimidate them. However, now it could no longer even muster that semblance of fear. From Yi Li's perspective, she could clearly see the tiger's anguish and defiance. It struggled to project an air of menace, yet its trembling limbs betrayed its vulnerability. The hyenas launched their attack. 4 hyenas simultaneously leapt onto the tiger's back, viciously sinking their teeth into its flesh, while the remaining 3 aimed their spears at the tiger's abdomen. With grievous injuries and diminished strength, the tiger found itself besieged from all sides, an escape seemingly impossible. Yili's heart raced. She could not afford to hesitate any longer. With her hands clasped, she brought them to her lips. A long, resonant sound escaped her mouth, and then she opened a vial, blowing a breath towards the beastmen. "Mammoth, it's a mammoth." The beastmen were taken aback. The 4 hyenas that had been clinging to the tiger hastily leaped off its back, their tails tucked tightly as they paced anxiously. Seeing her tactic succeed, Yili imitated the call of a mammoth once more, this time with a discernibly more commanding and impatient tone. "It's a mammoth, we must flee." The remaining 3 beastmen transformed into their beast forms, and the 7 hyenas cast one last reluctant glance at the tiger before hastily disappearing into the underbrush. Yili dared not delay any longer and swiftly approached the great tiger. At this moment, the tiger lay helpless on the ground, its massive body barely able to breathe. Sensing her proximity, it made an effort to rise, but could only lift its head slightly, issuing a low growl as a warning. "Hey there, big fella, don't be alarmed, I'm here to help you." Yili understood that while this world was inhabited by beastmen, there were also many ordinary wild beasts that could not transform into human forms. This tiger was likely one of them, and thus could not comprehend her words. She endeavored to convey her goodwill, meeting its gaze with innocent eyes, then spreading her hands to indicate she bore no weapons and would not harm it. The tiger's body was at least 3 times her size, and she had no doubt that if she ventured closer, it could easily sever her head with a single bite. It was truly at the end of its strength. After another low growl, its head fell weakly to the ground. Yili clicked her tongue, refraining from approaching too rashly. Instead, she tossed a small stone from a distance and, upon confirming the tiger's utter incapacity to rise, took a tentative step forward. "Hello there, big brother tiger. May I come closer to tend to your wounds?" "I'm coming over." As she advanced cautiously, she kept a watchful eye on the tiger, ready to retreat at the slightest sign of aggression. Tentatively, she placed a hand on the tiger's back, feeling its fur quiver beneath her touch. Wow, the texture was exquisite. Yili couldn't help but exclaim in delight, running her fingers through the uninjured patches of its fur. "Oh my, so fluffy." If only she could throw herself onto it and roll around. As a plush toy enthusiast, she found it hard to contain her excitement. Regaining her composure, Yili coughed lightly, her expression turning serious. The tiger's injuries were severe. Its front paws had been pierced by sharp objects, and there were several gaping wounds across its body, particularly where it had been mauled by the hyenas. Her heart ached at the sight. Such a magnificent creature. Seizing the opportunity while the tiger lay incapacitated, she resolved to move it to a safer location for treatment. Otherwise, if those beastmen returned, it would spell disaster. She retrieved a collapsible gravity stretcher from her spatial storage, exerting immense effort to transfer the great tiger onto it. After activating the mechanism, the stretcher's tracks elevated. She secured one end of a rope to the stretcher and slung the other over her shoulder, straining as she pulled it forward. In this post-apocalyptic world, the survival principle dictated that one could not be weak. Women had to be as strong as men, and men had to toil like beasts. Yili was more tenacious than any beast. It was fortunate that her harsh experiences during the zombie apocalypse had prepared her for this ordeal, allowing her to survive in this beast-man world. Having been here for over a month, she had pieced together some basic information. This was an unknown realm of beast-men, a world with a relatively primitive civilization reminiscent of humanity's ancient times. Here, beast-men held the highest status, capable of shifting between human and beast forms, possessing both human intellect and animal prowess. Next in the hierarchy were ordinary humans, who lacked beast forms and were regarded as lowly, akin to slaves within the tribes. Women could secure better treatment by aligning themselves with beastmen, while men could only labor under the beastman's yoke. Finally, after much toil, Yili managed to bring the great tiger back to the cave where she had been hiding. Her shoulder bore the brunt of the effort, and her palms were scraped raw. However, the prospect of having a majestic tiger as her pet made the pain seem trivial. In the beastman world, those without beast forms held a lowly status, and ordinary beasts fared no better, often reduced to prey, skinned, and consumed. The great tiger was no exception. Yili's mind buzzed with possibilities. By saving this tiger from being skinned and eaten, she could nurse it back to health, and in gratitude, it would willingly become her pet and steed. Ah, how splendid this world seemed. Years of living in a post-apocalyptic world had led Yili to believe that mere survival was sufficient. Now, in this place, she found herself harboring a few extravagant desires. Though the civilization here was primitive, it was undeniably preferable to a world swarming with zombies. Perhaps it was a divine reward for her self-sacrifice, plunging the magical seed into the heart of the zombie king that had brought her here. Regardless, she embraced her new reality. As the saying goes, a well-fed mind ponders whimsically. Once a person's hunger is sated, they are prone to overthinking. And at this moment, she simply yearned for a fluffy tiger as a pet. After securing the great tiger, she returned to her previous location to fabricate several mammoth footprints and spilled a bit of mammoth bodily fluid on the ground. This should deter the beastmen from approaching again. To prevent her new pet from taking a bite out of her head, she carefully tied the tiger to the stretcher before commencing her healing process using her unique abilities. Chapter 2. The Audacious Slave. Yili possessed wood-based powers, primarily centered on life force. Besides fostering plant growth, she could also utilize her abilities for healing. The tiger's injuries were severe, and she could not heal it all at once. Instead, she could only perform a preliminary treatment to prevent further deterioration of the wounds. The place she occupied had once belonged to a mammoth, which had mysteriously vacated the area, allowing her to claim it as a temporary refuge while the mammoth's scent lingered. As long as the mammoth's scent remained, this place was safe. The tiger had yet to regain consciousness, so Yili ventured out for a brief exploration, catching 2 wild rabbits, her mood soaring with delight. In the apocalypse, rabbits were a rarity. Aside from a few humans in fortified bases, zombies roamed freely everywhere. After preparing the rabbits, she set a fire to roast them, and soon the delightful aroma of cooked meat filled the air. As she sprinkled salt over the roasting rabbits, a pang of regret struck her. She possessed only a small bottle of salt after more than a month in this world. Her careful rationing had nearly depleted it. How would she manage going forward? Holding a roasted rabbit in front of the tiger's nose, she noticed its nostrils twitch just as she had anticipated. It opened its eyes. Though the tiger's injuries were severe, they were not fatal. Its unconsciousness was likely due to sheer exhaustion. "Hey there, big fella, good afternoon. Are you hungry?" The moment the tiger opened its eyes, it struggled to rise, only to realize it was bound, resulting in an immediate, furious growl directed at Yili, its gaze burning with the desire to devour her whole. Yili, having confirmed that it lacked the strength to break free, calmly stepped back a couple of paces, taking a bite of rabbit meat. Delicious. The tiger's fury persisted, and its futile struggles only heightened its frustration. Its eyes glaring at Yili as if it longed to swallow her whole. Easy now. Yili picked up a stick and struck the ground a few times in front of the tiger. This only served to incite the tiger further, its menacing growls echoing, as if it might pounce at any moment. However, the ropes binding it were no ordinary ties. Leisurely, Yili consumed half a roasted rabbit, then used her abilities to hasten the growth of a head of lettuce, extracting a pot to prepare a soup to cleanse her palate. She noticed that the tiger's eyes widened in astonishment as it witnessed her conjuring a lettuce from her palm. Could it possibly comprehend? Indeed, as she retrieved a pot from her space once more, the great tiger's massive body shuddered, its entire being frozen in astonishment as it gazed at her, as if caught in a moment of stillness. Knightley found this amusing and waved the iron pot before it, unexpectedly startling the tiger, which anxiously attempted to retreat but found no place to escape. Its limbs flailed in the air in a flustered manner, emitting a desperate whimpering sound, a sight both comical and pitiable. How utterly adorable! Its expressions were remarkably vivid. She understood that while some beasts in this realm were of low intelligence and uncivilized, others possessed intellect comparable to that of humans. The one she had come across should possess a semblance of wit. After finishing a pot of vegetable soup, she cleaned the iron pot and returned it to her space before the tiger's eyes. The great tiger exhibited yet another expression of shock, its eyes brimming with incredulity. Knightley was delighted by its naive demeanor, pointing at it and laughing mercilessly. Within her space, there existed a plethora of plant seeds and various everyday utensils. She casually retrieved a spatula, pretending to strike the tiger on the head. The tiger, startled, attempted to back away, its front paws raised innocently, sharp claws extending from its pads, yet offering no intimidation to Knightley. Its head pressed against the stretcher, compressing itself into a pancake-like form, its small eyes conveying vulnerability, helplessness, and sorrow. Seeing the tiger so intimidated, Knightley then presented another rabbit to its mouth. Eat. However, the tiger disdainfully ignored the roasted rabbit meat offered before it. Quite the character. Knightley did not press the issue, opting instead to nibble on the rabbit meat herself as a snack, smacking her lips as she ate. Gulp. She seemed to hear the great tiger swallow, turning her head to scrutinize it, only to find the tiger looking away, presenting her with a haughty profile. How charming. Could it be you desire raw meat? That won't do for now on. You shall accompany me and can only eat cooked meat. Knightley set the rabbit meat aside and began to use her extraordinary abilities to treat the deep wounds on the tiger's back. The sensation of her powers healing the wounds was rather pleasant. The great tiger tilted its head, unaware of her actions, yet feeling the pain subsiding significantly. It relaxed its body, beginning to enjoy the experience, its small tail even wagging joyfully. Knightley, finding this amusing, reached out to grab the great tiger's tail, only to feel it shudder, its fur standing on end, making it appear even bulkier. In the next moment, the great tiger tilted its head and opened its massive mouth, attempting to bite her head from distance. Its tail swiftly recoiled in the process. Greedy, the great tiger would not allow her to play, yet she was determined to do so. However, this time, the great tiger was wary, its tail wagging joyfully, resolutely avoiding her grasp. Knightley was intent on challenging it. If she did not assert her authority as its master now, how could she expect to do so in the future? The tip of the tail could run, but could the base not shift positions? Knightley firmly grasped the base of its tail, trailing her hand along its length, the smooth fur gliding through her fingers, a delightful sensation. She relished it, but it appeared she had genuinely enraged the tiger, which let out a low growl, its entire body writhing in reluctance. The tail is off limits? Yet Knightley clutched the tip of its tail tightly, demonstrating that the will of the master must not be defied, even brushing the fur against her face. How amusing! The tiger, which had been struggling vigorously moments ago, now fixed its gaze upon her, devoid of any reaction. Baisun was taken aback by this audacious behavior of the slave. After a brief moment of shock, he was consumed by fury. This lowly slave, so humble as to be akin to mud, dared to force him into a bond? As a creature of noble lineage, a white tiger could only form a bond with those possessing the same bloodline to produce pure offspring. If he were to bond with a slave lacking bloodline heritage, any offspring born would likely be devoid of such heritage, and even if they possessed it, they would be mere hybrids. How dare she? How dare she? As it turned out, she not only dared, but she was exceedingly bold. Knightley clung tightly to the tip of the tiger's tail, regardless of its futile efforts to break free. Oh, is it a contest of stubbornness? I refuse to believe I cannot tame you today. Bison had never experienced such humiliation. Had it not been for the unforeseen incident during his advancement, how could he allow those hyenas to prance before him? How could he allow himself to be coerced into a bond with a mere slave? He would not permit himself to endure such a disgraceful fate. A standoff ensued between man and tiger. Knightley aimed to assert her authority as the master, while Bison swore to defend his mating rights to the death. Even knowing his time was limited, his noble white tiger bloodline must not be sullied by this slave. In that moment, the cave resonated with the tiger's disgraced growls. Yet Knightley remained unmoved, even feeling a perverse sense of satisfaction. The result of their mutual obstinacy was that a tuft of fur was forcibly pulled from the tip of the tiger's tail by Knightley. Chapter 3. She bestowed me with a new life. Yeely gazed at the tuft of fur in her hand, then glanced at the tiger's stark, reddened tail tip, and the atmosphere turned awkward. This was truly unintentional on her part. After all, who asked you to be so stubborn? Looking at the tiger once more, it had ceased its struggles, lying limp on the stretcher as if its very existence had lost its purpose. Radiating a profound sense of despair, it seemed that this was still a vain tiger. Yeely mused. Hey, please don't be like this. I admit my fault, all right? How about I help you grow it back? She pondered, recalling that before the apocalypse, there was indeed a service for hair restoration. Tentatively, she grasped the tiger's tail, this time successfully seizing it. Opening her hand to reveal the tuft of fur, she selected a few strands to attempt reattaching. They fell away, and she sighed. She cradled the tiger's tail, urging it in a manner akin to nurturing a plant. But there was no response. It will grow back soon enough, so don't be disheartened. With a breath, she blew gently on the tiger's bright red tail before carefully placing it back. Yet the tiger still bore that woeful expression, as if it believed that while its head could be severed and blood could flow, its fur must remain intact. Only then did she notice that this tiger seemed to be entirely white-furred. Its coat was soiled in various places, caked with dirt, which she had previously overlooked. Such a dashing and handsome tiger. It was understandable that it took pride in its appearance. However, what had transpired had already occurred. As a tiger, one must look ahead, right? For may be lost, but it can regrow. It's not a monumental issue. I'll keep your fur safe for you. Although it has fallen, it is still yours, all right? A tiger should be magnanimous. She spoke. She tucked the small tuft of tiger fur into her spatial pocket. Bison watched in horror as his fur was hidden away by this slave, despair enveloping him. He understood this was a threat from the slave, as long as that fur remained unreturned. This slave could claim to be his mate, a slave possessing a purebred white tiger as a mate, even if that tiger were to perish, would bring her immense glory. Cursed slave. Fortunately, he could not retrieve his fur at present. It allowed him to retain a semblance of dignity. Just as he relished this thought, a horrifying scene unfolded before him. That slave, inexplicably conjuring a steel knife, proceeded to cut off a segment of her own hair. Now we're even. I've given you my hair as compensation. Black and white. A perfect match. Wait, are you male or female? Yeely mumbled, reaching towards the tiger's lower abdomen. Bison's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to swat her hand away. But his hind legs were tightly bound to the stretcher, rendering his efforts futile. Impudent, Bison's tiger eyes nearly bulged out. He had not anticipated this slave's audacity, not even sparing a dying tiger. He would never allow this despicable slave to steal his lineage, that cunning slave. Ultimately, Yeely's hand did not reach its intended target, finding amusement in the tiger's exaggerated reaction. Was it even capable of feeling shy? You don't need to look there. Just check beneath the tail to confirm. She lifted the tiger's tail, confirming it was indeed a male, wrapping her hair around the tiger's bald tail and securing it with a rope. She noted the white tiger's compliance, as if it had accepted her as its master. Look, amidst the sea of white, there's a touch of black. Doesn't it look splendid? Having taken my hair, you are now my tiger. From now on, I shall call you Dabai. Sun roared, no, I am not. However, Yili paid no heed to his roar, delighting in the now docile tiger, her heart swelling with joy. Aware of Dabai's vanity, she intended to give him a bath, eager to see her pet's magnificent appearance. But first, she had to treat his wounds. He could not be exposed to water until they had scabbed over. Yili resumed her healing with her otherworldly abilities, swiftly forming scabs over the wounds on his back before moving to his forepaws. As his injuries began to mend, the tiger's spirits lifted considerably. Watching her hands with keen curiosity, she wondered if he could comprehend her actions. While treating him, Yili set aside her playful demeanor, becoming entirely earnest, a stark contrast to her previous self. Sun recognized that this slave was unlike any other. She possessed the ability to conjure items from thin air and could also make them vanish. When her hands enveloped his injuries, he distinctly felt a warm current flowing into his body, which was quite soothing. This slave could heal his wounds without any herbs, a revelation that astonished Sun. He could feel his body healing, which was utterly incredible. How could wounds that seemed fatal begin to recover? Yet, this did not justify her forceful bond with him. After sustaining such severe injuries, Sun had believed himself doomed. No beast man could survive such circumstances. However, after a day and night, he could ascertain that he had indeed survived. The slave who healed him now lay, curled beside him, utterly still. Sun's emotions were tumultuous. This slave had toiled throughout the night, wielding her mysterious power to heal him, and as dawn broke, she finally succumbed to exhaustion. Would she perish? Could it be that she transferred her vitality to him? Sun was no ignorant beast. He knew of tribes composed of slaves, who lacked bloodline heritage and divine beast forms, yet possessed mysterious powers, calling themselves oracles. Could this slave be an oracle as well? Indeed, her attire was not of animal hide, but peculiar fabric only worn by the slave tribes. Was her power capable of transferring her life force to another? Sun found himself at a loss for words. This slave, disregarding his wishes, forcibly bonded with him and transferred her vitality. What did that signify? In exchange, he was bewildered. Life was sacred, yet the loyalty and guardianship of the white tiger towards its mate were equally sacred. Once bonded, they received divine blessings and were under divine watch, and even death could not alter that. Should either party's heart waver, it would be seen as betrayal, betraying one's mate, betraying the divine, leading to abandonment without refuge. His mate and his life force were equal in value. This slave had granted him a new lease on life. Though she was a slave, he must shoulder the responsibilities of being a mate. Yet she was a slave. If they were to mate, it would result in impure offspring, an affront to the divine. Sun felt overwhelmed. Now that he realized he would not die, a new worry arose. Chapter 4. Dabai comes to play. When Yili awoke, she felt a tickling sensation on her face. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a fluffy mass, and her heart felt as soft and light as that very fluff. Struggling slightly, she sat up, wearily pressing at her temples. It seemed she had sacrificed much for this tiger. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the tiger watching her intently, a hint of anxiety and concern in his gaze, causing her to beam with delight. Very good, a tiger with loyalty," Yili exclaimed, her body growing weak as she collapsed onto the great tiger, inhaling deeply the scent of the large cat, feeling utterly content. When she lifted her head, she found the great tiger raising its paws, looking utterly innocent, prompting a stifled giggle to Dabai. "Are you feeling better now?" Yili tilted her head and asked softly. "Cursed slave, how dare you be so bold?" Observing Yili's feeble demeanor, Sun resolved to temporarily overlook her transgressions. Though his wounds had not completely healed, they had mostly scabbed over. Sun struggled slightly to prompt Yili to release him. "Dabai, you won't abandon me, will you? You're my tiger now. You can't just leave me here. There are beastmen all around, and I feel so frightened." Yili began to sob, while Sun rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yet he could not deny that seeing the little slave in tears stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Fear was not a valid reason for her to have forced a bond with him. "Oh well," he conceded, "since we are already bonded, this little slave is now my responsibility. As long as I live, I will protect her." Bison extended a paw to pat her back in a gesture of comfort. Yili, with her face nestled against his chest, lifted her head to reveal a determined smile, though her eyes shimmered with tears of joy. "How wonderful! Goodbye. From now on, we shall rely on each other." Yili untied the ropes binding the great tiger and turned her head with a sly grin. Bison snorted. From now on, as he sought a way to retrieve his fur, there was no future left for them. The union of orcs and slaves was not blessed by the divine. It would never defy the will of the gods. Once the ropes were undone, the great tiger rolled over and rose to its feet, exuding an imposing presence, towering nearly as high as Yili. Wow, it was significantly larger than the tigers on Earth, and its fur was magnificent that Yili reached out to touch it, but the tiger cast her a glance and stepped aside. How audacious of this slave to dare touch his body without permission. Such a lack of decorum. The great tiger shook its fur and let out a dissatisfied roar. "Why is it so heavy?" "Big Bai, come, let us bathe. Cleanliness will follow." Yili led the way, her spirits buoyant, her steps light and bouncy, until she suddenly remembered that she was pretending to be a frail person in order to save the tiger from overexertion, and quickly feigned a look of weakness. After a considerable distance, the duo finally arrived at the water source. Yili had been here for over a month. During the first month, she had cautiously explored the land, discovering it to be bountiful in resources. Yet the orcs seemed ill-equipped to enjoy nature's gifts. Aside from hunting various prey, many wild fruits and vegetables went unnoticed, and they lacked the skill to store food, often eating what they caught on the spot, leading to waste at times, while at other times they went hungry due to failed hunts. There were 3 orc tribes nearby, one of hyena orcs, one of cheetah orcs, and one of mixed species. The leader of the mixed tribe was a striped tiger, and Yili had felt quite drawn to him initially. However, upon seeing that the striped tiger leader was a burly man with a thick mane of chest hair who preferred to sleep with human girls in his beast form, her once fervent heart cooled instantly to it was terrifying. Feeling flustered, she left the mixed tribe and encountered the current Big Bai, feeling as if she had been reborn. Bison actually preferred to wash himself. But when he saw the little slave gazing at him with eager eyes, as if they contained a myriad of twinkling stars, he momentarily lost his senses and granted her the opportunity to bathe him. If she dared to make any improper moves while washing him, he would certainly bite her to death. That Yili thoroughly enjoyed the washing process. As she watched the dirt gradually wash away from Big Bai's fur, revealing its true color, her heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. It was only when Big Bai was spotless, his white fur devoid of any blemish, that she urged him onto the shore to dry off. Big Bai shook his fur, and Yili, caught off guard, was drenched in water. With a startled gasp, she shut her eyes, and when she opened them again, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. After the shake, Big Bai's fur stood on end, resembling a large porcupine. That Yili found it amusing and immediately bent down to splash water back onto Big Bai. His fur was pressed down, so he had to shake again. But as soon as he finished, Yili splashed him once more. "This slave is truly audacious," Bison thought, as he struck the water with his front paw, sending a cascade of droplets towards Yili, drenching her entirely, her clothes clinging tightly to her form and revealing her curves. "Foolish slave, how can you not evade this?" Bison shot her a disdainful glance, but once his eyes fell upon her, he quickly averted his gaze, as if fleeing. Damn this slave. No wonder she couldn't avoid it. She must be trying to entice me with her body. This slave had quite the allure. Had it been any other orc, she would have surely been taken. Fortunately, he was a tiger with principles and beliefs, and he would not fall for her tricks. "Don't go. Big Bai, let's play a little longer." Big Bai quickened his pace, splashing water everywhere, and upon reaching the shore, he shook off once more before lying down on the grass to dry his effew. Yili washed herself in the water, changed into camouflage clothing, and upon removing her garments, she sensed a gaze upon her. Turning around, she found only Big Bai, who had his back to her. Was she being too sensitive? Little did she know, the tiger, facing away from her, had ears flushed with embarrassment, one paw digging into the ground in agitation, his heart roaring. This shameless little slave. He had never seen anyone naked before. To him, it was an utter desecration. Who gave her the audacity? Once Ely emerged from washing her clothes, she discovered Big Buy's fur had become fluffy and pristine under the sun, with only a tuft of her black hair tied to his tail. Lying on the grass, he resembled a vast expanse of soft cotton. Beckoning her to dive in and indulge, he was her tiger, with her token of affection still adorning him. Filled with immense satisfaction, Ely bent her legs and lunged toward the great tiger. Chapter 5. Rescuing people. Big Buy was well prepared, knowing this little slave was perpetually attempting to entice him. Yes, she lunged toward him. He agilely stood and leaped aside, allowing her to fall into the dug-up earth. Observing her foolishness, a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. This audacious slave needed to be taught a lesson. Ely lifted her head, her face smeared with mud and grass. Pouting in a pitiful manner, she gazed up at Big Buy. "You stingy creature, can't you even give me a hug?" "Such a waste of your splendid F.U. as the pair made their way back. Ely held her wet clothes atop her head, both shielding herself from the sun and drying her garments simultaneously. Gazing at the great tiger's strong, towering physique, along with that light and airy white fur that seemed ready to take flight, Ely's envy grew. When would she be able to ride the great tiger? "Ouch, I twisted my ankle," she exclaimed, allowing herself to fall to the ground. Big Buy turned back, meeting her pitiful gaze. "It hurts so much," Ely whimpered, clutching her ankle with one hand while pinching her waist with the other. Tears welling in her eyes, she looked at the great tiger, small, pitiful, and helpless. Bison stood a few steps away, indifferent, gazing at the sky, confirming with his eyes he was indeed a heartless tiger. "Woo woo woo. I can't move," Ely persisted, reflecting on her unfamiliar and lonely predicament in this place. Tears of genuine emotion streaming down her face. After a moment, the heartless tiger had already turned his gaze elsewhere. Following his line of sight, Ely noticed 4 orcs escorting several women not far away. The orcs moved roughly, each wielding a whip made of vines, striking anyone who lagged behind. The women bore varying degrees of whip marks on their bodies. Here, the people lacked the technology for textiles. The orcs naturally wore skirts made of animal hides, while pure humans donned various forms of animal skin, covering either the entire body or just the crucial parts. Leaving their limbs nearly exposed, it was easy to imagine the pain inflicted by the lashes. Why Ely wondered how these people survived the winter. Wait, the leading orc suddenly halted, and the string of women behind him reacted too slowly, colliding into one another and falling to the ground. The orcs burst into laughter, and the leader strode past the fallen women, pulling one from the group. "Let me have some fun first." The other orcs displayed lecherous smiles, and one selected another woman, dragging her into the nearby bushes. Though it was to the side, there was no cover. From Ely's perspective, she could see everything clearly point. One of the orcs transformed into his beast form, another hyena. The hyenas here were significantly larger than those seen on Earth, even towering over the woman. Upon seeing the beast form, the woman realized what was happening and immediately screamed in terror, retreating frantically. The orc did not grant her the chance to escape, sinking his sharp teeth into her neck. A mere exertion of force would lead to a gruesome demise, and the woman dared not move. Ely understood what was unfolding. She could hear the woman's painful cries from a distance as the events transpired, her emotions in turmoil. The sight of the other 2 orcs laughing at the shameful scene was unbearable. Ely knew that pure humans held no status here, but she had never imagined it could be this tragic. The last time she had secretly witnessed the striped tiger with a woman, that woman had been a willing participant. She had thought the people here had a greater capacity for psychological endurance. After the zombie outbreak on Earth, the human population dwindled sharply, and people were united in camaraderie against a common enemy. Now, witnessing this scene was a profound shock to her psyche, akin to a blunt knife grinding against her heart. The bloodshed was unbearable. "Big Buy, we must rescue them," Ely murmured. Rescue them? Rescue these slaves? Bison was perplexed. He could not comprehend that slaves were considered the property of the orc tribe. Subject to their whims, he failed to grasp what Ely meant by saving people. In his eyes, pure humans and other animals were indistinguishable, one without beastly form, the other devoid of human shape, both existing without the protection of the divine. Pure humans were merely convenient for labor, which is why the orc tribe predominantly kept them as slaves, unlike other animals that could only be hunted for sustenance. Just as his confusion deepened, he noticed his little slave had begun to move. The little slave, who had just lamented her foot pain and inability to walk, was now swiftly approaching without a hint of hindrance. Damn that slave, he thought, realizing that she was indeed up to no good, always attempting to entice him. Dabai, stay here and don't run away. Why, Ely suddenly remembered her pet was still behind her and hurriedly returned to caution it, uncertain whether the great tiger understood her. Yet, it remained still in place. A wood-type ability user. She could stimulate the growth of surrounding plants to conceal her whereabouts, a sight that filled Baisun with astonishment. He had previously witnessed Yili nurturing a plant in her palm, but he had since forgotten as he discovered many astonishing traits about the little slave. Now, witnessing those plants grow in accordance with her will, perfectly concealing her as she approached the hyena orcs, Baisun felt an unparalleled shock. How marvelous! His instincts warned him that this little slave was perilous. He anxiously scratched at the ground, inadvertently digging another why Ely's sudden appearance rendered the orcs momentarily frozen. And upon realizing she was a woman, their eyes gleamed with interest. She could clearly sense their ill intentions that, in the wild, a solitary woman was undoubtedly akin to a delectable treat, especially one as extraordinary as Ely. The predatory gazes of the hyena orcs fixated on her irked Baisun. She was a slave. Their covetousness towards her was the greatest affront to him. However, the orcs quickly sensed something amiss. This woman displayed no fear upon encountering them. Why Ely was not merely unafraid. She harbored a tempestuous fury that, once unleashed, could reduce everything within several kilometers to ashes. She retrieved a set of wrist-mounted crossbows from her spatial storage. In truth, she could have stealthily dealt with the hyenas under the cover of plants, but she chose not to. She intended to teach these brutes a lesson, making them understand what true fear entailed. Unbeknownst to the beasts, they were captivated by her alluring figure, their greedy eyes fixated on her curves. Just as Ely had finished arming her crossbows, a low growl erupted from the tiger nearby. Chapter 6. Dabai, you're amazing. The appearance of the white tiger was a delightful surprise for the hyena orcs. Such beautiful fur, if brought back to the chief, could perhaps earn them a couple of slaves in exchange for his service. Dabai, what are you doing here? Ely knew that orcs were not merely capable of shifting between human and beast forms. When they transformed, their speed and strength far surpassed that of ordinary beasts. For instance, a hyena orc could easily overpower a regular hyena in size and other attributes. Moreover, their ability to switch forms freely gave them a considerable advantage in combat. The last time, a single tiger had fought against 7 hyenas, returning nearly battered beyond recognition. Had she not intervened, the hyena tribe would have long since reduced him to mere waste. His pristine white fur would have become a mere cushion for the hyenas. Nevertheless, the fact that Dabai was by her side brought her a sense of comfort, albeit short-lived. As the tiger abruptly turned away to observe the unfolding spectacle, Ely wore a perplexed expression, realizing once again the ungratefulness of her companion. Baisun, initially pleased, had intended to use the crossbows to incapacitate the hyenas and teach them a lesson, but he suddenly changed his mind. Hey, which tribe do you belong to? One of the orcs inquired. I am not a slave, Ely replied, shaking her head nonchalantly. The other women looked at her incredulously, one even tossing a clod of dirt in her direction, urging her to flee. To the others, Ely appeared foolishly stationary, and upon noticing Dabai's presence, the 4 hyenas unanimously decided to capture her first. The hyena that had previously tormented women in beast form was now drooling at the sight of her, its grotesque appendage dripping with blood and unidentifiable fluids. What do you want? Ely asked, covering her eyes and turning her face away. Without hesitation, the orcs transformed and lunged at her with feral howls. Feeling her legs weaken, Ely rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging the first wave of attacks. Stay away, she cried, grabbing a dry branch to shield her chest. The 4 hyenas circled her with malicious intent, their growls echoing as they relished the hunt. Get away, get away! Ely swung the branch wildly, but the hyenas reveled in her panic. Baisun, who had initially intended to observe, stood up and let out a low growl at the hyenas. He had thought that if the little slave perished, their contract would naturally dissolve, yet he found himself unable to bear the sight of them bullying his slave. And no matter how unappealing she might be, she was still his, and these grotesque creatures dared to be so brazen. The imposing figure of the white tiger rose, issuing a low warning. "Dabai, help me!" Yili screamed as one of the hyenas lunged at her. Without hesitation, Baisun sprang into action, colliding with the attacking hyena. Simultaneously, Yili's crossbow bolts struck the creature, which had previously been so arrogant. However, as Baisun charged, the hyena dismissed the ordinary white tiger as inconsequential. Just a regular white tiger. How strong could it be? Yet, it was sent flying by Baisun's charge, soon realizing it was utterly powerless, unable even to shift back into its human form. "I'll kill you." "Beast!" Yili shouted, quickly grabbing a tree branch and rushing to pummel the hyena. She called for the other women to join her, but they merely stared at her in terror, shaking their heads vigorously. "Get up! What good is crying? If you don't kill it, you'll be doomed when others from the tribe arrive." Yili forcefully pulled them up, putting stones in their hands, sticks in others, and even thorny branches, pushing them forward. "Strike!" The women hesitated, trembling as they looked at her, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Why, Li was exasperated. On the other side, the remaining 3 hyenas had encircled Dabai, their eyes glinting with malice. The hyena, incapacitated by the potent tranquilizers of the crossbow bolts, bared its teeth menacingly, causing the women to drop their weapons and collapse in fear. Noticing one woman still clutching a stone, Yili's fierce gaze met hers, and she dragged her along. They struck together, Yili with her branch, the woman with her stone, initially targeting the hyena's limbs, but as their courage grew, they aimed directly for its head. The ferocity of their assault was astonishing to Yili, who felt a mix of thrill and dread. Meanwhile, the other 3 hyenas organized their attack, each assigned a direction and target, displaying remarkable discipline and composure. Yili raised her wrist and shot an arrow at the hyena charging at Dabai, perfectly synchronizing with the tiger-esque kick that sent the hyena soaring. Immediately, Yili charged in with her stick. The previously menacing hyena was now a mass of blood and flesh, and as the new target approached, a group rushed in for another round of brutal strikes. Yili executed her strategy flawlessly, coordinating with Dabai to subdue the remaining 2 hyenas, and soon the women had reduced them to mere pulp. "Dabai, you terrified me," Yili exclaimed, leaping towards Dabai, but predictably, she missed her mark, despite its massive size. The creature was surprisingly agile, evading her grasp. Fortunately, she had anticipated this outcome and managed to halt her momentum, avoiding another embarrassing tumble. Our Dabai is truly impressive, effortlessly dispatching those hyenas. Yili changed her demeanor and lavished praise upon Dabai, who listened to his little slave extolling him as the most valiant creature under heaven. Unconsciously, he lifted his chin, though his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of crimson. This really impressive. Such an inexperienced slave. He hasn't even exerted half his strength. Casting a glance at the indistinguishable creatures that had long lost their canine form, Baisun thought, "This generation of hyenas is remarkably weak." Chapter 7. The Master Yili. Observing the women huddled together in tears, felt a headache coming on. Her gaze fell upon the one woman who stood apart, her expression cold and indifferent, sparking her curiosity. "Why aren't you crying too?" This woman was the only one who had not lost her weapon. "They are dead, and I am glad. I will not cry," she declared, her head held high, defiance etched on her face. Yili nodded in appreciation. "Yes. In times like these, one should rejoice." The other women continued to weep, their cries becoming increasingly mournful. One might think they had lost their husbands. Can we not have them cease this lamentation? It is truly vexatious. Yili sought refuge beside Dabai, showering him with flowery compliments. These women lacked courage. Dabai, so adorable, was also frightened. How absurd! Gradually, the women quieted, standing at a distance, casting timid glances at her, hesitating to speak. To them, Yili exuded an aura of the extraordinary. This woman was unafraid of the great tiger, nor did she fear the beastmen. This woman even encouraged them to resist the beastmen. "What is it?" Yili plucked a sweet herb and chewed thoughtfully. "I am so hungry," She had merely intended to take a bath and return for a meal, never anticipating such a turn of events. The beastmen will undoubtedly track us down by scent. What should we do? The woman who had not cried stepped forward to speak on behalf of the others. Run, as far as you can. The moment the other women heard this, their faces filled with dread, shaking their heads in refusal. We cannot escape. The beastmen will find us, unless we kill them all. That a fierce glimmer crossed her face. Ah, a spirited thought. Courage is commendable, but how can she contend with dozens of adult hyenas from the beastmen tribe? Yili's tone was dismissive. That I beg your pardon, dear sister, but I am not so formidable. Let us each take our belongings and flee to our respective places. You to Gao Lao Zhuang, she to Waguishan. We must each seek our own safety. Since her arrival, she had maintained a low profile, discreetly gathering intelligence on the three tribes to avoid conflict with the beastmen. Kill them? That would be courting death. Bai Sun felt that his little slave was, at least, slightly more astute than the others. No, you are my master. I will not leave. That I wish to follow you. The woman resolutely rejected this notion, standing firmly behind her. Master, we shall not depart either. The other women exchanged glances and ultimately made their decision. Rushing to stand behind her, what, master? No, you must save yourselves. Do not cling to me. I am not your master. Why? Ili was taken aback, retreating to the other side of Dubai for cover. As an outsider, she had only just managed to find a refuge while the mammoths vacated their territory. What could she possibly do with these timid women? Bai Sun looked equally bewildered. He had never before encountered slaves who could claim other slaves. What was this? You saved us from those beastmen. Therefore, you are our master, and we are your slaves. Only by following you can we survive. This woman displayed a semblance of intellect. What is your name? Yili inquired. Master, I'm called Ayin. Ili nodded. Very well. Ayin. I must inform you that I do not adhere to the master-slave dynamic here. My intent in rescuing you was not to have you serve me as slaves. The early morning has passed. Each person is their own master. From the moment I rescued you from the beastmen, you have been free. You are not beholden to anyone. You are free. Do you understand? Fearing they might not grasp the concept of freedom, she elaborated further. Bai Sun regarded Yi Li with newfound contemplation. Everyone is their own master. This was a sentiment he had never heard before. Ah, the frail, pure humans are utterly defenseless. Without the beastman's protection, how would they survive? Is my little slave not quite right in the head? No, master, we are too weak. That if you do not keep us by your side, we shall not see the sun rise again. Ayin shook her head. Despite her differences from the other women, she understood the survival rules of this world. Pure humans stood no chance against beastmen. They had no prospects of victory. Even if they fled now, the beastmen would not take long to catch up. What is freedom? She pondered, as Ili finally came to a realization. Indeed, this was the realm of the beastmen. They were the rulers, while pure humans merely existed as slaves, reliant on the beastmen for survival. After deciding to keep a few women by her side, Bai Sun could no longer suppress his agitation. His body had yet to recover, and now he found himself surrounded by a cohort of slaves. Any beastman who caught sight of them would surely come to claim them. Bai Sun attempted to reason with Yi Li, but after shouting at her for what felt like an eternity, she seemed to comprehend nothing. Are you hungry? Come on, let us return for a meal that I asked for these women. Ah, perhaps I could find a human tribe to send them to? What was there to eat? He currently lacked the ability to protect these slaves. By bringing them along, Yili would only invite disaster upon herself. Why, then, did she choose to keep them, knowing full well that these were the slaves of the hyena beastmen tribe? It was inevitable that those grotesque creatures would come looking for them. What then? Foolish slaves. Bai Sun was irate. He bared his teeth at the little slave, who even dared to question whether he was in pain. How foolish. Dubai, are you angry? Do not worry. I shall not keep them forever. I only require one tiger. I will find a human tribe to send them to, so they may have a place to shelter. Yili belatedly understood Dubai's frustration. I asked my little slave, truly from human tribe. Bai Sun's ire flared. The little slave had unilaterally taken in this group of slaves without his permission, completely disregarding his authority, which further incensed him. The little slave claimed that everyone was their own master, which only added to his agitation. The little slave's master was him. The great tiger continued ahead. And seeing its obstinacy, Yili shrugged and waved for Ain to follow. Do you know if there are any human tribes nearby? I wish to take you there. She thought this would be a simple inquiry. But Ain reacted as if she had uttered something unimaginable, her face alight with shock. What is it? Did I ask something I shouldn't have? Ain steadied herself and shook her head. How could there be human tribes? There are none. Why? Ili was unconvinced and asked the others, who also shook their heads, claiming they had never heard of any pure human tribes. Humans could only live by relying on beastmen. How could there possibly be human tribes in this world? It was inconceivable, relying on beastmen for survival. Then why do you say, I am your master? I am not a beastman. Why? Ili seized upon a contradiction in their words. The women exchanged glances, finally directing their gaze toward Ain. She furrowed her brow, casting a glance at the great tiger that had already wandered off, her expression darkening. I do not know. I just feel you are different from us. Following you is better than following the beastmen. Why? Ili scoffed. Sister, how did you arrive at such a conclusion? Chapter 8. Raising little slaves, what am I to do with this group of women? Before returning, she had inquired if any of the 8 could hunt. The answer was a resounding no, not a single one. What was this? Were they merely clinging to her because of her amiable demeanor? She was a single noblewoman, having finally managed to secure a magnificent feline companion, only to be confronted by a throng of women expecting her to provide for them to prevent the hyena beastmen from causing them trouble. She once more shifted the responsibility onto the mammoths that originally inhabited the area. Even if the hyenas came looking, the scent and tracks of the mammoths would deter them from pursuing. After all this commotion, she returned to the cave, too famished to move. Baisun lazily glanced at her and, after her 181st sigh, finally stood up and walked outside. Bye. Where are you going? Yili had already guessed the situation and was secretly delighted, yet she feigned innocence and simplicity, devoid of any pretense. This little slave exhibited no awareness of her status. The ignorance of a slave does not imply that her master is equally oblivious. As her own slave, it was only natural for her master to ensure she was well fed. Baisun cast a glance at Yili, signaling her to follow. I am so hungry, my hands and feet feel weak, and I lack strength. Yili thought longingly of Bai's pristine white fur, imagining how majestic and comfortable it would be to ride upon his back. Useless slave, Baisun finally shot Yili a disdainful look before turning on his heel and exiting the cave. Yili quietly trailed behind, contemplating how she might assist should he encounter danger. Upon witnessing Bai effortlessly capture a deer, Yili was thoroughly impressed by the capabilities of her cherished pet. Truly, he was the tiger she had chosen. From now on, she need not worry about food. As Yili gazed adoringly at her pet, Baisun was not oblivious to her admiration. Frankly, he relished the attention. Being revered by one's mate is a source of pride for every beastman. Even if that mate is a slave, Yili returned to the cave ahead of her tiger, only to be astonished by the transformation that had taken place in her brief absence. The entire cave had been meticulously cleaned. The tiny stones on the floor had been swept away, making it so that even bare feet would not be pricked. In one corner, a sleeping area had been delineated with several large stones, cushioned with a layer of hay and topped with soft, fluffy cotton, that if one were not to look closely, they might think Bai was simply lying there, awaiting her whims. Additionally, several wildflowers adorned the stones used as a screen, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Did you all do this? Yili inquired, utterly astonished. Master, are you satisfied with what you see? Ain respectfully stood by, awaiting her response. Previously, when the great tiger was in the cave, they had not dared to enter. Instead, they had ventured outside to gather cotton and hay, hastily arranging everything once the great tiger had departed. Ili's lips twitched. I'm satisfied indeed, but the space is too small for all of us to sleep comfortably. She had sleeping bags in her own space and had been using them for the time being. Although she had discovered cotton nearby, she had never considered utilizing it. Ain shook her head. This is the master's sleeping area. We shall not sleep here. Before Yili could inquire where they would sleep instead, Bai returned, clutching the deer in his mouth. Ain and the others gasped in surprise and hurriedly rushed out of the cave. Seeing the deer at Bai's feet, Ain cautiously extended a hand towards its L. Egypt. As Bai turned, the others quickly gathered around, working together to carry the deer to a nearby patch of grass. Yili, intrigued, wanted to observe how they would process the deer, especially since they had no tools at hand. Well, not entirely devoid of tools. Each of them removed a shell-like object from their waist. Likely river clam shells, their edges sharpened through wear, capable of slicing through the deer's hide with relative ease. Before long, they skillfully skinned the deer, discarding the innards, and cutting the meat into portions along the grain. Placing the pieces on large leaves, 8 of them collaborated seamlessly, quickly dismantling the entire deer, even hanging the hide cleanly at the cave entrance. Ain then produced 2 stones from somewhere, striking them against a pile of dry grass until a flame ignited. Yili watched in astonishment as they gathered sticks to skewer the meat and roast it over the fire. The enticing aroma of grilled meat soon filled the air, and someone among them picked wild fruits and mint, mashing them into a juice to drizzle over the roasting meat, while another used a small stick to brush the fat onto the meat. Indeed, this method of preparing meat was both rugged and refined. Before long, the meat was ready, and Ain offered a piece to Yili, while the others instinctively stepped back from the grill, even avoiding eye contact with the delicacy. Why Yili gathered the leaves they had used to wrap the meat, portioning it according to their appetites, placing the remaining chunks before Bai. Eat up. Once you are full, bask in the sun while I groom your fur. Bai Sun was quite pleased with her actions. Flicking his tail and casting her an appreciative glance, Tea last. You exhibit some semblance of a slave. All right, everyone, come and eat. Yili beckoned to Ain and the others, who exchanged glances of surprise before shaking their heads. Haven't I mentioned before? Each person should be their own master. I know you may not fully grasp the meaning of this statement yet, but understand this. Where there is effort, there will be reward. The deer, while hunted by my Bai, was transformed into sustenance by your hands. Therefore, you have the right to partake in this meat. The others were momentarily taken aback by her words, even Bai paused in his eating. Pondering her statement once more, forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Come, eat. That Yili assumed it would take time to change the deeply ingrained mentality of these individuals. Yet to her surprise, Ain seemed to grasp her intent, albeit not entirely. You are a good master. I want to follow you for a lifetime. The others, unsure if they had understood, echoed her sentiments, which Yili viewed as a positive development as she bit into a piece of venison. Oh, while the meat is a bit tough, aside from the refreshing mint aroma, it has a surprisingly salty flavor. She recalled they had previously mashed a certain fruit with the mint. Could this salty taste have originated from that fruit? Due to the rather rudimentary cooking method, the venison had not been marinated, and after a few bites, it became too dry to enjoy. Why Yili set her remaining meat before Bai. Chapter 9. Too much giving. After placing the chunks of meat in front of Bai, Yili immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The silence was palpable, with even the sound of a pin dropping echoing around them. Ain and the others dared not breathe, staring at her in wide-eyed astonishment. Bai Sun, too, had not anticipated that this little slave would possess the audacity to offer him her leftover meat. Rising from his previously languid position atop the stone, he bared his teeth and glared down at this audacious slave. Roaring in response, for the first time, Yili felt a deadly threat emanating from Bai. She was momentarily taken aback. You don't want what I offered? She furrowed her brow, scrutinizing whether this great tiger genuinely intended to harm her. If he truly did, she would have to reconsider her choice of pet. The two stood in a standoff, while Ain and the others quivered in fear, huddling together and abandoning their meal. Damnable slave, who gave you the audacity to humiliate me like this? Bai Sun made an even fiercer expression, adopting a hunting stance, ready to pounce and bite down on Yili's head at any moment. Yet, the little slave before him exhibited not a hint of fear. Compared to the other slaves not far away, she appeared as if she had borrowed courage from the heavens themselves, infuriating the tiger. Bai Sun's claws scraped the stone, leaving several deep scratches, a testament to his seething rage. Give me a reason. Why Yili, feigning bravery, regarded her unreasonable pet while secretly preparing for a quick retreat should her life be in danger. Bai, agitated, clawed at the ground and growled at her. What reason? You have done wrong, yet you seek justification. Had this been any other slave, they would have lost their head by now. Master, beastmen do not consume the leftovers of others. Ain understood that the white tiger beast man had formed a bond with Yi and recognized her as his master, partly due to this very reason. They feared the beast men, but did not fear Yi. For to depend on her was to depend on the white tiger beast man. They were one and the same. For a slave to have a beast man mate was indeed the pinnacle of a slave's existence. Now, witnessing Yi continually test the boundaries of life and death, Ain found the courage to speak up. Why Yi nodded in realization, acknowledging that while her pet was not a beast man, he was more sensible than the average pet and could even comprehend simple human speech, and a bit of temper was to be expected at I see now. If you don't want to eat, then my bai is the most handsome of all. How could he possibly eat the leftovers of others? With a gentle disposition, she picked up the piece of meat and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired if Ain would like to partake. Ain joyfully accepted it. Alas, the status of pure humans in the world of beastmen is indeed lamentably low. Even a tiger possesses the privilege of refusing leftover meat. While they do not, after their meal, Ain and her companions ventured nearby to fell a few trees, constructing a treehouse with a speed that Knightley could hardly fathom. The treehouse was nestled between two towering trees adjacent to the cave, elevated 5 to 6 meters above the ground, with the lower branches meticulously trimmed. Knightley observed that they were remarkably adept at climbing trees, effortlessly scaling the trunks with their hands and feet, without the need for any tools. Intrigued, Knightley expressed her desire to ascend and requested they lower a vine. Grasping the vine, Ain single-handedly hoisted her upwards. TSK. Even in a post-apocalyptic world where women are forced to assume roles typically held by men, there is perhaps no group of women with such formidable strength as this. The treehouse was rather rudimentary, featuring a spacious sleeping area, but fortunately, it was encircled tightly with leaves, offering protection from the wind and rain. Knightley had initially proposed that everyone reside in the cave, yet Ain firmly insisted on maintaining the distinction of master and servant, refusing to relent. Once the treehouse was completed, the group set out again to gather cotton. While Knightley began tending to the wounds of Dabai, the injuries on Dabai's body had scabbed and healed, yet the scars remained, detracting from his aesthetic appeal. During bath time, she had noticed them and felt compelled to ensure he looked splendid for the sake of having an impressive pet. The notion of using her abilities to remove scars was a luxury too extravagant to consider during the apocalypse. But here, she felt entitled to indulge. For you, I have sacrificed so much to buy. You must not be fierce with me as you were earlier, for it would sadden me. Knightley genuinely wished to no longer feel the palpable threats to life emanating from her pet. Bai soon observed in disbelief as the injuries from his once penetrating claws visibly healed at an astonishing rate, leaving no trace behind. Realizing that Knightley had once again transferred her vitality to him, he was about to refuse but turned warily at a sound. This is dire, master. We encountered 2 cheetah beastmen outside. Breathless, rushed back, calling for a new cheetah beastmen. They were still some distance away. How could they have encountered them? As they hurried towards the location, Anu explained the situation that it turned out that these individuals were gifts from the hyena tribe to the cheetah tribe. Upon receiving the news, the cheetah beastmen had awaited them at the designated spot. But when they did not arrive, they came looking for them, only to find the group picking cotton outside. Ain and the others resisted, but in a fit of rage, the cheetah beastmen killed E. Anu had seized a moment to sneak back to seek help, hiding behind Ain and the others. Soon, 2 beastmen and a tiger approached the vicinity. The cheetah beastmen, now agitated, had transformed into their beast forms, circling Ain and her companions. They knew how to systematically dismantle their psychological defenses, compelling them to submit. Knightley found a concealed spot and pressed her hands together at her lips, unleashing a furious roar akin to that of a mammoth. The 2 cheetahs paused, their ears perked as they attentively listened. Mammoths, being colossal creatures, never instigate conflict with other animals. However, should any unfortunate soul provoke them, it would not end well. With a single step, they could crush one, and their tough hides made them impervious to harm from any beastman. Generally, a mammoth could obliterate a small tribe. No beastman would be foolish enough to confront one. Knightley adeptly capitalized on this fact, continuously utilizing her vocal mimicry to deal with the troublesome beastmen. She emitted another exasperated roar, followed by the resounding thud of a mammoth's footsteps. Anu had already been briefed and was vigorously smashing a hefty wooden stake against the ground, creating a thunderous sound that lent credence to the ruse. The two cheetahs emitted a soft mew before swiftly retreating into the brush. Knightley found the scene unexpectedly endearing. Perhaps she could one day keep a cheetah as a pet. Despite their fierce appearance, hearing them meow softly elicited a delightful contrast. Chapter 10. Survival through tribal affiliation. Yi's death profoundly affected Knightley. She recalled Yi's envious expression when she had offered meat to Ain, and she had intended to share more with Yi in the future. Yet fate had other plans. After burying Yi on the hillside behind the cave, the moon hung high in the sky. Knightley gazed at the luminous orb, lost in thought. Despite the environment being quite similar to Earth, the humans here occupied the lowest rung of the food chain. Ain and her companions were strong. Yet when faced with beastmen, they were utterly powerless. Perhaps the notion of servitude had taken root in their minds. Each time they encountered beastmen, they instinctively knelt in submission. Knightley believed that Ain was not beyond redemption. After all, she had once led a rebellion against the hyena beastmen and now stood against the cheetah beastmen. She realized that merely chanting slogans of liberation was insufficient. They needed the skills to contend with the beastmen. Only through strength could they alter their circumstances. While she could not concern herself with others, she felt a responsibility for Ain and her companions. Determined, she turned to see a dispute erupt atop the treehouse. "Why do you want to go back? Haven't you suffered enough in the past? It's too dangerous here. I do not wish to meet the same fate as A. Only by aligning with the tribe can we survive." "You are mad. It was better following our master. Returning to the tribe means reverting to our former lives. Though following our master is good, it is perilous. Moreover, Neo is still in the tribe. I cannot abandon him." Before long, a ling descended from the tree, momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, a flicker of anxiety and fear crossing her features. "Master, I apologize. I must leave," a ling declared, pushing her away forcefully. Upon catching sight of Dabai nearby, she gasped and fled in a panic. Ain and the others hastily descended from the tree, surrounding her in apologies that a ling was the woman who had been bullied by the hyena beastmen in their beast forms. After enduring such an ordeal, she still wished to return. Knightley was perplexed. As Ain and the others returned to the tree, Knightley entered the cave, where Dabai lay sleeping on a bed of cotton. Appearing at first glance like a large bundle of fluff, Knightley, delighted, rushed towards him, only to find herself grasping at empty air. Dabai, despite his massive form, was remarkably agile, rolling to the far side of the bed and casting her a languid glance. "Dabai, I am so sad." Knightley pouted, lunging at him once more. Dabai raised a paw to intercept her, the soft pads resting on her shoulder, prompting her to squeeze gently. How adorable. Thus she grasped Dabai's paw. Crying softly for a few moments, Dabai, attempting to withdraw, found his efforts futile. Showing his teeth, he decided to indulge his little slave, sensing her genuine distress. Though Knightley had initially felt despondent, holding Dabai's paw instantly lifted her spirits. With her fingers clasped around his paw, she felt an irresistible urge to seek more, to stroke his fur, and thus her fingers climbed up the paw, inching higher and higher. Bison understood that his little slave harbored affection for him, yet he was not inclined to mate or draw too close. However, the little slave seemed blissfully unaware of the concept of moderation. Knightley gazed at him with a mournful expression, sprawling across the bed in a starfish position, nearly monopolizing the entire space. Bison stood up abruptly, his forepaws nearly without a place to rest. Disregarding etiquette, Bison exclaimed, stepping over Knightley. The next moment he felt his tail seized, causing his white fur to bristle and his body to tense as he emitted a low growl. Knightley, however, merely grasped lightly, relishing the silky texture of his fur against her palm. A wave of satisfaction washing over her, Dabai cast her a sidelong glance, shaking off the fur from his coat. Embodying a majestic tiger, reclining on the fragrant mat of grass, surrounded by the scent of plants, and with Dabai nearby, Knightley's heart gradually found tranquility. At last, she was no longer alone. Knightley was awakened by the cacophony of the hyenas. As she rose from the bed, Ain and the others also descended from the treehouse, several women huddling in the corner of the cave, visibly frightened. "Master, it's a ling. She's brought the beastmen from the tribe." Knightley frowned and stealthily approached the cave entrance. "Have you seen Abai?" Knightley asked. Een and the others shook their heads. "Little slaves, if you wish to live, come out willingly. Otherwise, you will have a hard time." Knightley peeked outside, but did not spot Abai, suggesting he had not been captured. This time, there were a full 12 hyena beastmen present, a significant portion of the adult beastmen from the tribe. "What about the white tiger? Have you found it?" Someone inquired. "No, we have searched the area and detected no scent of the white tiger." Once again, someone responded, urging to continue the search, asserting that he must be nearby. It was said that his companion was a little slave, unlike any of the slaves we had encountered before. "Ha ha ha, I must see for myself." The other party held a significant status within the tribe, as the other orcs showed him great respect. That why Ely recognized him as one of the sons of the hyena orc tribe's chief. "Stop right there. Do not come any closer." As the other party approached leisurely with 2 orcs. Ely spoke up as they neared the cave entrance. "Little slave?" To her surprise, the man actually halted and curiously peered into the cave. Indeed, she was remarkably different, unafraid of me. It is known that 12 orcs would terrify any slave to the point of collapse. Yet this slave dared to command him to stop. Upon realizing that she was the object of his interest, Ely couldn't help but laugh. "Fear you? Why should I fear you? Is it because you are so ugly that you are frightening?" Ely stepped out from the shadows, and Een and the others, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but admire her courage. Truly, she deserved to be the one bonded with the white tiger orc. She was indeed their master. Een mustered her courage and approached Ely from behind. "Master, this is the second son of the tribe's chief." Adabuda. Ely nodded, signaling her to go and hide. Een shook her head. Despite her heart racing and legs trembling, she resolutely stood by her side. The others hesitated for a moment before joining her. Adabu found this amusing and began to scrutinize Ely closely. Unlike the copper-toned skin of the other slaves, Ely's skin was exceptionally fair, radiating a lustrous allure under the moonlight. Standing among the other slaves, she shone brightly like a full moon in the night sky, prompting Adabu to glance upward, wondering if the moon had descended into this wilderness and transformed into a person. Chapter 11. Are you carrying the white tiger's offspring? Adabu was momentarily lost in thought. But when he regained his senses, his gaze toward Ely was tinged with greed. This slave was unlike any he had ever seen. He had never encountered a slave with such delicate, fair skin, making him yearn to taste In fact, Adabu extended his tongue toward Ely, as if licking her from a distance, which revolted her. "Woman, return to my tribe with me. I want to enjoy you alone." Having said this, he eagerly approached to seize Ely. She dodged aside, while Een and the others trembled in fear, encircling her to prevent Adabu from reaching her. The other hyena orcs jeered, some shifting into their beast forms, their massive bodies racing around the women, barking and howling. "Too ugly, too ugly." Ely covered her eyes, muttering incessantly, her face contorted in distaste. "That I desperately need my big tiger to cleanse my eyes." The hyena orcs were not only grotesque in beast form, but also lacked any appeal in human form. While Ely observed Adabu's elongated face and short nose, his features appearing discordant, and coupled with his words, she felt nauseated. "No, I can't take it. I might vomit," she gagged, feeling her stomach churn. "Master, are you all right?" Een, noticing her distress, couldn't help but worry, anxiously glancing outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of that white figure. Could it be that the white tiger orc had abandoned them? However, the white tiger orc had lost its human form and significantly weakened. Facing so many hyena orcs, what chance did it have? They foresaw their grim fate, and with several hyenas threatening them nearby, they were on the verge of collapse. "Slave, are you carrying the white tiger's offspring?" "No, that's not right. You bear no scent of the white tiger. You have not been claimed by anyone. You are quite pristine." Adabu's expression shifted from one of displeasure to surprise, his gaze intensely fixed upon Ely, the entire pack of dogs growing agitated. Ely's countenance, however, was far from pleasant. What nonsense! How could she be carrying the white tiger's offspring? How could she possibly be with her own pet? And what do you mean by not being claimed? Are you certain that term can even be applied to a person? To hell with you, dog. She was nearly driven to the brink of fury by these foolish hyenas that Ely resolved to teach this hunting dog a lesson. At that very moment, Bison lay atop a large rock, peering through the gap in the bushes, just in time to observe the situation at the cave entrance that I am not strong enough to confront 12 hyena orcs. I cannot protect the little slave. If anything were to happen to her, the heavens would not hold it against me, Bison thought to himself. Where are you, Big White? I'm so scared. Just as Bison steeled himself, the helpless cries of the little slave reached his ears. Damn it. He felt his heart begin to soften. Wavering, he spotted Ely trembling, standing among the other slaves, though she was slightly shorter than the others. She stood out distinctly, calling for that white tiger. Ha ha ha, good, call it here. I shall capture it as well, skin it, and feast upon its flesh, letting you know how useless it truly is. The hyenas were determined to have Ely, planning to kill the white tiger in front of her to demonstrate their might. You foul dog, get away. When my Big White returns, you'll see how it deals with you. Ely glared at Atabu with tear-filled eyes. Atabu found her pitiable demeanor rather endearing, feeling inexplicably that he had gone too far. Yet foul dog, he was not foul. With a howl, Atabu transformed into his beast form, showcasing his powerful physique and smooth lines before Ely. This was a common display among animals during mating rituals, yet provoked by Sun's ire. That is my little slave, my mate. Damn hyena! The onlookers heard a thunderous roar, and turning their gaze, they beheld a white figure perched upon a large rock, agilely leaping down and swiftly making its way to the cave entrance, standing majestically among the hyenas, a tiger dominating the pack. Impressive. Ely marveled inwardly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Bison noticed this and raised his chin proudly. Several hyenas quickly encircled Big White, and though Atabu was the largest among them, he was still less than half the size of Big White. Humph, the ant trying to shake the tree, Ely scoffed softly. The appearance of Big White uplifted her spirits. She understood that it was truly unfair to have Big White face 12 hyena orcs. Initially, she merely harbored a sense of hope, but unexpectedly, my tiger is truly unyielding. How satisfying. Ely had no idea how she appeared at that moment. In Atabu's eyes, Ely shone with starlight since the arrival of her mate, her smile radiant and brimming with pride. Every gesture a challenge to him, by Sun's perspective. The little slave openly expressed her affection, a truly enthusiastic little slave. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, regardless of the circumstances. Her behavior greatly pleased him. Atabu, however, would not allow them a moment to exchange glances, letting out a low growl as he lunged at Big White. Just a crippled white tiger. What is there to be proud of? With her formidable Big White, Ely was determined to protect him as Atabu charged. The tranquilizer dart hidden within her sleeve shot forth, striking Atabu simultaneously with Big White's powerful paw. Thus, the onlookers witnessed Big White effortlessly send Atabu flying with a single swipe. The trembling Ain and the others were so astonished they forgot their fear. That is Atabu, the second most ferocious in the tribe. How could he be so easily dispatched by the white tiger orc? The remaining hyenas were equally frightened, unable to fathom the ferocity of the white tiger. This pack of hyenas is truly pathetic. One slap, and they can't even get back up? I've barely used any strength. Big White cast a disdainful glance at Atabu, whose eyes were filled with terror as he howled for two other beasts to come and carry him away, angrily roaring at Big White. How could this happen? I cannot move. Atabu's voice could only be heard by other hyenas of his kind. Immersed in paralysis, he was unaware that he had lost control of his bladder. The sight of this caused several hyenas to instinctively tuck their tails and retreat, creating distance between themselves and Big White. The innate fear that species suppression instilled in them was palpable. Having witnessed Atabu's fate, they dared not approach him again. Big White approached the group of hyenas with a composed demeanor. Big White, go for it. Teach them a lesson, Ely urged, waving her hand. She recognized several of the orcs as those who had nearly killed Big White the previous day. It was clear that Big White had no intention of letting them off easily. Chapter 12. The Black-Hearted Tiger. How is this possible? It was nearly dead yesterday. The hyenas suppressed their instinct to flee, growling defiantly at Big White. They could not comprehend how the white tiger, who had been on the brink of death just a day prior, now stood before them in such a regal manner. "Are you certain it's this one?" Adabu asked, his face grim. The hyenas nodded. "Remembering the scent." "Impossible!" Hitiyu roared lowly, his heart filled with even greater fear. Why? Why did this happen? It was merely a brush against him, yet he lost all sensation, and now he was informed that this white tiger was on the brink of death just yesterday. Atu was not a mindless beast. He immediately ordered the others to retreat, disregarding even Aling that a few hyenas, bearing Atu, darted into the underbrush, fleeing swiftly. Wiley observed helplessly as they escaped, knowing that her sleeve arrows had a limited range. Dabai charged after them, pinning down the last hyena, swiftly delivering several slaps that left it dazed. Wiley felt astonished. Dabai's actions were so anthropomorphic, he didn't even bite directly if she wasn't mistaken. She detected a trace of disdain in his eyes. After thoroughly subduing the hapless hyena, Dabai turned to pursue the others, and Yili hurriedly followed. Een and the others bound the captured hyena and Aling with vine strips, collectively spitting at Aling. "Ouch, that hurts!" As Dabai chased farther and farther away, Yili feared for his safety and unhesitatingly performed a dramatic fall, crashing heavily to the ground. Make it convincing. She even pressed her face into the dirt. Dabai's form halted, and she triumphantly thought, "Yes." Dabai approached her, his gaze mirroring that which he had directed at the hyena, filled with disdain. "How foolish!" Bai soon observed his little slave, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. Not only could he not drive away these provocateurs alongside her, but she also hindered him. Dabai whimpered, "I can't move." Yili reached out her hand towards him, looking pitiful. After a moment, Dabai came closer. "Yay! My Dabai finally cares for his master. Fluffy, I'm coming, my cotton ball." Then, Yili felt a force gripping the nape of her neck. And suddenly she was lifted into the in a fit of rage. She nearly exploded. But no, she merely huffed a couple of times. When she realized Dabai was unfazed, she resigned herself to being carried by the scruff of her neck. Bracing herself against the oncoming brush that threatened to scratch her face, while internally cursing, "Today, you ignore me. Tomorrow, you'll regret it. Dabai, you heartless creature, you'll be the one begging me to ride you someday." Returning in such a manner, one human and one tiger, Aling and the others exchanged peculiar glances before hastily averting their eyes, unwilling to look too long. How utterly humiliating for the master, being carried back like a cub. When Dabai released her, Yili fell from over a meter high, hurriedly shielding her head and face, cursing Dabai 100 times in her mind. The anticipated pain never came. It seemed she had been caught by someone. Yili opened her eyes to find Aling's teasing gaze upon her. Woo-woo. "Aling, you're the best. Those white and black tigers are all heartless. I don't think I didn't see you chuckling when you dropped me." Aling respectfully set her down, speaking a few kind words on Dabai's behalf, and the group approached Aling and the captured hyena. Aling, having been previously harassed by Aling and others, was filthy and trembling on the ground. "What is going on?" Repaying kindness with enmity. Yili picked up a small stick and lifted Aling's chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. "Spare me, spare me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Aling's tears flowed freely, his hands and feet bound, yet he still desperately lunged towards Yili. Unable to tolerate such a person, Yili stepped back a bit, demanding, "Give me a reason." Brother Ainyo. Brother Ainyo was captured by the chief. Woo-woo-woo. Brother Ainyo. Aling left because of Brother Ain Ayuda. Yili, uninterested in pursuing this matter, instructed Een to untie them both, feeding them each a magic seed. After a warning, she sent them off to work. The sky was beginning to lighten, and the effects of the anesthetic lasted 4 hours. Before that, the hyena beastmen would surely not dare to cause trouble again. After delegating other tasks, Yili busied herself as well, stepping outside to gather some seeds. According to Een, the hyena tribe consisted of 36 adult male hyenas and 12 females, most of whom were pregnant and unlikely to venture out. Having suffered a significant loss, ATU would undoubtedly return with more beastmen, possibly even an all-out assault. "Master, is what we're doing truly effective?" Een believed they should prioritize fleeing to a new habitat. But Yili clearly thought otherwise. "Rest assured, it will absolutely be effective. Zombies possess physical prowess surpassing that of beastmen and lack pain sensitivity. They are fearless in death. The methods I am employing are more than sufficient to deal with these beastmen. Moreover, this land is rich in resources, with some species overlapping with Earth and others entirely unfamiliar to her. Nevertheless, she had a rough understanding of their potential applications. For instance, the deep green, thick-leaved vine plant before her contained a viscous, slippery liquid that burst forth when squeezed. Contemplating its uses, Yili couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Baisun, witnessing the wicked smile on his little slave's lips, felt an inexplicable sense of joy. When Yili returned to the cave entrance, Een and the others had already dug the necessary pits at an astonishing speed, relying solely on their strength. Impressive, she instructed Een and the others to crush the leaves, pouring the sap into the trenches. Before long, the 3-meter-deep pits became impossibly slippery, ensuring that anyone who fell and would struggle to escape. A few dry branches were placed atop, and a thin layer of grass was spread over them, perfectly concealing the deep pits. Additionally, vine strips adorned with wooden spikes and appropriately sized stones were prepared. By the time everything was ready, Dabai had already stood alert, while Ili directed everyone to take their positions. Settling down on a stone beside Dabai, a horde of hyenas swiftly emerged from the thicket. They were greeted by a striking scene. The snow-white tiger stood majestically, while beside him sat a delicate little beauty. It was an eyesore to behold. The little beauty is mine. The white tiger can get lost. Chapter 13. I can do it. ATU was the epitome of once bitten, twice shy. He had previously lost all sensation, later rationalizing it as a consequence of eating something foul. Spotting the white tiger that could not transform, ATU bared his sharp teeth. Let me show you something formidable. Dabai, unwilling to be outdone, cast a chilling glare at the hyenas that had wronged him. After the silent duel of gazes, ATU wasted no time, howling, and the other hyenas responded in kind, charging towards the duo. Just a few steps in, several of the rushing hyenas stumbled over suddenly appearing vines, rolling on the ground amidst sharp thorns, yelping in distress. As they transformed back into their human forms, they found themselves riddled with bloodied puncture wounds. In their panic, they took a few more steps forward, only to fall into the pit, their hands and feet coated in slippery goo, unable to climb out. The scene erupted into chaos. The hyenas at the back slammed to a halt, too terrified to advance. As the trapped beasts attempted to shift back to their beast forms to escape, Een led the charge, hurling stones into the pit, the air filled with their pitiful cries. Yili turned her head away, unable to bear the brutality. So cruel, so cruel. EU was completely overwhelmed by the sight, pacing frantically, alternating between howling into the pit and roaring at Dabai, consumed by anxiety. A few hyenas within the pit were battered and bloodied, helpless and forlorn. ATU transformed into human form, commanding the retrieval of the trapped hyenas, while Yili readied her bow, aiming at him, having never encountered a bow before. The beastmen found ATU's posture while drawing the bow particularly appealing. Unaware of her intentions, he puffed out his chest, showcasing his sculpted physique. Baisun let out a low growl, a provocation directed at the audacious hyena who had repeatedly coveted his slave. This was intolerable. Yili, observing ATU's foolish demeanor, was astonished that he had the leisure to strike poses for her. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck the left shoulder of Adabu. He lowered his head, bewildered as he gazed at the arrow embedded in his shoulder, then raised his eyes to Night Li, unable to comprehend how such a thing had come to be affixed to him. He instinctively reached for the arrow to pull out, but Night Li averted her gaze, casting a flirtatious glance at Dabai. This foolish creature was truly too dim-witted to bear. How glaringly ridiculous. That was no ordinary bow and arrow. It was specifically designed to combat zombies. While it might be manageable to leave it in place, attempting to extract it would cause the special material of the arrowhead to explode, rendering at least half of his shoulder irreparable. Sure enough, with a resounding bang, accompanied by Adabu's cry of agony, chaos erupted once more. The wild dogs, unaccustomed to such an uproar, were immediately thrown into a state of panic, transforming into their beastly forms and careening about, with one unfortunate creature tumbling into a pit. Night Li observed and thought, Well, impressive physique indeed. He managed to avoid losing his entire shoulder, sustaining only a chunk of flesh instead. Tifkipiske, the wild dogs were quite robust. Adabu, the leader, was in dire straits, and upon witnessing the commotion, the other dogs hastily dove into the underbrush to escape, leaving only 2 sentinels who glanced this way before fleeing as well. Knightley, feeling anxious, silently urged them to slow down, lamenting that there were still several novel experiences yet to be savored. She was certain these would invigorate their muscles, dispel dampness, and alleviate joint pain. All with remarkable efficacy. It was ashamed to have prepared so much without the chance to indulge. Truly, how inconsiderate of them! But they paid her no heed, vanishing without a trace. Adabu, exasperated, shouted at Knightley, finally emerging from the haze of her allure, baring his teeth in a menacing snarl at Ian. Wielding a stick, struck Adabu on the head, prompting him to shrink back, tail tucked, pressing against the pit wall, and weakly barked at Knightley, licking his wound in a pitiful manner, subdued at last. Knightley approached, taking the stick from Yin's hand and tapping it on the ground. Since you can understand human speech, I shall speak plainly to Bai. My tiger, you understand? Do not provoke him, for if you do, there shall be no good outcome for you. She gestured towards Ian and the others. These young ladies are under my protection. Do not entertain any thoughts of doing them harm. Understood? I know you are young and naive, unable to make decisions, but do remember to inform your guardians later. With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Ian, who understood the cue and used thorny vines to bind the necks of the dogs, stringing them together. His head, all strung together, along with a sprig of lucky clover and a circular emblem of unity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 dogs in total, strung together in quite a spectacle. Initially, Ian and the others harbored some trepidation, but now they felt entirely at ease, proudly parading their captured dogs, and it would have been even more satisfying had they each possessed a small whip. Master, what shall we do next? Ian inquired joyfully. Naturally, we shall head to their tribe. Did I not say we must have a word with their leaders? Upon hearing that they would return to the tribe, the faces of the group turned pale with fear as they looked at her, uncertain of her intentions. Fear not. We are merely going to negotiate for some benefits and return these pups while engaging in a proper conversation with their elders. Knightley had made up her mind. Since there was no human tribe here, she would establish one herself. After all, she could not bear to witness Ian and the others being bullied by the beastmen any longer. In the apocalypse, she had been an orphan, taken in by an organization, and fortuitously awakened her abilities, joining the vanguard. From a young age, the organization instilled in her values of positivity, protection of the weak, and safeguarding one's home, and she had adhered to these principles throughout. When she volunteered to confront the zombie king, she had anticipated the outcome, yet fear had never gripped her. It was her mission, her duty. Others had parents, families, children. She was solitary and unencumbered, making her the most suitable candidate for such perilous tasks. The organization sustained her, imparting the skills necessary to survive amidst the zombies, fueling her relentless drive. She did not know why fate had placed her here, but she could not abide seeing humanity in such a degraded state, stripped of their dignity. If this was the reason the heavens had brought her here, if this was her destiny, then she was ready to embrace it. If she could bestow dignity upon them and alter their fates, she would gladly accept the challenge, vowing not to betray the trust placed in her. Just as the organization had once entrusted her with all the magical seeds, she would not fail their faith. She believed in her capability, in her strength. Knightley gazed towards the direction of the hyena beastman's tribe, her heart ablaze with ambition. Suddenly, her stomach protested audibly, interrupting her thoughts. She patted her flat belly and instructed Ian to secure the dogs and start a fire to roast some meat. Intending to feast before continuing their endeavors. Chapter 14. The unappreciative the previous day, she had instructed Ian and the others to hang the venison in a well-ventilated area, applying a coat of that dark fruit sauce. Now, it was perfectly timed for roasting. Had it not been for her keen eye, the venison might have been carelessly discarded by Ian and the others. According to Ian, the shoulder and leg meat of the deer were the most delectable, reserved for her and Bai. while she and the others were left with the scraps. And as for the venison, there was hardly any meat on it. Better to toss it aside. Listen to what you're saying. How unappreciative. Rest assured, Master, Ain will go hunting tomorrow and ensure you have no more leftover meat. When Knightley had instructed them to hang the remaining meat, Ain had felt a pang of sadness. What leftover meat? If it's not finished, just keep eating, it won't spoil. Knightley had always believed that the beastmen's lack of food storage was due to their foolishness, but it seemed that was not the case. Baisun, lounging on a rock, overheard the conversation and scoffed quietly. He had thought the little slave was different from the others, but it appeared she was even more petty than Ain. How can you eat rotten meat? He would certainly not partake in that. Dabai was not hungry and had no intention of hunting specifically for a few slaves, so he remained lazily sprawled on the rock until the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. His nose twitched, intrigued by the peculiar scent. Ain and the others gathered around the grill, gazing hungrily at the 2 pieces of venison, saliva pooling in their mouths. Knightley was brushing honey onto the venison when she noticed their unabashed expressions of desire and could not help but chuckle. She had truly splurged today, using cooking wine, soy sauce, honey, and sesame seeds, ingredients she had initially planned to conserve, but now unleashed them all in celebration of their rebellion. However, she dared not disclose the secret of her spatial abilities lightly. These items had been pre-prepared and stored in the cave, only fetched by Ain moments ago. Master, can we eat now? Anu asked, wiping her mouth. Knightley could not contain her laughter, slicing a small piece of meat for Anu to taste first. The others watched eagerly as the morsel entered Anu's mouth, each swallowing in unison. Delicious, delicious. Master, it's so good. Anu exclaimed in praise that it's not just the master who is good. The venison is exquisite. Knightley corrected her. Anu nodded repeatedly, affirming that the venison was indeed delightful. Seeing the others drooling, Knightley removed the whole venison, separating the ribs. The marinated venison was exceptionally tender. The cooking wine neutralized any gamey flavor. The soy sauce and honey enhanced its freshness, and the aroma of sesame was irresistible. Not only were they enticed, but she too found herself craving it. Each received a rib and a piece of meat. While the entire remaining venison was given to Baisun stared at the charred remnants before him, which could barely be called meat. It was merely the bones that nobody else wanted. He hesitated, having never eaten such fare, for every beastman regarded it with disdain, and even slaves would not touch it. Yet a glance at Ain and the others revealed them relishing their meal. Another look at the whole roasted venison before him made him aware that he had not witnessed the preparation process and was unaware of what had been added. All he knew was that this roasted venison was unlike anything he had ever encountered. The meat was golden brown, grease sizzling out, coupled with an extraordinary fragrance. With a gulp, Dabai realized what was happening, nearly leaping from his perch. It's swallowing. He was astonished to find himself salivating in front of the little slave. Staring at a pile of bones, feeling a bit embarrassed, he furtively glanced at Knightley, only to find her smiling at him, causing Dabai to roar in response, his ears turning red. Knightley burst into laughter, but immediately regretted it. You mustn't laugh, Dabai roared again, utterly flustered. I'm not hungry. After his outburst, he stormed off in frustration, leaving Knightley to rue her actions. How could she tease her pet knowing full well he was sensitive about his pride? Calling out to Dabai only yielded silence. She realized she had truly riled him up and found the situation rather amusing. Well, at least tigers do not adhere to strict meal schedules like humans. When she returned to the venison, she discovered that Ain and the others had devoured both meat and bone with gusto. Goodness, sister, such strong jaws. Knightley marveled as she watched them crunch through the bones, as if they were sugarcane, swallowing a whole. Can you even digest that? Ain and the others were utterly satisfied, nodding enthusiastically. Delicious. Yili chuckled softly to herself, seizing a rib to gnaw on. With a single bite, her mouth was filled with rich sauce. And the taste was exquisite. As she indulged, a series of whimpering sounds reached her ears, prompting her to recall the row of dogs tied to the tree trunk. Turning her gaze, she was met with a line of green eyes, gazing longingly at the roasted deer rib in her hand. Each dog extending its tongue and drooling, leaving a wet patch on the ground before them. Why Ely instructed Een and the others to forego the bones and focus on the meat. Tossing the clean bone she had just devoured to the eager dogs while emitting playful clicking sounds to tease them. Several hyenas glared at the bone at her feet, growling defiantly at Ely, as if to say, "How dare you make us eat bones?" Een and the others grasped Ely's intent and began devouring the meat, subsequently tossing the bones to the dogs while mimicking Ely's teasing sounds. The hyenas were irate, yet inexplicably found the sounds appealing, drawing them closer in a friendly manner. The leader of the A2 tribe felt particularly humiliated, glaring at Ely and her companions with fury, low growls escaping him. However, the injuries he bore rendered his growls shaky and devoid of intimidation, almost pitiable, as if he were conceding defeat. The remaining dogs, having been fed the magic seed by Ely, were not tied up and suddenly darted over to snatch a bone, settling down to enjoy it with great relish. Delicious! The other hyenas stared at him, disdainful. What a disgrace! Feasting on bones, they thought, as he savored it with gusto. Saliva pooling beneath him, oh hungry, so hungry, no eating. A2 roared at the other restless hyenas, yet they seemed oblivious, with two of them tentatively reaching out a paw to nudge a bone closer. After a cautious bite, their eyes lit up, and they dove into a fervent feast. A2's futile attempts to stop them fell on deaf ears. One hyena even pushed a bone toward him. "Eat up, it's truly delicious." A2 stubbornly raised his head, declaring, "I won't," but his throat betrayed him, involuntarily rolling, as saliva flowed from his mouth at an astonishing rate. The sounds of hyenas chewing and swallowing filled the air, vibrant and flavorful. Unable to resist any longer, A2 let out a wail of resignation and picked up a bone, turning away to gnaw on it. Oh, it's so good. Chapter 15. The leader of the great dune Ely observed the dogs wagging their tails and happily gnawing on bones, a smile of contentment gracing her face. Now, this is as it should be. Dogs ought to act like dogs. Why bother with women? Just enjoy your bones. Een and the others watched this astonishing scene, their admiration for Ely growing deeper. Truly, she is our master. In that moment, they truly relished the feeling of having turned the tables and taken control. After such a hearty meal, as they resumed their journey to the tribe, they felt a sense of security they had never experienced before. From this day forth, certain things would be different. Why Ely too felt a surge of enthusiasm, turning to seek out the figure of Dabai. Ah, how splendid it would be to ride a tiger down this path. Dabai, who was on guard, suddenly paused, sensing that his little slave was up to something mischievous. The leader of the hyena tribe was a colossal figure, roughly half the size of Dabai. Much like A2, upon seeing Ely and the others, the leader's eyes gleamed with greed. Upon witnessing his son in such disarray, he erupted with fury. These damned slaves, with no warning. The massive form of the hyena leader lunged at Ely with extraordinary speed, a stark contrast to A2's foolish demeanor. Why Ely realized her oversight and swiftly dodged to the side at an awkward angle. She could envision the potential of her waist breaking should she fail to evade the colossal creature. Unless she utilized something from her space, that why Ely would not allow her waist to be broken. The revolution had only just begun. With a flicker of her mind, she intended to retrieve something from her space, disregarding the risk of exposure, when suddenly a flash of white surrounded her. It was Dabai. Realizing he had enveloped her in his embrace, Ely was nearly overwhelmed with joy, her body enveloped in his soft, furry form. The hyena leader reacted swiftly, bounding towards Dabai as he whisked Ely away. At that moment, Dabai gently pushed Ely aside, allowing her to roll safely onto the grass. The hyenas, who never adhered to the notion of one-on-one combat, charged in a cacophony of howls. Surrounding Dabai with malicious intent, Dabai instantly shifted into battle mode, watchfully scanning his surroundings, unconsciously shielding Ely behind him. Why Ely, rising from the ground, struggled to shake off the blissful days of being cradled by a tiger. Forcing herself to focus. Wait, she interrupted the tense atmosphere. In the eyes of the hyena leader, Ely was now trapped, and he had no desire to converse with her. She was not worthy of it. Ely hadn't anticipated just how difficult communication would be, a twinge of concern creeping in regarding her miscalculation. Leader of the Great Dune, Do you not wish to save your second son? A yin's voice, calm yet resolute, rang through the A.I.R.Y. Ely turned to see Ian brandishing a sharpened wooden stake aimed at a two's throat. This scene only served to infuriate the hyena leader further. As he growled and lunged at Ian, his gaze fixated on her throat. Ian stood her ground, thrusting the stake into a two's neck while simultaneously closing her eyes and shouting, "Master, run!" Meanwhile, Ely's hidden dart had already targeted the hyena leader, the tranquilizer swiftly striking its mark. The massive body of the hyena leader collapsed heavily onto Ian and A.T.U.Y. Ely exhaled deeply, rushing to their side. Indeed, the hyena leader was not like a two. The tranquilizer only rendered him weak, and as Ely approached, he struggled to rise, even attempting to bite a yin's throat. However, his once menacing jaws were now feeble and uncoordinated, unable to close properly, resulting in a disjointed, furious growl aimed at Ian. With determination, Ian pressed the stake toward the hyena leader's eye, only to be halted by Ely, with the leader in their grasp. The other hyenas, now leaderless, appeared flustered, circling the trio with unease. Why Ely noticed this and smacked the hyena leader's head. "Great Dune, I ask you, do you wish for both you and your son to live? Or shall we all perish together?" Given his earlier demeanor, it seemed he cared little for a 2's safety. Had she truly miscalculated? To be honest, the Great Dune leader was feeling somewhat perplexed. He did not fully grasp Yi Li's intentions. Now that he found himself at her mercy, his strength waning, could she truly spare his life? In this world, it was always a fight to the death. There was never a scenario where one could spare the other halfway. Yet, despite his initial confusion, who among the living would willingly choose death? The Great Dune chose life. Why Ely nodded. Very well. Let us proceed. If you wish to live, then we must negotiate terms. You are aware of Ian and the other girls, correct? Initially, they were your tribe's slaves, but they now belong to me. Cease your disturbances, and if you agree, we shall coexist peacefully on this land, that I will ensure your son and the other beastmen recover from their injuries. What do you say? Recover, what do you mean? You can heal them. The Great Dune leader noted the significant wound on his son's shoulder. Along with the other beastmen who bore not but injuries to him, their condition was tantamount to death. It was merely a question of time. In battle, injury was the greatest fear. Wounds could worsen from a small point to a vast, festering area, leading to excruciating suffering. Thus, when Ian threatened him with a 2, he perceived it not as a threat, but as provocation to kill his son before his eyes was tantamount to courting death. It seemed that a hyena had relayed the circumstances regarding Dubai, and disbelief flickered in the Great Dune leader's eyes as he regarded Yi Li with curiosity. You can truly mend their wounds? Yi Li affirmed, not mend, but heal, that I can restore your injuries. So, that was called healing. By recall the effort Yi Li had exerted to treat him, draining her energy. How long would it take to heal these hyenas? Could she manage it alone? Contemplating this, he felt a tinge of reluctance that he couldn't comprehend why his little slave thought this way. Why not simply kill all the hyenas? Why go through such trouble? In his eyes, the hyena leader was utterly defenseless. If he eliminated him, the remaining hyenas would be powerless until a new leader emerged. Even if a new leader were chosen, what of it? He held them all in disdain. Wait, hold them in disdain. When the little slave made these decisions, did she ever seek his opinion? In Chapter 16, during the time when Yi Li made her choice, Dubai growled a few warnings at her, cautioning her against taking matters into her own hands. Yet, Yi Li mistakenly believed that Dubai's agitation stemmed from the surrounding pack of hyenas, and she turned to soothe him, saying, "Be good, and I'll get you some roasted meat." As she patted him, her initial touch was innocent enough, but with the second, she found it increasingly difficult to restrain her hands, giving him a playful tug. "Ah, satisfying," she murmured. By Sun's eyes widened, and within him, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. The tiger was far from pleased. How could this slave take advantage of him in such a serious situation? It was utterly shameless, base, and devoid of dignity. The white tiger let out a low growl, prompting the surrounding hyenas to swiftly enter a battle-ready stance. Why Ely stifled a laugh and sighed, yet maintained a serious facade as she instructed Dubai to remain quiet. while the interaction between the human and the tiger unfolded. The hyena leader's eyes darted about, calculating his next move. That a leader must possess exceptional qualities, whether it be physical strength to take on 10 foes or a sharp mind that enables strategic foresight. Reflecting on the events since Yi Li's arrival, he had already formed a plan in his mind. Your proposal is intriguing. Trading the lives of a few slaves for the lives of several beastmen seems worthwhile. However, the hesitation from the leader of the Dun tribe caught Yi Li by surprise. Oh, so you're capable of negotiating, much smarter than the A2 tribe, she thought, recognizing that he was about to propose terms. She gestured for Dun to continue. But the slaves you took are the strongest breeding stock within our tribe. We rely on them to propagate our slave population, Dun lamented, displaying an expression of profound loss. Yi Li was momentarily bewildered by the term breeding stock, blinking rapidly as it took her a moment to grasp its implication. Was this truly what he meant? She understood the analogy of raising pigs. When breeding sows give birth, they seek a boar for mating at the appropriate time. Yet who gave you the audacity to treat humans like livestock, even coining the term breeding slaves? Is what he says true? Yi Li turned to inquire of Ian, who nodded affirmatively. The leader of the Dun tribe had made an agreement with a neighboring cheetah tribe to share the offspring of the newly born slaves, with the hyena tribe providing female breeding slaves and the cheetah tribe providing males. Moreover, the cheetah tribe would supply sustenance during the pregnancy of the breeding slaves. The beastmen valued superior offspring, knowing that the descendants of young, strong slaves would be healthier and easier to sustain. Thus, periodically, they would select robust young males and females to mate and produce progeny. In that moment, Yi Li could no longer contain her fury. Enraged, she grabbed a branch and began to strike the imposing figure of Dun. Breeding slaves! Breeding slaves! I shall teach you about human rights and dignity, she shouted. Her blows, though fierce, failed to inflict any real harm, leaving Dun perplexed. Why was this slave suddenly scratching him? Unfortunately, his body was numb, rendering her attempts less than satisfying. After venting her rage, Yi Li noticed the bewildered expressions of those around her. Bai Sun was deeply affected by the foolishness of his little slave, turning away to distance himself from the spectacle. He understood that Yi Li was not merely teasing the hyena, yet the little slave was so weak that even the wretched creature failed to grasp her anger. Too, emboldened by the residual effects of the tranquilizer, rolled on the ground, lifting his 4 paws with an innocent expression, seeking affection and attention, which only served to infuriate Yi Li further. Wait, how can you speak in your beast form? She realized in her frustration. Because I am powerful enough, Dun declared proudly, casting a glance at Dabaida. He's not in the same league as this newly adult white tiger. Yi Li nodded. Indeed, Dun's speed and strength surpassed that of a 2 by several levels. And she was astonished that he could even speak in beast form. Her curiosity about the classification of beastman power levels piqued, but more pressing matters demanded her attention. Yi Li presented Dun with a magic seed. There were only 10 seeds in total, and the organization intended for her to implant all 10 into the body of the zombie king. However, after only one, she had provoked the zombie king, forcing her to hastily cultivate the seed, which fortunately spared her a few. Currently, a Ling and another hyena beastman had each used one, and Dun had consumed another, leaving only 6 remaining. She would need to be frugal with their use moving forward. As she fed Dun the magic seed, Yi Li squatted before him with a mischievous smile. You know what you just ingested? It is a treasure I've found, one that roots itself within the body and requires periodic consumption of a counteracting plant to suppress its growth. Dun viewed her words as mere fantasy, regarding her with disdain. Does this little slave think me so easily deceived? He thought, but Yi Li just chuckled lightly, her expression turning serious. Suddenly, Dun felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if something within him had violently torn open a wound. With a howl of anguish, terror filled him. Yi Li placed her finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. You truly angered me earlier. Behave now, or I won't hesitate to find another leader for the hyena tribe. Dun, being adaptable, immediately retracted his head, adopting a more submissive demeanor. Yi Li summoned all the members of the tribe, including the pregnant female beastmen. She surveyed the crowd, estimating around 200 to 300 individuals, equally divided between humans and beastmen. Among them were several young hyenas who could not yet shift forms. Frolicking carefree in the bushes, their clumsy antics endearing, Ili couldn't help but glance at them, her gaze softening by noticed her attention, and, following her gaze, felt a surge of frustration. This little slave was already contemplating having offspring with him. How naive! He would remain ever vigilant, denying her any opportunity to approach him. Furthermore, in his current beast form, could she withstand his presence? His ears flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 17. The human tribe, Ili, was oblivious to the unspeakable thoughts swirling in her little pet's mind. She reclaimed her focus and found a spot where all could see her. Everyone, listen to me. I, Ili, have decided to establish a human tribe. In this tribe, all are equal. No one is a slave to another. Those who contribute shall reap the rewards. Likewise, there will be no free rides in my tribe. As long as you are willing to work hard, unafraid of hardship, I will teach you the skills necessary to defend yourselves against the beastmen, granting you the strength to live independently, no longer relying on them. Every individual deserves to possess an independent identity, free from subjugation. In my tribe, you will be free and all will stand as equals. There shall be no hierarchy, and certainly no one shall be anyone else's slave. Each person deserves to live with dignity, to pursue their own desires, be they people, endeavors, or possessions, without being governed by others, if you yearn for such a life. Raise your hands now and join us. Ili's declaration left many in a state of confusion, glancing at one another, unsure whether to raise their hands. Een and others were the first to lift their hands, exclaiming, I wish to join the human tribe, to be my own master, ungoverned by anyone, living with dignity. A murmur rippled through the crowd as Een and the others explained Ili's words to those around them. Opinions varied. Some were drawn to the idea, while others hesitated. Could it truly be so? Humans are so weak. How could they possibly contend with the beastmen? The beastmen observed Ili with indifference, disregarding her rebellious words. Granting slaves the power to oppose beastmen? Impossible. Only Dun regarded Ili with a different expression. He grasped the essence of her words and began to comprehend a terrifying realization. Perhaps what she spoke of might indeed come to pass. After all, had he not just been subdued by her? Now, he lay helplessly on the ground, unable to prevent her from stirring the hearts of those around him. Bai Sun too watched Ili, struck by the brilliance in her eyes, which seemed to harbor a sun, radiant and captivating. This little slave was undeniably different. Yet her impassioned speech received minimal response. Not fear. I have already arranged with Dun that if you join my tribe, he will not trouble you. Moreover, henceforth, he shall no longer inflict harm upon you. We, the human race, shall coexist peacefully with the hyena beastmen. Dun, allowing her to ramble on, sighed silently within, for the sensation of his heart being brutally torn apart was too harrowing, leaving him in a state of lethargy, resigned to whatever she chose to say. However, should you continue to dwell within the hyena tribe, you shall remain enslaved, enduring a life dominated by the beastmen. Ili actually had the capability to compel Dun to release everyone. Yet she understood the futility of such an action. The notion of humans relying on beastmen for survival had become deeply ingrained within their minds. Unless they themselves altered these beliefs, passively accepting her arrangements would yield the same outcome. The thoughts and beliefs of individuals are paramount. With the threat of the hyena beastmen eradicated, some individuals felt a flicker of hope. Yet upon further reflection, they realized that without the hyena beastmen, they would still contend with the nearby cheetah beastmen and the mixed-race beastmen. What then? A number of people not only dismissed Ili's proposal, but also questioned her motives, beginning to oppose her and challenge her intentions. The beastmen regarded this with little surprise, their gazes towards Ili tinged with amusement. Ili, undeterred, surveyed those who raised their hands. They appear to be closely connected to Een and others, and a few robust young men caught her attention, which pleased her. Additionally, several young women were gathered around Een, whispering amongst themselves that, in total, 23 individuals expressed their willingness to join her human tribe. However, one thing puzzled her. There were no elderly individuals among the pure humans in the tribe. The effects of the anesthetic on Dun wore off quickly, and he was now able to stand. You promised to heal the A2 tribe and the others. Why? Ely nodded. Healing them is certainly feasible, but you must pay for the treatment. Treatment fee? The Dun was perplexed. This was a new term he had never encountered. IT refers to the cost of my healing services that I expend labor. Therefore, you must provide me with something of equivalent value in exchange. The Dun comprehended. It is akin to how our tribe provides female slaves while the cheetah tribe provides male slaves, and we share the resulting slaves, but they must also ensure the sustenance of the female slaves. Upon hearing the term slave, devoid of rights and dignity, Ely cast at Dun a fierce glare. Finding him insufferable, but the Dun, puzzled yet resolved to follow Yi Li's lead, inquired about what she required in exchange. Yi Li, with the intention of taking advantage of the situation, exchanged a few words with Een, who then led a group into the tribe. Before long, everyone emerged with various bundles: animal skins, wooden stakes, spears, clam shells, and the sharp teeth of unknown creatures, trinkets that constituted their possessions within the tribe. The Dun glanced at the items without objection. Once an agreement was reached, the group returned to their territory, albeit with a significantly larger entourage. The ropes binding the A2 tribe and the others were undone, and they trudged behind the group, their steps surprisingly lively. The A2 tribe attempted to approach Ely several times, but their injuries hindered their efforts. Along the way, Ely inquired of Een regarding the absence of elderly individuals within the tribe. Though she had anticipated this, hearing the truth from Een stirred her emotions. The tribe did not harbor idlers. Elderly individuals who had lost their capacity for labor would be expelled, leaving them defenseless in the perilous wilderness, a fate that was all too predictable. Why? Ely felt a pang of sadness. Upon returning to the tribe, she instructed Een to arrange the forthcoming matters and took by to the slope behind the cave. Baisun sensed the sorrow emanating from Yi Li and felt a twinge of sympathy. Elder beastmen received care from the tribe, yet the slaves did not. The young slaves, hailing from the human tribe, could not accept such a reality. Despite his sympathy, Baisun staunchly refused the young slaves' mating requests. He was a tiger of principles. Refusal meant refusal. His noble white tiger lineage was not to be sullied, and his pure form was not something the young slave could covet. The white tiger tribe already had several strong and robust female tigers signaling their interest in him, and he would choose one among them for mating, leaving the young slave to abandon any thoughts of such. Chapter 18. Desire to stroke fur. Although Baisun followed Yi Li to avoid the crowd, he did not venture too close, fearing that Yi Li might suddenly make an overture that would leave him weak and defenseless. He was aware that Yi Li had long coveted him. In a foul mood, Yi Li resolved to engage in activities that would uplift her spirits. With only Dabai present, she felt free to indulge her powers unnoticed, conjuring a circle of plants that ensnared a wild rabbit, giving chase until she finally pounced on it. Much like a hungry tiger seizing its prey. "Oh, you little cutie, you'll be my dinner tonight." Why? Ely ruffled the rabbit's fur, but her enthusiasm waned upon discovering the mess beneath its belly. Slightly disappointed, she glanced at Dabai, with his pristine white fur, and thought, "Oh, my darling, how I long to roll in your softness." Baisun, feeling the intensity of the young slave's gaze, turned away, his ears flushing with an unnatural hue. The young slave grew increasingly fervent, frequently signaling her interest, making it hard for him to resist. The request to roll around was met with Dabai's silent rejection. Why? Ely recalled the moment the Dun lunged at her, only to be cradled in Dabai's embrace. She longed for a repeat of that experience. After cleaning the rabbit by the water's edge, she sliced the meat into pieces, seasoned it with spices, and placed the remains in a pot for soup, gathering a handful of tender greens to wash. Dabai had grown accustomed to her peculiar knack for conjuring strange items, and inexplicably, he felt a sense of joy knowing that the young slave seemed unable to transform things in front of others. This realization lightened his spirits. "Tonight, I shall treat my darling to a fine meal." Ely skewered the rabbit meat onto sticks, slowly grilling them, while casting a flirtatious glance at Dabai. She had noticed his yearning during their previous deer roast, so this meal was specially prepared for him. There's a saying among humans that to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. Ely believed this saying could apply to pets as well. She failed to notice that the term darling left Dabai utterly mortified. The audacity of the young slave was overwhelming. The reserved and dignified white tiger thought her shameless. Such words should remain within the confines of their cave. The enticing aroma of grilled meat caused Dabai to involuntarily swallow. Curse that slave. Her methods of temptation are relentless. Come, Dabai, open your mouth. Though he inwardly loathed Yi Li's shamelessness, when a skewer of grilled meat was presented to him, Dabai ultimately succumbed to temptation. What a disgrace for a tiger. While he chewed voraciously, he reflected, delicious, but this isn't right. It's oh fragrant. Yet I mustn't be fooled. Truly delightful, but the young slave harbors ulterior motives. Nevertheless, it would be cruel to refuse her heartfelt offering. The chieftain said that the people of the human tribe are cunning and treacherous, more scheming than stars in the sky. Indeed, even this simple grilled meat has been expertly prepared to be so delectable. How about it, my darling? Is it delicious? Yi Li observed by relishing the meal, his expression content, and her smile grew warmer. If it's tasty, may I stroke your fur? Yi Li licked her lips, her eyes narrowing as she gazed at Dabai's fluffy coat. I truly wish to touch it. However, scarcely had her words escaped her lips when Dabai jolted upright, retreating 3 meters away from her. Yi Li rolled her eyes in exasperation, her gaze filled with reproach. Indeed, you understand human speech, yet you lack warmth. How stingy, Yi Li muttered, carefully calculating the distance, pondering if she could devise a clever scheme to tackle the bee. It seemed unlikely. Despite his imposing size, he was agile. Yi Li sighed, her mind racing, and suddenly a plan formed. The last skewer of grilled meat remained on the grill as she turned her back, retrieving a pouch of powder from her space and sprinkling it over the meat. After flipping it a few times to ensure the powder was fully absorbed, she declared, "All right, I'm done teasing you. Come over and finish this, and then we can head back." With an outstretched arm, she signaled that she harbored no intentions of taking advantage of the situation. Dabai regarded her with skepticism, cautiously observing her for a moment. Under her persistent urging, he finally moved his esteemed paws, sauntering over to take a bite out of a piece of meat. "Delicious," he exclaimed. As Night Li watched Dabai consume the roasted meat, she no longer concealed her ulterior motives. Her eyes began to roam over his body, contemplating where to commence her indulgent petting. The fur along his back was long and distinctly separate, seemingly a bit coarse, while the fur beneath his armpits and on his abdomen was the softest. She fondly recalled the sensation of being cradled in his embrace. Oh, what bliss! When Bai Sun met Night Li's gaze, a sense of alarm struck him. "I've been deceived," he thought, erupting in a fit of rage towards Night Li, only to find himself suddenly weak and collapsing onto the grassy ground with a thud. Night Li's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands joyously, rushing over in a flurry. "Dabai, what's the matter? Why are you lying on the ground? Is it cold? Is it dirty?" Bai Sun continued to roar. "Despicable, shameless slave! How could you resort to such vile tactics? Oh, Dabai, what's wrong? Is your injury still not healed? Allow me to examine you," Night Li said, swallowing her saliva audibly. Initially, she feigned concern as she touched a few of Dabai's wounds, but soon lost control and pounced onto him. Oh my heavens, to be enveloped in a fluffy mass. It's utterly delightful. Dabai's anguished cries of humiliation were conveniently overlooked by Night Li. "Honestly, what's wrong with a little fur stroking? You sound so dreadful. One might mistake you for a she-tiger being ravished by me." As she stroked him, Night Li jested, her expression a mixture of excitement and exhilaration. I inhale. I inhale. How exhilarating. It feels as though my life has reached its zenith. Night Li indulged in rolling on Dabai's belly, at times embracing him tightly, and at others, attempting to immerse herself entirely within this plush white tiger cushion. So comfortable, so satisfying. When Night Li finally rose from Dabai, he appeared disheveled, looking as if he had just endured a ravaging burp. She let out a satisfied belch, grinning at Dabai. Chapter 19. The considerate white tiger beast man Bai Sun fell into a state of despondency. Realizing that Night Li did not seek to mate with him, but merely coveted his fur, he was left uncertain whether to feel relieved at preserving his chastity or to mourn the fact that his vigilant defenses had been entirely misplaced. The humiliation of being rendered powerless by her manipulation, coupled with the inexplicable turmoil within, left Baisun feeling listless and bewildered. Knightley came to the realization that she had gone too far and sincerely apologized to Dabai, assuring him that she would never again act against his wishes. Yet, the overwhelming temptation of such a fluffy creature, meant to be seen but not touched, was truly torturous for her. After today's escapade, she felt she could momentarily quell her restless heart. With utmost reverence, she presented a pot of perfectly warmed rabbit bone and vegetable soup. Baisun turned his head away, devoid of any desire to even scold her. "How dare you feed me grass? I'm no rabbit, you wretched slave." Indeed, this slave was insufferable, audacious enough to do anything, yet he could not simply bite off her head. Being a tiger was truly exasperating. Once Dabai was able to stand, Knightley suggested they return to the cave. Baisun rose, casting a forlorn glance at her before silently following behind. Sighing, Knightley felt a twinge of regret. She had never anticipated that Dabai held such value in his fur. She recalled the day she first encountered him, when she had playfully tugged at his tail, nearly pulling the tip bare. Dabai had looked just as despondent then. "This will not do. How can I persuade such a fur-conscious tiger to allow me to stroke him?" She pondered, her head aching as they made their way back. They encountered Een waiting at the crossroads. Upon seeing them, she hurriedly relayed the current arrangements within the tribe, though her gaze frequently flickered towards Knightley, as if she had something to say but hesitated. Earlier, she had followed the direction of the barbecue smoke, only to witness Knightley appearing gleeful and content in the embrace of the white tiger beast man. The visual impact had been too strong for her to examine closely, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. "Starting tomorrow, I will teach you all to craft and utilize various weapons. For now, ensure you rest well tonight. By the way, has everyone had dinner?" Een nodded. They had recently caught a deer, but the roasted venison paled in comparison to the deliciousness of Knightley's cooking, leaving them somewhat unsatisfied. Not only the girls, but even the injured hyenas from the A2 tribe had little appetite. However, Een refrained from voicing this. Knightley was their master and had no obligation to provide them with roasted meat. Any occasional treat was a favor and should not be taken for granted. As the trio made their way back to the tribe, Knightley spotted a bonfire from afar, with several hyenas lounging around it. Passing through a patch of grass, she seemed to hear an awkward noise. Causing her to look back in curiosity to her surprise, she saw a man standing, clutching something, his gaze flitting between her and Een in a flustered manner. Momentarily forgetting his actions, a Ling's voice faltered as she curiously stretched her head to see, only to become panicked upon spotting In her haste to rise, she inadvertently tugged at the man, leading them both to tumble into the grass. When they emerged, the man's animal skin skirt was noticeably bulging, while a Ling fidgeted, biting her lip as she discreetly glanced at Knightley. Knightley realized what had transpired and, covering her face with her hand, turned away in exasperation. "That my goodness. You two are quite the thrill-seekers." "Master, this is Nyo," Een explained, her gaze instinctively drifting towards Nyo's lower regions. Having witnessed two intimate encounters in quick succession, a Yin's mind couldn't help but draw comparisons, judging by the sounds and expressions. It seemed the master enjoyed herself more. Knightley suddenly understood that a Ling's determination to return to the tribe was due to Nyo, instantly grasping their relationship. She nodded hurriedly, signaling Een to hasten, lest they delay the couple's affairs. Left behind, a Ling and Nyo stood in place, looking at the retreating figures of Knightley and the tiger. Feeling bewildered, they had expected a reprimand. Exchanging glances, a Ling and Nyo found mutual relief and joy reflected in each other's eyes. Upon returning to the tribe, Knightley checked the injuries of several hyenas, confirming they were not life-threatening. She decided to let them rest overnight before addressing their treatment the following day. The A2 tribe had eagerly awaited her return, and upon seeing her merely glance at them before leaving, they grew anxious, howling and tugging at her pant leg to keep her from departing. Having witnessed her scratch the chief's back earlier, they've been envious ever since, feeling uncomfortable and hoping she would do the same for them. Upon learning that Knightley intended to heal them, the two tribe lost all fear, rolling around and disregarding their dignity. As Knightley approached, although he could smell the scent of the white tiger on her, He found it impossible to restrain himself. "Scratch me. Oh, scratch me." Knightley's expression darkened immediately. While she was unaware of the A2 tribe's ill intentions, she found his shameless behavior utterly unacceptable, considering that this hyena was actually a robust male. The thought of him making such a request sent a shiver down her spine. How can a strong man behave like this? Before Knightley could voice her objections, a tiger's roar echoed throughout the entire tribe. Chapter 20. Play in the Water by Sun was taken aback by the audacity of the hyena, discovering that Knightley intended to treat them only heightened his irritation. But to his shock, the audacious creature dared to bite her pant. Leg was as if it had a death wish. Without a moment's hesitation, By Sun pounced, planting his paw firmly on the hyena's head, pressing it to the ground in a display of unrestrained fury as he growled menacingly at the A2 tribe. Previously, they had regarded him with a modicum of disdain, but now, faced with the threat of death, they felt an overwhelming sense of fear. They had no doubt that this white tiger beast man could crush their heads with a single swipe. Whimpering and begging for mercy, the A2 tribe released Knightley's pant leg, readily submitting in defeat. By Sun, still not satisfied, slashed at the hyena with his forepaws, leaving him battered and bloodied before finally relenting. Were it not for the small slave's objections, he would have flattened the wretched creature with a single blow. In his rage, By Sun failed to recognize that he now had to consider the feelings of the small slave in his actions. "Behave yourself." As Ely playfully nudged Abai, she turned to him with a radiant smile. However, Bai tilted his head, biting her by the collar and hoisting her up, proceeding to take her to the water source, where he unceremoniously tossed her into the water. Ely sputtered as she choked on a mouthful of water, attempting to surface, only to be pushed back down repeatedly by Bai's large paw. After several such presses, he finally relented. In her disheveled state, she failed to notice the slight curve of Bai's lips, his teeth bared in a grin, despite the repeated submersions and the water filling her belly. Ely's mind was remarkably clear. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, she concluded that Bai, the possessive guardian, had likely come to regard her as his own possession, not to be touched by any other creature. This realization filled her with immense joy. That we are each other's companions, she thought. Delighted, Ely allowed herself to sink deeper into the water, circling around to Bai's rear. Unaware of her intentions, Bai assumed she had simply been overwhelmed by their playful antics and had vanished beneath the surface. A fleeting moment of confusion washed over him, quickly followed by a sense of urgency as he clumsily splashed around, searching for her, completely oblivious to her presence. His unease escalated as he wished to transform into human form to better locate her. But his injuries prevented such a change. That moment of anxiety, Ely stealthily approached, bursting forth from the water, wrapping her arms around Bai's neck and entwining her legs around him, effectively hanging onto him. She nuzzled her face against his furry head, relishing the contact. Bai froze. Caught you, Bai. Now you see the error of your ways for pressing me down, with a low growl. Bai angrily flung her off, glaring at her. Yet, Ely, undeterred, clung to one of his legs. Using Ian earnestly remarked that Ely had once again summoned 3 young men to attack him. The force of their assaults was considerably more intense than that of Ian and the others. However, to Ely, they still exhibited numerous flaws, making it exceedingly simple for him to defeat them. During Yi Li's training sessions, By Sun had been lounging on his usual stone, watching intently. The more he observed, the more astonished he became, his expression gradually turning serious. The little slave was indeed formidable. No wonder he could entangle with him in the water for such an extended period. ATU, however, watched this scene with derision. He failed to recognize Yi Li's ease and instead perceived the attacks of the few slaves as utterly harmless. He believed that he could effortlessly counter them as well. It resembled a child's play. How could such a handful of slaves possibly defend the tribe? Not everyone participated in the training, as Ely had retained a few logistics personnel responsible for support tasks. Among them, a hyena orc who had been infected with the demon seed, had seemingly become the tribe's laborer and was diligently contributing to the construction of their home, while Ely instructed him to build a watchtower atop the tallest tree. Ensuring that someone was always vigilant of the surroundings, that he also crafted a bow and arrow, along with a whistle, to serve as equipment for the lookout, after teaching the elite troops several techniques for practice. Yili pondered the matter of spices and took Dabai to the spots he had previously visited. So far, she had discovered mint, perilla, Sichuan pepper, and cilantro in the vicinity, but had yet to find any cumin for the barbecued sole. The issue of spices was easily resolvable. However, soy sauce and oyster sauce presented a more significant challenge. To date, she had not identified a source of yellow beans, while the space did contain seeds for various grains, such as corn, peanuts, and sweet potatoes. She had a habit of storing seed from any plants she frequently encountered. It appeared that she would need to dig into her reserves. The soil here was fertile, and it would be a great pity not to cultivate something. Thus, Baisun watched as her slave conjured several seeds, using a branch to dig holes in the ground and bury them. A green orb of light floated in her palm, and soon the seeds broke the soil, rapidly thriving and bearing fruit. Despite having witnessed her miraculously conjure a head of lettuce before, Baisun was still astonished by this wondrous scene. The little slave was truly remarkable that Yili had successfully cultivated 2 peanut plants, 2 sweet potato plants, 2 potato plants, and 2 corn plants, yielding quick results. Sweet potatoes could reproduce via vines, while peanuts, potatoes, and corn could yield multiple crops from a single plant. Yili planned to retain one of each as seeds, attempting to propagate Earth's crops here. After collecting one plant, he intended to bring it back for others to taste. He also summoned the logistics officer, Aling, to gather some dandelion greens and cut a few sections of bamboo, discovering a nest of wild duck eggs in the process, which he took without hesitation, seeing the eggs in Yili's arms. Ayin and the others were curious, as well as the potatoes and corn she was holding, asking if she was using them to treat the injuries of the orcs in Atu's tribe. Treat injuries? How naive. With the experience of the first time, Ayin knew that the bones of the prey should not be discarded lightly. Aside from the deer ribs, 2 large bones had been kept, still adorned with a fair amount of meat. She instructed Aling to hollow out the bamboo sections and clean them thoroughly, carefully disassembling the deer ribs to fit into the bamboo tubes. She also broke the corn into pieces, shelled the peanuts, and added a few black fruits to enhance the flavor, sealing it all with leaves and wrapping a layer of yellow mud around the outside of the bamboo. Once everything was prepared, they placed the bamboo tubes into the embers of the fire. Subsequently, the sweet potatoes and potatoes were also placed in the carbon pile to roast. Once everything was set, she clapped her hands and looked up, noticing Ayin and the others staring at her, all eagerly swallowing. Chapter 22. Unlocking new culinary techniques, as the saying goes, it is difficult to transition from extravagance to frugality. Ever since Ayin had savored the roasted deer ribs she had prepared, she had truly developed a taste for it, constantly yearning for more. Now, witnessing her display her skills once again, with methods unlike their usual practices, they were filled with anticipation. Moreover, what were those round, plump items? Whatever they were, anything brought back by the master was sure to be delicious. The others were somewhat at a loss, but seeing Ayin and the others react with such astonishment, they too became filled with eager expectations. Yili felt as though she were leading a kindergarten class, and this group of children was now looking at her with hungry eyes. The potatoes and sweet potatoes were the first to be roasted. Yili used hot coals, avoiding direct contact with flames, so the potatoes and sweet potatoes appeared much the same as before, merely with slightly wrinkled skins. There were a total of 7 potatoes and 3 sweet potatoes. How should they be divided? The new arrivals and Ayin's initial reaction mirrored each other, retreating a few steps, indicating that they were not coveting her food. This was the rule of the tribe, regardless of the food. It was first consumed by the orcs. They were to keep their distance. Only eating what was left afterward at it was somewhat pitiable. This is a bit scarce. Let us share it so everyone can taste it. I want to eat it's not something rare. Once I try planting, I'm sure everyone will get a full meal, she declared, casting an assured glance at Ayin. Understanding her cue, Ayin accepted the potatoes and sweet potatoes. And after Yili explained how to eat them, each person received a portion. So soft and delicious. What is this? Yili noticed that after everyone had received their food, the way they looked at her changed somewhat. The smaller ones are potatoes, and the larger ones are sweet potatoes that I found a few on the other side of the back mountain, and thought you might not have tasted them. So I dug them up for you to try. After Yili spoke, she could see the eagerness in their eyes. But we can't pick those. We need to save them as seeds. Let me see if I can grow a batch. The crowd was not entirely clear, but since Yili said not to pick them, they refrained. Baisun stood not far away, watching her little slave persuade the others with such conviction. Her internal vigilance escalating. This little slave was far too clever. Although she reminded herself of this, for some reason, she did not find the little slave disagreeable. Baisun was utterly perplexed as the broth in the bamboo tube, near completion. Yili instructed Aling and the others to each chop a set of simple bamboo bowls and chopsticks, establishing that from now on, they would eat with bowls and chopsticks instead of using their hands. When the seal of the bamboo tube was broken, the aroma of the bamboo mingled with the scent of the deer meat immediately wafted out that Yili first distributed some dandelion greens and egg liquid into each person's bowl, pouring the rich deer bone broth in, causing the egg liquid to disperse and then solidify. The entire process felt like magic to the group of indigenous people, utterly astonishing, aside from a soup. Each person also received a rib. Finally, Yili added a few sprigs of cilantro into each person's bamboo tube. All right, eat up. It's a bit hot, so take your time. She truly resembled a kindergarten teacher, fretting over a group of youngsters. Despite her prior warnings, a few individuals still burned their tongues, pitifully sticking their tongues out like dogs to cool off. I told you it was hot. I told you to take it slow. The deer bone broth was exceptionally fresh, complemented by the flavors of the wild duck eggs and dandelions, creating a unique taste. Baisun watched as Yili shared food with everyone, yet she herself received none. Feeling somewhat discomfort, had the little slave forgotten about her? Forget it, I don't want the duck eggs or the greens. That's what a slave who can't catch prey would eat. Baisun thought disdainfully as she swallowed. He was still burdened by his identity, struggling under the weight of a 3-ton idol persona. While ATU's tribe bore no such concerns, they were adaptable and willing to endure for a delicious meal, completely unconcerned about their pride. Under ATU's leadership, a group of orcs began a howl in protest, expressing their hunger and desire for food. The unique aroma tantalized their taste buds. If they didn't get fed soon, they might choke on their own saliva from excessive secretion. Given the dental capabilities of Ian and the others, the mere deer ribs could easily be chewed and swallowed. However, after the previous experience, she was now acutely aware of the importance of bones, so she consumed the layer of meat surrounding the ribs before tossing the bones toward ATU and his band of orcs. ATU, being the son of the tribe's leader and the strongest among the orcs, was not challenged by the others and was allowed to take the bones freely. Baisun looked on with undisguised contempt as ATU happily gnawed on the remnants left by the slave. If the little slave dared to throw her leftover bones to him, he would not hesitate to bite off her head. The flavors of the deer bone broth and the roasted deer ribs were entirely different. While the ribs were more beloved for their deliciousness, the bone broth possessed its own distinctive flavor, particularly that rich broth adorned with delicate strands of egg flour as it glides down one's throat. Sends a delightful shiver throughout the body. The taste is truly exquisite. The flavors of cilantro and dandelion are somewhat peculiar, initially jarring to the palate, yet upon further savoring, one cannot resist the urge for a second, and then a third bite, until the meal is finished, leaving a lingering desire for more. Baisun, with wide eyes, watched as Yili finished his portion of food, feeling utterly dejected, yet stubbornly reassured himself that he had no desire for eggs and grass. He intended to hunt for himself later, to feast upon a deer alone. However, at present, he was unable to transform into human form, could not start a fire, let alone roast deer meat, even if he could kindle a flame. The venison he would prepare would not match the delectable taste of what the little slave could cook. How infuriating! The little slave had not prepared his food at all. She savored her meal with such delight, while he, her orc mate, had gone without. What a lack of decorum! Baisun contemplated unleashing his anger upon the little slave, but quickly reconsidered, feeling a sense of embarrassment, as if he were begging her for scraps. Akin to those dogs that he was not. Humph. Baisun rose from the stone, casting a glance at Yili, and resolved to disregard the little slave. Suddenly, a fluffy ball of cotton stirred, prompting Aim to remember that the white tiger orc had yet to eat. Frantically, she alerted Yili, who turned his head to glance at the commotion. nodding in acknowledgement, finishing the broth in the bamboo tube before seizing 2 large bones that had yet to be dealt with and rushing forward. "By darling, wait for me." Bai Sun stumbled at the affectionate term, grumbling, "Humph, don't think that flattery will make me pay you any mind." He quickened his pace. Chapter 23. Teasing the little pet darling. "Why are you walking so fast?" Bai Sun found himself in the very spot where Yili had prepared a special meal for him the previous day, a clear indication of his own hunger. Fuming with embarrassment and anger, he turned to leave, but Yili quickly intercepted him, waving the 2 large bones in her hands, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Where are you off to? Let us eat first." She had come to understand her little pet's temperament. Despite his evident desire to eat, he stubbornly refrained from showing it, even sulking in silence. Simply too adorable, but why Yili admitted that she had indeed been teasing him earlier, intending to see him protest. Yet the little fellow remained silent, displaying an admirable spirit. Bai Sun cast a glance at the 2 large bones in her possession, feeling somewhat reluctant. Bones again. How could a noble white tiger orc resort to gnawing on bones? Yet, memories of roasted venison surfaced in his mind, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma. "Come on, darling. Let us fill our bellies first, shall we?" "Just wait a moment. It won't take long," that Wiley cooed playfully to her little pet. Bai Sun, in a haughty manner, turned his head away, internally scoffing. Given the little slave's attentiveness, perhaps he could grant her another chance. Yielding to her persistence, he settled down in the familiar spot, observing Yili deftly starting a fire to roast the meat. With soy sauce and oyster sauce running low, she was reluctant to use them, so she secretly offered them to her big white. She contemplated the differences in taste between a tiger and a human, wondering if her little pet would appreciate her efforts. Initially perturbed by Yi Li's negligence, Bai Sun's annoyance faded as he watched her tenderly brush layers of soy sauce and oyster sauce over the meat, followed by a sprinkle of other spices. Realizing the scarcity of these ingredients, he understood her motivation, but a slave is merely a slave. So petty. But could she genuinely find more? Bai Sun pondered, glancing at the array of small bottles and jars nearby. Acutely aware that he had never encountered or tasted such items before. If they could be found again, the little slave would certainly conjure them up as she had with potatoes and sweet potatoes. Sharing with the other slaves, it seemed the little slave was not capable of creating everything as the familiar aroma wafted through the air. Bai Sun found it increasingly difficult to suppress his salivation. The 2 large bones still bore a generous amount of meat, and Yili roasted a layer, then sliced it, ensuring each bite was crispy and delectable, steadily feeding the morsels into Bai Sun's mouth until only the bare bones remained. There was an electric saw in the space, but it had previously been used to saw through zombies, and she felt uncomfortable using it on the bones. However, without it, she had no means to access the marrow within. "Come on, darling, help your sister break open this bone, will you?" she urged, having cleared the meat from the bones entirely. Bai Sun, despite his disdain, could not resist her persistent requests and reluctantly opened his mouth to bite at the designated spot. With a satisfying crunch, the tough bone shattered effortlessly. "Wow, darling, you're amazing." Yili praised him without reservation. "Just a small feat. An unrefined slave is easily impressed," Bai Sun retorted, soon realizing Yili's intention in this. As he released his grip, some marrow fell into his mouth, and he tasted the rich, sweet flavor of the fat, involuntarily smacking his lips. Yet he maintained his pride, staring straight ahead, not sparing a glance at the 2 bones. Yili watched his proud demeanor, her heart melting from his adorableness. "Why are you so cute?" She retrieved a small spoon from her space, scooping a generous portion of deer marrow and holding it out to Bai Sun. The translucent, gelatinous substance quivered on the spoon, looking incredibly appetizing. "Darling, have a little more." Understanding his stubborn nature, Yili gently coaxed him until he reluctantly opened his mouth, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. How delightful it must be for the little slave to serve him so closely. Bai Sun understood this, why Yili noticed how Bai Sun, despite his evident enjoyment, was determined not to show it. But the way he licked his lips betrayed his inner satisfaction. And no wonder so many willingly became caretakers for their masters. Witnessing such a charming display was simply heart-melting, in a whimsical turn of events. Just as Yili prepared to serve the final bite, she couldn't resist sprinkling a dash of chili powder. Thus, hachu, hachu, Bai Sun lost all control as the spicy flavor surged down his throat. Causing him to sneeze profusely, T rose from the grass, rubbing his face with his front paws, resembling a kitten washing its face, exuding an innocent, adorable demeanor. Why Yili couldn't help but laugh heartily, finding his antics irresistibly charming. Bai Sun, taken aback by the audacity of his little slave, was determined to tease him back. After sneezing several times, he finally felt some relief. The overwhelming sensation subsiding, he roared at Yili, leaping forward. Pinning her beneath him, mouth agape, poised to snap at her head. Yet, Yili remained unperturbed. From the weight of his paws on her chest, she could tell that beneath his fierce facade, he was merely attempting to frighten her. Feigning terror, she trembled, her tearful eyes gazing up at her little pet as she pleaded, I'm sorry, my master. I shouldn't have teased you. Please spare my life. I realize my mistake. Bai Sun was merely trying to scare her, surprised at how easily she was frightened, a useless little slave. This was merely a lesson. Should she misbehave again, he would indeed take her head. Her reaction pleased Bai Sun immensely. A satisfied grin spreading across his face, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Master, please forgive me. Yili clasped Bai Sun's paw, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. Unconsciously, her tone shifted, her fingers slipping beneath his paw, playfully pinching the soft pads. So soft, so adorable, she marveled, inadvertently displaying an utterly enchanting expression. Bai Sun paused, incredulously gazing at Yili. She dared to tease him, seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily stunned. Yili rolled away from under his paw and threw herself around his neck, burying her head in his fluffy fur. Ha. Bai Sun, you've fallen for it again. Bai Sun, filled with rage, let out a ferocious roar, flinging the person away and glaring at her with fiery indignation before turning away coldly. Chapter 24. The traitorous little slave. That detestable little slave was indeed cunning, treacherous, and utterly shameless. Bai Sun never imagined that as a proud Baihu beast man, he would be reduced to the point of being bullied by a mere little slave day after day. It was time to teach that little slave a lesson, he thought. Though he called her his master, there was no hint of respect or reverence, merely deceit. The little pet had gone berserk. That why Yili sat in place, laughing for a while before gathering her belongings to search for him. Perhaps fueled by anger, Yili searched high and low but found no trace of Dabai. When she inquired within the tribe, no one had seen him return, and her anxiety began to swell. What if something unfortunate had happened, or worse, had he been driven away by her? This simply could not stand. In a flurry of panic, Yili unwittingly ran far afield. Dabai, master, I was wrong. Please don't be angry, Yili called out, scanning her surroundings in hopes that Dabai would hear her voice. Unbeknownst to her, Dabai had been following closely behind, merely concealing his presence so that she would not discover him. Reluctantly, Bai Sun admitted that seeing Yili in such a state of distress brought a sense of balance to his heart. It was indeed time to give that little slave a lesson, why Yili was genuinely anxious. She had never imagined that Bai could be driven away by her. She recalled a joke about a couple who divorced a day after their wedding. When asked why, the wife replied that her husband snored, to which the staff member heartily agreed, stamping the papers that it was true. The second day of their marriage was hardly the time for snoring. She mused. She and her master needed to find common ground and deepen their bond to allow for playful teasing. Regret washed over her as she reflected deeply on her actions. Next time she decided to tease Dabai, she would certainly conceal her intentions well and not let him catch on. After all, how could she resist such an adorable little face? Suddenly, faint rustling came from the grass across from her. Yili's heart leapt with joy, and without hesitation, she dashed over to part the foliage. With a soft meow, she was met by the fearsome sight of two leopards baring their teeth, prompting her to stumble back several steps in fright. Known for their remarkable sprinting speed, Yili dared not underestimate them, her expression shifting to one of caution as she trained her gaze on the two formidable creatures, her wrist-mounted arrows poised for action. The arrows lacked a rapid-fire feature, and given the short distance, She could only hope to take down one, stealing herself. She faced off against the two leopards, who exchanged glances before one spoke. That little slave? Indeed, replied the other, as they scrutinized her. Rumors from the hyena tribe spoke of a little slave who had audaciously formed a slave tribe of her own and even dared to declare her intention to no longer serve as a slave. Leading a rebellion with a few others, the hyenas, it seemed, had been useless, allowing the slaves to escape. This particular slave was distinctly different from the others. Her skin was pale and delicate, appearing fragile, and instead of wearing animal skins, she donned some peculiar attire. Hence, the two leopards recognized Yi Li at once. Yi Li, however, was relieved to find that they were merely beastmen, for as long as they were human, reasoning was possible. Truth be told, when the two beasts had first meowed at her, her heart had quivered slightly. Hello there, esteemed brothers. What a pleasure it is to meet you. You both look incredibly handsome, and your fur is quite shiny. If you have no business, then farewell. Yi Li slowly began to distance herself, but to her surprise, the two leopards took a few steps closer. What do you mean? Can't we simply pass by each other? Slave, submit to our tribe, or face death. Oh dear, my temper flares, and I immediately shrink back. How unreasonable you are, to mention death upon first meeting. What no omen. Esteemed brothers, we are from the neighboring hyena tribe. I implore you to show mercy. Yi Li shamelessly invoked the name of the hyena beastmen. The two leopards were taken aback by the audacity of this little slave, who had clearly defected from the hyena tribe, yet still dared to claim allegiance to them. You think so little of us, attempting to toy with us? You have some nerve. The two leopards bared their teeth and meowed at her in unison. Truth be told, they lacked any real menace and were rather adorable. For someone hopelessly fond of fluffiness, this scene was not frightening at all. Though she felt no fear, Bai Sun was seething with rage. That insufferable little slave was trying to curry favor with the two leopards. Complimenting their looks and shiny fur was nothing short of a jest. What was so bright about that fur? It was downright ugly. And that diminutive frame, where was the charm in that? Foolish, was this little slave truly betraying him? Pledging allegiance to the two leopards? It was the utmost humiliation. Bai Sun bared his teeth, his massive claws digging into the earth in frustration, his entire being radiating fury. How could that blind slave think those leopards superior to me? The hyena beastmen say you have severed ties with your tribe and established your own. How dare you deceive us? One of the leopards transformed into human form and pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Li, expressing his discontent. This slave was anything but obedient. Yi Li's eyes lit up. Yes, a human form is much easier to deal with. She clasped her hands over her heart, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the leopard beastman. Brother, your human form is so handsome. Is the other brother just as dashing? I would love to see. Bai Sun was furious, letting out a low growl as yet another pit formed beneath him. That detestable little slave was shamelessly flattering the leopards. Praising their looks and shiny fur was a complete farce. How could she not see how unattractive they were? The two leopards exchanged glances. The man who had transformed into human form chuckling lightly, his gaze lecherously fixed on Yi Li and the tribes. There were some female slaves who would ingratiate themselves with beastmen to secure a higher status. It seemed this little slave was employing the same tactic. Yi Li spoke the truth. The leopard beastmen were lean and muscular, their faces quite handsome, unlike the grotesque figures from the A2 tribe. Especially their sun-kissed skin, complemented by their seductive leopard-patterned skirts, made them rather appealing. The other leopard also transformed into human form, both standing before Yi Li to showcase their athletic physiques, their gazes towards her laden with unspoken emotions. This little slave appeared fragile. One could only wonder if she could withstand the beastman's intense advances. The very fragility that made her captivating only heightened the two beastmen's destructive desires, eager to bring her to tears, to leave their marks upon her delicate skin. Since you admire us so much, we shall take you as our personal slave, the two leopards said with laughter. Yi Li failed to catch the meaning behind their words, maintaining her ingratiating smile while preparing for a lethal strike against one of them. Just as she raised her wrist, aiming to take down one of the men, a powerful roar resonated through the air, followed by the imposing figure of Da by appearing before her. Chapter 25. The little pet throws a tantrum. Bison was furious, setting aside the fact that Yili had already formed a bond with him. Even a typical slave would be courting death by secretly flattering other beastmen. Contemplating the audacity of the little slave who dared to act so recklessly before him, then observing her so obediently standing before the two leopards. Bison felt a fiery wrath consuming him, wishing to tear the two leopards apart immediately. And indeed, he did just that. The two leopard beastmen swiftly shifted back into their beast forms, engaging in a fierce battle with Dabai. Yili had been quite pleased to see Dabai earlier, but in the blink of an eye, she found herself worried as the two leopards clashed with her beloved pet. Could the little one hold his own against them? Yili was overly anxious, in his fury. Bison attacked with relentless ferocity, each strike precise and powerful, showing no signs of weakness against the two leopard beastmen. What once felt soft and cushioned against her now bore sharp claws, leaving the leopards battered and bloodied. Seeing the savage state of the opponents broke Yili's heart. With the leopards refusing to back down despite their injuries, they were determined to fight Dabai to the bitter end. Forget it, Dabai. I'm unhurt. Let them go. In the current circumstances, it is neither appropriate nor wise to incite discord between the human tribe and the cheetah tribe. Bison felt an even greater surge of anger upon hearing her words. The little slave indeed harbored intentions of betrayal, urging him to release the two cheetahs. The more he pondered this, the more infuriated he became. Bison, instead of halting, became increasingly frenzied, longing to shred the two loathsome creatures before him. Nightly watched in alarm, astonished by the prowess of her little pet. She recalled the moment she found it, when the little creature was besieged by several hyena beastmen, left in a pitiful state. Had she not intervened, it would surely have perished. However, witnessing the overwhelming dominance with which Bison faced the two cheetahs now left her puzzled. If Bison was indeed so formidable, then the mere hyenas should not have inflicted such grievous wounds. In the brief moment Knightley was lost in contemplation, Bison had already subdued the two cheetahs, pinning one down with a paw, its claws pressing into the artery at its neck. Any slightest movement from the cheetahs would spell instant death. Though they had not yet met their end, their condition was undeniably dire. Knightley observed in confusion. Her Bison fought as if it were a woman, merely scratching them, while the two cheetahs bore not a single unblemished patch of skin. What a pity it was for their alluring leopard print pelts to spare her pet from exhaustion. Knightley seized the opportunity, while the cheetahs were distracted, to administer a quick jab to each of them. Bison now comprehended why the hyenas he had previously battled always ended up utterly powerless and immobile. It was indeed the little slave orchestrating it all behind the scenes, observing the little slave's pained expression. Her eyes filled with concern for the creatures before her. Bison let out a cold laugh, released his grip, and departed in silence. Yes, a noble, white tiger beast man. He would not allow himself to compete for affection with two cheetahs. Compete for affection? Not at all. He deemed it beneath him to even consider them worthy of comparison. Bison's steps as he moved forward had the air of a hasty retreat. If this little slave had chosen the two cheetahs, then he would take his leave. With a flick of his tail, he brushed against a nearby branch, causing a lock of black hair tied at the tip of his tail to become snagged. He turned to glance back, but left without a trace of longing. Knightley, instinctively following the silhouette of Bison, was unprepared for the sight that met her eyes, her heart sinking into panic. Her little pet was indeed sentient. It remembered her words from before. She had declared that once it had her hair, it would belong to her forever. Now, as the creature had dislodged her hair, did this not imply? How could this be? Bison, I was wrong. Please don't leave me. She frantically retrieved a bamboo whistle and blew into it, not waiting for others to respond, and recklessly pursued Bison. Bison, intent on leaving, feared that remaining any longer might compel him to take the little slave's life. The little slave had saved him, and now he would let her go, setting the score even. Knightley saw a fluffy figure leap across the grass, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. She stood still for a moment, closing her eyes as she concentrated her wood-based abilities to their fullest extent. Thankfully, being in the wild surrounded by plants allowed her to easily sense Bison's position. She pursued relentlessly, stopping intermittently, but the distance between her and Bison only widened. Bison, come back. Is it not enough that I was wrong? Please return. Nightly shouted towards Baisun, infusing her voice with her powers, ensuring it reached his ears through the plants. Baisun was taken aback to realize he had run so far, yet Nightly was still in pursuit. Glancing around, but finding no trace of her. Was it merely an illusion? He surveyed the surroundings again. Still no sign of Nightly, and instead of rushing off, he settled down on a large rock to rest. Nightly sensed that Baisun had ceased moving, and despite feeling somewhat drained, she pressed on. Upon finally encountering Baisun, she was utterly exhausted, her complexion pale. Baisun, please don't go, don't leave me. The distance between them still stretched over 100 meters, yet upon spotting the fluffy mass that was Baisun, her heart finally eased. Perhaps her earlier declaration of wanting to rely on Baisun was hasty. Yet she knew deep within that she had chosen him. This proud little creature, with its soft white fur that could melt one's heart, had charged forth to protect her in times of peril. She would not so easily let him go. Baisun, initially lethargic, lifted his gaze to stare at Nightly, ultimately choosing not to flee. The little slave appeared so fragile. Having chased after him, her arms bore multiple cuts, and her hair was in disarray, her overall condition far from ideal. His heart softened, but recalling how Nightly had fawned over the two cheetah beastmen reignited his fury. He diverted his gaze, pretending not to notice her. After resting for a moment, Nightly approached Baisun. The large fluffy figure lay atop the stone, soft and plush, evoking a sense of tenderness in her heart. Even its little tantrums were utterly adorable. Who could bear to part with such a master? Without further ado, she plopped down before Baisun, crying and throwing a fit to gain his sympathy, knowing full well that her little pet was soft-hearted. Having feigned tears, she soon realized that Baisun regarded her with an expression of detached amusement, clearly having seen through her ruse. Nightly felt no embarrassment. Instead, she offered a charming smile, reaching out to embrace him. Only for Baisun to turn his head away, the subtlety of his movement conveying his clear intent. It seemed that unless she clarified the situation, the little creature would not allow her close. I had no idea you were nearby. Encountering those two cheetah beastmen was terrifying. Their speed in beast form is astonishing. I had no choice but to deceive them into reverting to their human forms, making it far easier to deal with them. But of course, had I known you were nearby, I would never have demeaned myself by flattering their looks or praising their splendid fur. Throughout the ordeal, she had pondered that Baisun must not leave her due to her minor antics. Since Baisun had clearly been within earshot, he must have heard her words directed at the two cheetah beastmen. Given that Baisun had enclosed her within his territory, it was no wonder he would feel discomfort. Coupled with the fact that he had cast aside her hair, Nightly swiftly deduced the truth. Was the little creature feeling jealous? I've been so wronged. Those two ugly beasts, though they may have fur, what do they know of dignity? Their colors are neither black nor white, not at all comparable to my Baisun, who is immaculate and beautiful, with not a trace of blemish. Oh, I shudder to recall the insincere words I uttered. They make me feel quite ill. Those two beasts truly believe my flattery. What were they thinking? With a heavy heart, Nightly lamented how she should have guessed that Baisun would not be able to trust her to roam the wilderness alone. The loss had been substantial, and the mere thought of the two cheetah beastmen made her eyes sting. Thankfully, Baisun had marred their pelts, giving them a less than flattering appearance. Otherwise, she feared the other maidens in the tribe would be repulsed. Baisun felt a tinge of embarrassment, unwilling to admit that his actions had been motivated by a desire to ruin their fur. However, hearing the little slave speak of it now made him feel a sense of accomplishment. Baisun, return with me. I only desire you, my tiger. I want to even glance at any other furry creature. Nightly coaxed him with gentle words, realizing that the little slave held no treacherous intentions towards him. Baisun finally felt at ease, beginning to sympathize with her plight. The fragile little slave had uttered so many insincere words for the sake of survival. If he were to abandon her, how would she manage alone? Feeling buoyed, Baisun relaxed, stretching his limbs luxuriously, exuding an air of languid contentment. Nightly gazed at the slight glimpse of his exposed belly, the fur soft and fine, and she faintly remembered the sensation of being cradled in his embrace. She felt a pang of longing, but dared not act impulsively. As the saying goes, it was not yet time for slumber. Nightly retrieved the lock of hair Baisun had discarded and replaced it with a red string, fashioning it into a pendant that could hang around his neck. The question remained. How would she persuade Sun to wear it? She had promised that once he had her hair, he would be hers, and there could be no turning back. Sun, having noticed her lock of hair, felt his ears twitch and quietly redden. Thankfully, with his abundant fur, Knightley could not discern his embarrassment. "My dear, you dropped this when you left." "Luckily, my keen eyes spotted it. Shall we wear it together?" "It will be easy to keep around your neck." As Ely spoke, an undeniable sense of guilt washed over her as she furtively glanced at Dubai Stark. Beartail tea. Tea was quite puzzling. Despite the passage of several days, it remained devoid of any fur. She wondered if Dubai had noticed. Sun, feigning aloofness, turned his head away, refusing to meet her gaze. Ely, emboldened by the prospect of success, leaned in closer and reached out her hand. Dubai flinched slightly, but the movement was negligible. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Ely showered him with compliments, and at long last, she managed to secure a connection. She adjusted the length of the rope, allowing a small tuft of black hair to peek out from the mass of white fur. Truly, raising a pet was more taxing than raising a child. Although she had never cared for a child herself, she recalled that her own childhood had been far less tumultuous than Dubai's antics. Once her spirits lifted, fatigue crept in, and Ely leaned against a rock. Drowsiness enveloping her. Dubai, noticing the sun had dipped to the horizon, grew concerned that the little slave might catch a chill, prompting him to rise. His sudden motion roused Ely from her stupor, and she blinked dully at him. "Foolish slave," Sun thought disdainfully, leading Ely away from their previous location. Ely had been so focused on catching up with Dubai that she had run quite a distance without paying attention to their direction. Now, as she relaxed, a flicker of worry surfaced. "Dubai, I don't recognize the way back. Oh, you remember? We must hurry, or I fear for Ian and the other's safety if I can't recall the path. We'll have to devise a new plan once my abilities are restored." Ely proceeded to explain her reluctance to confront the leopard beastman, analyzing the current situation for Dubai. Well, she didn't expect him to grasp everything. She believed that with time, he would grow wiser through her teachings. Dubai's pace remained steady as he navigated the wilderness with Ely. However, as they continued, he noticed the distance between them increasing, and her expression grew weary. "Dubai, let us take a moment to rest. I can scarcely continue," she panted, doubling over with her hands on her knees. "Useless little slave," Sun muttered under his breath. Halting his steps, Ely sought out a clean spot to sit, and even from a few paces away, Sun could clearly hear her labored breathing. She occasionally patted her chest, evidently exhausted. Suddenly, Ely blinked and extended her hand towards Sun, revealing a diminutive seed nestled in her palm. "Dubai, how about I perform a little magic for you?" Without needing to guess, Sun knew her intention was to induce the growth of a plant. It was hardly a novel spectacle to him. With a hint of disdain, he averted his gaze, signaling his indifference to the act. "Look, it's quite beautiful," Ely urged, shifting her position to stand directly before him. Sun turned his head once more, but she persisted in her pursuit. As if fatigue had vanished entirely, Sun succumbed to her determination, fixing his gaze upon her to see what she would conjure. What unfolded before him was indeed a sight he had never witnessed, an actual flower. Under Sun's watchful eye, the tiny seed in Ely's palm sprouted, rapidly growing larger, its verdant leaves unfurling, prickly stems protruding, culminating in a budding flower, a faint hint of red visible at its tip point. One could only wonder what magnificent view awaited when it bloomed. Ceasing her manipulation of her abilities, Ely encased the rose's roots in a clump of soil and presented it to Dubai. "Would you like to know what kind of flower this is and how it looks?" she inquired with a smile. Surprisingly, Sun felt a genuine curiosity, yet Ely chose this moment to halt, leaving him in suspense. Nevertheless, he remained stoic, turning his head away, feigning disinterest while his peripheral vision remained fixated on her. Ely fought to suppress her laughter, delighting in her pet's haughty demeanor, though her expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. "What a pity my abilities have waned. Otherwise, I could have made it bloom." Abilities? Sun quickly seized upon the term. So that power which accelerated plant growth was deemed abilities? Was the conjuration of objects also considered abilities? His mind swirled with questions, but as he pondered, Yi succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed on the ground, drifting off to sleep. Surely, she must be utterly drained. He recalled how Yi had stealthily approached Een and the others using plans to aid them. That it was likely that she had employed her abilities to pursue him this entire way. Otherwise, how could her fragile frame have kept pace with him? Nightfall had descended, and the temperature plummeted significantly after sunset. Why Yi sleeping here would undoubtedly lead to her catching a chill. Baisun struggled internally, then bit down on the fabric of her clothing to lift her, but she merely swatted at his face and rolled over, returning to slumber. Fool, Baisun growled in frustration, scratching at the ground, questioning why he even cared if the little slave would catch a chill. Such foolishness deserved its consequences. Yet, having witnessed countless younglings perish due to neglect from their parents, he couldn't help but see her as fragile as one of them. Look at her arms. A mere brush from a plant could leave a mark. Utterly helpless, as the night deepened, Baisun found himself increasingly agitated. This foolish slave could chase him down, but lacked the capability to find her way back. It was infuriating that if making a momentous decision, Baisun clamped down on Yi's collar and, with a gentle toss of his head, hoisted her onto his back. The instant Yi settled against him, it felt as though she had not only landed on his back but also struck his heart, leaving a heavy sensation that was quite unsettling. Indeed, the back of a beast man was not meant to bear the weight of others lightly. The budding plant remained on the ground, and Baisun had initially intended to ignore it. Yet inexplicably, he used his paw to scoop it up and likewise tossed it on his back as he hurried back. Baisun unconsciously softened his steps, striving to maintain a steady pace. He justified this to himself, claiming it was to prevent the little slave from falling off and injuring herself, not to ensure her comfort. What Baisun did not realize was that the little slave he believed to be asleep was, in fact, silently grinning from ear to ear, filled with delight, and unable to suppress a slight tremor of her body. Baisun halted, casting a suspicious glance over his shoulder, only to find the little slave clinging tightly to the fur on his back, her face nearly buried in the fluffy coat, mumbling how cold it was. Foolish slave, it's much colder sleeping on the ground, Yi thought, feeling as though she might perish from sheer happiness at that moment. What divine treatment this was. Though she was indeed fatigued, she was far from incapable of moving. As a member of the vanguard, she possessed not only abilities but also impressive physical stamina. Not only could she walk back to the tribe, but she could even sprint the entire way if needed. Yet, as the saying goes, a moment of vulnerability can foster deeper bonds. Thus, by reclining on the ground, she found herself atop the back of Dabai, a long-desired position that why Yi felt a surge of pride, knowing she must not let Dabai realize her contentment. So she endured the internal struggle, careful not to take undue advantage of his generosity, content to lie still without reaching out or fidgeting. Even so, it was blissful enough for her that Dabai's back was broad and stable, assuring her she would not tumble off, and it was remarkably comfortable, far superior to any expensive rug. The warmth, the softness, the genuine fur, and the built-in massage function. Oh my, what a treasure! If only one day Dabai would sincerely invite her to sit with him. Perhaps it was the overwhelming comfort that lulled Yi into a peaceful slumber. For when she awoke, she found herself near the tribe that Dabai had evidently deposited her without her awareness. Baisun remained lost in the astonishing reality that he had carried the little slave all this way, nearly questioning the nature of his own existence. Perhaps it was his inherent kindness. He mused at Dabai. "Did you bring me back?" "Thank you," Yi expressed, feigning a hint of confusion before sincerely thanking him. Glancing at the moon's position, she estimated it must be well past midnight. The pair made their way toward the tribe, soon coming into the line of sight of the sentinels, with Een joyfully rushing out to greet her. With the tribe newly established, her sudden disappearance had stirred anxiety, especially after they had apprehended 2 leopard beastmen earlier in the day. The inhabitants had spent the night in restless anticipation, fearing the worst. "Master, did you encounter any danger?" Een exclaimed with relief upon seeing both Yi and Baisun unharmed. Why Yi was the heart of the tribe. Without her, it would surely falter. It's nothing. Merely a delay. The bonfire at the cave entrance still blazed, but aside from a few hyenas, 2 additional leopards were now present. Their condition was dire. Dubai had inflicted numerous wounds upon them, and they appeared weak from blood loss, merely managing to lift their eyelids and emit faint mews upon spotting Yili. Poor things, Yili thought, avoiding the gazes of others as she channeled a bit of her abilities into the two leopards to sustain their lives, instructing Ain to tend to their injuries. The two leopard beastmen felt utterly pitiful, and their suffering was compounded as the group of slaves began to torment their wounds, leaving them in a state worse than death. How despicable, they lamented, their mews growing softer. Fools, that as to treat your wounds, be quiet, Bison retorted. EU could no longer contain his annoyance and roared at the two cheetahs. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have never dared to do so. Although they were part of the same triad of nearby tribes, the hyena clan relied solely on their numerical superiority when it came to a one-on-one confrontation with the orcs from the cheetah clan. The only option was to tuck their tails between their legs and flee. Insulting them directly, calling them fools, was an act of audacity beyond their means that was akin to the previous arrangements regarding the breeding slaves. The breeding duties fell upon their hyena clan, while the breeding slaves of the cheetah clan could indulge without cause. Why should they receive half of the slave offspring? Was it not simply because the cheetahs were stronger? They had no choice but to bow to their might. However, the situation had changed. Observing the naive demeanor of the cheetah orcs as they mewled, Etiyu, who had come to treat their wounds just days prior, felt a surge of superiority, convinced that he was far superior to the cheetah orcs. Country bumpkins, just a bunch of ignorant fools without any backbone. The cheetah orcs had initially thought that Ain was skinning them, only to realize she was administering treatment. Upon learning the truth, the two cheetahs became noticeably quieter, enduring their pain in silence, determined not to lose face before the hyenas. The two cheetahs were sent by their tribe to gather intelligence, and, after a night of absence, their leader grew concerned that something might have happened to them, prompting him to lead a party to the hyena tribe. Eventually, the hyena chief arrived at the human settlement, accompanied by individuals from the cheetah tribe. Ili had anticipated this development, instructing Ain and others to venture out early to procure a substantial amount of game. Wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits, though modest in size, were plentiful. The chickens were marinated in salty black fruit, stuffed with mint leaves, and the little soy sauce she had was diluted and evenly spread over the chickens, which were then wrapped in leaves and covered with a layer of yellow clay before being buried in the fire to create a traditional dish. The wild ducks were butchered and cooked in bamboo tubes to make duck soup. The rabbits were skewered and roasted, brushed with honey once cooked, and a hastily summoned perilla plant was prepared, with its leaves meticulously arranged. After these preparations, her gaze flickered as she summoned a catnip plant, adding its leaves alongside the perilla. Today, Ain and the others would not partake in a meal. They could only stand by and watch as Yili showcased her culinary skills. Besides, they lacked the courage to dine alongside the orcs. Not long after everything was ready, Dun and his companions arrived. From a distance, Yili observed them, reminiscent of primal tribes from Africa. Several men adorned with beast teeth, equipped with wooden tools and shells, all clad in alluring leopard print skirts, each holding a long wooden spear. Besides distinguishing the orcs by their animal skin skirts, one could also identify them by their hair colors. For instance, the hyena orcs sported hair reminiscent of trendy styles, while the cheetah orcs had dark green hair that shimmered like gemstones in the sunlight, far surpassing the hyena's yellow locks. Their physiques were impressive, prompting Yi Li to whistle inwardly. The only benefit of living in a world of beasts appeared to be the opportunity to admire the numerous well-built men and women adorned in scant attire. Upon confirming that Atu and his companions were alive and their injuries were healing, scabs forming and their spirits seemingly high, Dun's gaze toward Yili shifted slightly. The two cheetahs, still lacking vigor, mute upon seeing their tribe leader, unsure if they were complaining, as the cheetah chief's expression darkened. "Are you the rebellious slave?" The cheetah leader was a striking young man, tall and lean, his physique devoid of any excess fat, each muscle seemingly brimming with latent strength. Ili could not fathom how this thought infiltrated her mind, yet the feeling was undeniable. Such a sculpted and powerful physique. Impressive indeed. The other cheetah orcs were equally commendable, all possessing chiseled forms that were the result of genuine exertion rather than gym training. vastly superior to the hyena's unimpressive figures. At least, the physiques of ATU's group paled in comparison to those of the cheetah orcs. And Yili found nothing remarkable about it. Bai Sun, watching from a distance, instinctively recalled Yi Li's compliment about those two cheetahs. Brother, your human form is quite handsome. The little slave had been gazing at one of the cheetahs for quite some time. Was it due to his handsomeness? Bai Sun growled in discontent, drawing the attention of Dun and the cheetah orcs. Yili recognized her prolonged gaze upon the cheetah orcs and, feeling guilty, turned to glimpse at Bai, only to find him staring intently at her. She quickly donned a charming smile and made a pleading expression. Bai, don't act up. Bai Sun grasped the situation, begrudgingly retreating. Yili had repeatedly emphasized cooperation. And though he felt discontent, he could not voice it, leaving him to stew in frustration. If the little slave dared to gaze too long at those cheetahs, he would withhold his affection, regardless of rebellion or not. In my view, all are born equal. Humans need not rely on orcs to thrive. They can live splendidly on their own. Yili spoke casually while brushing honey over the roasted rabbit. By the time Dun and the others arrived, they had already caught the enticing aroma of the meat, though it differed from anything they had encountered before. In simpler terms, it was far more alluring, making it impossible for them to refrain from swallowing. Such a disgrace. The orcs endeavored to maintain their dignity, yet their eyes continually darted toward the roasting meat. Meanwhile, ATU's group had long been salivating at the sight of the meat on the grill. What are you applying? Dun, feeling somewhat familiar with Yi Li, took it upon himself to inquire. Honey, have you ever tasted it, Dun? I prepared some food. Would you two leaders care to join us for a meal while we converse? Dun immediately responded with enthusiasm. Absolutely. The cheetah chief directed a dissatisfied glare at the two cheetahs of his clan before barking at Yi Li. I don't care which tribe you belong to, but those who have harmed my people must pay with their lives. He offered not an ounce of face. Yi Li's expression darkened as she ceased brushing honey, and Bai growled in agreement, glaring at the cheetah chief. Instead of backing down, the cheetah chief transformed into his beastly form, mewling at Bai. How adorable! Yi Li couldn't help but admire for a moment, but recalling Bai's presence, she quickly composed herself. Just injuries. No lives were taken. Moreover, it was they who struck first. They showed me disrespect, and, as the leader of my tribe, I cannot let them go unpunished without losing face. With her words, tensions escalated, and several cheetah orcs transformed, entering a state of readiness for battle. Bai stood, pacing to shield Yi Li. Confronting the cheetahs, ATU's group was baffled. The food was prepared, so why were they fighting? They cast resentful glances at the cheetah orcs, thinking if you don't want to eat, then don't, but don't delay our meal. Dun shared the same sentiment as ATU's group, exasperated as he looked at the cheetahs. Unable to comprehend their quarrel at such a moment, by the way, how should I address this cheetah chief? In this tense atmosphere, Yi Li resumed her previous demeanor, pulling out a roasted chicken. The cheetah chief was unsure of Yi Li's intentions, but introduced himself nonetheless, his gaze drawn to the roasted chicken in her hands. Yi Li cracked open the layer of clay covering the chicken, releasing an aromatic steam that filled the air, captivating everyone's attention. Such a delightful aroma! Yi Li carefully peeled away the charred leaves, and Ain approached with a bamboo tube, which Yi Li tilted slightly to let the broth flow out. Meticulously cleaning her hands, all were entranced by her actions, momentarily forgetting their purpose. Yi Li then pulled off a chicken leg, the force causing the entire chicken to jolt, juices flowing freely and the scent wafting through the air. Gulped out a chorus of swallowed, saliva echoed. Yi Li extended the leg toward Bai. Here, Bai, give it a try. Let me know if it's good. Bai bit off the entire leg, chewing contentedly, the surrounding fur shimmering with the drippings, moving rhythmically with his chewing. Though she asked if Bai enjoyed it, Yi Li continued to feed him, offering him the leg, wings, breast, and back, along with the glistening skin. In no time, the entire chicken had been consumed, with Yi Li feeding Bai in several bites. How was it? Delicious. Now, try this duck soup. As Yi Li's voice fell, Ain stepped forward and presented her with a pair of finely crafted bamboo chopsticks and a bowl. The utensils had been meticulously polished, their surfaces smooth and rounded, devoid of any splinters. Yili cracked open a large bamboo tube resting on the grill, pouring out duck meat and broth, garnishing it with a sprinkle of cilantro leaves before using the chopsticks to offer a piece of duck to Dabai. Dabai took a bite, his expression betraying his dissatisfaction. It was far inferior to roasted chicken. Yili remained silent, gently feeding Dabai bite after bite of duck meat from the bowl. Ultimately pouring the remaining broth into his eager mouth. Dabai smacked his lips, revising his earlier opinion. This peculiar duck broth was indeed delightful. The onlookers could all see the satisfaction radiating from Dabai's face. It seemed that only then did Yili remember the presence of others nearby. With an exclamation, she instructed Ain to prepare bowls of soup for several ailing individuals that had done. Would you care for a bowl as well? Shall we discuss matters while we eat? Yili inquired. Observing his son devouring the food voraciously, Dun found it impossible to refuse. He accepted the bowl of soup from Ain and slurped it down. Wow, what a marvelous flavor! Within a few mouthfuls, he had consumed the entire bowl of soup along with the duck meat, and he looked eagerly at Yili, glancing down at the fire pit, wondering if there might still be roasted chicken available. Sensing his thoughts, Yili promptly unearthed a beggar's chicken, breaking open the clay seal and unwrapping the leaves. Ain approached with another bamboo tube to help Dun wash his hands. Mimicking Yili's earlier actions, Dun washed his hands and eagerly tore off a chicken leg, opening his mouth wide to devour it, bones and all. His eyes lit up instantly. How astonishingly delicious. It was hard to believe that they had previously scorned such small creatures with so little meat and so many bones that Atu watched in disbelief as his father nearly polished off the roasted chicken, barking for a share. Only then did Dun remember his son and reluctantly tossed a piece of chicken wing in his bowl. Faye, would you care to join us in our meal? Yili lifted her gaze to Faye. The chief, who had been tense until now, felt his guard drop at her question, and the saliva he had been suppressing finally went down the wrong way, causing him to cough several times. Looking rather awkward, Yili could not help but chuckle, patiently waiting for him to finish coughing before looking his way again. Faye, now transformed into his human form, exhibited a blush of embarrassment, and Yili directly handed him a bowl of duck soup. Knowing the adage about how one is at the mercy of the one who feeds them, Yili had deliberately prepared this food to welcome them. After finishing the duck soup, Faye's gaze subtly drifted to the fire pit below. Understanding, Yili quickly fetched a beggar's chicken for him. The taste was beyond description. Being younger, Faye could not maintain the same composure as Dun. Having eaten her duck soup and roasted chicken, he felt he could not hold his head high in her presence. His cheeks flushed. Unable to meet her gaze, he regretted his lack of restraint. How could he negotiate now? At that moment, Yili began to speak of serious matters. However, both Dun and Faye appeared distracted, their eyes wandering to the roasted wild rabbit on the grill. Having eaten chicken and duck soup, they had yet to taste the rabbit. The rabbit's skin was perfectly crisp, and when Yili sliced through it with a shell, they could distinctly hear the crack, followed by the rich fat dripping down into the fire, igniting a brilliant flare. That I was merely strolling through my own territory when you two suddenly appeared, demanding explanations. Had it not been for Dabai being nearby, I might have been fearful, Yili thought, yet her hands remained busy, wrapping a piece of roasted rabbit in perilla leaves to feed Dabai. Initially reluctant to eat greens, Dabai had promised Yili he would cooperate, and thus he indulged. To his surprise, the taste of the greens was quite pleasant, especially when paired with roasted rabbit meat, an unexpected delight. Pa, I do not relish grass. Faye nodded absently, indicating he understood the situation. Now that they are injured, I am responsible for healing them. Not just now, but in the future if anyone in your tribe is injured. They may be brought to me for treatment. However, in return, you must offer compensation, exchanging goods of equivalent value. Yili fed by the last of the roasted rabbit. Her words reached their conclusion, and Faye merely nodded in agreement, offering no objections. From this day forth, our tribe shall coexist without interference. Of course, should assistance be required, we shall be more than willing to lend a hand. I hope that humans and beastmen can coexist peacefully, rather than harbor mutual animosity and exploitation. Upon finishing, she finally retrieved a roasted wild rabbit from the grill, placing it before Faye and Dun. Accepting this roasted rabbit equated to an endorsement of her words. The earlier confrontation dissipated into calmness. Done, disregarding all else, joyfully accepted the rabbit, deftly slicing off a piece of roasted meat with the shell as waste. Mimicking Yu Li's actions by wrapping it in perilla leaves before savoring it. Fei, whose mind had been somewhat clear, found it muddled again by the sound of the dun devouring the meat. Chapter 30, forcing me to become all-powerful. With the perilla leaves nearly consumed, Fei reached for the catnip beside them, rolling it into the roasted rabbit meat. What a delightful flavor, he thought, feeling as if his entire being had melted into bliss. Yili felt a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain of the effects of catnip on leopards, but seeing Fei's expression, she was relieved. After all, a big cat could hardly escape the allure of catnip's delightful taste. Once Fei had consumed the entire roasted rabbit, he eagerly transformed into his beast form, rolling on the ground in delight, finally lying sprawled out, utterly relaxed. Meow. How comfortable. How enjoyable. The dun looked at Fei with disdain. Such a child. Is this how one behaves after eating roasted rabbit? Youngsters lack composure. Yet he couldn't help but ponder how delicious the human tribe's food was. He mused that if he were 20 years younger, he might have acted just like Fei. Fei's antics left the other leopards bewildered. Is it truly that delicious? They wondered, swallowing hard, though they dared not ask, after resolving matters with the leopard tribe. Yili finally felt a sense of relief and began to focus on trial planting some crops. The previously cultivated potatoes and peanuts had reached the stage of bearing seeds. Yili had them harvested and cleared a suitable plot of land to plant these crops. She discovered that growing Earth's crops here required a remarkably short time to reach harvest. For instance, peanuts, which typically took 3 to 4 months on Earth, only needed half a month here. And oh wonder, she felt that utilizing her abilities to promote plant growth had become significantly easier since arriving. After ensuring the first batch of crops was reserved for seed, they expanded their cultivated land several-fold. In another half-month, the tribe's staple food supply would be assured. Additionally, she designated a large area to capture wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits, allowing them to thrive in this space to her delight. The leopard beastmen were highly capable. The next day, they brought her 5 ewes and 2 rams. Even more surprisingly, 2 of the ewes were pregnant, soon to give birth, contributing to the flock's growth. The purpose of this endeavor was to ensure that the tribe could be self-sufficient in food, minimizing the need for hunting and avoiding unnecessary conflicts with the beastmen. During this time, several hyenas and leopards had fully healed and could move about freely. Not leaving? Yili frowned at a yin's response. Now that you are well, you should return to your tribe. Why remain here? Ian stifled a laugh, finding their responses entirely justifiable. After all, the delicacies of the tribe were simply too delectable. Indeed, master, she continued, Eddie mentioned that his shoulder still aches, and he prefers not to return for the time being. Yili clicked his tongue, informing Ian that their decision to remain was acceptable, but they must contribute to the tribe's labor. Otherwise, they could not continue to indulge in free meals and drinks. Tasks such as weeding and pest control in the planting area, as well as waste collection in the breeding zone, all required manpower, as the tribe did not support idleness. Ian acknowledged this, resolving to assign work to these orcs starting tomorrow. She then inquired whether she should dine with them or separately with Dabai. Upon learning that the human and the tiger would be having their meal alone, Ian began to prepare dinner. By now, they had acquired a basic understanding of several spices and fundamental cooking techniques, enabling them to create delightful dishes independently, though they still fell short compared to Yi Li's culinary skills. Dabai, discerning in his tastes, refused to partake in the food prepared by others, insisting solely on Yi Li's cooking. Consequently, the duo often sought alternative sources for their meals, aside from their culinary pursuits. Ian realized that improvements were needed in their attire. It was impractical to perpetually wear animal hides. She was on the verge of running out of clothing and was unwilling to emulate others who donned a patchwork of hides, leaving gaps in between. The thought of such a sight was simply unacceptable to her. Must she delve into the art of weaving? The intricacies of textile making were foreign to her, though she grasped the basic steps. Sighing, she resolved to plant mulberry and hemp first and wondered if silkworms existed in this world. Oh, and what of soy sauce? Would she need to master its brewing techniques as well? The thought overwhelmed her with trepidation. While advertisements often detailed the soy sauce fermentation process, the reality of execution was far more daunting. Yi Li was plagued by worries, feeling as though the heavens were compelling her to become a polymath. Bai Sun, on the other hand, harbored dissatisfaction with Yi Li that wasn't the little slave misplacing her priorities, preoccupied with trivial pursuits while neglecting her master. Daily, she merely flattered him to maintain his goodwill, and the quality of their meals had noticeably declined. The phrase he heard most frequently was, "Make do with what you have," that he refused to accept mediocrity, feeling increasingly neglected by Yi Li, who seemed to have lost interest in him. It had been ages since she affectionately referred to him as darling. Though it was somewhat embarrassing to admit, it made him feel as if he were overly fond of being called such. Yet, did this not signify that Yi Li no longer cherished him? A glaring indication was that she no longer sought to take advantage of him as she once did. Was it because other orcs had appeared in the tribe that the presence of other furry beings had satisfied her needs? Leaving him obsolete, Chapter 31 emphasizes the importance of monogamy. Unbeknownst to Yi Li, her little pet was harboring unspoken emotions. She had been overwhelmed with responsibilities as the tribe faced numerous challenges, requiring her to take the lead in every matter. While she did not have to handle everything personally, merely conveying her intentions and clarifying how tasks should be carried out was exhausting in itself. To say she was mentally drained would be an understatement. Every morning greeted her with a plethora of worries, and at night, she longed for a deep slumber without interruption. How could she find time to tease her little pet? Even the simplest caresses required strategic finesse, let alone the more intimate gestures. Moreover, truth be told, the two cheetahs were quite appealing. Though she could not truly indulge, merely watching them alleviated her restlessness. Those little leopards were irresistibly adorable, mewing and rolling around for treats. Why should she exhaust herself trying to take advantage of Dubai? After all, she was merely caring for a pet, not entering into a marriage that would restrict her options. Owning one pet did not preclude her from enjoying the company of others. The most distant separation in the world might be when one feels bound by a deep bond while the other perceives it as simply possessing a pet. Bai Sun trailed silently behind Yi Li. Consumed by sorrow and desolation, he felt a sense of discontent, but was unsure how to express it. If he voiced his feelings, where would that leave his pride as a white tiger? Yet he found himself indifferent to that concern. As they traversed familiar paths and vegetation, Yi Li was met with an all-too-familiar yet embarrassing sound. However, it seemed the owner of one of the voices had changed. Yi Li was perplexed as to why Nyo consistently chose this particular spot for his activities, feeling embarrassed on her behalf. Upon Nyo's cessation of movement, the woman on the ground lifted her head, glancing out with curiosity, and cheerfully greeted Yi Li frowned. It was not a Ling, but another girl named Amu. "What is going on? Weren't you with a Ling?" Yi Li could not help but inquire. The last time she had stumbled upon this scene, a Ling and Nyo had immediately ceased their actions. Recently, as everyone had grown more comfortable with one another, it seemed the two had continued their rendezvous until she arrived. A Ling was pregnant and no longer needed to mate with Nyo, so she had requested him to provide her with offspring. She spoke with such nonchalance, showing no signs of discomfort. Yi Li looked at Nyo, who appeared unfazed by the situation, even exuding a hint of pride. This infuriated her. Grabbing a nearby branch, she struck at the two, who, bewildered, scrambled apart and pleaded for mercy. Yi Li herself was unsure why she was so enraged. Perhaps it was a reminder of how a Ling had chosen to return to the hyena tribe for Nyo's sake, even swallowing a magical seed in the process. She questioned whether these individuals understood the meaning of love, but she was certain that a Ling had genuine feelings for Nyo. Otherwise, she would not have returned under such circumstances. Everything had been for Nyo, but Nyo, it seemed, had no comprehension of a Ling's affection, instead viewing himself as a mere breeding slave, taking pride in being chosen by multiple partners. Such a man was utterly unworthy. Nyo and Amu were perplexed by their perceived wrongdoing, and Amu felt a twinge of indignation. Did the master find Nyo appealing and wish to mate with him? Thus interrupting their encounter, Nyo seemed to share this thought, casting eager glances at Yi Li. The white tiger could not transform into a human form, and even if he could not bear offspring. If she desired young, she would need to seek a breeding slave from the tribe. Yo confidently asserted that he was the strongest in the entire tribe. That's why Ili remained oblivious to their thoughts. Her anger simmering. Bai Sun was equally confused about Yi Li's fury, having witnessed a Ling and Nyo's previous encounter without any agitation. However, a peculiar thought crossed his mind, coinciding with Nyo's. Realizing this possibility, Bai Sun's pupils dilated, and an aura of danger emanated from him. Was it because he could not transform that the little slave had grown impatient? This could explain her recent coldness. Bai Sun roared in frustration, his gaze towards Nyo filled with animosity. Nyo was taken aback by the ferocity of Bai's stare and promptly regained his composure. Despite being unable to transform, he could not deny his identity as a beast man. How could he covet the mate of another? His legs trembled in fear as he knelt, pleading for mercy. Enough, Bai, do not waste your energy on such individuals. A single sentence made Bai Sun realize he might have misunderstood. Given the little slave's tone, it was clear she could not have feelings for that breeding slave. Bai Sun felt embarrassed by his own reaction. Fortunate that Yili remained unaware of the cause of his anger. Upon returning to the tribe, Yili gathered everyone together. When she spotted a Ling, she found her gazing longingly at Nyo. Filled with sorrow, likely aware of his recent activities, the others looked on in confusion, some tinged with excitement, unsure of what significant announcement Yili was about to make. Everyone listened closely. After this, if anyone dares to repeat such behavior, I will show no mercy. She explained to the indigenous people the concept of loyalty and the meaning of partnership, followed by the responsibilities and obligations that accompany marriage. Copulation and breeding are terms reserved for uncivilized beasts. You are human. You must not speak of copulation, nor should you seek out random partners for breeding. Why Li's seriousness underscored the importance of this matter, aiming to instill a sense of familial awareness among them. What is that called? Someone inquired. Why Li hesitated, feeling a flush of embarrassment, yet recognizing that this group was unfamiliar with such feelings. Why should she feel ashamed? It is called love. The group exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. Remember, one may only engage with another out of love throughout their lifetime. That if you act solely out of physical desire, impulse, or the need to procreate, I advise against it, for it is an intimate act that should only occur between partners. The fundamental obligation between spouses is unwavering loyalty to one another. This holds true for men as well. Regardless of one's identity, adherence to this principle is imperative. Therefore, I urge you to approach decisions in this regard with caution. Once the conversation has commenced, it is prudent to articulate your intentions clearly. Should you decide to engage in intimate relations with another, it is essential to first conduct a ceremony to inform the heavens and those around you. Following this rite, you shall be recognized as formal partners, and no one shall intrude upon your bond. Of course, if, at any point, both parties find dissatisfaction with one another and mutually desire to dissolve the partnership, a similar ceremony may be held to announce this change to the heavens and the community. After this ritual, the relationship will be terminated, allowing both individuals to regain their single status and seek new beginnings. Chapter 32. Establishing values. It is crucial to remember that such intentions must be mutual. If only one party desires this, the ceremony cannot take place. Nonetheless, I hope that once a choice is made, it remains steadfast for a lifetime. Furthermore, I must emphasize that once you are united as partners, your spouse becomes your closest confidant. You both bear the responsibility and obligation to support, trust, and protect each other. Regardless of unforeseen circumstances, you should remain steadfast and provide mutual support as you move forward together. Should anyone, while in a committed partnership, engage in entanglements with others, they must face consequences. That a question arises. What constitutes an entanglement? Yili interjects, urging those present to shed their embarrassment and clarify the matter. It is as previously stated. Engaging intimately with anyone outside of your partner is strictly forbidden. After several deep breaths, Yili managed to alleviate her earlier discomfort. Bai Sun gazes solemnly at Yili, realizing that the little slave has always held such convictions. This revelation stirs an unprecedented excitement within him. Indeed, their white tiger tribe has always maintained such beliefs regarding partnerships. Yet other tribes may not share this clarity, leading to chaotic relationships and a muddled understanding of companionship. Essentially, a lack of integrity. Sun worries that his little slave might mirror this disorder, but upon hearing her emphatic stance, he breathes a sigh of relief. Yet he ponders, why has the little slave been so distant lately? Could it be that she wishes to dissolve their partnership? His heart races at the thought. Is there any further inquiry? If so, please voice it. I am here to elucidate. Yili addresses the assembly. Her message was clear, and there seemed to be no confusion among them. However, others exchanged glances at Ling and Nyo, silently questioning how to resolve their situation. Prior to Yi Li's emphasis on partnership, these two had already mated, and Ling was now with child. Why Li's gaze falls upon Ling. Ling, she calls out. That Ling looks up, bewildered at Yi Li, somewhat skeptical of Nyo, due to his lingering slave mentality and his unwarranted pride in being chosen by others. Wonders how he perceives her words now that she has underscored the importance of partnership. Given that you carry Nyo's child, do you wish to unite with him as partners? Yi Li inquires. Ling's eyes widen in surprise as she turns to Nyo, who is equally perplexed at why. Yi Li continues. Nyo, do you wish to bind yourself to Ling, from this day forth, to uphold her, trust her, care for her, protect her, and remain loyal to her? Nyo, still in a state of confusion, did not anticipate that in mere moments he would transition from being a coveted breeding male to a position where he must select just one partner. He struggles to grasp Yi Li's meaning and finds himself in need of time to adjust. Noticing his hesitation, Yi Li refrains from pressing further to Ling. In turn, feels a wave of disappointment. After the meeting adjourns, the group engages in lengthy discussions before finally retiring for the night. Why Yi Li remains aloof from the discourse. For only she and occupy the cave, the sense of agitation simmers within her. Fortunately, Bai proves to be attentive, drawing closer to her. I it that no one can comprehend my perspective. They lack such notions. Am I being too demanding? Yi Li muses aloud. Regardless, she cannot abide the chaotic relationships among this group. Now that a human tribe has been established, it is essential to implement some fundamental rules. The act of intimacy between men and women should transcend mere emotion. It must serve the purpose of human continuation. If continuation is to be realized, it must carry significance rather than remain stagnant. She aspires to cultivate a sense of territorial awareness among each individual. In this respect, humanity must learn from the beastmen. A multitude awaits her guidance in establishing their values, and Yi Li feels the weight of great pressure. Does she possess the capacity to fulfill this role? Initially, she believed that forming a tribe would be straightforward, merely requiring their survival. However, she now recognizes that the task is far more intricate than she had envisioned. Beyond survival, she must establish order within the tribe, ensuring that each person understands their intrinsic worth. Casting aside the shackles of slavery to become truly autonomous beings. Unapologetically, she acknowledges that she is now the sovereign of this tribe, the ruler of these individuals. Their future rests entirely in her hands. She could regard them as her personal property, dictate their thoughts, and become a deity in their eyes. She could exploit their existence to fulfill her every desire. These individuals, shackled by the mentality of servitude, lack greed, autonomy, and independent thought. As long as they are well-fed, they will comply. She could even establish a nation, become a queen, indulge in favorites, and revel in a life of luxury. Alas, she is not that kind of person. Yi Li shakes her head, sighing. What a pity that I am always too soft-hearted. I lack such ambition, and I cannot bring myself to act in that manner. How regrettable. Sun observes Yi Li as she oscillates between despondency and introspection, occasionally displaying a hint of satisfaction, all within a brief span of time. He is taken aback by this little slave's uniqueness compared to others. To buy. Do you know, I deeply envy the kind of love that is steadfast for a lifetime, once it has been established. Thus, she too harbors a selfish desire. She yearns for others to share in the kind of affection she cherishes. Yet, she does not perceive this longing as erroneous. Sun, while unfamiliar with such emotions, recognizes that he, too, believes in a lifelong commitment once bonds are formed. Every white tiger embodies this principle. Even in death, they would not seek another partner. This realization brings him joy. As the little slave's values resonate with those of the white tiger clan, further elevating her standing in his eyes, that on this night, all are engulfed in confusion. seeking direction in their lives. That why Eli's words are like a seed, carried gently by the wind into their hearts. As this seed takes root, sprouts, and flourishes, it remains uncertain what kind of blossoms may eventually emerge. Several beastmen also find themselves in a state of bewilderment. Is it truly the case that one can have only one partner throughout their life, to guard trust, respect, and remain loyal to one another? They grapple with this notion that in their understanding, as long as one possesses sufficient strength to command the submission of the opposite sex, they can have multiple partners and engage with numerous female beastmen. Why limit oneself to just one? Is that not foolish? Chapter 33. The new socialist tribe Eli's assertions are met with skepticism among the beastmen, who speculate that she may indeed be mentally unbalanced. A female slave like her, having established her own tribe, could easily claim all the young and strong members for herself. For instance, their tribal leader enjoys the privilege of mating with all female beastmen and female slaves within the tribe. This is a hallmark of leadership. The female beastmen take pride in bearing the leader's offspring. The leader represents the strongest beastman in the tribe, and the offspring born of this union are likely to inherit that strength. If all the beastmen possess robust physiques, they need not fear subjugation by other tribes. So, why limit oneself to a single partner? This slave is woefully misguided. The initial establishment of values is met with considerable success. At the very least, the majority of tribe members now comprehend their worth and are willing to strive for self-improvement. The most fervent response comes from Ain, who has been thoroughly indoctrinated by Eli and has become her devoted follower, believing that everything she says is correct. What is the purpose of our efforts today? Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, love for the tribe, dedication, integrity, and kindness. The meanings of these 12 words will be imparted to you gradually. I will work alongside you to realize such a tribe. What are the initial steps we must take? Love for the tribe, dedication, integrity, and kindness. That why Eli observed that Ain possessed a remarkable insight and resolved to impart this ideology to her, with the expectation that Ain would subsequently relay it to every member of the tribe. Recognizing the fallibility of humanity, she humbly acknowledged her own imperfections and endeavored to exert her utmost efforts to uplift the tribe and all its inhabitants. Following an enlightening exposure to the core values of socialism, the tribe experienced a rejuvenation, with vitality and joy reflected on the faces of its members. Everything appeared delightful, save for one pressing question. How could they be tasked with collecting the droppings of wild chickens? What purpose did this serve if not to humiliate them? Indeed, what audacity! A mere slave daring to act so haughtily. Did they truly believe that their independence from the orcs would ensure their survival? Why, during her moment of elation, were there always a few petty rascals attempting to dampen her spirits? As Eli was explaining the cultivation methods of sweet potatoes to the tribe, the raucous barks of several hyenas interrupted her. Directed at Aling after becoming pregnant, Aling had requested Ain to assign her lighter duties, allowing her only to gather eggs from the breeding area, utilizing a small woven tool resembling a golf club, enabling her to pick up the eggs without bending down. This arrangement, however, had incited discontent among the hyena orcs, who protested, questioning why they were relegated to collecting dung while Aling merely gathered eggs. One of the orcs even shoved Aling aside. Although the tribe had begun to shed their fear of the orcs after embracing Yili's teachings, the sheer size and ferocity of these creatures still instilled dread. Aling, too frightened to meet their gaze and wary due to her pregnancy, remained silent, only serving to embolden the hyenas in their arrogance. That why Yili's temper flared. These 3 hyenas had previously harmed Abai, and for the sake of the tribe's development, she had refrained from confronting them. Yet now, their provocation seemed a deliberate invitation for her to retaliate. What was it you just said? Yili approached, arms crossed, fixing her gaze on the trio. The hyenas, upon noticing her, shrank back, attempting to render themselves invisible. Repeat what you just said. Behind her, Ain and the others mimicked her stance, leveraging their numerical superiority to intimidate the hyenas. What did you say? Is it not true? A group of slaves gathering to discuss establishing a tribe. What a farce! After one of them spoke, the others found their courage. Indeed, if we hadn't been here all along. The chief would have long since dealt with you. Be wise and treat us well. Provide us with food and comforts, and at night, allow us to rest peacefully. This is your only chance for survival. If you weren't of some use, the chief would have exterminated you already. For now, curry favor with us, and when we return to the tribe, I might persuade the chief to make you my private servant, thus sparing you from the bullying of other orcs. That I promise to treat you well. Oh my. Look at this bravado. Truly, it confirms the saying, a dog cannot change its nature. Wiley scoffed lightly. Is that so? Is this what you all truly believe? The hyenas trembled, admitting their thoughts boldly. Very well, I commend your courage, Yili remarked, casting a knowing glance at Ain, along with two others. Stepped forward, cracking their knuckles in an intimidating display, a tactic learned from Yili. The hyenas, unfamiliar with this gesture, appeared astonished at why Li and her companions retreated to the side, prompting the hyenas to realize they were about to engage in a 3-on-3 confrontation. The hyenas, grinning slyly, refrained from shifting into their beast forms, eager to teach these insolent slaves a lesson. Though the 3 hyena orcs stood at approximately 1.75 meters tall, they relied on their strength. Dismissing Ain and her companions, Ili waved her hand, urging Ain and the others to act swiftly. She was determined not to let these hyenas further mar her vision. Ain nodded in compliance, exchanging glances with her comrades, designating their targets before launching their assault. Utilizing the combat techniques imparted by Yili, Ain and her companions, having undergone training for over half a month, executed their moves with precision, quickly bewildering the hyenas. Their relentless attacks left the hyenas reeling, and as they attempted to retaliate, they found themselves outmaneuvered by Ain and her agile companions. The hyenas, now enraged, could scarcely believe they were being overpowered by mere slaves. In a moment of desperation, the 3 hyenas transformed into their beast forms, regaining a sense of security. Their confidence surged, tails wagging joyfully, as they displayed their teeth in a menacing grin. Slaves typically feared the beast forms of orcs. This was a source of pride for the hyenas. Chapter 34. The battle between humans and beasts as the hyenas shifted into their beast forms. Ain and her companions' expressions changed drastically. The deep-seated fear that had been ingrained in them for years could not simply evaporate within a month. Had this been half a month ago, Ain and the others would have already knelt in submission. Remember my words, to conquer your enemies, you must first conquer your fear of them. Taking a deep breath, Ain shouted, charging once more at the hyenas. The techniques Yili had taught her were designed for swift subjugation, and even against hyenas, the methods remained largely applicable. The 3 hyenas, displaying fierce aggression, lunged forward with guttural howls, while facing the beast forms proved more challenging than confronting their humanoid counterparts. Ain and her companions ultimately managed to subdue the 3 hyenas. Ain pressed her knee against the neck of one hyena, a sharp shell poised threateningly above. The hyena bared its teeth, eyes filled with rage and defiance. Will you yield? Yili inquired, squatting down to meet Ain's gaze. Ain, refusing to relent, bore down with all her strength, her breath coming in heavy gasps, yet her expression remained resolute. Orcs were not invincible. In one-on-one combat, she could prevail. This realization sparked excitement among those present. The commotion attracted the attention of others nearby. The A2 tribe was responsible for clearing the planting area, uprooting weeds, and turning the soil, an arduous task performed solely with their claws in the absence of tools. Though laborious, this work was far more palatable than collecting chicken and duck droppings. Yet, even so, after several days of toil, the hyenas were utterly exhausted, sustained only by the tantalizing promise of a hearty meal. Yili recognized this, ensuring they were well-fed and refreshed, instilling the belief that their labor was worthwhile. That moment, when A2 arrived and witnessed 3 of his fellow orcs being overwhelmed by slaves. He too felt a surge of anger, transforming into his beast form and lunging at Yili gasped, and Ain rolled to the side, narrowly evading A2's lethal attack. The subdued hyenas regained their footing, shaking off the dust and glaring at those around them. What's this, A2 tribe? Are you now our enemies? All 7 hyenas converged, and upon hearing Yili's icy voice, Atu snapped back to reality, attempting to justify his actions. Speak in human language, Yili commanded coldly. Atu quickly shifted back to his humanoid form, looking at her with a pitiful expression. I never intended to be your enemy, but your audacity is astonishing. You dare to pin orcs to the ground and threaten them with shells? How can I not be enraged? He paused, realizing that there were no slaves present. These individuals were all free and equal in their eyes. Even orcs were considered inferior. With this realization, Atu shrank back, unable to meet Yili's gaze, since he refused to work for us. Then leave our tribe at once. Yili stated firmly. That Atu protested, howling that he was willing to work, his injuries still fresh. Unwilling to depart, he gestured to the unsightly scar on his shoulder. Yili's lips twitched. She was tempted to remark that this scar was permanent. Did he intend to remain a burden on their tribe for life? Your injury has healed, and I cannot change your scar. Leave now. I do not wish for my people to suffer your bullying any longer. Atu, in a panic, lashed out at the three instigators, delivering a thorough beating before turning to Yili to inquire whether this was acceptable. Apologize to Ling, and if you have any grievances regarding the work I assigned, you're free to leave. I will not force you. Should you misbehave again, I will not hesitate to break your legs, and I will show you no mercy. Upon the mention of breaking legs, several canines recoiled slightly. After the trio of dogs apologized to Aling, Yili proclaimed during the night, as a form of punishment, you shall not partake in any sustenance from the tribe for the next 3 days. Endure the hunger, for an overindulgence clouds the mind. The dogs howled in despair, yet fell silent under the piercing gaze of Adabu, promptly burrowing into the breeding area to continue their task of collecting excrement. Their punishment does not concern us, does it? Adabu inquired. Yili recalled the earlier indiscriminate attack on Ain and pondered whether a penalty was warranted. Before she could devise a plan, Adabu let out a howl and, along with the other dogs, resumed their tilling. It seems they possess a modicum of cunning, Yili noted, acknowledging the potential of her companions. Sweet potatoes thrive on soft, aerated soil, with sandy loam being ideal. However, the soil here, while fertile, is rather damp, thus not the most suitable for sweet potato cultivation. Yili devised a solution by mixing and decomposed pine needles to aerate the soil, rendering it perfect for both sweet potatoes and potatoes. Is it true that you are forbidden from eating? 2 cheetahs, similarly tasked with tilling, had observed the hyenas harassing Aling. They had noted this earlier but refrained from intervening due to their own calculations. When Adabu charged over, the 2 could hardly contain their applause, relishing the chaos as a means to incite Yili to expel them. They had long held a grudge against the hyenas. Once the hyenas were driven off, the humans would be left with tasks unmet, providing a pretext to return to their tribe for assistance. Thus, the chief's desire to come here for a meal could be realized. Indeed, the cheetah leader had long harbored ambitions of dining here, having visited multiple times merely to mooch a meal. Strangely, despite his visits coinciding with mealtime, Yili had never once extended an invitation to dine. The chief, too proud to beg, would depart each time in dejection, eliciting pity from the onlookers. It is merely those 3 who have been punished. Adabu remarked nonchalantly. 3 days without food won't kill them. They brought this upon themselves. Why should we feel sympathy for you? You hyenas are utterly useless. I saw it clearly. You couldn't even best a few slaves. Another cheetah, sensing the tension, chimed in supportively. Adabu, increasingly irked, bristled. Who are you calling useless? Do you want me to take you down a notch? You know full well who lacks merit. You couldn't even handle a few slaves, yet you dare to boast before us? How shameful. Chapter 35. The secret of delicacies. While Adabu may not always be sharp-witted, he exhibited extraordinary intelligence at critical moments. The cheetah leader sought a free meal, but so too did the chief of the Great Mound tribe. Had it not been for the chief's permission, would they have been allowed to linger here, healed and whole? Certainly not. Why were they permitted to stay, beyond monitoring the daily activities of the human tribe? They bore a significant mission, to entice their own chief back for a sumptuous feast. Upon returning to their respective tribes, both chiefs had contemplated mimicking the culinary methods of the humans to create their own delicacies. Yet, despite expressing their desires to the slaves in their tribes, their wishes had never been fulfilled. How could they be so ineffectual? Others were puzzled by why the chiefs suddenly became so particular when they had always consumed food in this manner. Even the most succulent parts of their prey seemed tasteless to them, particularly the cheetah leader, who could not forget the intoxicating allure of catnip. When will I be able to dine once more in the human tribe? He mused, lamenting, my waistline thins for no other reason than to savor a meal. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Adabu asked. The two cheetahs chuckled. You lot are the ones I speak of, unable to best a mere slave. Yet you dare call yourselves beastmen? They found a certain satisfaction in taunting others, the two cheetahs, intending to provoke Adabu into error, thus creating an opportunity for their leader, were taken aback. Adabu transformed into human form. Shouting at Yi Li, they say we are useless, unable to defeat even slaves. Yi Li turned her gaze upon the two cheetahs, who had not yet realized the trap in Adabu's words, and soon they, too, shifted into a human form to argue. Was it not you who were bested by a few slaves earlier? Such inept creatures, what work can you perform? Allow us leopards to take over. Adabu regarded the cheetahs with newfound respect. Well done. You certainly know how to coordinate. When my father dines on fine food, he shall not forget your contributions. What did you say? Yi Li squinted at the two cheetahs. Previously, she had found their well-proportioned forms and athletic builds far more appealing than those of the hyenas, considering them to be clever. Now, she realized they were merely superficial. That I said they are useless, unable to even handle. The cheetah finally came to his senses, staring at Yi Li, unable to utter the next word. I am sorry, I misspoke. Not a slave. Bowing an apology to the superior. This had become their recent lesson, and they executed it with ease. Yi Li offered no further words, simply decreeing that they too would face 3 days without food, which filled the cheetahs with regret. You did this on purpose. After Yi Li departed, the cheetahs, regaining their composure, directed their ire toward the hyenas. Adabu, having learned to navigate Yi Li's domain wisely, refrained from engaging in a momentary triumph. Instead, focusing on their work, remaining silent in the face of provocations. Their composure was laudable. The two cheetahs, at a loss, yowled in frustration, only to garner scorn from Adabu and his companions. What a lack of intimidation. How dare you call out? The cheetahs huffed and puffed but dared not lash out at the hyenas, their pent-up rage simmering with nowhere to go. Following this encounter, the beastmen grew considerably more subdued. No longer daring to speak of slaves, they all shrank back, laboring diligently for their sustenance while quietly observing the humans' culinary techniques, astonished by the delectable results. They were confident they had grasped the essence of it all, eagerly awaiting the next visit from their chief to share their newfound knowledge. What is cilantro? How can one consume honey? What is corn? What are perilla leaves? The inquiries left both chiefs bewildered, prompting them to seek answers elsewhere. Thus, the dogs and leopards within the human tribe found themselves deep in contemplation, often distracted while working that is this cilantro. Are these perilla leaves? What distinguishes these from other herbs? If I desire that honey, will I not be stung all over? Indeed, despite our prior unfamiliarity with honey, we are well aware that those little creatures are not to be trifled with. They are acquainted with corn, having turned the fields into a veritable playground. However, this delicacy seems to exist solely within the realm of human tribes. The existence of beasts is fraught with challenges. While the orcs toil tirelessly, racking their brains and exerting every effort in their endeavors, the human tribe rejoices in its inaugural harvest season. Coincidentally, as Arling and Aniu celebrate their love and prepare for their wedding ceremony, Yeli decides to host a grand celebration, inviting everyone to join the revelry. To this end, he extends special invitations to the leaders of the hyena and cheetah tribes, who, in turn, graciously arrive bearing gifts. Leader Daden shoulders a sheep, while Leader Dafe impressively brings a cow, much to Yeli's delight. Unbeknownst to him, their offerings are not merely tokens of courtesy. Rather, they are intended to ensure they are not perceived as ungrateful guests, subtly indicating that they do not wish to partake in human sustenance without reciprocity. This reflects the orcs' last vestiges of stubborn pride, as their dignity forbids them from consuming what they deem to be the remnants of human fare. The wedding is a momentous occasion for the tribe, marking a historic first, and thus it elicits excitement not only from the couple but also from the entire community. 3 days prior, the newlyweds' abode, a 2-story treehouse, was completed, its exterior adorned with a mixture of yellow mud and grass. While the interior walls have been smoothed, complete with 2 windows and a soft cotton bed to ensure comfort, in preparation, the tribe has also cultivated a cotton field, alleviating concerns regarding its availability. Yeli contemplates the necessity of mastering textile arts swiftly, not only for garments, but also to craft a few blankets, for lying directly on cotton will soon necessitate frequent replacements, a considerable waste. Today, as the tribe concludes their labor, all but the sentinels are engaged in preparations for the wedding. A large iron pot is essential, as Yeli envisions the festivities, reflecting on the bamboo that has been gathered by the others. With Dadin and Dafe serving as witnesses, their roles extend beyond mere observation. They symbolize the orcs' acknowledgement and support of the human tribe. By stepping into this role, they affirm the existence of the human tribe and the freedom of human marriage. Encapsulating their stance, before seating Dadin and Dafe in their designated spots, Yeli elucidates the significance of being witnesses. The 2 leaders, thinking this to be merely a human affair, feel no pressure. Little do they expect that Yeli has chosen to inform the leader of the mixed tribe. The spotted tiger, this moment. The spotted tiger lurks in the underbrush, observing the jubilant Dadin and Dafe as they act as witnesses for the slaves, offering their blessings, upon hearing of the hyena tribe's slaves rebelling and establishing their own human tribe. He had derided them, viewing it as an affront from the slaves to the orcs. Dadin would surely teach those slaves a lesson in short order. The notion of slaves forming their own tribe was laughable. If Dadin no longer required those unruly slaves, he could simply reclaim them, as the tribe could afford to maintain them. However, days turned into weeks, and the human tribe not only withstood attacks, but appeared poised for enduring development. Rumors circulated that they had seized numerous prey, raising them in captivity, namely, fowl such as chickens and ducks, creatures deemed unworthy of high regard. The slaves, while only hunting game that the orcs would not consume, still could not tolerate the existence of a slave tribe. Initially, the spotted tiger dismissed these developments, but soon reports reached him that the slave tribe intended to hold a bonding ceremony for 2 of their own, inviting the leaders of the hyena and cheetah tribes to attend. How audacious for a group of slaves to act in such a manner. Furthermore, how could Dadin and Dafe tolerate the insurrection without consequence? As the ceremony commenced with the couple bowing to heaven and earth, followed by bows to their kin and each other, the celebration erupted. Others encircled the newlyweds, bestowing their blessings amidst a chorus of laughter. The orcs feasted ravenously, occasionally glancing up from their bountiful spread with silly grins. In this tranquil moment, Yeli offered a roasted sweet potato to leader Dadin, who, having never encountered such a delicacy, regarded it with disdain. He had heard it was a root harvested from the earth, a grass root, no less. These slaves, resorting to consuming grass, were truly ruthless. Yet, unbeknownst to Dadin, Achuo had long craved roasted sweet potatoes. Yeli had first prepared them without Achuo's presence. But the enticing aroma lingered in his memory. Observing his second son's unremarkable demeanor, Dadin felt a pang of embarrassment over the perceived disgrace of his orc heritage. However, being a thoughtful leader, he pondered the reasons behind his son's insatiable cravings after living in such luxury for so long. Thus, the once disdainful Dadin accepted the roasted sweet potato, discovering its soft texture and enticing aroma as he carefully tore it open. Upon tasting, he was met with a unique sweetness, an intriguing experience that contrasted sharply with his usual fare. One roasted sweet potato left him wanting more, its texture entirely distinct from roasted meat. Delicious though it was, Dadin felt a sense of disquiet, as if indulging in such fare signified a decline in his orcish pride. To forsake the succulent prey for mere roots was a humiliation he could hardly bear to acknowledge. Stealing a glance at Dafe, he noted that a pile of sweet potato skins had already accumulated before him. Youth, lacking restraint, how embarrassing in addition to various roasted meats. Yeli had also prepared a number of red eggs. When the eggs were served, Dadin, maintaining his composure, refrained from partaking. Consuming grass was one thing, but chickens themselves were beneath them. How could they stoop to such depths? Their desperate hunger was unbecoming of orcs. His gaze instinctively shifted to Dafei, who displayed no reservations, eagerly consuming everything brought before him without hesitation. Such ignorance of propriety among the young was truly disheartening, as the enticing aromas wafted from the nearby feast. The spotted tiger, arriving on an empty stomach, unconsciously licked his lips, reluctant to admit how tantalizing the food appeared. How could the fare from this slave tribe be so fragrant? Admittedly, the lack of sufficient meat left something to be desired. Yet this particular slave piqued his curiosity. The spotted tiger fixated on Yeli amidst the crowd, noting the delicate and seemingly fragile form of the human, who, by all accounts, was the leader of the tribe. An astonishing notion. He appeared as though he might be easily harmed, his veins vulnerable to a mere scratch. The thought of indulging in a bite was tempting. With hunger gnawing at him, the spotted tiger's emerald eyes shimmered with hunger from the underbrush. In an effort to cultivate an impression of camaraderie with the two tribal leaders, Yeli engaged them in light-hearted conversation, inadvertently neglecting his own small pet. Bison had previously harbored suspicions that Yeli sought to dissolve their bond. And now, with time passing, he felt increasingly neglected. Yeli, once attentive, was now preoccupied, often allowing him to consume food prepared by other slaves. His treatment had declined, and Yeli no longer sought opportunities to be close. His gaze frequently drifting toward the two leopards and the hyenas. Did she disdain his inability to shapeshift? During this period, Bison felt a profound melancholy, though his pride prevented him from displaying such emotions. Even when Yeli reached out to caress him, he instinctively evaded her touch, though inwardly he longed for it. Yeli, however, no longer pursued him relentlessly, instead choosing to refrain when he withdrew, a sign of growing respect from the little slave. Yet, despite this seeming progress, a sense of unease persisted. What could be the cause? Yeli offered Bison a piece of peeled sweet potato, which he disdainfully turned away from. He would not consume grass roots. Yet, the little slave would not relent. He understood that if the little slave insisted, he might acquiesce. After all, the little slave was now a leader of a tribe, and he would afford the respect due. To his surprise, Yeli did not press the matter further. Consuming the sweet potato herself, he ought to feel pleased, for the little slave was clearly considerate of his preferences, withdrawing when he declined. Indeed, such a development should be a source of joy. Yeli sliced several pieces of meat from a leg of lamb to offer to Bison, who, for reasons unknown, again turned away in refusal. The little slave was aware of his fondness for meat. Surely, he would encourage him to partake. Yet, Yeli remained silent, consuming the meat herself. Bison. Chapter 37. The cat teaser, after satisfying their hunger and thirst, everyone could not help but gather around the bonfire, rejoicing and dancing with uncontainable glee. Their happiness was palpable. Following the establishment of the human tribe, they experienced a life unlike any they had known before, witnessing a different way of living. This newfound lifestyle was fulfilling, devoid of insults and abuse, free from the oppression of the orcs. Each day, they were aware of their responsibilities, performing well-garnered praise, while shortcomings went unpunished. The atmosphere among the people was one of kindness and peace, with mutual care and support. Even the orcs behaved with courtesy in their presence, no longer daring to belittle them. This was a life they had once deemed unimaginable, as they observed their leader engaged in jovial conversation with the chiefs of the two tribes. The future of their community became vividly clear to them. In that moment, an irresistible wave of cheerfulness swept over everyone, prompting them to express their elation, from frenzied, chaotic movements to a gradually synchronized rhythm. They joined hands, swaying around the bonfire. The orcs, too, joined in the revelry, and even the chiefs were pulled into the dance by a few daring youths, with Yeli being no exception, the only one who remained unable to shift into human form. The white tiger stood out awkwardly amidst the festivities, who withdrew from the bustling crowd, retreating to his usual perch on a large rock. Beside the stone, several roses had bloomed, their pink and white petals particularly vibrant. The spotted tiger lurked in the shadows, observing the merry throng, his heart stirred with unease. Why had this little slave invited to Dun and to Fay, yet overlooked him? Discontent brewed within him, and he turned away in a huff. The celebration continued until the moon hung high in the sky, at which point the Dun and the Fae departed under its silvery glow. Everyone helped tidy up the remnants of the revelry before finally resting. The orcs, lacking tents, were not permitted by Yi Li to set up makeshift shelters on her territory. As night fell, they transformed into their beastly forms, encircling the fire to sleep, while others settled in their respective tents or the communal tree houses. The sole couple among them had moved into their new home, in the stillness of the night. The sounds of their joyous intimacy resonated throughout the tribe. It was uncertain how the others reacted upon hearing it. But Yi Li felt an acute embarrassment. The sounds persisted for what felt like an eternity, almost compelling her to knock on their door. Please quiet down, especially with a child on the way. Fortunately, the couple concluded their activities before Yi Li reached her limit. After a day filled with excitement and the challenges of entertaining the two chiefs, Yi Li fell into a deep slumber once the surroundings quieted. Yet, as she drifted off, she still thought about preparing a special meal for Bai Hu, for he had always been reluctant to dine with the others and surely had not eaten enough that night. However, the embarrassing sounds had disturbed her thoughts, and fatigue soon claimed her, leading her into an unintentional sleep. Unbeknownst to her, her momentary lapse in attention had sent her little pet into a whirl of wild imaginings. Bai Sun lay at the mouth of the cave, gazing at Yi Li, his entire being exuding a sense of desolation. Memories flooded back of when she would insist on stroking his fur. A time that felt like ages ago. The little slave had been rather bothersome then, often pretending to injure her leg to climb onto his back. Fortunately, he had always been able to see through her tricks. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Though the little slave had once been naive and cunning, he should have felt pleased that she had changed. Yet, a strange emptiness lingered in his heart. Given the current circumstances, he ought to feel satisfied. After all, the white tiger orcs were forbidden by the divine to mate with slaves, since the little slave was growing increasingly indifferent towards him. He should have felt relieved. Their bond could finally be severed. Bai Sun could not comprehend the loneliness gnawing at him. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his spirit waning. Why Yi Li noticed this shift in him. She surmised that her recent lack of time spent with her little pet had led to his melancholic state, leaving him bored and despondent. This was a serious issue. The mental well-being of her little companion could not be overlooked. She intentionally set aside a day, departing early in the morning into the bamboo forest alone. The bamboo grove was home to numerous beautiful birds, and she spent the better part of the day collecting feathers from various species, crafting a vibrant cat teaser. When Bai Hu stood, he was nearly as tall as she was, and when he leaped, it was even more impressive. Thus, she fashioned an exceptionally long cat teaser, towering at least 2 stories high. The slender bamboo rod was easy to wield, with a cascade of colorful feathers dancing in the breeze, exuding a magnificent allure. Yi Li triumphantly returned to the tribe. Her heart soared with joy at the thought of Bai Hu's eager yet pretentiously aloof demeanor, causing her to smile unconsciously. She had truly spent too little time with her little pet, and as his owner, she felt remiss. This time, she was determined to let Bai Hu play to his heart's content. However, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Would Bai Hu even appreciate the cat teaser? After all, he was a tiger, not a domestic cat. Would he find such childish games amusing? Just then, she spotted 2 cheetahs digging in the ground. Her eyes sparkled with inspiration. She found a suitable spot and presented the dazzling feathers to the 2 excited cheetahs. The moment they caught sight of the brilliant plumes, their movements faltered, and they lunged forward in delight. Yi Li lifted the feathered string, causing the 2 cheetahs to collide playfully. This did not diminish their enthusiasm. Instead, they cleverly took turns pouncing, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Bai Sun wandered about the tribe, reluctant to admit he was searching for Yi Li. Yet the truth was undeniable. After failing to find her, he was about to return when he heard the excited mews of the 2 cheetahs. The little slave stood behind the bushes, brandishing a bamboo rod from which dangled a string of colorful feathers. The cheetahs were fervently leaping and snapping at the feathers, clearly having a delightful time, and the smile on the little slave's face radiated with mischief. It seemed that the little slave had once again donned that familiar playful expression, one he had rarely seen recently. So she was playing with the cheetahs. Bai Sun did not linger to observe further. He turned away hastily, his departure slightly awkward, back at the spot where the couple had enjoyed their private time. He lay on a large rock, feigning nonchalance. Before long, Yili returned, and Baisun noticed her circumventing him. Suddenly, a cascade of vibrant feathers fell from above, drifting into his line of sight. He lazily lifted his eyelids to take a glance. But his demeanor remained unchanged. Why, Yili let out a soft gasp, surprised that Baihu seemed uninterested. The two cheetahs were clearly having a wonderful time. Why, Yili waved the bamboo rod again, coaxing the feathers to dance and twirl in front of Baihu. Yet he remained unmoved. Unwilling to accept defeat, she persisted, waving the rod for an extended period, even approaching Baihu to confirm whether he was truly awake. Disheartened, she dropped the bamboo rod to the ground carelessly, her shoulders sagging, feeling utterly deflated. "Not fun at all," she murmured. Baisun internally murmured a sound of acknowledgement. "Indeed, playing with me is not particularly enjoyable. After all, I do not possess the vivacious spirit of a little leopard." However, Yili quickly regained her composure. If Bai does not enjoy playing with the feather wand, then so be it. Although my Bai is a large cat, he is, after all, a distinguished, brainy fellow, and while little pet is incomparable to ordinary cats and dogs, just his magnificent white fur elevates him several tiers above those two leopards. Her disheartened mood began to brighten once again. Yet, recalling the two leopards frolicking joyously, their reluctance to part when it was time to leave, and their delighted expressions while playing, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret upon seeing Bai's listless demeanor. Why doesn't he enjoy it? Such splendid fur. Even he must find it appealing. The feather wand was ineffective, so Yili had to devise another method. However, her new idea had yet to materialize, and she found herself ensnared in a whirlwind of busyness. The orc's plowing speed was far too slow to meet the demand, compelling Yili to rack her brain to invent tools. She had never truly farmed before, having merely read about primitive farming implements in historical texts, and had never seen such tools in person. Nonetheless, where there is a will, there is a way. With more thought and experimentation, tools began to emerge. The final product was a nail rake over a meter wide, with each tooth encased in a layer of clamshell, rendering it significantly sharper than a mere wooden rake point. Two orcs pulled it from the front while another supported it from the back, greatly enhancing efficiency without straining their nails. They crafted 3 in total, perfectly sufficient for the orcs to use. With the plowing issue resolved, Yili began contemplating how to amuse her little pet. Bai was a rather serious tiger, yet if one genuinely praised him, he was more than willing to accept the compliments. Thus, during this period, Yili relied entirely on her eloquence to cheer up her pet, showering him with extravagant praise that left him somewhat overwhelmed, ultimately preventing Bai from remaining in a state of melancholy. However, this was not a long-term solution. Yili needed to instill a sense of belonging in her pet, allowing him to partake in the tribe's activities. Otherwise, spending all day idly would surely cause the tiger to grow despondent. She observed that her little pet spent the entire day lounging on a large rock, remaining there for hours unless she made time to take him out for a stroll or engage him in conversation, which would elicit a hint of interest from him. Baisun reminded himself not to be easily swayed by the flattery of the little slave. Yet he found it impossible to resist. Every time the little slave spoke to him, he lost control of himself. He felt that, at that moment, he was valued by the little slave, who even regarded him as her companion. Yet, such moments were fleeting. Baisun felt somewhat spineless, but he could not help himself in truth, when Yili worked, he would watch her from a distance. This little slave always had a plethora of new ideas, and every problem seemed to resolve itself upon encountering her. The tribe flourished, each task meticulously organized. Everyone appeared busy, yet there was an underlying order to their busyness, with everything arranged quite satisfactorily. This little slave constantly captivated his attention. Thus, while Yili believed her little pet was lost in thought, he had been watching her all along. The more he observed, the more he found himself unable to look away, initially harboring some resentment. Feeling that the little slave dedicated her time elsewhere and disregarded him as her master, his thoughts gradually began to shift. He found the industrious little slave equally captivating. Even without conversation, merely watching her sufficed to bring him satisfaction. It was truly remarkable. As long as the little slave did not engage in playful antics with other orcs, he felt he could accept it. His standards were lowering, and his perceptions were undergoing a significant shift. Yet he remained oblivious to this transformation. The clam shells used to make the rake were brought back by Ian and her team. They boiled the shells and then carefully shaped them. The clam meat was ruthlessly discarded, and Yeely felt a pang of regret upon learning this. The clam meat was quite delectable, especially here, where the clams were particularly plump, and she had nearly succumbed to the urge to take some for herself. However, considering the abundance of ingredients she had recently developed, she had already earned a fearsome reputation among Ian and the other orcs for her voracious appetite, compelling her to suppress her cravings. Today we shall indulge in something fresh. Yeely led Dabai away from the tribe to a water source. This was another site with particularly clean and clear water, abundant with stones. Concealing many treasures beneath, Dabai followed closely behind, observing the little slave's lively leaps with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He felt as though this little slave was a product of his indulgence, and a sense of accomplishment welled up within him. After all, which orc would permit their little slave to establish their own tribe? Absolutely none. Yeely casually turned over a couple of large stones, and with precision, she uncovered a nest of catfish beneath one. Pulling up the largest one under another stone, she discovered a sizable crab, as large as her palm, reminiscent of the beloved hairy crabs from Earth, yet much larger than any she had encountered before. Heavens, today we shall feast. Yeely tossed the large crab before Dabai for him to see, but Dabai looked on with disdain. The little slave is truly ruthless, consuming anything that comes her way. It was also somewhat pitiable. Given the little slave's frail frame, she could hardly catch any prey, resorting instead to these peculiar morsels. Bison found it rather pitiful, for this creature was merely a hard shell. How could one eat it? He swatted it away with a PAW. Yeely continued to flip over several stones and successfully unearthed a few clams. Suddenly, the water rippled inexplicably, and upon closer inspection, she gasped, "Goodness, shrimp!" Not only that, but they were quite substantial in size. Finger-sized freshwater shrimp, their bodies nearly transparent, making them nearly indistinguishable in the water unless one looked closely. They swam about in schools, and only now did she realize that Yeely promptly fashioned a small basket from bamboo strips to scoop them up. It appeared that these little creatures had never been harvested by anyone, as they did not perceive Yeely as a threat. Within moments, she had caught nearly 2 pounds of them, each one plump and sizable. Gazing at this cluster of translucent little beings, her mouth watered uncontrollably. She pinched one, removed its head and tail, and took a bite. The flesh was sweet and imbued with a peculiar fragrance. Absolutely delicious. Chapter 39. A world for two. Seeing Yeely's eagerness, Bison assumed she was ravenous and whimpered, urging her to hurry up and start the fire, lest they appear to have nothing to eat, a source of embarrassment. Knowing Yeely had a particular fondness for roasted rabbit, he had gone to catch one right after swatting the crab away, and now pushed it toward her. "Today, we shan't eat rabbit." His surprise, Yeely barely glanced at it, instead reaching for another shrimp to pop in her mouth. Bai quickly bit her sleeve. "Hold your horses. Why would I let you go hungry? It's not as if I can't afford to feed you." Yeely misinterpreted Dabai's intentions, believing he craved roasted rabbit, though she was eager to devour the shrimp. She first cleaned the rabbit. With no outsiders around, she freely indulged in the conveniences of modern civilization, pulling out her entire cooking set, summoning scallions, ginger, and garlic, and chopping the rabbit into pieces, planning to create a hearty potpourri. Although such fresh and succulent shrimp could be best preserved using the simplest cooking methods, she decided to indulge in a more robust flavor this time, catering to her pet's preferences. Like other orcs, Dabai favored meaty dishes and enjoyed bold flavors, and at times she worried whether he might develop health issues. Being a foodie herself, she had stocked her space with various food ingredients and cooking tools for convenience during her missions. Little did she expect that her arrival here would prove greatly advantageous. She set up a large iron pot, poured in some peanut oil, tossed in the scallions, ginger, and garlic, stir-fried the rabbit meat, sprinkled in some 5-spice powder, and added water to stew it. The rich aroma wafted from the pot's lid, and as Yeely drooled, she began to extract the meat from the clams, only to realize, "Hey, where's my crab?" she inquired of Dabai. Dabai turned his head away, indicating he did not understand her query. Such a large crab. My lord. Was and tea, I suppose to let you watch. Yili exclaimed in exasperation that in a world where resources were scarce due to apocalyptic conditions. Many animals have been infected by the virus, and she had only tasted crab once, the memory of its exquisite flavor lingering in her mind. Therefore, it was no wonder that she was fervently pursuing culinary delights. The ingredients here were simply too abundant, compelling her to explore their potential. Meat or no meat, large or small, they were all gifts from nature, and we ought to treat them all equally, sharing the bounty. Understand? All that remains are shells. What delicacies can one find? Please, do not embarrass me. Baisun gazed at the row of gleaming large iron pots, ladles, and knives that Yili only brought forth in her presence. And a small wave of delight washed over her. Yili, undeterred, searched around and finally spotted a suspicious-looking mass of rot nestled in the grass. Without a doubt, she knew whose handiwork it was. Such waste, it pained her heart. Even in this land of abundance, such extravagance was inexcusable. Wastefulness is a disgrace. She understood how Dabai must think, surely believing that this refuse was inedible. Foolish Dabai. Allow me to show you what true delicacy is, she mused. After a silent struggle in the water, she finally managed to uncover 2 crabs, their sizes akin to the one from earlier, perfectly a male and a female. After cleaning them, she placed them aside, adding the river clam meat into the pot where the rabbit meat had been stewing. As the juices nearly evaporated, she tossed in the crabs and chopped catfish. Finishing with a quick stir-fry of shrimp without heads. Bai was reluctant to admit his hunger, yet his small eyes could not help but glance toward the pot. Yili remained oblivious. The lid of the pot effectively concealing its contents while a medley of enticing aromas wafted into the air, leaving him unaware of the specifics. Lacking soy sauce, the rabbit meat appeared pallid. Yet it was not wholly unpleasant. As long as the flavor was satisfactory, the appearance was not of great concern. Yili plucked a piece of rabbit meat, savoring it with squinted eyes, exclaiming, "Delicious!" With her task accomplished, she sprinkled sesame seeds and green onions over the dish, presenting the pot before Dabai. Baisun's gaze immediately fell upon the 2 irksome crabs, their once blue-green shells now transformed into a striking orange-red, standing out vividly in the pot. Noticing his disdainful expression, Yili scoffed internally. Just wait, I shall soon demonstrate the true law of deliciousness. It was unfortunate that he could not assume human form. She wondered if there was a difference in taste perception between animals and humans. However, she believed that one must surely relish food more in human form. Yili muttered to herself as she cracked off a crab claw, unaware that her words stirred a deep melancholy and wild imaginings in her pet. My little slave displeased with my inability to transform. Does my little slave wish to snuggle? Does my little slave desire a grand wedding ceremony? Would my human form satisfy my little slave? Oh, how I longed to become human. Yili watched as her pet's spirit seemed to wane. Was it due to her musings? Did her pet yearn to become a beast man? Do not be sad. One day, you too shall transform, she reassured. Beastmen were surely not innate. There must have been some catalyst that spurred evolution between humans and beasts. Considering her pet's remarkable understanding, perhaps it too could someday take human form. Bai's human form will undoubtedly be striking, Yili declared. Instantly revitalized, Baisun was back to his vibrant self. Yili extracted the meat from the crab claw and offered it to Dabai, only to notice his lips twitch slightly. Such a meager morsel hardly suffices for you, she mused. Clearly, being in human form would be much more convenient. Bai seemed to grasp this as he languidly extended his tongue. Inadvertently pulling her finger into his mouth, a delightful tingle coursed through Yili's body, causing her to shiver at the sensation of his barbed tongue. How curious, she thought, leaning in to pry open Bai's jaws. Inspecting the interior, startled by her audacity, Baisun rose up, exhaling a few snorts in surprise. I know this crab meat is too scant for you, so I shall consume both myself. When the day arrives that you can take human form, I will treat you then. With a gleeful demeanor, she snapped off another crab claw and encouraged Bai to open wide, instructing him to bite gently, ensuring he did not exert too much force. Faced with her cautious and endearing expression, Bai Sun felt he had no grounds for refusal to a proud white tiger beast man, reduced to a mere tool. With a gentle snap, the claw shattered, and Bai Sun's barbed tongue swept the claw, meat and shell alike, into his belly. Chapter 40. The desire to transform. Foul to be. Ili playfully struck Bai Sun's head with a little fist, then began to ruffle his fur, leaving it in delightful disarray. Bai Sun's lips curled slightly as he pointed at the crab, signaling for Yi Li to try again. "Do not deceive me," she warned, and Bai Sun nodded earnestly while Ili seized a crab leg and wedged it between his teeth. Bai Sun's jaws clamped down, cracking the shell just right to reveal the tender white meat within. Why Ili savored a piece, exclaiming, "Delicious!" With Bai Sun as her shell cracker, she indulged in the crab with ease. When she reached the rich crab roe, she spooned a generous amount into Bai Sun's mouth. Though a small portion, he found it unparalleled in flavor. "What do you think? Is it not exquisite? I would never share with anyone else." As a devoted caretaker, she was quite generous. While Bai Sun cracked crab legs, Ili occasionally fed him other delicacies. Aside from the crab, she had only sampled a few bites, most of which had gone into Bai Sun's mouth. Though the little creature could not speak, his every expression radiated satisfaction and craving to. "So, dear to Bai, how does it taste?" Ili inquired, feeling a swell of pride. What could be more gratifying than seeing her master content and at ease? Bai Sun reflected on how often Yi Li had mentioned his desire to transform into a human today. Initially, he thought the gradual recovery of his injuries was of little concern, but now a sense of urgency had taken hold. He was eager for Yi Li to witness his human form. Would she be satisfied? As this thought crossed his mind, the fluffy ears of the great tiger began to blush, and he averted his gaze from Yi Li. After both had feasted and drank their fill, Bai Sun set aside his embarrassment and nestled alongside Yi Li, resting his small paw atop her hand and drawing it close to himself. "Shall I groom you to Bai?" Yi Li's eyes sparkled with delight, her entire being illuminating with excitement. She had long wished to groom Bai Sun, but he had consistently resisted, especially recently when she was preoccupied and lacked the time to insist. Thus, her desire to groom him had been set aside. With a comb materializing in her hand, she joyfully began to brush his fur. Initially tense, Bai Sun soon relaxed, allowing her to comb through his coat while she playfully nibbled at his tofu-like flesh. "Hee, I knew my little slave couldn't stay still for long." As she combed through his fur, Bai Sun lost count of how many times he had been touched. The entire tiger was a mix of embarrassment and irritation. While Yi Li remained blissfully unaware, her expression one of innocence. After grooming him several times, she would have continued indefinitely had she not feared damaging his skin. "Oh, my master, you are truly magnificent," she exclaimed, carefully setting aside the comb. Seizing the moment while Bai Sun was still caught off guard, she embraced him tightly, nuzzling against him in sheer bliss, releasing him just before he could respond with irritation. If only we could grow closer. Bai cannot remain so stingy forever," Yi Li thought to her surprise. As she pulled away, Bai Sun once again drew her hand back toward him. "What does this mean? Can I touch freely?" Yi Li asked, her voice trembling with anticipation. The sudden surge of happiness overwhelmed her heart, making it difficult to bear. Bai Sun lay on his side, placing her hand against his heart, emitting soft whimpers that hinted at his discomfort. Yi Li's expression turned serious as she sensed the gravity of the situation. With a flicker of green light, her hand merged with Bai Sun's form. Upon examining him, her heart sank in alarm. Within Bai Sun's body lay a hidden wound, one that struck at his heart. The injury had not healed, and he bore the constant pain of it. When Yi Li's hand rested on his chest, the agony noticeably subsided. Her face betrayed her concern, realizing she had previously overlooked this affliction. After an intense healing session, she was drenched in sweat. Yet the effects on Bai Sun's injuries were minimal. She was uncertain about the anatomical structure of animals in this world, yet the injury to Bai Sun's heart was clearly not something that could be remedied by ordinary means. Fortunately, she possessed abilities beyond the ordinary, and she was grateful that Bai Sun had crossed paths with her. "Foolish to Bai, why did you not tell me sooner? Is it painful? No wonder that Bai often remains motionless. As he is tormented by illness, that I have been careless myself, failing to consider giving Da-Bai a thorough examination. Bai Sun initially wished to conceal his injuries from Yi Li, although he gradually came to understand that Yi Li's treatment would not adversely affect her. In fact, he had been evading the situation, reluctant to allow his injuries to heal too swiftly. It was not until today that Yi Li explicitly expressed her desire to see him transform into human form. With a flicker of thought, he placed her hand over his heart. The two, one human and one tiger, had rested by the water's edge for half the day, yet Yi Li continued to attempt to heal the Bai, who consistently declined her efforts. He was aware that Yi Li would succumb to weakness after exhausting her abilities, and he did not wish to endanger her for his sake. That's why Yi Li understood that there was no rush, and thus she did not press the matter further. For dinner, they feasted on grilled shrimp. After they had eaten their fill, she wrapped the remaining morsels in a leaf, intending to bring them back for others to taste. As they made their way back under the glow of the evening sunset, they soon heard voices nearby, imbued with fear and despair, suggesting that someone was in peril. Why Yi Li signaled for Da-Bai to remain in place while she silently approached the source of the sounds using her wood-based abilities. To her surprise, she discovered 4 elderly individuals huddled in the grass, their faces stricken with terror as they gazed around anxiously. This was her first encounter with individuals of such age in this world. Cautiously surveying her surroundings, she found nothing amiss and was about to reveal herself when Da-Bai stopped her. Unbeknownst to her, he had crept up behind her, peering alongside her at the elderly. Respecting Da-Bai's wishes, she remained still as the elders began to weep, their cries growing more anguished and pitiful. Channeling her abilities into the surrounding flora, Yi Li gradually pieced together the situation. Not far behind the elders, she spotted 2 foxes hiding, and a further distance away, 7 or 8 individuals concealed themselves. What was going on? Confusion gripped Yi Li as she scrutinized the elders, finally noticing the vines binding their legs and feet. Recalling her powers, she felt the ground tremble, as if some gigantic creature was drawing near. Yi Li pressed herself lower, fearing her hiding spot would be discovered. Amidst the rustling sounds, 2 dark heads emerged from behind a tree. Upon seeing those 2 dark heads, Yi Li's first thought was of bears, but as they stepped into view, her conviction wavered. They resembled bears, yet lacked their ferocity. Despite their large frames, their black and white fur appeared oddly endearing, and they moved with a lazy demeanor that seemed almost foolishly charming. What species was this? She found herself at a loss. The 2 bears perked up upon seeing the 4 elders, lazily approaching and sniffing about. The elders, having reached a breaking point, were now too distraught to even see or why in an instant. Yi Li understood the grim reality. These concealed beastmen were using the elders as bait to lure out creatures like these bears. She watched as one of the bears opened its cavernous mouth, aiming for one of the elders' heads, while the beastmen behind seemed indifferent to the outcome. A horrifying thought struck Yi Li. Why were there no elders in the tribe? This question now had an unsettling answer. Without a moment to lose, Yi Li sprang from her hiding place, simultaneously launching a dart at the creature. This clumsy giant, larger than Da-Bai, would only be partially sedated by a single dart. But it was enough to provoke its ire. She knew this was not the time to reveal herself, especially with a pack of weasels lurking nearby, yet she could not bear to watch the elders be devoured. The creature, nostrils flaring and eyes gleaming with excitement, turned its gaze on Yi Li, drooling eagerly in a flash. It abandoned its lazy demeanor and charged at her. Da-Bai leaped from the underbrush, positioning himself in front of Yi Li. The creature reacted swiftly, swiping at Da-Bai in an attempt to push him aside, but Da-Bai evaded, and the creature, undeterred, continued to eye Yi Li hungrily, intent on reaching her. A foul stench assaulted Yi Li's senses, reminiscent of decay, and she instinctively retrieved a mini grenade, hurling it into the creature's gaping maw. The grenade, though small, packed a tremendous punch. With a deafening explosion, the creature was obliterated, its remains scattering across the ground. Some still smoldering. The air was filled not only with the scent of gunpowder, but also an oddly sweet aroma. The other creature, witnessing the carnage, fled swiftly, vanishing from sight. The elders, startled by the sudden turn of events, gazed at Yi Li with terror, while the hidden beastmen emerged, eagerly scavenging the fallen chunks of meat without discrimination. Once they had gathered their spoils, the beastmen finally noticed the presence of others, their expressions shifting to one of curiosity and caution towards Yili. She remained silent, contemplating how to navigate the repercussions of her grenade use, as the two parties held their ground in a tense standoff. Perhaps sensing no threat from her, the beastmen slung their collected meat over their backs and moved to drag the elders along. Wait. Why, Yili had already deduced that these beastmen used the elders to lure out the creature. How could she stand idly by while they took them away? Which tribe do you belong to? They had been hiding at a distance, unable to see the situation clearly, only emerging drawn by the scent of meat. Oblivious to the true nature of the events. I am no slave. I am the leader of the human tribe, Yili declared out a human tribe. I heard that a few slaves from the hyena tribe escaped and formed their own tribe. Is it true? Is that you? They observed her, noting her seemingly delicate demeanor with a hint of wariness towards but if you capture the sweet bear, we shall give you these slaves. One of them spoke, pushing the four elders towards Yili's feet and urging the others to leave quickly. The distinct patterns on the beastmen's fur skirts confirmed that, aside from the two foxes, they hailed from various tribes. This was a situation only seen within the mixed tribe led by the spotted tiger. Sweet bear? Yili mused, recalling the lingering aroma in the air, incredulous that it could belong to the creature. Despite its foul odor, the meat was surprisingly fragrant. She asked the four elders if they were familiar with the sweet bear, to which they tearfully acknowledged their knowledge. The sweet bear was known for its preference for human flesh, falling into a deep slumber after satiating its hunger. Hence, whenever there were elders or injured individuals in the tribe, they were used as bait. Once the sweet bear fell asleep, it would be swiftly hunted down. No other method could effectively capture the sweet bear due to its immense strength. The beastmen were reluctant to take risks. It was said that the sweet bear's meat was exceptionally delicious, favored by all beastmen. Consequently, whenever an elder could no longer contribute or a slave was on the verge of death, the beastmen would eagerly offer them as bait in tribes with an excess of slaves. The surplus would often meet a similar fate. As they journeyed back to the tribe, Yili fell into a contemplative silence, feeling an oppressive weight on her chest that made even breathing a struggle. The elders, upon learning that Yili was the leader of the human tribe, felt anything but reassured. We are old and useless. We will only waste food, regardless of where we are, in their eyes. The human tribe existed in a precarious space between several beastmen tribes, with food being a scarce resource. Upon returning to the tribe, they feared they would face ostracism. Thus, midway, the four conferred, contemplating whether to simply wander off and leave their fate to chance. Do not worry. There are still tasks for you in the tribe. Moreover, the elderly deserve to enjoy their twilight years. Labor is for the young. Even if you cannot contribute, that is of no consequence. The four remained skeptical, but ultimately followed Yili back to the tribe. Upon seeing her return with the four elders, Ain immediately surmised that she had encountered a trap set by the beastmen and inquired if she had been harmed. I am fine. Please arrange for someone to care for these four elders. Ain, you understand my intentions, do you not? Everyone will grow old. Ain nodded solemnly, indicating her understanding. After entering the cave, Yili remembered the grilled shrimp she had brought back and took it out to share with Ain before finally lying down inside. Baisun recognized that the little slave was different from the others. She harbored her own thoughts, some of which were even revolutionary, yet all stood in favor of humanity. Witnessing such a scene, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. He pondered whether Yili would harbor resentment towards him, given that he was also a beast man. Chapter 42. Someone wants to poach the taste of sweet bear is truly delightful. Setting traps using old and injured slaves is a common practice among many tribes. Baisun, having tasted sweet bear meat, naturally understands how tribes capture these creatures. The orcs collected the sweet bear meat. Baisun found it hard to resist the urge to chase them away and feast on it himself. Thus, he felt somewhat guilty and dared not approach Yili too closely. Yili, on the other hand, was only sorrowful for a moment. In the struggle for survival, nature favors the fittest. The environment here has destined humanity to a lowly status. However, that was in the past, least on her territory. She would not allow such things to happen. Within her means, she would prevent such occurrences. In truth, The 4 elders were not too old. At least by Yin's assessment, they could still serve the tribe for a few more years. Little did she know that this was entirely due to the covetous desires of the spotted tiger on the day of the harvest festival. The spotted tiger had hidden in the shadows, inhaling the aroma throughout the night without tasting a morsel. After returning to the tribe, he felt an insatiable hunger, and no amount of food could satisfy him. It was not the same flavor. Thus, he contemplated sweet bear meat. Surely, the taste of sweet bear meat could not be inferior to that of the human tribe's delicacies. Yet, it truly was. The spotted tiger gazed at the piece of meat before him, taking a bite. It was delicious, but for some inexplicable reason, he remained fixated on the aroma from the human tribe. Why couldn't their tribe replicate that flavor? And that little slave. Her skin was so fair, appearing so delicate that a gentle pinch could draw forth moisture. She looked so smooth and supple. Unlike other tribal leaders, who often held a sense of pride and refused to lower themselves to sleep with female slaves, the spotted tiger was an anomaly among leaders. He enjoyed sleeping with female slaves, especially in beast form. The experience was exquisite. The more he thought, the more his heart raced with anticipation. He desired to claim that little slave as his own, to prepare delicious meals for her daily, and to sleep with her each night. He knew that female slaves were not as resilient as female orcs, so he even resolved to refrain from taking beast form when sleeping with the little slave. Lest he wear her out, the spotted tiger acted swiftly on his desires. However, one who ascends to the position of leader must possess not only strength but also cunning. He first approached it done to gauge the situation, inquiring about the combat prowess of the white tiger from the human tribe. Since he could no longer transform into human form, his strength was undoubtedly diminished, yet he felt a twinge of unease. He was aware that the white tiger had been present during the hunt for sweet bears, and he feared that it was the white tiger who had torn the sweet bear apart. If that were the case, it would be quite alarming. One cannot deny that the spotted tiger was different from other tribal leaders. He did not place as much importance on face saving as other orcs, and did not hide his apprehension towards the white tiger. After all, they were both tigers. Why was he so lacking? Dun attempted to provoke him with words, but the spotted tiger remained unfazed, recounting the events of the sweet bear hunt. The sweet bear had perished without consuming any humans, and it had been shredded into pieces. Who could be responsible? Only those directly involved. Yi, the white tiger, and the 4 elders knew the truth. Until he understood the details, the spotted tiger dared not act recklessly. That white tiger was truly formidable. One should not provoke him. Otherwise, why do you think I allowed those slaves to establish their own tribe? If word of this spread, would I not lose all face? The spotted tiger squinted at Dun, lost in thought due to his words that, you think I am unaware? You and Defei have cultivated a good relationship with the human tribe, enjoying their hospitality, while I am excluded. Are you two plotting against me, using the human tribe as a facade? The spotted tiger harbored numerous suspicions, yet maintained an impassive facade. However, he realized a crucial point. If the hyenas and leopards truly intended to join forces, he could not act against Yi at this moment. Departing from the hyena tribe, the spotted tiger summoned all the orcs in the tribe to discuss their next steps. The more he pondered, the more he felt that the leopard and hyena were concocting some scheme. The elders quickly adapted to life within the human tribe. They never expected that slaves could enjoy such days. They heard that their leader was formidable. Even Dun and Defei dared not trouble her. Indeed, who could have imagined that one could live without the disdain of orcs? Such days were incredibly comfortable, though they wondered if Chief Hua would feel the same. The elders gathered in a circle, peeling corn kernels, thoroughly content with their current peaceful existence, yet still harboring some concerns. Grandmother, please do not mention the word slave in front of our leader. She dislikes it and does not allow us to refer to ourselves as slaves. That we are a new socialist tribe, where everyone is free and equal. Ian passed by and could not help but pause to impart progressive thoughts. After a while, everyone remained somewhat perplexed, but one thing was certain. They were now free and equal, no longer subjected to the oppression and bullying of the orcs, able to live for themselves. As long as they did not cross the line and did not harm others in the tribe, they were absolutely free. Their identity was not that of slaves. nor would any orc be permitted to view them as such. Even the orcs in the tribe were required to complete designated tasks to earn their meals. It was simply inconceivable. The orcs actually followed the leader's orders. Our leader is truly remarkable. On that day, the leopard leader, Defay, visited the human tribe once again, bringing 2 pregnant ewes as gifts. Why such formality? Just come as you are, Yili remarked cheerfully as she led the sheep over, noticing their swollen bellies, indicating they would give birth in a few days. This Defay is quite polite, Yili thought, her smile growing more genuine. Defay suddenly felt that Yili's smile was blinding, causing his heart to race as he instinctively turned away. Since this little slave enjoyed them so much, he thought he would bring her a couple more next time. Bison observed this scene and let out an irritable roared "I" in the tribe. If a male orc wished to mate with a female orc, he would typically offer his prey to please her. The leopard orc's actions were undoubtedly provocative. Defay was not the kind of cowardly orc. He had far more backbone than the spotted tiger. Upon hearing Bison's roar, he merely cast a disdainful glance. What qualifications did a worthless creature, stripped of human form, have to claim a little slave? The leopard and the tiger locked eyes, both readying themselves for a conflict. Chapter 43. Assisting the ewe in labor. When Yili returned from the breeding farm, the leopard's head was being pressed to the ground by Bison. With a crowd gathered around to watch the spectacle, the 2 leopards, seeing their leader subdued, meowed in protest to Bison but dared not act rashly, knowing their leader was in his grasp. Unexpectedly, Bison showed no intention of being ruthless. He merely pressed down a bit harder, then disdainfully released him. Why Yili's imagination conjured an image, like an adult easily subduing a temperamental child, extending a finger to tap the child's forehead, admonishing, "Have you settled down now? Will you dare to provoke me again? Remember this lesson for next time. Be a little smarter." The vividness of the image made her laugh aloud. However, Defay felt humiliated. Battles between orcs were bound to leave marks, and some might even pay the ultimate price. He had dared to provoke Bison because he believed their strengths were equal. After the fight, he realized he was mistaken. His meager strength was insignificant compared to that of the white tiger. In terms of injuries, he was the only one who bore the scars, while Bison had not even ruffled a hair. He felt indignant and, after Bison released him, charged forward again, only to have Bison effortlessly evade him, regarding him as one might a petulant child. This feeling was incredibly frustrating, especially upon realizing he was utterly powerless against Bison. Consequently, Yili witnessed Defay meowing and clinging to Bison, feigning ferocity by opening his mouth as if to bite, yet managing to touch not a single strand of Bison's fur. The onlookers were delighted, believing the white tiger orc was truly remarkable, able to best even the leopard leader, and thought he and Yili were a perfect match. Defay remained undeterred, and upon noticing Yili approaching, felt he had lost face in her presence, leaving without even eating. That night, among the 2 pregnant ewes sent by Defay, one was about to give birth. Why Yili specifically instructed Neo to construct a straw shelter for the ewe, ensuring it was stocked with fresh, tender forage for its delivery and rest, with someone assigned to keep watch in the dead of night. The caretaker reported that the ewe was having difficulty giving birth, fearing it would not survive, and asked Yili whether they should kill it while it still had breath. Kill? Why kill? It's merely a difficult birth. We should help it deliver safely. Yili, indifferent and unperturbed, arrived at the straw hut alongside her companion. Difficulties in animal childbirth are quite common. At times, the newborns arrive lifeless, and occasionally the mother does not survive either, resulting in the tragic loss of 2 lives. Though Yili had never assisted in delivering an animal, she had watched several relevant videos and felt equipped with some knowledge to aid the ewe through its ordeal. Moreover, she possessed extraordinary abilities. To allow others in the tribe to gain experience, she summoned everyone present. Difficulties in animal childbirth do not always end in death. It often depends on the circumstances, and sometimes we can provide appropriate assistance. As she explained, Yili approached the exhausted ewe, which, despite being wary of her presence, made no move to resist. Observers began to murmur among themselves, believing Yili was overly optimistic about the situation. The lamb was partially born, with one leg trapped in the birth canal, leaving its body still within the mother. After a brief examination, Yili discovered that the lamb still had vigor, and she felt a wave of relief. Typically, a ewe gives birth with both hind legs emerging first. In this case, it was evident that the other leg was obstructed, necessitating that they reach inside to reposition it. This process required careful attention to avoid harming both the ewe and the lamb. As she spoke, Yili synchronized her actions with her words. The onlookers were astonished to see her unperturbed by the ewe's filth as she reached in, prompting some of the other beastmen to draw closer. Unable to fully accept the sight, Bai Sun's emotions were complex. This little slave is indeed fearless, he mused. Yili, maintaining her composure, gently reassured the ewe while skillfully maneuvering her hands to minimize pain. Well done, dear mother sheep. The lamb shall soon arrive. Let us see what this mischievous little creature looks like. Grasping the lamb by its hind legs, Yili slowly extracted it. The ewe seemed to sense her actions, cooperating until, at last, the lamb was born successfully. The crowd erupted in cheers. The newborn lamb, full of energy, immediately stood and nestled beneath its mother to seek nourishment. You have worked hard, my dear. I shall take over from here. Aling remarked, excitement evident in her voice as she handed Yili a bundle of dry straw to wipe her hands. Yili accepted it, nodding in acknowledgement and advising her to take care of herself before departing the breeding area amidst the admiration of the crowd. Upon returning to the cave entrance, Ain awaited her with a bamboo tube in hand. You are truly remarkable. I thought childbirth was entirely left to fate. The scene from that evening had profoundly shifted the perceptions of everyone present. Whether beastmen or humans, childbirth represented a significant challenge in life, and there were frequent instances of female beastmen or humans succumbing to complications during labor. When such moments arrived, no one could assist. It was entirely up to the individual. Particularly for female beastmen, multiple births were not uncommon, making them more susceptible to unforeseen complications during delivery. Nothing is entirely left to fate. There's a saying, my life is governed by me, not by the heavens. Yili had always believed that Ain possessed insight in this regard and couldn't help but express her thoughts. Bai Sun, observing the small slave who had returned to her bed to sleep, couldn't refrain from marveling. This small slave is truly extraordinary. Miracles seemed to manifest through her. The following day, the atmosphere in the tribe soared to new heights due to the successful delivery of the lamb. Everyone wore expressions of joy and carefree abandon, seeing in the ewe's experience a greater significance that in essence, it meant that trusting Yili could lead to miracles. Even the typically adversarial hyenas and cheetahs set aside their grievances. Gathering together in a Yili's ability to heal their injuries was already impressive, but her assistance in facilitating the safe delivery of the lamb was nothing short of remarkable. Upon receiving news that Defei had brought 2 sheep the previous day, Dedun was determined not to be outdone, leading a deer to the tribe to establish his presence. Upon arriving, he noticed the joyous expressions on everyone's faces, as if another momentous occasion had unfolded. The lamb born from the sheep gifted by the chief had initially faced complications, yet with the chief's aid, it had successfully entered the world. Thus, the tribe decided to celebrate that very day, eagerly anticipating the new dishes Yili had arranged for the evening. Chapter 44. Cultural exchange in the tribe. Can one truly assist in difficult childbirth? Is it not a matter of fate? Life is to be revered. Each birth is a testament to the divine blessings bestowed upon the tribe. The strength and vitality of a tribe's future depend on its offspring and their ability to produce robust descendants. While cubs signify the continuation of the tribe, the challenge of raising them post-birth presents a separate dilemma. Throughout Dedun's many years as chief, he had witnessed numerous female beastmen perish during childbirth, a helpless situation for them. However, today, the notion that Yili could alter this helplessness stirred excitement in the hearts of many. If Yili could ensure that every female beastman safely delivered their offspring, their tribe would undoubtedly grow stronger and flourish eternally. With Yili, anything seemed possible. Dedun's fervent heart felt an unprecedented zeal, wishing to seize Yili for his own tribe. Bai Sun, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Dedun, felt a wave of contempt wash over him. Stretching languidly, he revealed his sharp claws. He had no qualms about teaching a lesson to anyone harboring designs on Yili, making it clear what thoughts were acceptable and which were not. Dedun's fiery passion cooled instantly under Bai Sun's gaze. Perhaps occupying her was not a wise pursuit. Furthermore, he understood Yi Li's nature. She was not a malevolent person that if someone in the tribe truly needed her, she would undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Seeing the Dun's demeanor shift, Bai Sun yawned and relaxed. That evening's new dishes included cold clam meat and poached shrimp. When Ain was informed by Yi Li to prepare a large quantity of river clams, she immediately recalled the last time they had crafted plows. Why, Yi Li's regretful expression upon seeing the clam meat made her lips twitch in amusement. She knew her master was truly fierce, capable of consuming anything, no matter how insignificant. Whatever ended up in Yi Li's hands would ultimately become a delectable delight that the Dun was taken aback to learn that the human tribe not only consumed plant roots, but also spared no effort in utilizing river clams. Upon discovering this, his reaction mirrored Yin's, utter astonishment at her ferocity. The clam meat, finely shredded and seasoned with cilantro and salted sesame, was complemented by the freshness of the shrimp, which could be directly grasped by their long antennae and dipped into the bamboo tube, turning color before being peeled and enjoyed with a splash of salty juice. The natural, fresh ingredients exuded a sweetness that stirred gratitude for nature's bounty with every bite. To his surprise, these seemingly insignificant delicacies rivaled the taste of more sumptuous prey. Why, Ili had previously scattered numerous plant seeds near the tribe, and now an array of terrestrial crops had taken root in their territory. Step by step, she was guiding others to recognize these crops as viable food sources. Sesame was among them. Previously, no one had regarded plants as edible, and thus they had not paid attention to different species, lacking any memory of whether such plants had ever existed. This was particularly true for the beastmen, many of whom could not distinguish between different plants. To them, all plants appeared similar, green with leaves and roots. Consequently, certain culinary delights could only be savored in the human tribe. The Dun realized this and contemplated whether he should send a few slaves to learn culinary skills. His resolve was swift, and he soon broached the subject with Yi Li, who welcomed the idea but stipulated a cost. How about this? You send a few individuals to learn, and in return, a few shall join my tribe. The Dun found this proposition agreeable, and upon returning, he promptly selected suitable candidates. The next day, he sent 3 young women, 3 young men, and 6 small children, one of whom had a limp. The young men and women came to learn culinary arts, while the children were sent to join the human tribe. The Dun's justification was also quite grandiose. Look at your tribe. Without younglings, there is no future. Thus, I have brought you a few to ensure your legacy continues. After cautiously scrutinizing Yi Li, fearing that her anger might jeopardize the negotiation, he was taken aback when she not only remained unfazed, but also seemed to concur with his sentiments, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Yi Li bore no qualms about the matter. The children, frail and delicate, clearly lacked proper nurturing conditions within the tribe, and their relocation here was advantageous. Initially, the other members of the tribe expressed dissatisfaction towards Chief Dun regarding this issue. But after Yi Li's guidance, their perspectives swiftly shifted. The children, though lacking in strength, were diligent enough to undertake tasks such as gathering eggs. Why Yi Li specifically instructed Ain to allocate some time each day to impart essential principles to these children, cultivating their worldviews while also teaching them self-defense techniques. Upon learning of this development, the members of the cheetah tribe promptly contacted their chief, De Fei, who arrived the following day with a contingent. Aware of Yi Li's preference for pregnant prey, he brought along 3 expectant women and 3 robust young men, who were essentially breeding slaves for the pregnant women. Why Yi Li remarked, "It may seem I have sent you 6 individuals. Yet in truth, I have delivered 9. Unlike the Dun, who is deceitful, promising 6, but delivering only scrawny infants, Yi Li's actions bore greater significance." Content with this arrangement, she sought the opinions of the 6 individuals and resolved to host a collective wedding, providing each pair with a 2-story cottage. The Dun, feeling somewhat guilty about the situation, contributed a substantial amount of animal hides and a pair of spotted deer when he came to celebrate the nuptials. While hunting was not particularly challenging for the beastmen, capturing prey without inflicting harm posed a significant difficulty. Why Yi Li recognized the Dun's sense of remorse, but chose to remain silent, smiling instead. On the eve of the wedding, Yi Li dispatched a cheetah to convey a message to the mixed tribe. inquiring if the leader of the spotted tiger tribe wished to send individuals to learn culinary techniques. Along with the stipulated conditions, the spotted tiger, long envious of the delectable foods of the human tribe, immediately agreed to send 12 individuals. Observing both groups, Yili discerned their characteristics with clarity. Those coming to learn were sturdy and robust, while those sent to serve the tribe were exclusively male, ranging from 8 to 50 years old, sharing the common traits of being thin and unattractive. It appeared that the spotted tiger had dispatched those he deemed the least useful from his tribe. Chapter 45. The little slave is always right on the day of the collective wedding. The spotted tiger personally led a group to the event, but Yili had put considerable effort into the preparations. Having slain a water buffalo, harvested a batch of cucumbers, and utilized her stock of sweet potatoes and potatoes, along with roasting around 20 wild rabbits. Wild rabbits, being the most abundant creatures in the wilderness, could easily be caught on a short excursion. Their prolific breeding and lack of appeal to the beastmen meant they lived without fear of predators. However, this situation began to change with Yili's arrival. As wild rabbits became a staple in the human tribe's diet on the wedding day, boiled red eggs were indispensable. Yili prepared over 100, watching as the spotted tiger devoured a dozen before pausing, seemingly unfazed by the potential for indigestion. More troubling was his lack of a gift, which was quite inappropriate. The spotted tiger showed no signs of discomfort as he feasted heartily, sweat glistening on his thick chest fur. Thoroughly enjoying the meal, "Is this how the human tribe conducts itself?" he inquired, gnawing on meat and picking his teeth, disregarding the Dun, whom he considered beneath him. The Dun shrugged. "What else would you expect? As you can see, their diet primarily consists of plants, with occasional small game like rabbits and wildfowl. There's no conflict with us. More importantly, Yili is full of surprises, and there are still many ways to utilize her talents. If the self-reliant tribe can bring joy to this slave, I have no objection to facilitating her happiness, even at the cost of a few slaves." The spotted tiger had previously suspected a trap set by the Dun and the Fae. But observing the situation now, it appeared less likely, prompting him to adopt a wait-and-see approach rather than rushing to confront Yili. Unbeknownst to the 3 tribe leaders, their desire for human delicacies had already ensnared them in Yili's trap. This night, Baisun did not indulge in emotional excesses as before. Instead, he consciously engaged with the role of Yili's mate, lowering himself to host the leaders of the smaller tribes and reveling with the tribe's members. After the leaders departed, Yili and Baisun surveyed the tribe. Unable to resist boasting, "Our socialist new tribe's life is undoubtedly far superior to that of the other beastman tribes. Once these chefs come here to learn, do you think they would wish to return to the beastman tribes? It is inconceivable. Having tasted freedom, how could they ever go back to a life of servitude? Even if they were forced to return, they would reminisce about their days in our new tribe and share their experiences with others. Eventually, others will surely envy and long for what we offer. All we need to do is open our doors and welcome them into a new life. One day, humans and beastmen will coexist peacefully." Baisun silently followed behind Yili, remaining vigilant while listening to her envision a future where the notion of anti-beastman sentiment resonated with him. A beastman who felt no dissonance in her aspirations. The little slave was always right, and he supported her every endeavor. Moreover, he pondered privately, if the world were devoid of slaves, would that not alter the will of the heavens? Would the union of beastmen and humans be blessed by divine approval? This thought left Baisun feeling somewhat guilty, glancing around anxiously, his ears flushing involuntarily. After touring the tribe, he secretly scattered some seeds, using his abilities to hasten their growth, awaiting the following day when others would discover them and inquire if they were edible. If deemed consumable, they would surely protect the plants, returning later to harvest seeds for mass cultivation. Currently, 2 individuals in the tribe roamed the vicinity daily, focused on continuously expanding their culinary repertoire, having discovered that combining meat with various plants enhanced both flavor and their physical well-being. The injuries of several hyenas and cheetahs had completely healed, and Yili sent them back to their respective tribes, as they could not remain. Accompanying them were the chefs from various tribes learning culinary skills. Thus, only pure humans remained within the tribe. Yili's first batch of flax and cotton was also ready for harvest, and she intended to lead a group to explore the art of weaving. Lacking a precise concept of weaving, she communicated her ideas to others, encouraging them to devise methods for fabric production while providing useful insights. However, before the weaving techniques could be fully developed, the tribe encountered its first challenge. Numerous small holes appeared in the sweet potato fields, and by the time they were discovered, the yield had significantly diminished. Upon receiving the report from the plantation workers, Yili hurried to the sweet potato farm. This land had been meticulously prepared for cultivating sweet potatoes and potatoes, with soil perfectly suited for root vegetables, yielding substantial harvests. Each plot of land in the tribe had designated caretakers, and the sudden decline in yield left those responsible for the sweet potato field in near tears. Upon her arrival, Yili quickly identified the issue but chose not to reveal it immediately, instead guiding the others to uncover the problem and seek solutions. There are footprints here. It appears some animal has taken a liking to our sweet potatoes and stealthily consumed them. Look, there are remnants of sweet potato skins remaining. Following Yili's clues, the others gradually discerned the issue, with one finding a nest of mice in one of the holes. So, it was these filthy rodents that devoured our sweet potatoes? Outrageous! There must be more. Let us search further. They split up and uncovered several more mice, swiftly dispatching them and discarding them in a common area. Yili wandered near the sweet potato fields and discovered several smooth tunnels, indicating frequent mouse activity. The rodents in the field were merely a fraction of the problem, with many more likely hiding in a larger burrow. She located one of the entrances and attempted to pour water into it, but it yielded no response. Thus, she devised another plan, to prepare some semi-dry reeds and bring firestones. It is time to showcase true skills. Before long, aside from the overseer of the sweet potato field, the other idle individuals gathered around. Everyone has gained experience by now. If Yili refrains from action, it is one thing, but once he makes a move, it is guaranteed to be a spectacle. After igniting the semi-dry thatch, a considerable amount of smoke billowed forth. Yili arranged a fire pit and instructed others to bundle the thatch into pellets that matched the size of the hole's opening, lighting them before blocking the entrance. Chapter 46. The aftermath of delicacies. As the first thatch pellet was used to seal the hole, a wisp of blue smoke emerged from a nearby thicket. Yili commanded another pellet to be ignited and used to block the smoking entrance. Soon after, several more openings appeared in the vicinity, and Yili directed the same method to seal them, discovering one after another until only a smaller hole remained, allowing smoke to waft freely from within. Prepare yourselves, strike when one emerges, declared Yili. The group surrounded the entrance, poised for action, as the rodents within became a frenzy, their chattering audible from outside. Indeed, after a brief period of chaos, the mice located their escape route, scrambling to flee in a panic. Unfortunately, a circle of people awaited outside, just as Yili had stated. One emerged and one was struck down, without exception. Ultimately, over 100 mice scurried from the hole, all met with a blow to the head and piled together. This truly was the stronghold of the rodents. It was these little creatures that had stealthily pilfered their sweet potatoes, resulting in a 20% drop in their yield. Burn them and fill the hole. Soon, a pungent odor of burnt fur mingled with the scent of cooked meat wafted across the field, causing everyone to unconsciously swallow and glance towards this edible. Yili chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. Though rat meat can be quite palatable, the filthiness of the creature raises concerns. Who knows how many parasites and bacteria reside within? Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from consumption. After resolving the rodent infestation, Yili instructed everyone to meticulously inspect their respective areas until they were assured that no hidden thieves remained. Finally feeling at ease, the weather gradually turned cooler, and after consulting Ain, Yili learned that the climate here, much like Earth, experiences 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Autumn had now set in as winter approached. Survival would become even more arduous for humans. Each winter, the people of the tribe nearly depended entirely on the beastmen to endure the cold months. According to Ain, winter here would bring snow, ice covering the ground, and many animals would enter hibernation. For humans, venturing outside in winter was out of the question. They lacked fur for warmth and did not receive enough animal pelts, resulting in numerous fatalities from freezing each year. Now that we have stored ample food, We need not fear, Ain remarked, though she was not entirely convinced that this method would ensure the human tribe's safe passage through the winter. Without the beastmen, humans could scarcely survive the winter. It was precisely because there were several months each year when they relied entirely on the beastmen that the human-esque subservient status remained so firmly entrenched. No one believed that a slave could thrive without the support of the beastmen. The leaders of several tribes likely shared this sentiment, thus they did not regard this weak human tribe with any seriousness. It was not merely a matter of food. They also required sufficient clothing to ward off the cold. It appeared that the idea of producing cotton garments must be expedited, that Ely cleared a substantial area to cultivate cotton, ensuring an adequate supply before the onset of winter. The rodent issue in the sweet potato field inspired her to experiment with planting mulberry trees. Upon returning to their respective tribes, the chefs who had come to learn from humans found that the culinary standards of their tribes had not significantly improved. They discovered a grave issue. Many ingredients utilized within the human tribe were nowhere to be found, despite scouring every corner of their own tribe. Sweet potatoes. I crave roasted sweet potatoes, and that plant that pairs so well with roasted meat. What is it called? Mint. I want mint. Chief Defay was in a foul mood. During Yi Li's several banquets, he had savored catnip, and its intoxicating flavor had left a lasting impression on him. He held high hopes that upon the return of his tribesmen, he could once again indulge in that delightful taste. The individual responsible for the tribe's meals wore a look of innocence. While it was true that certain ingredients were not available, they had managed to prepare dishes like chicken soup. Why must the chief fixate on just one plant? While this statement held some truth, the memory of the heavenly days spent in the human tribe compared to the present was enough to make one yearn to escape the tribe and live freely. I refuse to believe it. There is no reason they should have all. The irascible Huaban who, accustomed to a life of indulgence, demanded they seek out the ingredients. Previously, he had refrained from taking action against Yi Li, fearing it might be a trap set by the Dun and Defay. However, now that he had dispatched individuals to learn from the human tribe, only to be told that many ingredients were missing, he found it hard to believe. How could this be? We share the same land. It's absurd that the human tribe possesses so many fine goods while we lack them. He proceeded to cripple 2 of the 6 chefs, breaking both their legs. If you dare deceive me again, I shall feed you to the sweet bears. After enjoying a few days of carefree existence in the human tribe, returning to the tribe only to have their legs broken was a jarring contrast. Once assisted back to their tent, the 2 embraced and wept, reminiscing about their days in the human tribe. If only we could return to the human tribe, one lamented. Indeed, it was splendid there, but winter is fast approaching. Once winter arrives, the human tribe would undoubtedly have to return to the beastman's tribe. There is still plenty of time before winter. Even when it does come, I still wish to go, having spent time with the human tribe. The chefs found their thoughts subtly shifting. In light of their current predicament, a notion took root within their hearts. Unbeknownst to them, tales of a human tribe had spread among all the slaves. Many were intrigued, but lacked the courage to leave the beastman's tribe. Huaban, who initially intended to use the 2 injured chefs to lure the sweet bears, but upon comparing the flavors of the sweet bears with the culinary delights of the human tribe, he resolved to send the 2 to the human tribe in exchange for food from Yi Li. Upon seeing the 2 with broken legs, Yi Li gained further insight into Huaban whose brutality. Ultimately, Yi Li exchanged 2 roasted wild rabbits for the 2 individuals. Huaban, who was pleased during the meal, but after wiping his mouth, he began to express discontent. You clearly promised to teach the slaves of my tribe how to create delicacies. Why have you not done so? They cannot even identify the ingredients. Why Ely had anticipated this, snorting coldly. It is not that they cannot identify the ingredients, but rather that some ingredients only thrive in suitable environments. Chapter 47. Night raids. Some plants thrive in water, while others prefer shade or sunlight. Each type of food has distinct characteristics, necessitating different growth environments. Why Ely led Huaban on a tour of the tribe, showcasing several plots of land, leaving Huaban who's salivating. These plants are inherently delicate and require meticulous care to thrive in abundance. It is no wonder you cannot find them. Why Ely elaborated on the watering schedule, fertilization methods, and the intricacies of cultivation and maintenance, outlining the complexities involved. Impatient, Huaban, who demanded to exchange with Yi Li, insisting she return his food. Certainly. What would you like to trade? Yili feigned cordiality. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, cilantro. Anything you have. He desired to sample everything. Huaban, whose gaze lingered on Yili, increasingly unable to conceal his intentions towards her. The timely growl of Dubai snapped him back to reality. He glared at the white tiger before turning his attention elsewhere. The bounty of the human tribe's food was overwhelming. If he could possess all these items, his gaze returned to Dubai. What of the human tribe? In the end, it all relies on a crippled beastman. Being of the same tiger species, he refused to believe he was inferior to this white tiger. How about 10 sweet potatoes for one person? The same applies to the rest. Why? Ili inquired. Huaban had already devised another scheme. He nodded eagerly, agreeing to everything Yili proposed. Why? Ili intended to set a trap for him. The notion of 10 sweet potatoes for one person was preposterous. She was taken aback when Huaban, who agreed so readily. Then return promptly with your people. We will exchange them hand in hand. Not a problem. I will bring many people. Huaban, who replied with an inscrutable expression before flashing Yili a smile and turning to leave the human tribe. Yili watched Huaban, whose departing figure, and shrugged. You are still a bit too naive. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Do you think I am unaware? The standing of humanity in this world is indeed lamentably low. Before the orc, they are but an insignificant presence. The spotted tiger has scarcely regarded Yili, and his thoughts are hardly concealed, perhaps owing to his inexperience in human interactions, as he seems oblivious to the fact that his expressions easily betray his inner musings. Yili succinctly summarized the situation. Baisun, who had previously worried that Yili might be deceived, now felt a twinge of sympathy for the spotted tiger upon witnessing her demeanor. Tonight promises to be a spectacle. Dear Bai, let me see if your wounds have healed. After her relentless treatment over this period, the injury to Bai's heart has shown marked improvement. If this pace continues, he should recover fully within a month. Aware that tonight would not be tranquil, Baisun refrained from allowing Yili to treat him, and she did not insist. Instead, she led her companions to double-check the tribe's defenses, after driving away several hyenas and cheetahs. She had the defenses rearranged, ensuring that archers and melee fighters were well-positioned, supplemented by a catapult and numerous traps. With a force of under 100, she was confident in her ability to easily crush any opposition. The mixed tribe members are complex, including flying avian orcs. If arranged properly, they could become a formidable force. Why Li's decision to target the mixed tribe first was not without reason, for she had long coveted the flying orcs. Yearning to soar alongside the sun, indulging the spotted tiger's aggressive gaze, she thought it best to let him revel in his moment. After all, he was on the verge of losing his leadership. Upon learning of the impending assault from the mixed tribe, the people within the tribe grew somewhat anxious. The elderly, infirm, and vulnerable were sheltered in safe, concealed locations, while those assigned tasks stood ready for action. Knowing that the flying orcs would likely scout ahead, Yili instructed everyone to retreat into their tents and tree houses, creating the illusion of slumber while Yili lay in her den, her wood-based abilities nearly enveloping the entire tribe. With every whisper of the wind and rustle of leaves falling under her keen perception, the environment greatly benefited her abilities, and just 2 days prior, her powers had advanced in a world teeming with ability users. Her strength could be deemed among the elite. Around 2 o'clock, as she sat cross-legged on the ground, Yili suddenly opened her eyes. They have arrived. Baisun looked towards the cave entrance but saw no signs of movement. However, he trusted Yi Li's instincts. The sentries on the lookout tower had yet to detect the orcs, prompting Yi Li to put her fingers to her lips and mimic the call of a nightingale. Almost instantaneously, everyone, previously drowsy, became alert. Soon, a cacophony of rustling sounds emerged, followed by the appearance of the spotted tiger's lantern-like eyes. Under Yi Li's perception, the positions of all were crystal clear. The mixed tribe boasted approximately 60 orcs, ranging from large tigers like the spotted one to smaller creatures like foxes and even a few monkeys, concealed in the trees at the tribe's entrance, in the grass, and even the air. Many orcs lay in wait, their gazes filled with greed and excitement. With a command from the spotted tiger, the orcs stealthily advanced. The nightingale's call rang out again, and almost instantly, the traps at the tribe's entrance were triggered, ensnaring several of the larger orcs. The sudden turn of events startled the orcs, but under the spotted tiger's orderly direction, the others remained silent and transformed back into their human forms. The nightingale's call then took on a sharpness that seemed to alert the spotted tiger to impending danger. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The archers were ready, and the swift sounds of arrows flying resulted in several orcs being struck that why Ely did not expect the wooden arrows to pierce the orc's flesh. Merely breaking the skin would suffice. She had coated each arrow with a tranquilizer. Although limited by her skill, the effects were sufficient to slow the orc's movements, even rendering some temporarily incapacitated. The spotted tiger was caught off guard. As a mere wooden arrow felled a number of his kin. Frustrated, he paced in place before charging towards the cave's entrance that why Ely had been poised, ready with her concealed dart. In an unexpected twist. The spotted tiger evaded the dart, despite the obscured vision. The traps Ely had arranged within the tribe appeared treacherously cunning in the eyes of the spotted tiger. He had never before suffered such a significant defeat at the hands of a woman. As he lunged forward, he morphed into his beast form, his massive body nearly blocking the cave's entrance, his maw agape and filled with determination. Yet, despite his cunning, the inherent frailty of humanity was an insurmountable obstacle. A roar erupted from a cave, shaking the very foundations of the tribe, causing the orcs outside to tremble as their innate fears were awakened. Bai's form suddenly interposed between the two, striking the spotted tiger squarely on the head, landing directly before Ely. Seizing the moment, she tossed a seed of a vine, which rapidly ensnared the great tiger, binding him tightly at this juncture. The spotted tiger realized he had been outmaneuvered. The airborne orcs, upon witnessing the downfall of the spotted tiger, immediately sounded the alarm, commanding the other orcs to retreat. Ely narrowed her eyes, knocking her arrow. It was a massive eagle, and she was quite satisfied. So she did not hold back in her strike. The eagle was struck down, crashing onto two small foxes below, while the remaining orcs descended into chaos. Some transformed into their beast forms to flee, only to fall into traps. Others, in their panic, sought refuge but were met with the spears of two slaves. The tumultuous scene persisted for over an hour, with every orc involved ensnared, bound, or suspended. None escaping. Amid the chaos, confusion reigned, as none anticipated the cunning of the small slave, who had not confronted them head-on, but had devised an array of peculiar traps. The tribe resembled a veritable zoo, filled with an uproar of various sounds that Ely, irritated, commanded those capable of maintaining their human forms to do so, and those who could not to remain silent. The orcs glared at her. Those who could transform did so, hurling every imaginable insult her way. Despicable, shameless, petty, treacherous, cunning. Ely shook her head. Isn't it deceitful to use humans as bait to trap sweet bears? Would you dare confront a sweet bear openly? No. Then cease your lamentations. Your embarrassment is palpable. Her words fell into a profound silence. The sweet bear is our prey, one stubbornly retorted. Ely turned, her gaze lighting upon a small fox. You two are my quarry, you know. Your fine fur would make a splendid winter scarf. Master, shall we skin it now? Winter is fast approaching. Ian arrived at her side, unsheathing a sharp shell and eyeing the fox orc, contemplating where to make the cut. Ely scrutinized the fox orc, but he's human now. How do we skin him? Simple, just let him bleed. He won't maintain his human form and will revert to beast form. Ely nodded in realization. Earlier, he appeared quite large in beast form. Not only could we make a scarf, but a fur coat as well. That Ian concurred, affirming the possibility. The fox orc, overhearing their discussion, widened his eyes in disbelief. This was an affront. These two slaves dared to provoke him openly. Infuriated, he longed to snap their necks, but was regrettably bound. Observing the two sharpen their knives with such disregard for their kind, the other orcs began to feel fear creeping in. Let us wait until dawn to strike. It is unwise to act in the dark, Ely stated with solemnity. The spotted tiger was incensed. This small slave, having previously indulged her whims, now dared to treat orcs in such a manner. Unforgivable. Having been accustomed to a position of superiority, the sudden reversal was jarring for the spotted tiger. He could scarcely fathom that this small slave possessed such strength. Even when confronting hyena or cheetah tribes, he had never suffered such a significant loss. Now, not only were all his orcs subdued, but the human tribe had suffered no casualties. This grim reality weighed heavily upon him. How could a mere slave, who could only rely on orcs for survival, be so formidable? Reflecting on his subjugation, the spotted tiger remained incredulous. The vine binding him seemed almost alive, tightening with each struggle, reattaching itself whenever he broke free, until he was utterly exhausted and unable to escape. What indeed did this small slave intend? Was she bent on the annihilation of all orcs? It is truly terrifying. The spotted tiger compelled itself to calm down and ponder the intentions of Yeli, while simultaneously recuperating its strength. Yeli approached the great eagle orc with great enthusiasm. An arrow was still embedded in the orc's arm. Not just any wooden arrow, but a military-grade alloy arrow, capable of piercing through zombies and equally formidable against orcs. Yeli clicked her tongue and inquired whether the great eagle orc was in pain and if it desired to live. The orc, displaying remarkable fortitude, turned its head away, ignoring her. Unperturbed, she informed Ian to arrange for guards, while the others retreated to their quarters to rest. Outside the cave entrance, the campfire crackled vigorously as more firewood was added. And Yeli reclined on her bed, contemplating her next course of action. She was intent on subduing these orcs, but had discerned their strong personalities within the mixed tribe. From her deductions, it appeared that they had been unable to remain in their own tribes and had fled. Forming a disorganized collective, such orcs possessed their own convictions, refusing to yield easily to the harshness of reality, preferring death over submission. This posed a considerable challenge. Yeli, slightly vexed, turned to see her companion, the great white tiger, intently watching the outside world, ready to spring into action at the slightest disturbance. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Although the mixed tribes orcs were indeed unruly and strong-willed, they revered the spotted tiger as their leader and willingly submitted to its authority. Therefore, could she not command through strength? She was well aware of the combat prowess of her great white tiger. Subduing a spotted tiger would be a trivial task, let alone the other orcs. If that were the case, she could unfurl the banner of her white tiger and intimidate them. Her intention was not to trample upon these orcs, but merely to foster coexistence between them and humans, while subtly promoting the core values of socialism, encouraging them to keep pace with the times. Naturally, if the great eagle orc would permit her to ride it and soar through the skies, that would be the epitome of perfection. Delighted, Yeli shared her thoughts with the great white tiger, hoping it would cooperate and fulfill her desire for a majestic eagle mount. Sun turned to meet Yeli's sparkling gaze. Feeling a surge of agitation, he had not anticipated Yeli would express such sentiments to him. Had they not agreed on a monogamous bond? How dare she acknowledge her longing for another orc in his presence? Where did that leave him? Chapter 49. The tiger skin blanket by Sun was perplexed by Yeli's thoughts. How could she utter such words with a smile? Did she presume to take advantage of his inability to transform into human form? Fearing he might lose control and, in a fit of rage, crush Yeli, he opted to leave the cave, choosing to distance himself from the situation. Oblivious to her pet's irritation, Yeli assumed it was eagerly preparing to intimidate her mount, contentedly falling asleep. Upon waking early the next day, she was greeted by the sound of lamentations at the entrance, yet her spirits remained high as she approached the spotted tiger, with winter fast approaching. The thought of having a tiger skin blanket seemed most inviting. Yeli gazed contemplatively at the spotted tiger's fluffy fur. Indeed, master, winter is too cold. A tiger skin blanket is a necessity, Ian remarked. Drawing a shell from her waist to assess where to make the cut for the hide, it must remain intact. That would command respect. Yeli propped her chin, also mulling over the implications. This truly was the greatest provocation to an orc. Being discussed as a mere source of warmth by a group of slaves was something no orc could tolerate. The spotted tiger, a creature of valor, could no longer restrain itself at such a juncture. It resolved to teach these slaves a lesson before contemplating anything else. Yeli and Ian pointed at its fur. The tiger let out a furious roar, breaking free from its bonds, causing blood to streak across its body. You truly are ignorant of your own limitations. The spotted tiger, enraged, lunged at Yeli, baring its sharp fangs. The vines that restrained it had been controlled by Yeli's powers. The tiger was willing to endure its grave injuries to escape, and the impact on Yeli was substantial, rendering her unable to dodge in time. Aine instinctively sought to shield her, but the sudden turn of events was too swift that by the time she reacted, the tiger's gaping maw was already aimed at Yeli's head. The scene was fraught with peril, leaving everyone present in shock. Unprepared for such a turn of events, that Yeli's heart sank as she witnessed the barbs on the tiger's tongue rising ominously. She thought fleetingly that if her head were to fall into its jaws, would she not be left with a face full of scars? With another thunderous roar that echoed through the mountains, Yeli caught sight of a white blur darting past her, saving her head from the tiger's jaws. The spotted tiger was knocked aside by the great white tiger, yet its fury remained unabated, escalating even further. In its struggle against the white tiger, it disregarded its injuries, fighting with all its might. Yeli was pulled aside by Aine, who observed the fierce confrontation between the two tigers up close. The spotted tiger's expression was a mask of rage, its eyes wild with ferocity, exuding a primal intensity that allowed it to break free from the great white tiger's grasp. The two tigers faced off, both bloodied and battered, creating a scene that instilled fear in all onlookers while awakening the primal dread of orcs lurking in their hearts. The orc's power was indeed formidable. The spotted tiger bore no unscathed skin, while the great white tiger was splattered with blood from the earlier scuffle, rendering the atmosphere truly intimidating. "You, white tiger, allow your slaves to rebel, bringing disgrace upon our tiger clan." The spotted tiger sneered at Bison, its disdain evident. Despite knowing it could not defeat Bison, it felt no fear at that moment. If death was inevitable, it would not permit itself to perish without dignity. With a final, furious glance at Yeli, the spotted tiger lunged at Bison, a move akin to delivering itself on a platter. The wounded tiger attacking a robust, unharmed opponent of larger stature was indeed a futile endeavor. Bison's eyes reflected the same disdain as he awaited the spotted tiger's advance, ready to sever its throat with a single bite. "Stop by!" Yeli's plea caused Bison to hesitate momentarily, but then a fierce collision followed, sending pain searing through his shoulder. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bison's anger flared, and he violently hurled the spotted tiger away. It crashed heavily to the ground, immediately vomiting a copious amount of blood. Yeli shut her eyes, yet the image of the spotted tiger's defiant, humiliated gaze lingered in her mind, reminiscent of Bison's expression when besieged by a pack of hyenas. Her intentions were never to escalate the situation to such dire consequences. She had merely underestimated the spotted tiger's extreme temperament. Her performance with Aine was only meant to intimidate the spotted tiger, to convey that humans were not without means to defend themselves, and to impart the lesson of respect. She simply wished to elevate humans to an equal standing with orcs. For in her view, regardless of race, as long as one bore the title of human, peaceful coexistence should be attainable. However, witnessing the spotted tiger's gaze filled with disapproval and frustration, Bison interpreted the scene differently. "The little slave cares for the spotted tiger," he mused bitterly. "Yet I am injured, and she does not even spare me a glance." With a heavy heart, Bison turned away, taking a few steps before glancing back to find Yeli crouched beside the spotted tiger, utterly ignoring him. That wretched slave! Bison bared his teeth, loathing himself for once again succumbing to his softer instincts and rescuing Yeli. "Do you wish to live or die?" Yeli inquired of the spotted tiger. It glared at her defiantly, refusing to engage, embodying a spirit ready to embrace death. Yeli, now aware of its temperament, chose to adopt a more conciliatory tone. "I will tend to your wounds, but from this day forth, you must cease your harassment of humans. You may continue as the leader of your tribe, but all the slaves within your tribe must be entrusted to me. You may take your time to consider, but remember, the injuries of the other orcs are quite severe. I fear if I delay, I may not be able to save them." That Yeli's words finally compelled the spotted tiger to regard her seriously. It recognized that Yeli had saved several hyenas and leopards, and now those creatures were flourishing, confirming her capabilities. Yet the cost was far too high. Slaves, inherently weaker than orcs, required orcish protection to survive in such a harsh environment. Why should they be placed on the same pedestal? The age-old truth of survival of the fittest. Did the little slave not comprehend this? Even if he refrained from using slaves, could she truly prevent all orcs from doing so? How naive to A.S. Yelly encouraged the spotted tiger to contemplate. She recalled that the great white tiger had indeed been bitten. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, she reminded herself that with her current abilities, she could restore the great white tiger in no time. The IT was merely a minor wound. After all, it was a male tiger, not fragile enough to succumb to such trivialities. Chapter 50. Expansion of the tribe. Yelly assumed the spotted tiger would take considerable time to deliver it. But to her surprise, after only a few steps, it reached a conclusion. Can you truly heal them? Last night's nocturnal raid resulted in the near annihilation of the orcish inhabitants of the mixed tribe. The injured were injured, the captured were captured, and only a few clever ones managed to escape. But returning home would bear no fruit. Wiley nodded slightly. Very well. You may heal them, that I promise. I shall never be your enemy again. Living under the roof of another, akin to a tiger falling into the plains, the desire for survival necessitates the relinquishment of pride. The swift decision made by the mottled tiger truly took Yeely by surprise. She was unaware of the immense responsibilities borne by a leader, especially one of a mixed tribe. The mottled tiger had already formulated a plan, hoping that her words would hold true. Having settled the terms, Yeely immediately organized personnel to treat the orcs. Many within the tribe possessed basic medical knowledge, so the task of healing did not require Yeely's direct involvement. Only those with more severe injuries needed her discreet use of abilities for treatment. After a day of diligent work, all wounds had been attended to, and Yeely, along with Ian, began to strategize the integration and placement of new members. The mixed tribe comprised roughly 100 individuals, predominantly young adults and children, and according to the mottled tiger, they were strikingly handsome and healthy, surpassing the other two tribes in quality. Why Yeely's initial thought was to settle these orcs first before bringing the tribe's people over, to avoid chaos. However, unexpectedly, a large group from the mixed tribe arrived that very evening. The few orcs who had escaped returned to inform the female orcs of the situation here, and upon hearing that the mottled tiger's leadership had fallen, they hastily packed their belongings to seek refuge with our tribe. These orcs lacked significant combat capability, and emboldened by their numbers, the fear that had once governed their hearts dissipated, allowing them to traverse the journey with ease. Now that they had arrived, proper accommodation was imperative. Overnight, the human tribe's habitation expanded several-fold, while supplies visibly dwindled at an alarming rate. The White Illy had anticipated that the sudden influx of newcomers would lead to disorder. Yet to her astonishment, Ian managed to organize everything with remarkable efficiency. Tasks were clearly delineated, and soon everyone was engaged in agricultural production. The breeding area expanded significantly, with an increase in livestock such as sheep, chickens, and ducks, all tended to by dedicated individuals, ensuring everyone had a role to fulfill. The vibrant atmosphere of a life vastly different from before filled everyone with excitement and anticipation. The days of being enslaved by orcs meant that every moment now was lived for themselves. This was a life they had never envisioned, yet here they were, living it. Naturally, amidst the joy, a sense of concern lingered. How would they survive the winter? To address this, Ian convened a meeting for all, outlining the tribe's plans and even predicting the quantity of food needed before winter set in. Just this assurance was enough to instill a profound sense of tranquility within everyone. Indeed, if they could store sufficient food before winter, they would no longer have to rely on the orcs for sustenance. Thus, all anxieties were alleviated as they eagerly engaged in production, striving to amass more supplies to ensure a safe winter. Beyond food, all capable individuals were assigned training tasks. The initial group that had trained earlier had shown promising results, and Yeely divided the newly joined members into several teams, each overseen by 3 instructors. These individuals, already possessing adequate physical capabilities, could immediately begin practicing techniques, while also learning various skills, swiftly establishing a structured training regimen. The day schedule was tightly packed, filled with activity from dawn till dusk, exhausting yet overwhelmingly satisfying and liberating. After 3 or 4 days, the tribe had stabilized entirely, and it was only then that Yeely realized that Bai was missing, having spent so much time with her little pet. Yeely felt confident that Bai had recognized her as its master. They often say that those who possess feel unafraid, while those who do not forever remain restless. She felt secure in the belief that Dabai would not abandon her. And thus, when she absent-mindedly recalled its presence yet found it lacking, she did not think much of it. Now, with everything in the tribe arranged, she lay alone in the cave and finally noticed the emptiness around her. Where had Dabai gone? Had it truly left? The last time they spoke, it had promised to help her subdue the flying orcs, yet that had not been accomplished. The following day, Yili inquired among others if they had seen Dabai, and someone mentioned having spotted it at their secret base on the back mountain just yesterday. Indeed, that area was where Yili and Dabai had shared private moments, and the others had tacitly accepted it as their territory. Seldom intruding, Yili felt an immediate pang of concern that Dabai had always been reluctant to share meals with others, and now, with even more newcomers in the tribe, it was likely even less inclined to do so. Surely, it hadn't gone hungry for several days? She intended to head to the back mountain to find it when someone called out to her, stating that the mottled tiger was looking for her. After a moment's contemplation, she deemed her pet to be of greater importance and sent Ain to speak with the mottled tiger while she set off to search for Dabai. Upon reaching the back mountain, however, she found no trace of Dabai, and her calls went unanswered. It had been quite some time since she had last petted its fur. These past few days had been overwhelmingly busy, causing her to forget her fluffy companion. Now, the mere thought of it made her heart yearn to hold Dabai close. She could hardly contain her impatience. Dabai, my fluffy little treasure. Yili searched the vicinity for some time, but saw no sign of her beloved pet. She couldn't help but fret. Had it eaten anything these past few days? Suddenly, her steps halted as she gazed suspiciously at a scratch on a tree, a numeral 1 etched into the bark. She could almost ascertain that it was a mark left by Dabai. Since arriving here, she had developed the habit of keeping a diary to record the days, marking a 1 for each day, thus tracking her time in this place. There was no profound significance to it, merely a desire to document her journey. Sometimes, she would even do this in Dabai's presence, unaware that it had taken note of the numeral and used it as a sign for her. How astute of the little one! Feeling an increased fondness for her pet, Yili followed the trail marked by Dabai, discovering it led towards the Misty Mountain. The mountain earned its name due to the perpetual haze that shrouded it, leaving both orcs and humans instinctively wary of venturing close. Yili had yet to explore it, but this route indeed pointed towards that very mountain. What could Dabai be doing there? A mix of curiosity and concern swelled within her, prompting her to quicken her pace. As she approached the Misty Mountain, Yili spotted Dabai perched upon a large rock. Dabai, what brings you here? She panted as she hurried over. Dabai merely cast her a fleeting glance before jumping down and striding deeper into the mountain. This was the very place where it had undergone its evolution, where it had once encountered a mammoth that was guarding a peculiar plant. Days prior, it had returned in search of that mammoth and indeed found it, albeit with an injured leg, the wound now festering. In such a predicament, only Yili could provide salvation. Moreover, if she succeeded in healing the mammoth, she could invite it to reside within their tribe, fulfilling the agreement made between them, with the presence of a mammoth. The orcs would think twice before causing trouble. Wait, Dabai, your shoulder is hurt? Yili's heart ached at the sight. The wound inflicted by the mottled tiger had scabbed over naturally, yet due to inadequate treatment. The area was a disarray of matted fur and dried blood, now a haunting shade of black. I'm so sorry. I've been overwhelmed with matters lately, and I neglected you, my dear. Are you upset? Recalling Dabai's earlier indifferent glance, Yili finally came to her senses. She was adept at playing the victim to her little pet, having often coaxed it despite its reluctance to allow her to touch it. Reluctantly, Dabai lay still, permitting her to clean its wound, removing the blood-soaked fur and using her abilities to hasten the healing process until the injury was resolved and new fur began to sprout. There, my dear, please don't be angry. I was terribly mistaken and will never overlook my beloved pet again. Forgive me. Yili knew how to charm her pet, simply showering it with sweet words. Observing that Dabai's gaze had softened, she felt a wave of relief wash over her and deftly resumed her playful antics. Oh dear, what a tiresome little creature you are, always running away from home, taking advantage of my affection for you. Yili mused, feeling as though she was not merely caring for a pet, but rather tending to a sovereign. Yet despite her diligent efforts, she had yet to enjoy the simple pleasure of petting Dubai or rolling playfully on its back, or even riding it to flaunt its majestic presence. Alas, after all she had given, all she received was minimal in return. Today, she resolved that just as before, she would have Dubai carry her back. Who knows? Dubai is not easily deceived. Upon hearing her mention fatigue, he promptly leapt down from the stone without so much as a backward glance. It seems she has yet to placate him. Knightley, with a distressed expression, trailed behind Dubai, exclaiming, "I am so exhausted. My legs feel unbearably heavy, as if I can hardly move." However, no matter how she feigned vulnerability, Dubai did not deign to acknowledge her presence. Reluctantly, she abandoned her pitiful demeanor and proactively approached her beloved pet to admit her faults. "I was truly mistaken. Dear Dubai, please do not remain angry with me." She kept pace with her small companion, occasionally seeking opportunities to nuzzle against him. Although she succeeded twice, Dubai quickly saw through her intentions, effortlessly evading her advances each time with a frigid gaze. Knightley lamented internally, but adopted a serious demeanor, genuinely expressing her remorse, assuring that her intentions were purely to apologize and not to take advantage of the situation. Inwardly, she could not help but scoff. "One might think I am begging for my husband's forgiveness after an affair." A crowd of onlookers mused. "What do you think? Dubai, where are we headed?" Knightley inquired, glancing around. They had entered the fog mountain, surrounded by a mist that was not overly dense, yet she wondered whether it concealed any toxins. Lost in thought, a familiar sound reached her ears. How could it not be familiar? She had often evaded the clutches of orcs using this very sound. Yet now, the voice was not as clear and melodious as she remembered. It bore the tone of suffering and lamentation. Casting a glance at Dubai to confirm he indeed brought her to seek the mammoth, Knightley promptly set aside her playful thoughts and followed closely behind him. Upon rounding a small hill and descending into the valley, she beheld the colossal creature. It loomed by the water's edge, resembling a small house, grazing on tender grass, while intermittently emitting pained cries. As she drew nearer, the injury on its hind leg became apparent. In this perpetually misty environment, the air was considerably more humid than elsewhere. The wound on the mammoth's leg had festered and rotted, maggots wriggling within the decaying flesh, while flies swarmed incessantly around, inducing a shudder of revulsion. Not to mention the putrid stench that assaulted her senses. Knightley instinctively gagged. What manner of creature could inflict such a wound upon the thick-skinned mammoth? Her curiosity piqued. Although the wound was not particularly large for the mammoth, its prolonged stay in this location had exacerbated the inflammation and decay. Over time, the injury would deepen, potentially leading to systemic infection and ultimately death. This process might unfold over several months or even half a year. While not immediately lethal, it would subject the mammoth to unbearable suffering. Judging by the extent of the rot, the mammoth had likely been injured for at least a month. Knightley had encountered this mammoth before. On that occasion, she had been in high spirits and had nurtured a watermelon for it, which it had devoured with delight. The mammoth seemed to recognize her. As it approached, nudging her affectionately with its trunk, the young creature appeared to be quite juvenile, and Knightley surmised it had become separated from its herd. Mammoths are social animals, seldom seen alone. At that time, she had mistakenly thought it was seeking its kin, only to discover it had come here to graze. Due to the region's favorable conditions, the vegetation was predominantly tender and lush. With traces of mammoth grazing evident along the path, it seemed the little one had become utterly enamored with this place. "Oh dear, how did you get hurt? Be a good one. The pain will soon dissipate." Knightley conjured another watermelon, plucking a ripe fruit and planting the vine into the ground. After the mammoth consumed a watermelon, it grew more affectionate towards Knightley, recognizing her as the provider of this delightful treat. Its trunk playfully seeking another. All right. Let me first tend to your injury." Knightley gathered a handful of tender leaves to feed it before turning to address the mammoth's hind leg. First and foremost, she needed to remove the necrotic tissue, cleanse the wound, disinfect it, and only then could she proceed with further treatment. The thought of excising the rotten flesh filled Knightley with resistance. However, what choice did she have? She was the only one present. If not her, then who? Resigned, she directed the mammoth to stand beside a tree. Climbing up, she retrieved a kitchen knife and began to cut away at the affected area. Ugh. Chapter 52. Happiness that makes one want to soar. Knightley had witnessed her fair share of repulsive sights, yet the process of removing the necrotic tissue was particularly nauseating as she grimaced. She silently recited the compassion of a healer. Sun, lying not far away, found amusement in her expression. His mood lifted, if only slightly. Knightley felt utterly wronged. The knife sliced through the decaying flesh, and after much effort, a gaping hole, the size of a face, emerged on a mammoth's hind leg. With the necrotic tissue excised, vibrant red flesh seeped with blood was revealed, and Knightley's heart ached anew. The saline solution in her space was abundant. She took some to cleanse the wound. This process inevitably caused some discomfort, and the mammoth grew somewhat agitated. Knightley had to divert her focus, using her abilities to soothe it while alleviating the pain from the injury. Once the wound was cleaned, she immediately began to heal the mammoth with her abilities that a soft green light emanated from her hands, continuously seeping into the mammoth's body. The comfort of the healing process calmed the mammoth, transforming its previous movements of grazing into a more relaxed and natural demeanor. The entire procedure lasted approximately half an hour, until a layer of pale, pink new skin enveloped the wound. Knightley finally ceased her efforts. For a creature of such immense size, as long as the wound ceased to infect and deteriorate, this injury was of little consequence to it. After a month of torment, the wound was finally healed, and the mammoth expressed its joy, bounding on the spot with such fervor that the ground shook beneath. The trees surrounding Knightley swayed, and caught off guard. She slipped from her perch at Knightley's initial thought was of the pile of rotting flesh below, along with the maggots nestled within. She would rather perish than land upon that unsightly mound. Contrary to her expectations, the anticipated grotesque scenario did not unfold. Instead, she felt a soft, fluffy sensation brush against her cheek, and the next moment, she found herself cradled in a warm, gentle embrace. "Goodbye," Knightley exclaimed. Overjoyed, but her delight was short-lived, as she was unceremoniously dropped onto the clean grass. Pouting, she gazed at Dabai, who refused to meet her eyes. How petty to remain angry for so long. The mammoth frolicked in the valley for a while longer, thoroughly enjoying itself, before turning its long trunk towards Knightley, wrapping around her waist and effortlessly lifting her onto its back. Knightley quickly found a secure spot to sit, and as the mammoth's trunk encircled her once more, even Dabai was inadvertently swept up. It felt as though a large bundle of cotton had floated down from the sky, and Knightley was utterly charmed, her heart bubbling with joy, especially as she looked at Dabai, whose expression was one of utter bewilderment, clearly struggling to believe it had been so easily hoisted up. The entire tiger appeared so innocently confused before Dabai could settle onto the mammoth's back. Knightley lunged forward to position herself beneath it, unafraid of being squashed, confident that Dabai would exercise caution. Dabai struggled to rise. She seized the moment to cling onto him, successfully securing her place atop the tiger. Dabai, do not be angry anymore, Knightley said, wrapping her arms around Dabai's neck, burying her head into the soft fur of his nape. Why chance? She brushed against the red string that hung there. You have collected my hair. You are mine now, so do not be angry. Oh, my dear master, please settle down. It truly feels like I am coaxing a little wife, Knightley teased. Sun, fully aware of the little slave's penchant for mischief, found himself unable to shake her off while on the mammoth's back. He resigned himself to her antics. Though this little slave might be fickle, it was only because she had yet to encounter her human form. Once her injuries healed, allowing her to shift fluidly between her beastly and human forms, and to mate with the little slave, she would surely forget all other orcs. The softness of Dabai's fur is unparalleled. Nothing can compare, Knightley exclaimed, embracing the fluffy giant, her heart brimming with contentment. Now thoroughly resigned, Sun surrendered completely. Oh well, let the little slave be unruly. I shall simply keep a watchful eye. After all, we are bonded. There is no turning back now. He completely forgot that his original intention in seeking the mammoth was to have it return to the tribe to maintain order, while he himself could gracefully retreat once his objectives were accomplished. Observing the little slave, whose face radiated satisfaction as she clung to him, Sun was inexplicably compelled to extend his tongue and give her a gentle lick. Knightley felt the soft yet firm touch of Dabai's moist tongue, reminiscent of the stubble emerging on a man's face, gliding across her cheek and sending shivers coursing through her body. How delightful! Do it again! Dabai has settled down, gently pressing against Yeli, allowing her to frolic and twist within his embrace. He feels his heart overflowing with affection for this little slave, mirroring the fullness of his own arms. A profound sense of satisfaction enveloping him as he licked her once more, noticing her delight, which stirred a subtle pride within him. Although he is unable to transform into his human form at present, he is confident that he can still fulfill her desires if she wishes for it. Yeli rolled over, reversing their positions, now lying atop the tiger-shaped blanket. With arms and legs spread wide, she aimed to claim her territory to the fullest extent. Oh, the ecstasy of the moment is utterly exhilarating. Yeli joyfully tumbled several times upon Dabai, marveling at how her heartfelt wishes had unexpectedly materialized. The happiness she felt was so overwhelming that it seemed she might perish from it at any moment. It was almost unbearable to endure such bliss. Yeli felt lightheaded, her mind clouded with intoxication. She was in a state of extreme excitement, her thoughts vacant, her pupils dilated, on the verge of frothing at the mouth. Beneath her, Sun's mind was filled with 108 ways to please a mate in beast form. Yet he hadn't even employed the first technique. What is happening? Has it come to this? I'm so intoxicated, Dabai. I truly am. I feel as if I might die from happiness. Yeli lay atop Dabai, relishing the soft, fluffy sensation beneath her, unable to articulate her joy. She gazed dreamily. Intoxicated at Dabai, Sun was taken aback by her gaze. Feeling a wave of shyness wash over him, he turned his head slightly, only to have Yeli gently press his head back, pecking at his nose. I love you, Dabai. After enduring 18 long years in the cold, I've finally seen the clouds part. Sun was utterly astonished. This little slave was so audacious, boldly kissing him. Since today was such a joyous occasion. Might I ride you? Just for a moment? Yeli clung to Dabai's large head, nuzzling and acting coy. Riding a tiger is so majestic. I've long desired it. Greed is indeed a human trait. Just moments ago, she was rolling on the tiger blanket, and now she was already unsatisfied, yearning to ride the tiger. Sun, upon hearing her wish to ride, froze in disbelief, his entire form stiffening, his eyes wide with incredulity. Though they had already bonded, allowing for any sort of interaction, the sheer size of his beast form was daunting. Even if she were to ride him, Yeli would surely struggle. Sun had always known of her insatiable cravings. She would leap at any attractive beast man. Now, with him lying beneath her, she could hardly contain herself. However, he was genuinely concerned for her safety though. After all, it truly is his massive beast form that complicates things. If he were not such a large white tiger, but perhaps a hyena or a leopard, he might be able to accommodate Yeli's wishes. For her safety, Sun calmly declined a request. Let us wait a bit longer. Once I've healed, I will surely indulge my little slave, ensuring she gazes at no other beast man. Yeli felt a twinge of disappointment at being refused. She had hoped to charm Dabai into allowing her to ride him while he was in such high spirits. Ah, never mind. Being able to roll around on the tiger blanket today was already quite splendid. Such is the pinnacle of life. Riding a tiger will surely come to pass one day. Today, she has already ridden an elephant. Riding a tiger can't be far off. Seeing that she had finally abandoned her desire to ride him, Sun sighed in relief, taking Yeli's hand and placing it on his heart, urging her to heal him. The sooner he recovers, the sooner he can satisfy his little slave. Humph, unable to ride. Yet you want me to heal you. What sort of arrangement is this? Yeli, with a cold expression, withdrew her hand. Sun felt awkward, realizing his request was somewhat unreasonable, and thus lay back, allowing her to take liberties. Yeli glanced at the mammoth's path, noting it was indeed heading towards the tribe, and comfortably settled atop Dabai, refusing to rise. Autumn winds brought a chill, prompting her to instruct Dabai to wrap her in his limbs, forming a tiger-shaped sleeping bag, and she nestled inside to rest. By the time they returned to the tribe, Yeli had enjoyed a rejuvenating sleep, feeling utterly content. Sun, serving as her makeshift sleeping bag, was equally satisfied. The mammoth approached with great grandeur, its presence causing tremors in the earth. The tribe, filled with trepidation, hoped the mammoth would divert its course, only to discover their master riding upon its back. This sight startled many. How fearsome the mammoth was, capable of crushing several people with a single step. How could their master be so audacious? The beastmen recuperating within the tribe shivered in fear, their bodies huddled together. The mere sound of the mammoth's movements was terrifying. The tribe's elite had already formed a defensive formation, and Yelly waved to them, assuring them not to fear. The mammoth would not harm anyone. Upon learning that Yelly had tamed the mammoth and was now safeguarding the tribe against the threat of beastmen, cheers erupted, elevating her stature in the eyes of the people. Incredible! The mammoth, known for its insatiable appetite and often troubled by hunger, finally had its fill today, served by hundreds of people, each bringing a bundle of tender grass. By evening, the mammoth let out a satisfied belch, resting against a row of large trees. Yelly found it adorable, watching as it tucked its long trunk into its mouth, resembling a greedy child suckling its fingers. Oh, how she wished the mammoth could be as fluffy as Dubai, not just in white fur, but in other colors as well. Alas, such dreams could only remain fantasies. Ultimately, it was her beloved Dubai who captured her heart the most. Aside from the mammoth, the tribe had also welcomed new inhabitants, an endearing group of small beastmen. These little creatures belonged to a mixed tribe, and it was said that young beastmen only possessed their beast forms until 3 years of age. Alongside these charming little ones were a number of adolescent beastmen and women, appearing no older than 12 or 13 in human form, equally innocent and delightful. According to Ain, the adult male beastmen of the tribe had all been captured, and the females were either pregnant or caring for their young. With the tribe's slaves having fled, they had no choice but to leave their home and seek refuge elsewhere. Yelly was initially incredulous upon hearing this. Had the mixed tribe truly become reliant on them? Now, those young men and women, along with the female beastmen, had settled on the territory adjacent to the human tribe, relying on them for daily sustenance. While providing care for the elderly, weak, and infirm was indeed a noble endeavor, Yelly couldn't help but feel disgruntled. With a beastman truly so shameless? Fortunately, Ain was astute. When the female beastmen arrived with their young, she had already negotiated with the leader of the spotted tiger. Once the beastmen of their tribe had healed, they would be obliged to work for the human tribe and assist in hunting, ensuring the humans could weather a safe winter. Yelly nodded in approval, recognizing Ain as someone capable of handling significant matters. Even in her absence, Ain could manage affairs with grace that night. While treating Dubai, Yelly mused about the future. Having been in this place for over 3 months, she had only become familiar with the surrounding lands, and she felt a longing to explore beyond. Previously, she had been alone in this world that revered beastmen, making it inconvenient for her to venture out. Though she was confident in her ability to protect herself, there lingered a fear of unforeseen circumstances. In the present day, a large white creature has joined their ranks. She contemplates that once matters within the tribe stabilize, perhaps she could venture to distant lands, as long as they do not delve deep into the orc tribes. She and the large white creature should have little to fear in the wilderness. However, she wonders when the creature will finally allow her to ride it. Having a mount while traveling would undoubtedly be more convenient and impressive. As Baisun listens to Yi Li's plans, he realizes that the little slave harbors no intention of returning to the tribe with him, but he thinks to himself that once he transforms back into his human form, he must clarify matters with the little slave. Since she has become his mate, he feels compelled to present her to the clan leader and their kin, although her status as a slave might pose some obstacles. Baisun is determined to convince the clan leader and the tribe that, if all else fails, he would wander the world with the little slave, for he possesses the skills to protect her. Initially, Baisun found it hard to believe he had made such a decision, but upon encountering Yi Li's sly smile, a strange sense of tranquility and contentment filled his heart. Thus, such matters became trivial. Regardless of whether they would receive the blessings of the deities or be forsaken by them, he would not let go of the little slave. As he stretched, Baisun gently placed a paw on Yi Li's waist, caressing her. Soon, he could sense that in just a few days, He would be able to regain his human form like T that time. He would grant her anything her heart desired. Chapter 54. Life for a life thanks to Yi Li's intervention. The orc's injuries healed swiftly, with some of the less severely wounded already returning to work. It was only after spending time with the orcs that Yi Li realized not all of them had a fondness for meat. Most orcs were still influenced by their animalistic nature, of course. They concealed this aspect remarkably well. At least, the other orcs remained oblivious. Yet Yi Li, being a product of Earth's civilization and possessing a refined education, had a slight understanding of animal behavior. Upon testing her hypothesis, she quickly discerned the truth. Previously, she had noted that cheetahs were affected by catnip, developing a fondness for it, which led her to speculate further. In the mixed tribe, there was a bison orc. Yi Li observed that although he consumed meat, he did not exhibit the same pleasure as other carnivorous creatures. Instead, he displayed a peculiar joy when eating vegetables like sweet potatoes. Potatoes and corn. It appeared that while some animals had become orcs and taken on human forms, their dietary preferences still leaned towards their primal instincts. With this revelation, Yi Li made slight adjustments to the orc's diet, which not only saved unnecessary expenses but also delighted the orcs. Master, a lien has been bitten by an orc and is now bleeding profusely. Just as Yi Li was congratulating herself for her cleverness, Lien rushed in, breathless, to report a lien's condition. Upon hearing that a lien was bleeding uncontrollably, a sense of foreboding washed over Yi Li. Indeed, when she arrived at the scene, she found a pool of blood on the ground. An lien's neck was a gruesome sight, leaving her gasping for breath. When a lien saw Yi Li, her eyes brightened as if hope had returned. She gazed at Yi Li, mouth agape, wanting to speak, but ultimately, no words escaped her lips. Yi Li crouched down, her heart aching at the sight of a lien's nearly severed neck. A lien's mouth moved again, but no sound emerged. Unable to bear the anguish reflected in her eyes, Yi Li turned her head away, pouring her abilities into a lien's body desperately. Master, am I beyond healing? A lien finally managed to articulate a complete thought. Gripping Yi Li's arm tightly with her remaining strength. You will be fine. Do not fear. Yi Li comforted her in a hushed tone that a lien, however, offered a sorrowful smile, devoid of resentment or hatred, and relinquished her hold on Yi Li's hand, using her last ounce of strength to lie back on the ground, gazing at the clear blue sky before slowly closing her eyes. The crowd had gathered around them. Their fear of the orcs reigniting due to the earlier conflict, a group huddled behind Yi Li, watching the few orcs across from them with trepidation. The orc that had bitten a lien sported a face smeared with blood, now devoid of fear, appearing rather smug. It was a wolf. Transform into human form, Yi Li commanded. The orc chuckled lightly and, in the blink of an eye, shifted into human form, observing Yi Li with apparent interest. As if to say, I just killed her. What will you do about it? Surely you have heard of the rules of our tribe. The wolf orc was slightly larger than a hyena in beast form, and his human form was more robust, with muscles that displayed no hint of pressure when faced with a group of mere humans. What rules? Do you truly believe yourself to be the leader of the tribe? If it weren't for your deceitful nature, how could we orcs ever be your opponents? The wolf orc scoffed derisively. They had been caught off guard back then. Had they been prepared, these slaves would have been torn apart in moments. Thane, unable to tolerate the orc's arrogance, attempted to rush forward to confront him, but was halted by Yi Li. Sun, hearing the commotion from a distance, let out a tiger's roar as a warning and slowly approached Yi Li from behind, baring his teeth at the orcs. This display only further incited the wolf orc's contempt. A proud white tiger orc, was he truly reduced to standing behind a small slave, taking orders from her? It was a disgrace to their kind. Life for a life, have you heard of it? Yi Li reached out and stroked the large white creature's head to soothe it. Life for a life? Ha! One slave dies, and it's no big deal. More and more orcs gather behind the wolf orc, revealing that he likely held some status within the mixed tribe. While he might not command a large following, he certainly had supporters. Those orcs, much like the wolf orc, regarded Yi Li with ill intent. This scene undoubtedly enraged Sun, who was about to pounce forward without a second thought, only to be firmly restrained by Yi Li. He turned to her, noticing her solemn expression and icy gaze, realizing she was genuinely furious. These damned orcs, Bai Sun seethed, growing more agitated. Yet, with Yili holding him back, he feared that if he exerted too much force, he might inadvertently bring her down, leaving him to fume in silence. These orcs were merely bullying Yili because they believed she had no man by her side. Did they think that just because he could not shift into human form, he couldn't deal with them? It was utterly laughable. Bai Sun felt a surge of frustration, sensing Yi Li's resolve. Today, you need not intervene. I will handle this myself. I will never be able to swallow this anger. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Yi Li's eyes. Although reluctant, Bai Sun recognized that the little slave was resolute in her own decisions, disregarding his presence. Thus, he chose not to undermine her authority at this moment, standing behind her quietly, allowing her to assert her strength. While he relinquished control, he remained vigilant, ensuring that he could spring into action at a moment's notice should she find herself in peril. In this world, there truly was no other orc made as considerate and accommodating as he. Lian's death is no great matter. But what if he were to die? Yili inquired of her adversary. Today, she was genuinely intent on taking a life. Having been here for so long, after the last incident where he was killed by a cheetah, she had refrained from pursuing justice, for at that time, she could not afford to do so. However, with so many standing behind her now, all of whom believed in her, she felt emboldened. If she were to act as she did before, prioritizing long-term considerations and avoiding conflict, that would not be the Yili they knew. Today, regardless of who it was, anyone daring to stand before her would face her wrath. The wolf orc appeared to find Yili's question amusing. "Me die, if you can kill me, then I'll accept it, but you need not seek my life." He truly did not regard such a fragile slave as a threat. She had managed to survive this long merely by relying on the presence of a crippled white tiger orc behind her. What fear did they have with so many orcs present? Let alone Yili herself, who posed no threat to him whatsoever. Why, Yili chuckled softly. Very well. Chapter 55. Establishing rules. The spotted tiger was busy picking cotton, harboring a great deal of frustration when he heard that the wolf orc was causing trouble. He paid it little mind. Helping slaves with their work was already humiliating enough. Why should he be expected to tolerate their complaints? If it weren't for the fact that their injuries had been treated by Yi Li, leaving them indebted to her, he wouldn't be enduring such indignities. When did orcs become the slaves of slaves? If word of this spread, how would he ever maintain his standing? Wouldn't he become a laughingstock for Dun and Fei? Let him cause a scene. The bigger, the better, the spotted tiger remarked nonchalantly. The orc who reported back acknowledged this and went off to watch the spectacle. The slave uprising. Who had ever witnessed such a phenomenon? None had ever occurred on this scale. Today, let the orcs of the mixed tribe demonstrate that slaves are indeed slaves. Just because they had enjoyed a brief taste of freedom, did they truly believe themselves to be masters? What cotton to pick? What nonsense, because the flower-patterned tiger has made its presence known. The other beastmen, catching wind of the commotion, hurriedly rushed to witness the spectacle. In an instant, humans and beastmen occupied their respective corners, leaving a vacant space in the center where stood the grim-faced Yi Li and the nonchalant wolf beastman. Just as the moment lingered, the wolf beastman let out a furious roar and charged at Yi Li with overwhelming force. He believed that his fearsome visage would intimidate her. After all, most slaves would have crumbled in terror before such a countenance. However, Yi Li was no ordinary slave. The wolf beastman's strategy was riddled with flaws. She wasted no time, delivering a swift punch to his abdomen. He doubled over in pain. She seized his shoulders and, with a sharp knee to his chin, cracked it with a resounding snap, causing him to spit out blood and several teeth on the spot. Yet Yili did not relent. Instead, she grasped one of his arms and yanked it outward with an audible crack, shattering it. This entire sequence occurred in mere moments, and by the time onlookers regained their senses, the wolf beastman lay on the ground, his limbs broken, unable to emit a proper cry of agony due to his dislocated jaw, his torment evident solely through his pained expression. How could such a robust beastman be so easily vanquished? Yi Li's movements were effortless, each decisive break of her opponent's limbs executed with precision, revealing her familiarity with the grim art of combat. Indeed, it was a skill honed over countless years, where she had shattered the limbs of countless zombies and severed numerous jaws. Each motion was second nature to her, as familiar as breathing. Faced with her, the formidable wolf beast man had but one reaction before being rendered helpless, contorted in pain upon the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief to why Ely towered over him, her gaze filled with derision and contempt. The wolf beastman's broken limbs protruded grotesquely from his flesh, the stark contrast of red blood and white bone eliciting a visceral reaction from many onlookers, who averted their eyes in horror. Yet Ely, as if admiring a masterpiece, confirmed that every fracture was as she had anticipated, nodding in satisfaction. "You may revert to your beast form now," she remarked. The wolf beast man, having lost the strength to maintain his human guise, transformed into a pitiful wolf at the instant her words fell. Why Ely seized his ears and yanked them back, exposing his vulnerable neck, reaching behind her for Ian, who promptly handed her a shell from her waist. Ely accepted it, her fingers deftly manipulating the shell, which danced and glimmered in her grasp, revealing its sharp edges. Without a moment's hesitation, she aimed the razor-sharp side at the wolf beastman's throat. Slicing through with a swift motion, a spray of crimson erupted, splattering Yi Li and staining her face. Standing tall, she licked the warm liquid from her lips, noting its metallic tang, spitting out a mixture of blood and saliva. She turned her bloodied face towards the other beastmen, her expression menacing. The beastmen had been rendered speechless by her display of brutality. This slave, this audacious slave, dared to slay a beastman and sever his throat. A rebellion, indeed, a true insurrection. The beastmen in the front row swallowed hard, unable to meet her gaze, fearing they might be next to face her wrath. In truth, Ely had already singled out a few. Those who had incited the wolf beastman to instigate the chaos. So, what about you lot? Do you wish to share his fate? She taunted, her eyes challenging them. Feeling provoked, the beastmen exchanged glances, determination igniting within them. Just a mere slave, after all. What was there to fear? Yes, what was there to fear? Fueled by bravado, a group of beastmen stepped forward, bracing themselves with fierce expressions to show Yi Li they were not to be trifled with. Yet Yi Li merely scoffed, extending a hand and beckoning them with a flick of her fingers, her bloodied visage radiating unabashed arrogance. This scene was intolerable to any beastman. The group charged at her, encircling her with 7 or 8 figures. Bai Sun let out a low growl, preparing to strike, but Yi Li offered him a reassuring glance as she picked up a pry bar from the ground. Despite being outnumbered, she felt no fear, whether it was a one-on-one duel or a brawl. She had seen it all before. What's to be done if someone dies? One of the beastmen voiced his concern. Although they had been intimidated by Yi Li's earlier display, the numbers were now on their side, and their fear began to dissipate. Why Ely chuckled lightly. "Do not worry. There will be no repercussions for death." "But what about you? What will happen if you die?" Her gaze pierced through them. As if they were nothing more than corpses, the beastmen felt a wave of unease wash over them, yet skepticism lingered. Just a small slave, so frail, surely they could break her. Bolstered by this thought, they steeled themselves. "You won't be held responsible for our deaths," one of them declared, eyeing Yi Li with malicious intent, convinced of their impending victory. Yi Li nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She pointed her bar at one of the beastmen. "Then come at me." With a collective roar, the beastmen lunged at her, the onlookers' eyes widened in concern for Yi Li's well-being. However, their worries were short-lived as Yi Li leveraged her pry bar to propel herself upward, landing forcefully upon one beastman's head, swiftly escaping the encirclement. Upon landing, she continued her assault without pause, sweeping the bar across, causing 2 beastmen to collapse. With a flick of her wrist, she struck their legs, eliciting sharp cracks as she shattered their bones. "Well done, my master." Ian led the cheer, rallying the others to applaud Yi Li's prowess. Unperturbed, Yi Li carried on, using her bar to kick down 2 more adversaries. As she landed, the bar rose high again, crashing down upon the legs of her fallen opponents, eliciting pained howls from them. Although the sounds of bones breaking were absent, the agony was palpable. Why Ely had no intention of halting her assault, and as the remaining beastmen realized the tide had turned, they attempted to flee into the crowd. Yet, Ely's bar thrust across their path, panic flooding their eyes. They had never anticipated that this small slave would be so formidable. Despite her lack of brute strength, she wielded her weapon with such finesse that they found themselves with no opportunity to approach her. Did you not say that deaths would not be accounted for? You have yet to inflict any harm. Yi Li's voice rang out as she pressed her advantage, tapping her bar lightly upon their feet, causing them to hop about in pain, clutching their injured appendages like startled chickens. This was the desired effect. Changing her stance, she swung her bar at their knees, though this time she missed as one managed to grasp her weapon. Following the length of the bar, Yi Li's gaze met that of a flower-patterned tiger, its dense fur bristling with indignation. What is going on? The tiger, having just arrived, was displeased to find several of its tribe's beastmen lying incapacitated. Its dissatisfaction grew as it discerned Yi Li's intentions. Chief of the flower-patterned tigers, you arrived just in time. These beastmen belong to your tribe. I leave their fate in your hands, Yi Li declared. Relinquishing her bar and dusting off her hands, standing with her arms crossed, observing the tiger chief. What do you mean? The tiger chief furrowed his brow, surveying the fallen beastmen. What fate? What is to be done? Upon noticing the throat of the wolf beastman had been severed, he narrowed his eyes at Yi Li, questioning her actions, his demeanor suggesting that he would not let the matter rest without an explanation. Yi Li scoffed lightly, prompting Ain to recount the events leading to this conflict. This altercation had been utterly nonsensical. Lien could never have foreseen that such a trivial matter would cost him his life. It all began when Lien was tasked with teaching the beastmen how to till the land. The wolf beastman, equipped with tools, had chosen to hurl dirt at Lien instead of working. Lien, wishing to avoid a confrontation, sought to demonstrate the proper use of the shovel, unaware that this would provoke the beastman, who, feeling insulted, retorted that as a proud beastman, he did not require a mere slave to instruct him. Lien proclaimed that she was not a slave, asserting that there was not a single slave within the tribe. She urged him to lower his voice, warning that if others overheard, it would be he who suffered the consequences. This admonition was originally intended for the orc's own benefit, yet he dismissed her words with derision. Noticing Lien's pleasing appearance, he harbored malicious intentions and attempted to tease her. Lien, having been among the first to follow Yi Li alongside Ain and others, was no longer as frightened of orcs as she had once been. With a swift motion, she struck back against the orc's outstretched hand, humiliated in front of the other orcs. The orc, in a fit of rage, transformed into his beast form and, while Lien was completely unprepared, viciously bit in her throat. It was only now that Yi Li learned the details of the incident, and an unprecedented fury surged within him. When I agreed to let you remain for treatment, did I not make it clear what the rules of my tribe were? Yi Li inquired. The spotted tiger grunted in acknowledgement, since Chief Hua agrees. Then I shall leave these individuals to your discretion. Yi Li's declaration was nothing short of audacious, essentially forcing the spotted tiger to admit fault, recognize it as a failing on his part, and acknowledge that the blame lay entirely with the orcs, all while he was expected to applaud and say, "You've done well. You must be tired. Allow me to take over." The other orcs glared at Yi Li with indignation, some even transforming into their beast forms on the spot, enraged and shouting at him. Yi Li, however, remained fixated on the spotted tiger. "Chief, it is time to teach these slaves a lesson." Indeed, these slaves displayed complete disregard for the existence of orcs. They needed to be taught a lesson. "Kill her! Kill her! Kill her!" The clamoring voices of the orcs grew louder, and the spotted tiger's expression darkened. He fixed his gaze on Yi Li and then on the orc lying on the ground. Twisting his wrist, the pain in his hand from having intercepted Yi Li's blow was still fresh, a testament to the force behind it. While Yi Li met his gaze unflinchingly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Seemingly oblivious to the orc's wrath. Enough. The spotted tiger's sudden exclamation caught everyone off guard, and before they could react, he unexpectedly struck down with his staff. The sound echoed as he shattered an orc's knee. One after another, he continued, striking down 1, 2, 3, for each blow precise and unyielding. The other orcs were left in stunned silence, watching him with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Having discarded his staff, the spotted tiger did not glance at the fallen orcs, but instead fixed his burning gaze upon Yi Li. "Since we are on human territory, we must abide by human rules. Moreover, have you forgotten who treated your wounds? Without the human tribe's generosity, where would you be now? We can be fierce, but we must not be untrustworthy. I honored my commitments. Do you dare disregard them, as if I am inconsequential? His question caused the orcs to lower their heads, some begrudgingly murmuring complaints, only to be silenced by the spotted tiger's hand, which swiftly broke another leg. If you cannot uphold your promises, then you must pay with your life. Though the spotted tiger may not be a significant figure, he was at least one who held himself accountable, that he admitted his failure to ambush and acknowledged his inferiority while under the protection of the human tribe. Yes, he accepted his own shortcomings. It became clear that all must adhere to the agreement, especially when the matter involved Yi Li, a former slave they had once looked down upon. If they could not honor an agreement with a slave, would that not render them beneath even that status? The spotted tiger did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. He simply believed that Yi Li deserved to be treated with equality. Yes, it was this individual, not merely a slave, that in Chapter 57, the truth of the orcs emerged. The spotted tiger personally punished the unruly orcs, and the others quickly grasped his intention. Slavery, for them, was truly a thing of the past. With the spotted tiger's cooperation, Yi Li felt no need to hold back. In front of the other orcs, he slit the throats of the fallen orcs, instructing Ain to skin them, discard the entrails to feed the wild beasts, and hang their heads at the tribe's entrance, reserving the meat for dinner. Upon hearing Yi Li's orders, the expressions of those present varied greatly. Even Bai Sun was startled, involuntarily shaking his ruthless. The orcs began to gain a new understanding of Yi Li's brutality. This slave exhibited no fear of the orcs whatsoever. Realizing this, the orcs quickly shook their heads. No, not a slave, they corrected themselves, now too wary to utter such words. Among the humans, there was an initial shock, but soon they resolutely nodded, as if cutting ties with their past, agreeing to consume the meat that night. Orc meat was merely meat, no different from that of other prey. It was still edible. The events of the day served no other purpose than to show them that they were to place themselves on equal footing with the orcs, completely shedding the identity of slaves. The orcs were not to be feared. The true threat lay in their inability to treat the orcs with a sense of normalcy. Any who failed to respect human life, viewing it as inconsequential, must be punished. During the meat distribution, Ain delivered a fitting speech, conveying some of Yi Li's unexpressed sentiments. The orcs were genuinely shaken by the day's events. Many declared they had lost their appetites and opted to forego dinner. Only a few more placid herbivorous orcs continued to gnaw on sweet potatoes and corn without concern. The following day, Yi Li approached the spotted tiger, informing him that the orcs were no longer needed for labor within the tribe. They could return to their own. However, he insisted that the previously agreed-upon game be doubled. After all, some among you orcs are rather impulsive and act without considering the consequences. My people are in grave danger. The spotted tiger knew they were in the wrong and reluctantly nodded in agreement. After the orcs departed, the tribe held a funeral for Lien. Perhaps after consuming orc flesh and witnessing Yi Li's decisive handling of the orcs, the humans fully relinquished their fear of them. While working, they could now jest about the orcs from time to time. Strangely, during their time together, the orcs had been in a subordinate position, relying on humans for healing. The previously arrogant demeanor of the orcs had vanished, resembling common beasts instead, and the humans felt more at ease, with some even beginning to appreciate the orcs' beast forms. It was noteworthy that the orcs' beast forms had once only invoked terror within them. Yi Li overheard some individuals chatting and discovered that a few shared his fondness for plush creatures that, in my opinion, the mightiest is our Master's white tiger, both grand and majestic. Indeed, one cannot overlook our Master's discerning eye. Furthermore, the white tiger is quite gentle. Once I encountered our master affectionately petting the white tiger's fur on the back mountain, and the white tiger showed no signs of anger. Haha, you dare to spy on the back mountain? Aren't you afraid the white tiger might be angered? They say the white tiger is very gentle. Besides, I wasn't intentionally spying. I had a matter to discuss with our master. Why, Yi Li was taken aback to find himself eavesdropping on the gossip about his beloved pet. However, gentle, he chuckled. You have yet to witness the great white's wrath. It is nothing resembling gentleness. Moreover, Do you not find it a tad hypocritical to now label him as gentle, were it not for your fear? Why would the great white remain on the back mountain, if not to avoid scaring you? Is it true that the white tiger cannot revert to human form? How unfortunate. Why? It is said that hyena orcs cannot sense the beast core's power within him. It seems the beast core has shattered that it should be impossible. Have you ever seen an orc recover after their beast core is shattered? But our master possesses healing abilities. The beast core is different. It cannot be seen or touched. How could it be healed? As Ely listened, he sensed something amiss. Just then, Ian passed by, and he pulled her aside. What do you mean? They say the great white can transform into human form. What does that imply? The great white is merely an ordinary white tiger. How could he possibly turn into human form? You are overthinking it. Master, do not dwell on it too much. It is all in the past. The white tiger does not mind losing his human form. Has he not still managed to knock those leaders to the ground? Ian assumed the discussions had stirred memories of Yi Li's past sorrows and hurriedly sent him off to work. Yi Li remained perplexed. Wait, Ian, is the great white an orc? Surely not. His worldview teetered on the brink of collapse. Memories of his interactions with the great white flooded his mind. If the great white were indeed an orc, then, what about my dignity? The white tiger is an orc? Ian was equally bewildered. Observing Yi Li's expression, she too was at a loss. What on earth is happening? How could the great white be an orc? Yi Li's face was a picture of conflict. Utterly unwilling to accept this reality, do you have any evidence to suggest the great white is an orc? I refuse to believe it. Ian was equally flummoxed. Is there really a need for evidence to prove the white tiger is an orc? Is it not blatantly obvious? The eyes of Lord Baihu are unlike those of an ordinary tiger. The most evident distinction between beastmen and regular beasts lies, apart from their significantly larger stature, in the eyes of the beastmen, which convey a spectrum of human emotions, even in their beastly form. This trait is unmistakable. After a thorough explanation from Ian, Yi Li could not help but emit a soft gasp. And no wonder, upon first encountering Dabai, she sensed an innate humanity within him, capable of expressing a multitude of emotions. Good heavens, he is a beast man. Yi Li felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Master, did you not realize that Lord Baihu is a beast man? Ian inquired, incredulous, yet she felt it was implausible that I truly did not know. Ian, the place I previously resided lacked any beastmen, and only recently have I begun to interact with them. I had no inkling. She lamented her own innocence. But master, have you not already formed a bond with Lord Baihu? Such a solemn rite of bonding can only take place when a beastman genuinely recognizes their partner, Ian remarked, likening it to a wedding ceremony. Bonding? What bonding? Yi Li was even more perplexed. Today seemed to be a cascade of peculiar revelations. Reflecting on her foolish antics before Dabai, alongside his series of reactions, Yi Li concluded that she must appear as nothing more than a foolish slave in his eyes, an inexplicably erratic creature pretending to trip or sprain her ankle, only to be seen through immediately oh, my heavens! Why must my fate be so wretched? How could my beloved pet be a beast man? Chapter 58. Healing upon learning from Ian what this so-called bonding entailed. Yi Li wished she could erase her memory with a single slap. It was indeed her own lack of knowledge regarding the beastly world that left her unable to differentiate between beastmen and ordinary beasts. No wonder Dabai had always treated her with indifference. It turned out he was a beast man. Yet, she pondered, are we not a human tribe? How can there be a beast man hidden among us without anyone raising an objection? Yi Li confronted Ian. You possess no principles, no boundaries? Was it not established that we are a tribe of humans? And yet, there exists a beast man, and no one has spoken out? Ian shook her head. If not for Lord Baihu's support from behind, how could our human tribe have been established? However, recalling the strength Yi Li exhibited when reprimanding a few beastmen, Ian felt that even without Lord Baihu, their master would still prevail. Why Yi Li was utterly distraught over the loss of her beloved pet. She believed she would never find a companion as endearing as Dabai again. His fluffy, immaculate coat, devoid of any stray hairs, was 1,000 times more comforting than a silk quilt. She had envisioned snuggling into Bai's embrace during the winter, impervious to the biting cold. Master, what troubles you? Ian, alarmed by Yi Li's tearful demeanor, inquired. It's nothing. Just a bit of pain in my face, my heart aches, but I'm fine. Yi Li waved her hand dismissively, urging Ian to attend to her duties while she sought a quiet spot to mourn her lost pet. Dabai, how could you be a beast man? She lamented, and oh wonder he always avoided crowds, lurking behind the mountains, and oh wonder he comprehended my words and exhibited such remarkable intelligence, and oh wonder he always treated me with indifference. Feeling helpless yet bound by our bond, and oh wonder he resisted when I attempted to grab his tail, only to abandon his struggle after I plucked a tuft of fur. She recalled the countless absurd things she had said to amuse her little pet. Her utter lack of boundaries and decorum, in Dabai's eyes, she must have seemed like a slave who would sacrifice her dignity for the sake of association with him. No, dear brother, allow me to explain. It was not as it seems. Yi Li felt utterly ashamed before Dabai. She remembered the wound on his chest. Was it not a heart injury, but rather a beast core? If that were the case, after tonight, Dabai would be able to transform into human form. Some matters must be faced eventually. Why Yi Li mourned the loss of her pet one last time, then steeled herself to prepare the final dinner. The revelation of Dabai being a beast man was a substantial blow to her, not merely embarrassing, but also the loss of a cherished companion. As for embarrassment, it mattered little since she was unacquainted with those present. She was indifferent to that. Yet, where could she find another pet as stunningly fluffy as Dabai? Upon arriving at the back mountain, she found Baisun languidly resting on his usual stone perch. Upon seeing her approach, he merely cast a casual glance her way. Why Yi Li sighed internally, in no wonder he remained untrainable. It turned out he was not a mere pet, but rather a being with autonomous thought. Little did she know, Baisun was also striving to maintain his composure, knowing that tonight, after healing, his beast core would be fully restored. He understood that his little slave had awaited this day for a long time, yearning for him to share her nights with her, a longing he could deeply perceive. This evening, he intended to fulfill his little slave's desires, completing the contract between them. His little slave would no longer have to hear the envious whispers from the solitary building nearby. To prepare for tonight, Baisun had put considerable thought into crafting a surprise. If he had harbored any dissatisfaction with his slave partner in the past, it had since vanished completely. He found himself willing, even eager, to embrace such a partner, one who matched him perfectly. The little slave was acutely aware of the significance of tonight. She prepared an exceptionally sumptuous dinner, albeit with fewer words, likely due to her nerves, which Baisun understood that why Yi Li was indeed anxious. Ever since she learned that Dabai was a beast man, she had been at a loss for how to communicate with him. Albeit, perhaps it was simply fate. For this last supper, Yi Li had invested considerable effort. Setting aside whether Dabai was a beast man, she would continue to regard him as her pet, albeit one she would soon part with. Once she reconciled with this notion, she released her lingering awkwardness and returned to her usual self. Come, Dabai, sample this chicken leg. Alas, what a pity it is that there is no salt here. Otherwise, I would have prepared a salt-baked chicken for you I once adored salt-baked chicken. It was absolutely delectable. She fed the chicken leg to Dabai, affectionately ruffling his fur. What a pity it is that I shall no longer be able to pet you. Baisun sensed an unusual level of enthusiasm from Yi Li that night. She offered him everything, while she herself hardly ate. When presented with the last few shrimp, Baisun gently pushed her hand back toward her, signaling her to partake as well. Why Yi Li was momentarily taken aback by his human-like gesture. A beast man. After enjoying a hearty dinner, Yi Li felt reluctant to return. She lazily leaned against Dabai, petting him here and there, fully indulging in her final moments of affection. In no wonder he had refused to let her ride him. It turned out he was a beast man. How terribly vexing. After giving Dabai one last affectionate stroke on his head and cuddling his neck, Yi Li took a deep breath, preparing for their final farewell. Let us go, Dabai. Time to return, she said. Baisun stood up, following closely behind her, his steps light yet his heart racing with excitement. Upon returning to the cave, Baisun settled into his usual spot, while Yi Li, with a serious expression, placed her hand over his chest that a faint green glow emanated from her palm, flowing into his body. Enveloping him in a wave of comfort, one of Baisun's paws gently rested on Yi Li's waist. Contemplating how, Once he was healed, he would immediately draw his little slave into his embrace. In the moment Baisun's beast core was completely restored, Yili sensed it instantly. How to describe that feeling? It was ineffable. A surge of power radiated from the core, yet it did not harm her. Instead, it danced around her, joyfully leaping beside her. Baisun was indeed overjoyed. The sensation of this power returning to him was exquisite, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to transform into human form and share this joy with Yili. As Yili retracted her abilities, she turned her gaze towards Dabai. Baisun observed her with confusion, sensing something amiss in her expression, which lacked the excitement he had anticipated. "Wait, I have something to say," Yili began. Chapter 59. A misunderstanding before speaking, Yili leaned forward and untangled the lock of hair that belonged to her from around Baisun's neck. "First and foremost, I must apologize. I had no idea you were a beast man. I always assumed you were merely an ordinary white tiger, which is why I sought to keep you as a pet. I am truly sorry. I have a particular fondness for fluffy things, and I confess I was captivated by your fur, prompting me to engage in many inappropriate actions and utter many nonsensical words. Here, I sincerely apologize. Furthermore, regarding the fur on your tail, I assure you it was unintentional. I was simply caught up in the moment, wishing to tame a pet, and had no other intentions. That I was completely unaware that this was part of your bonding ceremony. It was merely a jest. I am genuinely sorry." After Yili finished speaking, he retrieved a tuft of Bai's white fur from the space and found a new red string to tie it around his neck. At that moment, I truly had no idea this was the bonding ritual of the beastmen. Now, I have returned your fur, and I have reclaimed my hair. There are no longer any ties between us. You need not feel burdened. You are free now, free to go wherever you desired. I apologize for my previous hesitation." Baisun lay listlessly in his usual spot, the entire tiger appearing somewhat at a loss. His wounds had healed, and he could transform into human form again. Yet he found himself devoid of any thoughts. It turned out that everything was merely a misunderstanding. The little slave only fancied his fur, not the individual himself. It had all been a jest, as the little slave had said. Baisun gazed at the colorful petals scattered across the bed and the various flowers adorning the depths of the cave. For tonight, he had gone to great lengths to gather these fresh blooms, running back and forth countless times. Without anyone's assistance, he wished to complete the final step of their bond here, to truly possess each other. However, he did not anticipate that Yili's words would echo incessantly in his mind, repeating, leaving Baisun with an overwhelming sense of emptiness and discomfort. Perhaps his wounds had not fully healed. Baisun pondered, could this be the punishment of the divine? If so, it was indeed unbearable, and he felt as though he might perish. Baisun was in distress. He wanted to seek out Yili to see him. But recalling Yili's words, his feet faltered at the threshold. That night, Yili had spent the night crammed in a yin's treehouse. My pet is gone just like that. Sigh. Why must it be a beast man? I once believed I had reached the pinnacle of my obsession with fluff, only to realize it was all an illusion. That why fluffy one, my Bai. Ain could scarcely believe that the relationship between the two was entirely a misunderstanding. Yet, I believe Lord Baisun would have been willing. Ain remarked that why Yili shook his head, saying, what willingness? As you mentioned, beastmen are so proud. How could they bond with humans? Furthermore, even if Baisun were willing, she would not be. She merely wanted a pet, not a beastman husband. However, Ain attempted to persuade Yili, yet lacked sufficient reasoning that, let us not dwell on it. Sleep now, for when you slumber, you will not think errantly. As night passed, Yili awoke to the realization that his pet was gone, instantly feeling as though the sky had fallen. Truly, some things are not appreciated until they are lost. The fluffy creature, such a large bundle, soft and warm, could have served as a sleeping bag in winter. Just like that, it was gone. Yili felt irritable and restless. Sensing an unease throughout his being, he was certain he would never find another pet like Bai. Such a large, fluffy creature, a ball of fur, held tightly in his embrace. He mustn't think of it. Each thought made his heart ache. Why, oh why, must it be a beast man? Ever since discovering Bai was a beast man. Reflecting on his past actions towards Bai made Yili wish he could simply disappear into a hold to alleviate his yearning for fluff. Yili could only immerse himself in busyness. During his previous visit to Mist Mountain, he had passed by a lake but had been too focused on to investigate it. However, he seemed to have caught a familiar scent from afar, prompting him to take a look. Calling upon Xiao Hui, he comfortably reclined on the mammoth's back, watching the shadows of trees race by. Wiley realized he needed to amend his habit of only moving towards fluff. While fluffy creatures are adorable, one cannot be consumed by obsession. Are there not other charming creatures? What about the mammoth? Just look at its massive form. Like a moving house, Ian had even prepared a tent for him. Impervious to wind and sun, he could go wherever he pleased. Why cling to that which does not belong to him? The back of a white tiger. Yili rested his arms behind his head, propping his legs up, occasionally using his powers to conjure 2 watermelons, tossing them forward without looking, confident that Xiao Hui would catch them effortlessly, expressing his delight with a grateful bleat and a swish of his trunk. Isn't the mammoth delightful? Indeed. Along the way, Yili lavished attention on Xiao Hui, even producing the cat toy he had made for Bai. Xiao Hui adored it, chasing the colorful feathers with unrestrained joy, nearly bouncing Yili off in his exuberance to safeguard his own life. Yili reluctantly put away the toy, obediently conjuring various fruits to feed Xiao Hui. Watermelons, cantaloupes, honeydews, an assortment of sweet fruits. He occasionally nibbled on one himself, relishing the carefree journey. Perhaps it was for the best. From now on, he would rely on Xiao Hui. This gentle giant is easy to please, strong in combat, and no one would dare provoke him, ensuring her dominance in the beast realm. The more he contemplated, the more appealing it seemed. Except for the lack of fluff, he sighed deeply, feeling the roughness of the beast hide beneath him, akin to a cement floor. Xiao Hui's pace was slow, stopping intermittently to munch, and by the time they reached their destination, it was already evening. Gazing at the shimmering lake that stretched endlessly before him, a gentle breeze brought with it a pungent, salty scent. Upon reaching the lakeshore, he noticed layers of crystals nestled within the rocks, refracting myriad colors in the glow of the setting sun. Ili dismounted from the mammoth's back, reached out to wipe a finger across the crystals, and tasted it on his tongue that it was indeed a salt lake. We shall have salt to eat from now on. Ili turned joyfully, only to be met with a wall. His excitement was contagious for Xiao Hui, who bounced with delight, causing Yili to stumble and fall directly into the lake, swallowing a mouthful of salty, bitter water. Ugh! Xiao Hui let out a bleat, wrapping his trunk around Yili, shaking him to rid him of the water before placing him back on his back. Resting on Xiao Hui's sturdy form, Yili sprawled out, hoping the last rays of sunlight would evaporate the moisture from his body. Exhaustion etched across his features on the first day without Bai. He missed him. Chapter 60. The water wheels. Since there's a salt lake, the salt must be extracted. Ili was no longer willing to rely on that dark fruit for flavor. A perfectly fresh bamboo tube chicken soup could easily be transformed into a dish of darkness. He ordered Xiao Hui to hurry back, and the next day, they returned to the salt lake with the group. Yili did not wish to inquire deliberately about Bai's whereabouts, but from Ain, he learned that Bai had already departed. Indeed, Ili sighed. It would be dishonest to say he was not disheartened. Ain also did not anticipate such an outcome. What appeared to be a fateful union between a beast man and a slave turned out to be a mere misunderstanding. Exhausted from love, Bai's departure was a considerable blow to Yili. Although he had clarified matters with Bai and relinquished the choice to him, he truly had not expected Bai would leave. He thought that the bond they had formed over their time together would have fostered some affection. Though he had somewhat forced the relationship, he had always treated Bai with kindness. Even if he was a beast man, surely his heart would warm. But if they could not be master and pet, then friendship would suffice. Right? Her expectations were not high. A simple stroke of his fur would suffice. Who would have guessed Bai could be so resolute? White-eyed tiger, black-hearted tiger, impossible to tame, detestable Bai. Upon reaching the salt lake, unexpected complications arose. This place had seen numerous beastmen before, but they had all retreated. The lake's high salinity was evident, with a pungent, salty odor wafting through the air. Moreover, the absence of other creatures rendered the lake an ominous and unapproachable locale in the eyes of the beastmen. Not only the beastmen, but Ain and her companions also approached with trepidation, reluctant to touch the water or draw too close. And oh wonder, Despite the presence of a salt lake, there was no salt to be had. Yili broke off a small piece of crystalline salt and offered it to Ayin, who grimaced and spat it out. Initially perplexed, he soon realized the truth. Truly, Yili had chosen a worthy apprentice. With exceptional perception, this can replace the dark fruit. Yili had previously presented various seasonings they had never encountered, explaining that they were unique to his homeland. This must be one of the special items from Yili's homeland. Yili nodded. With salt, the possibilities for culinary creations would multiply. He first had everyone set up camp away from the salt lake, and then he spent the night explaining the salt extraction process. The next day, he led the group to collect the large crystalline salt, and then they worked together to lay a flat stone surface along the lakeshore to serve as a salt field. Although tools were scarce, they managed to clear an area of about 100 square meters within half a day using sheer strength. Their numbers were few, and their salt requirements were not great. This small salt field would suffice. Additionally, due to the high salinity of the lake, extracting crystalline salt would not be difficult, saving them considerable time. They fashioned a simple filtering net from dead branches and wood shavings, allowing the lake water to pass through the net and flow into the salt field. The salt fields are inclined at an angle, allowing the filtered brine to flow slowly from a higher elevation. During this process, the sun's rays suffice to crystallize the brine, while the remaining moisture drains back into the lake. To ensure that the brine crystallizes directly within the salt fields under the sun. It is crucial to regulate the flow of water, preventing it from moving too swiftly. After several trials, Yili successfully determined the appropriate flow rate. A total of 10 individuals arrived, aside from 2 who promptly cleared the crystallized salt from the fields. The others busily transported water back and forth, filtering it repeatedly, as those of the water source fetched more brine. Those in the salt fields could simultaneously clean the crystallized salt, ensuring a seamless operation. Consequently, within a single afternoon, they managed to produce a modest pile of salt, roughly amounting to 10 pounds. After a day of industrious labor, despite the commendable results, Yili felt utterly exhausted. That night, she devised a set of tools. The following day, the process of extracting salt was temporarily halted as she instructed her companions to cut down 2 bamboo stalks to construct a water wheel, utilizing human power to propel the wheel. Water was funneled directly into the filtration device through bamboo tubes, with another bamboo tube positioned beneath, perfectly spanning the width of the salt fields. This bamboo tube functioned similarly to an automatic flushing mechanism in public restrooms. Once the water accumulated to a certain level, it tilted, allowing the water to cascade down and cleanse the salt fields. The outcome was akin to their manual water-fetching efforts, yet it significantly saved time, labor, and manpower. Previously, the team comprised 8 individuals fetching water and 2 clearing salt. With the advent of the water wheel, it transformed to 2 individuals operating the wheel while 8 others cleared salt, enhancing their efficiency manifold. In just one afternoon, they collected over 100 pounds of salt, sufficient to sustain the tribe for an extended period, while Yili initially intended to capitalize on the favorable weather to gather salt for several days, ensuring ample supplies to endure the winter. However, the next day, a youth from the tribe arrived, accompanied by the ATU clan. It was reported that female orcs from the hyena tribe had been giving birth in recent days. But one orc had been in labor since yesterday, having only delivered 2 cubs, with more still inside, refusing to emerge. As the female orc neared her limit, Dun sent the ATU clan to the human tribe in search of assistance, ultimately leading them to Yili. The hyena tribe is a purebred orc tribe. After the mating season, all adult females enter a state of gestation, living in their orc forms until they give birth. The birthing period generally occurs in late autumn, and the cubs must confront the harsh winter conditions immediately upon their arrival, marking their first significant challenge. Each year, approximately 2/3 of the cubs do not survive their first winter. Thus, despite the high birth rate among the hyenas, the number that reaches adulthood is relatively scarce. While the ability to give birth is often a matter of fate, the situation was different in the past. Now, Dun was aware that Yili could resolve the orc's birthing difficulties, and naturally, he could not bear to witness an adult female orc perish during childbirth, as it would be a substantial loss for the tribe. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Yili wasted no time. Mounting her steed, Xiao Hui, and traversing the rugged terrain to the hyena tribe. Upon seeing Yi Li's formidable mount, Dun could not help but tremble slightly before regaining his composure. His gaze towards Yi Li growing increasingly complex. How fearsome! This colossal creature has been tamed to serve as her steed. Fetch some tender grass for my Xiao Hui. It has been quite a journey. Yi Li instructed without hesitation. Dun, not daring to delay, commanded the idle slaves in the tribe to gather tender grass, ensuring that the beast was well fed, lest it take out its displeasure on their tribe. The pregnant female orcs were housed deep within the tribe's caves, which provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, ensuring a high level of safety. By the time Yi Li arrived, the female orc in distress was already on the brink of collapse. This visit, apart from a youth from the ATU clan seeking her assistance, also included AI Een as her assistant. After a preliminary examination of the female orc's condition, Yi Li discovered that she was merely exhausted. Her bodily functions still intact. She instructed the ATU clan to procure several raw eggs, which she cracked open and fed to the female orc. Raw eggs possess higher nutritional value than cooked ones. And given the orc's weakened state, she would likely be unable to consume cooked eggs but could swallow raw ones, thus replenishing her strength in the shortest time possible. After consuming a dozen raw eggs, the female orc indeed regained her vitality and expressed her gratitude to Yi Li. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Li posed several questions, quickly discerning the situation at hand. You are currently experiencing weak contractions. Preventing the cubs from being born, I will need to administer some medication to stimulate your contractions. When the pain begins, you must cooperate with me. Based on her observations, Yi Li surmised that this female orc had likely been giving birth consecutively for several years. The orcs lacked medical knowledge, only understanding the cyclical nature of mating and birthing, oblivious to the toll that relentless pregnancies took on the maternal body. If her assumptions were correct, this would likely be the female orc's last pregnancy. Yet, from her voice, Yi Li assessed that the orc was not particularly old. After several pregnant females had been added to the tribe, Yi Li had prepared a selection of medications for use during childbirth, storing them as pills in her spatial pouch. Feigning to rummage through her animal skin pouch, she retrieved a contraction-stimulating pill from her spatial storage and administered it to the female orc. Before long, the female orc began to moan in agony, her abdomen rhythmically contracting. This was the body's instinct urging the offspring to emerge. Why Yi Li encouraged her to exert effort in accordance with her commands. And shortly thereafter, she successfully delivered the remaining 3 cubs. The cubs appeared healthy, still yet to open their eyes, yet each was plump and robust. The female orc diligently licked the fluids from each of them, returning them to her embrace, clean and tidy. Yi Li instructed her companions to clear the mess resulting from the orc's delivery and facilitated the female orc's relocation to a cleaner, more comfortable space. When will you be able to assume your humanoid form? I will return to check on your condition then, Yi Li inquired. The female orc, somewhat taken aback, replied that in about 2 to 3 days. Once her strength was restored, she could transform back. Very well. I shall return in a few days. Your body requires proper care, and I will assist you in devising a plan. Although these matters did not originally pertain to her, as a healer, Yi Li could not bear to see the female orcs mistreating their own bodies. Upon exiting the female orc's dwelling, Yi Li asked AI Een whether female orcs had shorter lifespans than their male counterparts. Indeed, female orcs typically live only about a third as long as male orcs do. In fact, it's not just female orcs. Some human women experience the same fate. AI Een responded to why Yi Li nodded, beginning to grasp the underlying reasons. The essence of womanhood resides in the ovaries, whether orc or human. Enduring consecutive pregnancies effectively depletes their nutrients to nourish the fetus. Over time, this leads to premature ovarian aging, accelerating the aging process and significantly shortening lifespan. In certain tribes, to prevent the burden of an excess of slaves, they regulate the reproductive rates, thus averting the fate of women becoming mere breeding tools. Coupled with the orcs' principles of selective breeding, the situation for female orcs is somewhat more favorable. However, some individuals, due to their favorable conditions, are encouraged by the orcs to bear more offspring, inevitably facing similar plights as the female orcs. For instance, AI Een and others were initially chosen as breeding slaves because of their excellent physical conditions, deemed capable of producing strong offspring. and thus were compelled to give birth year after year until they could no longer do so. Once they reach that point, they are essentially rendered useless. Why Ely shared this causal relationship with AI Ian, who understood but still harbored doubts. Yet, regardless of whether human or orc, at a certain age, the instinct to mate becomes overwhelming. Once mating occurs, the likelihood of conception is significant. What then? To be honest, AI Ian sometimes felt that impulse herself, yearning to find a man with whom to compose a harmonious melody of love. However, due to the rules set by Ely, she had yet to encounter a suitable partner, leaving her with a sense of emptiness. Many single sisters in the tribe often resorted to self-satisfaction during the evenings. Thus, it was not always a matter of desire to bear children. At times, it was simply unavoidable. Having spent considerable time with these natives, Ely had cast aside notions of face and shame. Now, with AI Yin's candid inquiry, she found no fault in her straightforwardness. One distinction between humans and beasts is that humans can transcend instinct and exercise self-control, unlike beasts, which act solely on instinct. Governed by the law of the jungle, I understand that individuals inevitably develop desires at a certain age, but that does not mean those desires must be fulfilled. Furthermore, I do not advocate for celibacy. I merely hope that when you engage in such intimate exchanges, it is due to mutual affection, a desire to grow old together. Rest assured, there are numerous methods to avoid unwanted pregnancies in a few days. I will initiate a discussion on this matter. This was indeed an oversight on her part. Fortunately, at the inception of the tribe, these issues had yet to surface. Upon returning from the hyena tribe, Ely received splendid news. The vast expanse of mulberry trees she had trial planted on the back mountain had successfully attracted silkworms. With uncontainable excitement, Ely hurried over to inspect, and indeed, she discovered numerous plump, white caterpillars industriously devouring the mulberry leaves. This was wonderful news. In due time, they would produce cocoons, and silk would be at their disposal to shield these little creatures from the potential calamities of rainy days. Ely promptly vacated the cave she had shared with Dabai. Initially, Ian was reluctant, asserting that as the tribe leader, this cave represented her status and could not be repurposed at will. After some persuasive discourse from Ely, Ian reluctantly acquiesced. However, she insisted on first constructing a grand and secure dwelling for Ely. Although they had initially preferred tree houses, they had all opted to relocate to the ground and build quaint little houses after Ely had expressed concerns about the safety of tree houses. Particularly after a near miss with a lightning strike. Ely's abode was situated centrally among the others, a modest two-story structure, with a bed layered first with hay, then cotton, and topped with a soft, furry hide, quite comfortable indeed. While cleaning the cave, Ely inevitably felt a surge of nostalgia that, oh well, it's all in the past. She refused to believe she would never encounter another exquisite plush companion. She had already devised a plan to procure a young leopard from the cheetah tribe in the near future, thinking that if raised from a cub, it would surely grow fond of her and allow her to ride it. Chapter 62. The Beastman couple having moved into the warm cave, the little caterpillars grew more rapidly. While Ely ensured fresh, dried mulberry leaves were brought daily for their nourishment. The little ones feasted almost from dawn until dusk, without respite. Soon, the day arrived for Ely to meet the female beastman, a Danyao, as previously arranged. Upon meeting, Ely confirmed her suspicions. A Danyao's face bore the marks of age. Resembling a woman in her 40s or 50s, her complexion pale and her vitality diminished. Of course, part of this could be attributed to her recent childbirth, but it was undeniable that her body bore irreparable damage. Ely analyzed her physical condition, advising her on how to recuperate and how to supplement her nutrition during the nursing period. Danyao's once dull eyes began to shimmer with a glimmer of hope as she gazed at Ely in disbelief. Can this truly be possible? I thought. Danyao was overcome with emotion. For nearly a decade, she had given birth annually, yet only 3 of her offspring had survived to the transformative stage, while 4 others had not yet reached the age to do so. For beastmen, reaching the transformative stage signified true life. Until then, they remained fragile, vulnerable to any misfortune that could snuff out their existence. Danyao had feared she would meet the same fate as many female beastmen, Expiring shortly after her energy was spent. To her astonishment, Yili assured her that with proper care, she could extend her life for several more years. This revelation filled her with joy. Yes, the crux was during the nursing period. It was essential to ensure ample sleep and sufficient nutrition, as one must first meet their own needs to prevent their young from siphoning off their vitality. Caring for the young beastmen was not overly burdensome. They were akin to ordinary puppies, simply eating and sleeping without the fussiness of human infants who required constant attention and soothing. However, nursing 5 cubs simultaneously posed a significant challenge for her. Nonetheless, she had already provided a dietary regimen for a danyao to bolster her milk supply. With proper care, this pressure will be manageable. Upon exiting a danyao's dwelling, Yili encountered another heavily pregnant female beastman awaiting her. I have heard you possess many methods. Do you have a way to help me lose my ability to bear young? The other woman looked at her with a melancholic expression that why Yili raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why? Do you not wish to have offspring? She had assumed all female beastmen held a singular focus on reproduction that I do not wish to. In fact, I do not even want to mate with a leader. However, it is nearly obligatory for females of suitable age to mate with the leader until they conceive. She longed to be with Atada, yet he lacked the power to overthrow the current leader and become the new one. Leaving her in anguish, Yili had not anticipated encountering a couple in the Beastman tribe. There is a way, but have you considered whether you might regret this choice? In truth, if you are truly unwilling, there are multiple alternatives. The other woman, quick-witted, immediately grasped the alternative Yili alluded to. Your human tribes welcome the integration of beastmen. You need not worry. We shall never harm you, and will adhere to the tribe's customs. Her inquiry was urgent, and upon finishing, she fixed her hopeful gaze upon Yili. She believed Yili would not refuse her. Indeed, Yili felt this was the case. Her greatest aspiration was to foster peaceful coexistence between beastmen and humans. Rather than mutual animosity, she had never excluded beastmen from joining. Her previous decision to expel the beastmen from the mixed tribe had stemmed from their unruly behavior. Nevertheless, she had confidence that those individuals would eventually integrate into her new socialist tribe. Of course, you are welcome to join us at any time. Male beastmen could depart from the tribe without anyone's permission, but the situation was different for females. They were considered the property of the tribe leader. The Dun held great regard for his female beastmen, viewing them as his possessions. Any beastman daring to covet them would be challenging the leader's authority, thus preparing to face his wrath. Takata lacked the ability to confront the leader. Yet for a Dangwang, he was willing to exert every effort to why Yili could have intervened. She possessed numerous methods to persuade the Dun to release them. However, she chose not to employ her own means. She wanted Tada to understand that to obtain something, one must be willing to pay the corresponding price. Following this ordeal, he would profoundly cherish the bond between himself and a Dangwang. She found herself idly musing about others' romantic dilemmas. What a predicament! Whenever she found herself with idle time, her thoughts would inevitably drift back to her lost pet, Dabai, my plush companion. Once she believed she had reached the pinnacle of her plush obsession, only to discover it had all been a misunderstanding. The pain was unbearable. No one could comprehend the anguish of a plush enthusiast who had lost their beloved plush toy. It was a heart-wrenching experience, akin to a billionaire suddenly finding themselves destitute overnight. Can you grasp that feeling? Unless you are a billionaire, you cannot possibly understand. While Yili wallowed in sorrow over her lost pet, Bai Sun was not in a better state. He felt as though he had fallen out of favor with the divine, as evidenced by his physical recovery, yet persistent feelings of anxiety, accompanied at times by rapid heartbeats or pangs of heartache. Anxiety and uncertainty plagued him. Each time he thought of Yili, his heart raced uncontrollably, but it was not always fast. Sometimes it slowed to an agonizing crawl, as if he were on the brink of death. Yet, whenever he ceased to think of Yili, he felt perfectly well, a fine tiger once more. Brother Sun, I will soon come of age in his human form. Bai Sun had flowing white hair cascading to his waist, adorned with a fluffy white tiger skin skirt. The combination of his white hair and the tiger skin, set against the backdrop of the vast snowy mountains, created a figure that appeared ethereal and unearthly. He was tall, strong, and strikingly handsome, undoubtedly the most outstanding beast man of the younger generation in the white tiger tribe. The female tigers in the tribe all aspire to bond with him. He had always shared a close relationship with Sun and was among those eager to form a bond with him. She was confident she would be the one chosen by Sun. Once she came of age, she could bond with a male beast man, and thus, as she spoke, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks. Yet, gazing at Sun's tall, elegant figure, no matter how bashful she felt, she was determined to express her feelings. Brother Sun, once I come of age, let us bond. I wish to bear you a litter of cubs. The white tiger tribe differed from the hyena tribe in that beastmen enjoyed the freedom to choose their mates, as there was no tribal leader, only a respected elder. Chapter 63. Mrs. Yili, why do you wish to bond with me? Sun inquired of Bai. Because, Brother Sun, you are the most exceptional beastman in the tribe, Bai replied cheerfully. The most exceptional beastman? Sun shook his head. No, that is not the case. He had betrayed the divine and incurred their disdain. From the moment he acknowledged Yi Li as his mate, his heart had ceased to belong to the divine. His heart now resided with Yi Li. He reminisced about Yi Li, recalling her visage and laughter, her unique demeanor that set her apart from any other servant, and the mischievous glint in her eyes when she hatched a scheme. After taking my hair, you shall henceforth be mine, and I shall call you to Bai. I adore you. Let us never part, shall we? You mustn't run away on your own. Dear Bai, return with me. I only desire you as my tiger, and shall not cast my gaze upon any other furry creature. I beseech you. Do not be angry, my lord. I acknowledge my grievous error. I have erred profoundly. Henceforth, I shall never again disregard your presence. I offer my sincerest apologies. Why Yi Li? What? Who is Yi Li? Is there anyone by that name in our tribe? He gazed in confusion. Sun, returning to the moment. Regarded by earnestly. I am not the most exceptional beastman in our tribe, he solemnly declared to Bai. Blinked, pondering whether her brother Sun was feeling inferior. Brother Sun, the beastmen of the tribe cannot surpass you. You are the mightiest of all. Regardless of whether I am the mightiest, I shall not forge a bond with you, Sun replied. Yi's smile faltered, her eyes welling with tears. Why, Brother Sun? I believed you were waiting for me. Sun had long since come of age, yet he had never bonded with any she-tiger. She truly thought he was waiting for her, as did many others in the tribe. Sun's gaze darkened as he lowered his head. Once he had indeed harbored such thoughts, finding a she-tiger within the tribe, raising a litter of cubs together, hunting to provide for his mate, and teaching their young the art of the hunt. Living a carefree and joyous life like a typical family in the tribe. But that was no longer feasible. The mere thought of Yi Li pierced his heart with pain, rendering him breathless. The realization that they would never meet again filled him with sorrow, as if he were on the brink of death. Yet, despite this, he could not restrain himself, nor did he wish to. He longed for Yi Li. With an intensity that consumed him, Sun's chest heaved rapidly, and standing nearby, could hear the unusual rhythm of his heartbeat. Worry etched upon her face. Brother Sun, what troubles you? Brother Sun, in her distress. Noticed Sun turning to her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I must take my leave. Brother Sun, where are you going? Are you setting out to hone your skills again? But you have only just returned. Sun pressed a hand to his heart, smiling, and was momentarily dazzled. She had never realized how captivating his smile could be. No, I shall not return. Upon finishing his words, Sun departed without a moment's hesitation. After parting from he wasted no time in arriving at the chieftain's residence. You intend to leave the tribe? The chieftain regarded Sun with discontent, for his recent journey of training had yielded no divine gifts. However, upon witnessing Sun's eagerness to embark on yet another journey, he surmised that the young man had grasped the gravity of his previous missteps. Sun nodded. When do you plan to return? The chieftain inquired. Sun pondered for a while, then bowed his head. I beg your pardon, chieftain, I have defied the will of the divine and have already faced divine retribution. Thus the chieftain was taken aback. What? You have defied the will of the divine? What has transpired? Sun remained silent. He knew that if the chieftain learned of his bond with Yi Li, he would undoubtedly seek to harm her. A mere slave in the chieftain's eyes was of no consequence. Sun, The chieftain's voice boomed, his gaze towards Bai Sun filled with disappointment. I apologize, chieftain. Please allow me to depart. Bai Sun understood the gravity of his actions, feeling remorse for the chieftain and his tribe. Yet, he could not suppress his desires. He yearned to return to Yi Li's side, willing to endure divine punishment for her. Bai Sun, do you not realize that you are destined to become the next chieftain? The fate of our Baihu tribe rests upon your shoulders. The chieftain would not permit him to leave so easily. Bai Sun shook his head. I am sorry, chieftain, but I must go. The chieftain sighed deeply. Why, Bai Sun? Give me a reason why you must leave. Bai Sun said nothing. The chieftain studied him for a moment before suddenly making a demand. Bai Sun, transform back into your beast form. Bai Sun remained still. Ew. The chieftain discerned a possibility, and observing Bai Sun's expression, he believed his suspicions were nearly confirmed. You not understand. Slaves are cunning and deceitful, adept at manipulation. How could this happen? Merely a brief foray into training, and you've already forged a bond with a slave? Is it that our Baihu tribe is ultimately doomed to this curse? No, it must be the humans are too treacherous. She is deceiving you, Bai Sun. You must see clearly. The chieftain was nearly driven to madness, wishing to pry open Bai Sun's skull to discern the thoughts within. Despite repeated warnings, why had Bai Sun fallen for such trickery? I will not allow you to leave. As long as you acknowledge your errors, the divine will not hold it against you. The chieftain saw that his words fell on deaf ears and merely uttered a single phrase. Bai Sun remained silent, kneeling before the chieftain and bowing his head before turning to leave. The chieftain, incensed by his stubbornness, ignited a flame in his hand and unleashed it upon Bai Sun. If you wish to depart, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Bai Sun was a key figure in the tribe's future, chosen by the divine that if he were to leave, what would become of the Baihu tribe? The chieftain could not permit it. Yet, regardless of the measures he employed, he could not halt Bai Sun's departure. The commotion soon drew the attention of others, and Bai Yi, in search of Bai Sun, arrived to find him charred and blackened. She rushed forward, only to be blocked by Bai Sun's outstretched hand. Chieftain, what has Brother Sun done to deserve this? Bai Yi demanded. The chieftain remained silent, only hurling fireballs at Bai Sun with every few steps he took. Bai Sun's once pristine white tiger skirt was now reduced to charred remnants, and his once beautiful long hair was unrecognizable. The tribe gathered around, bewildered by the spectacle. Bai Sun's steps grew increasingly labored. Yet no matter how slow his movements, he continued to press onward, unwavering in his determination. Observing this scene, everyone fell silent. No one understood why he was so resolutely determined to leave the tribe. But witnessing the blood seeping from his cracked and charred skin, they turned away, unable to bear the sight. A tragic fate indeed. The chieftain raised his hand, yet hesitated to act. Chapter 64. I have arrived. Bai Sun, once you leave, do not expect to return. The chieftain shouted furiously. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi panicked. Her brother's departure in such a state was akin to a death sentence. Moreover, what did it mean that he should not expect to return? Chieftain, why? Why must you treat Brother Sun this way? Bai Yi wept, torn between attempting to stop Bai Sun and confronting the chieftain, her gaze flitting back and forth between them, fearful that Bai Sun would truly leave and that the chieftain would not permit his return. Yet Bai Sun's steps did not falter. Bai Yi rushed to stop him, but he evaded her, wary of her touching his wounds. She stood helplessly, tears streaming down her face. The chieftain was resolute in his stance against Bai Sun, showing no signs of yielding, his expression cold as he regarded him. Nevertheless, Bai Sun pressed on, slow yet steadfast, moving farther away. Brother Sun, do not go. You will perish, Bai Yi cried, her voice echoing in despair. Other she-beastmen gathered around, seeking to persuade Bai Sun to halt his departure. Bai Sun paused, turning to face them. That moment, he was a shadow of his former self, his body charred and unrecognizable, yet his eyes shone with a brilliant light. Let us part here, return now, he said, gesturing to the crowd with a resolute shake of his head, signaling his unwavering refusal to turn back, and trudged onward, in the snow. His footprints were accompanied by a trail of murky blood. The onlookers came to a halt, watching as he slowly yet persistently moved away, his figure growing smaller. Brother Sun, you will die, Bai Yi cried out. Wait until he can no longer bear it. Then we shall bring him back. Someone suggested, "But what of the chieftain? The chieftain is hard-hearted yet soft within. Do not worry, everything will be fine." Others nodded in agreement, remaining where they were, contemplating that after a while, they would seek Baisun and bring him back. They began to plead with the chieftain, certain he would forgive Baisun. Each step Baisun took was agonizing, every movement tugging at the wounds that riddled his body. The blood seeping from his cracked skin froze in the biting wind, forming icy trails that were torn open with each step, only to bleed anew, a relentless cycle. Despite this, Baisun's heart brimmed with joy. From this moment forth, he belonged solely to Yili. Both his body and heart were hers alone. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the mind, but as he thought of Yili, he felt no pain, only overwhelming happiness. Memories of her every smile, every word, filled his heart with sweetness as he pressed a hand to his chest, feeling its fervent rhythm, unable to suppress a laugh of delight. Even in death, this heart of his would belong to her, not to the divine. In forsaking the divine, in forsaking his tribe, he could offer her a heart that was pure and unblemished, one that truly belonged to her. Baisun understood that his time was limited, yet he felt no regret. From this day forth, he vowed to cherish her, to trust her, to care for her, to protect her, and to remain loyal to her. The only thing he could do was to defy the will of the deities for the sake of Yi Li and fulfill the contract between them. Even if Yi Li were to reclaim her hair, Baisun would still regard her as his partner. Baisun paused in his steps, truly unable to proceed any further, gazing upon the vast, snow-laden mountains. He felt a twinge of regret. Ultimately, he could not return her side. That a soft chuckle escaped his lips, causing the wound on his face to throb, and as the world spun around him, he collapsed, a charred creature, unrecognizable in form, took the place of his silhouette. In a distant human tribe, Yili sensed something amiss and sighed. "How long has it been since you left me? And yet you are already injured." Thankfully, she had thought ahead and left a trace of her extraordinary power within the core of Dabai. Should Dabai be wounded again, this fragment of power would automatically emerge from the core to heal him. Baisun's consciousness gradually cleared, and, as he looked up in confusion, he found himself enveloped in a glowing green light. This scene felt eerily familiar, and he stood up in delight. However, the figure he longed for did not materialize. Realizing that the warm, radiant energy was emanating from the beast's core, Baisun quickly grasped the underlying truth that was it. Although he understood that her actions might stem merely from her fondness for his fur and had nothing to do with him, he felt a surge of happiness. The green light, though cool in hue, radiated warmth that dispelled the enduring chill of the snow-capped mountains. "Ali, I am coming," he declared, shaking the fur from his body. He regained his former majestic appearance and, like a frenzied dog, let out a howl and dashed away. When Bai and the others caught up, they could only hastily glimpse the fleeting white shadow that vanished into the horizon, nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding landscape. What is happening? They wondered, staring at the charred remains on the ground, which still carried Baisun's essence. Confusion spread among the others as they questioned. Could it be that Baisun had two shells, and upon damaging one, he discarded it while retaining the other? Their attention swiftly shifted to this puzzling question, while only Bai remained fixated on the point of his disappearance, her expression one of melancholy. "Brother Sun," once everyone learned that Baisun was safe, their worries dissipated, yet a sense of uncertainty lingered. They decided to take the charred remnants back to consult the tribe leader about the matter. As fellow practitioners of extraordinary abilities, the leader immediately sensed the residual energy embedded in the remains. He regarded the remnants with an expression of bewilderment. Didn't Baisun claim to have been forsaken by the deities? Why then has he seemingly accepted their gifts? Could it be that the deities had chosen not to pursue him for his betrayal? If that were the case, he had no grounds to deny Baisun's return. "This is good news. Once he has had his fill of the wild, I shall send someone to bring him back," the leader declared. He felt a sense of relief in her heart, and the others returned home in high spirits. Adida barely escaped from Didun's clutches one last time, his body marred by countless wounds at Dan Guang, with tears brimming in his eyes, wept quietly nearby. "Leave," Didun waved his hand impatiently. Overwhelmed by an unexplainable frustration, he could not fathom what quality Adida possessed that could rival him. This foolish female beast man is willing to leave the tribe. refusing to attach herself to me. How utterly nonsensical and foolish. Though Adida was covered in injuries, he felt a sense of relief as he smiled at a Danguang that I in his final transformation into human form. He embraced a Danguang and followed closely behind Yili. Wherever they passed, blood dripped from the tips of the grass. Chapter 65. Salt-baked chicken, do you regret it? You might die, Yili asked Adida, who was still bleeding as he walked away. Adida responded with a radiant smile. I do not regret it. Although I cannot defeat the leader, I can ensure that a Danguang lives the life she desires. I do not regret, why Yili nodded, patting his shoulder as her healing powers quietly took effect, staunching the flow of blood from his wounds. Adida felt a sudden surge of warmth, but dismissed it as mere illusion. Turning back, Yili noticed a few individuals lingering a few paces behind her, hesitating as they watched her. These individuals had followed her for some distance, and Yili was genuinely curious about their intentions. My lady, please take us with you. We wish to leave, they implored, hastily kneeling and bowing their heads. You know who I am? Yili inquired. You are the leader of the human tribe. We are aware of this. We wish to join your tribe. Please help us, they replied, bowing once more to Dayin, knowing that Yili disliked such displays. Quickly urged them to rise at the dun. Already irritated, was further incensed upon witnessing this scene. Transforming into his beast form, he roared angrily, causing the group to tremble in fear, yet they remained defiant, staring at Yili. Fuming, the dun charged towards them, roaring in rage and feigning an attack, which elicited cries of distress from the crowd. A few bolder men shielded the others, standing defiantly against the dun. Leader to dun, can we discuss this? Yili interjected, I have no desire to discuss. Begone, the dun snapped, his temper flaring. How could these insolent slaves believe that aligning themselves with Yili was preferable to being with him? It was utterly infuriating. The human tribe had merely provided a bit more food. Previously, they had survived without such abundance. Once winter arrives, let us see if that human tribe still exists, he mused, dismissing the loss of slaves as inconsequential. Knowing the humans could not endure the harsh winters on their own, that the dun was not genuinely concerned about these slaves. Rather, he was fixated on maintaining his dignity as a leader. The fact that a Danguang refused to mate with him and that these slaves rejected his authority only added to his agitation, leaving him feeling like the most beleaguered leader. However, leader to dun, you have yet to provide the reward for this healing, Yili said with a smile. The dun faltered, his blood boiling as his face flushed red. Fortunately, in beast form, it went unnoticed. What do you want? Speak, I can fulfill reasonable requests, he grumbled, though internally he thought, one day, I will make you all understand what it means to be wrong. I want these individuals. Yili stated plainly, gesturing towards the group. The dun scoffed, not giving them to you. I can offer you something else, but not them. You wish to leave, do you not? I refuse to let you, the dun declared, transforming into human form, bearing a roguish expression as he smugly regarded the group. Why Yili chuckled, taken aback by the dun's unexpected childishness. How about one roasted chicken per person? If it were any other slaves, I wouldn't offer the chicken. The dun cursed Yili's cunning in his heart. Recently, she had stirred up trouble with the mixed tribe, and he had resolved to remain an observer, hoping to reap the benefits without getting involved. Thus, despite his hunger, he had refrained from witnessing the commotion, instructing his subordinates to keep an eye on both tribes for any opportunities. Yet, despite the significant loss the dun had suffered, he had endured it. What a useless leader, he thought. Feeling humiliated as a beastman, he had hoped to leverage the difficulties faced by the female beastmen to remind Yili of the bond between their two tribes. Inviting her to celebrate their union and partake in a feast, his previously unwavering resolve began to waver. One roasted chicken is too little. Let us add more, the dun said, maintaining a stern, serious demeanor as he negotiated with her. Yili nearly burst into laughter, and oh, more than that. Leader to DUN, MY side has expanded too quickly, and I haven't yet organized things. If you refuse to release them, I'll 1T press the matter. Upon hearing this, the dun dared not act arrogantly any longer. He conceded that a roasted chicken was indeed just a roasted chicken, vowing to release the captives as soon as the dish was presented. Yes, it was he who had proactively bartered slaves for sustenance, rather than the slaves yearning to depart from the tribe. With this thought, Didun felt a slight alleviation of his distress. That why Ely agreed and reiterated firmly to Didun that he must not vent his frustrations on these individuals. Should anyone be harmed, she would withhold the promised roast chicken tea the break of dawn the following day. Ely summoned those responsible for the tribe's nourishment and personally guided them in preparing salt-baked chicken. The method for salt baking was akin to that of beggar's chicken, though the latter required an assortment of spices for marination, while the former was comparatively simpler, relying solely on salt. Fortunately, the tribe had recently gathered a batch of coarse salt from the lakeside. Perfect for this culinary endeavor, she excavated a sizable pit beside the fire, pouring in a generous portion of salt, then covering it with stones to heat the salt within. Once the salt pit was duly prepared, she coated the chicken with an ample amount of salt, stuffed its cavity with fragrant green onions, and securely wrapped the entire bird in leaves. At this point, the salt in the pit had become blisteringly hot. She placed the well-wrapped chicken into the salt pit, utilizing the salt's heat to roast the meat, allowing it to absorb the savory and salty essence. After covering the pit with stones and cooking it gently for approximately an hour, the dish was ready. Why Ely had been yearning for salt-baked chicken for quite some time. When the stones were lifted, a pungent aroma of salt intertwined with the enticing scent of chicken wafted through the air. The others nearby also caught a whiff of the acrid saltiness, initially fearing that Ely's new culinary experiment had failed, just as they were about to offer her words of comfort. They noticed her expression was anything but disheartened. Be careful. It's hot, Ely exclaimed, eagerly retrieving one of the parcels, only to be met with a searing pain that raised a large blister on her palm. She hastily pinched her scorched fingers against her ear to cool them down. A bystander deftly unwrapped the parcel, revealing the tantalizing golden chicken within. The overpowering scent of salt had dissipated, leaving only the delightful fragrance of chicken mingled with a subtle hint of salt. Hearing the sound of several people gulping in anticipation around her, Ely seized a large chicken leg and took a bite. It was delightful. The harmonious blend of salt and chicken flavors was exquisitely pure and enticing. However, she couldn't help but wear a look of mild skepticism, her brows slightly furrowed as if she were not entirely satisfied. The surrounding individuals watched her, their own mouths watering, eager to share in the experience. After finishing the chicken leg, she observed the simplicity of their longing expressions and, with a generous heart, declared, "It's absolutely delicious." Hurry, dive in. Chapter 66. The sturdiest beastman of the tribe arrives. Ely instructed someone to bring back 16 chickens, but unexpectedly returned with 17 individuals. Casting a cold gaze at Atu, her disdain was palpable. That Didun's second son, whose mother had long since passed, was rumored to have come into prominence only a decade ago. Atu should be considered one of his first offspring. "How old is this lad?" she inquired. "16. Atu replied, rather foolishly. Why Ely nearly spat blood. This boy was merely 16 years of age, a 22-year-old woman. She felt an immense pressure, yet by mere appearance, Atu seemed considerably older, likely around 26 or 27. "What brings you here?" Ely asked. "I wish to join your tribe, the human tribe," Atu instinctively began, intending to say the slave tribe, but abruptly halted, realizing the impropriety of his words, and managed to stop himself just in time. Nevertheless, Ely shot him a disapproving glare. A disapproving glance was one thing. But for Atu, the son of Didun, to express a desire to leave the hyena tribe was a stark indication of Didun's waning authority, so much so that he could not even retain his own son. "Oh, you do realize that joining our tribe entails adhering to our rules, correct? Beastmen cannot reveal their beast forms in the tribe, and we believe in self-sufficiency. If you wish to eat, you must work. There shall be no displays of violence, no bullying, and we must coexist peacefully." Atu evidently had done his homework, thumping his chest in affirmation, declaring that he could comply and was eager to contribute to the tribe's development through daily labor. Seeing his earnestness, Ely nodded in agreement, only to feel a pang of regret after just one meal. This fellow had an insatiable appetite. Previously, while recuperating, food was rationed, and each beastman received a specific amount. Now, as a citizen of the tribe, he could eat to his heart's content, and she realized just how immense his appetite truly was. The tribe had gradually learned to balance their diet, primarily consuming staples like potatoes and sweet potatoes alongside roasted meats or meat soups, complemented by vegetables such as cucumbers and cabbages. With such a variety, one could easily feel full without consuming excessive amounts. However, Atu was different. He could devour 2 roasted rabbits in a single sitting. And when it came to roasted sweet potatoes or potatoes, he would cram them into his mouth by the basketful. That you're clearly a spy sent by the Dun, attempting to undermine our tribe through gluttony. What a grand conspiracy, Yili thought, though if Atu had not genuinely enjoyed his work and showed no signs of laziness, she would have wished to expel him immediately. Casting a resentful glance at Atu, she thought perhaps the Dun could no longer afford to support his son, thus sending him to their tribe. What a waste, unable to support yet producing so many offspring. However, Atu misinterpreted her resentful gaze. In his eyes, Yili looked at him with a tender affection, as if she longed to retreat with him into her little abode. After arriving at the tribe, he discovered that the injured white tiger beast man had vanished. Upon inquiring with others, he learned that the individual had already departed. That it was high time he left. A beast man who could not even maintain his human form had no face to remain there. Surely, it was because Yili felt an emptiness within her that needed filling. Thus, on a moonless night, Atu, ever perceptive, slipped into Yi Li's 2-story cabin. Yi Li, who had been sleeping fitfully despite the thick bedding of cotton and the soft wolf blanket, along with a layer of animal hide, found it difficult to rest. The unrefined wolf blanket carried an unpleasant odor that often made her feel nauseous, compelling her to spend most of her nights in her sleeping bag. Though her sleeping bag was far from ideal, it was preferable to the foul scent of animal hide. Just as she began to retrieve her sleeping bag in frustration, the door swung open, and moonlight flooded in behind Atu, casting him in a luminous glow. "Darling, I'm here," Atu growled as he lunged toward her. Before Yili could fully process the situation, she instinctively rolled over, pressing her knee against Atu's hip bone, simultaneously pinning his arms behind his back. "It's me, the sturdiest beast man of the tribe. I've come to satisfy you." Atu struggled to rise, but Yili deftly bound his hands with a woven grass rope, then yanked him by the ear, dragging him out of her room. The tribe's dwellings were all 2-story wooden structures, with the lower level being quite short, roughly a meter high, designated for food storage, while the upper level was for sleeping. When the design was conceived, Yili intended to prevent moisture from the ground while facilitating food storage, never considering it would serve an additional purpose. Standing at the staircase, she delivered a swift kick to Atu's rear, sending him tumbling down the stairs, where he rolled out the door. The commotion immediately drew the attention of others. Just as Atu tumbled out, Aine emerged from her room. "Master, are you all right?" Aine inquired, glancing at the sprawled Atu on the ground, dismissing him as she stepped inside to check on Yili. Yili shook her head. The two exited the cabin to find Atu moaning on the ground, utterly aggrieved. "The sturdiest beast man of the tribe comes to bring you joy, and you don't even appreciate it. Yet you kick him out. My back is killing me," Atu lamented, though he remained fortunate to have escaped without serious injury, as Yili, recalling his tender age of 16, chose to show some mercy. "Have you not learned the rules of the tribe? You want to be eating tomorrow. First, memorize the regulations of our new socialist tribe," Yili said, casting him away from her line of sight, stretching her neck joints without feeling any lingering anger. "Well, at least it saves the tribe a considerable amount on food expenses. Fool, eating so much at every meal. I've long found you displeasing." Aine nodded in understanding, rolling her eyes at the still complaining Tuesday. "This worthless fellow, and he dares to aspire to share our master's bed?" Yili believed that after this lesson, Atu, the young rascal, would comprehend what behaviors were appropriate and which were not. In truth, Atu did understand. He realized that to mate with a female, one could not solely rely on his robust physique. He needed to possess a sense of responsibility, a heart that is forgiving, protective, trusting, and loyal to his partner. He had been present during Yili's initial lessons and had since gained a deeper understanding, convinced that he could fulfill this role. After all, was it not a lifelong commitment to have only her as a mate? To embrace her, protect her, trust her, maintain her, and remain loyal to her. He was confident he could accomplish this and the entire tribe, Who could possibly be more deserving of such a role than him? Having found a sunlit morning, infused with the tantalizing aroma of food, he resolved to confess his feelings to Yeli. When Baishuan returned to the human tribe, he was greeted by the sight of the following scene. Chapter 67. The Proposal. I vow to devote my strength to forever cherish, protect, trust, and remain loyal to you. Yeli, please mate with me. Baishuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the back of Adabu's head, imagining his gaze as two arrows, piercing straight through it. How dare this wretched little creature openly covet my beloved partner? He anxiously watched Yeli, who, unable to bear the sight of Adabu's unruly hair, turned her head away. Wait, is this a proposal? It seemed almost unbelievable, yet Adabu's intent was unmistakable. But what does he mean by please mate with me? Such an uncultured brute, devoid of shame. Despite having grown accustomed to the bluntness of these indigenous people, Yeli felt her cheeks flush when the focus shifted to her. Oh dear, how embarrassing this is. Adabu gazed foolishly at Yeli, grinning widely, while others in the tribe applauded, likely finding his words commendable. Moreover, when someone proposes, it is only right to extend one's blessings without hesitation. After all, Adabu was indeed the strongest person in the tribe, whether among orcs or humans. He stood unrivaled. The tribe welcomed this development with enthusiasm. Baishuan slammed his fist into the ground, creating a large crater. Just as he contemplated rushing out, he caught a glimpse of Yeli's expression and sat back down, appearing utterly indifferent. My beloved partner. How could she possibly be interested in that scruffy little creature? He observed Yeli blush slightly before swiftly regaining her composure, waving her hand to dismiss the onlookers, urging them to return to their business and not to create a ruckus, seeing her lack of acceptance. The crowd felt a twinge of disappointment and shook their heads as they busied themselves elsewhere. Meanwhile, other young women in the tribe, noting Yeli's disinterest, began to set their sights on Adabu. If you do not want him, then why not consider us? We are quite remarkable as well. They were not shy about their intentions, directly asking Adabu if he would choose one among them. But no, I only want Yeli, Adabu stubbornly insisted. Yeli had not verbally declined, and he believed he still had a chance, resolutely kneeling before her, demanding an answer. Kneeling before someone signifies a willingness to offer loyalty, and he was confident he could fulfill his promise. He believed Yeli had no valid reason to refuse him. Yeli felt a headache coming on that a 16-year-old lad, despite orcish appearances suggesting maturity, was fundamentally still a child at heart. In human terms, he was akin to a middle schooler. How could a woman of my age, an older aunt, pursue a mere 16-year-old? Oh no, that would be too cruel. That I shall firmly avoid any form of a May-December romance, especially one with such a significant age gap. Get up. I am not interested. Go seek someone else, would you? Yeli gestured toward the few girls waiting nearby. Though Adabu refused, the others had not given up hope. If you do not agree now, I shall wait. One day you will accept. Yes, Adabu attempted to leave. The girls waved their hands, urging him to stop. Dear sir, will you truly not consider us? No, I will not. Adabu retorted defiantly, embodying the image of a chaste and resolute husband, causing Yeli to stifle a laugh. Upon learning that Adabu was merely 16, Yeli found him occasionally adorably foolish. Even when he made minor mistakes, she could graciously forgive him. Youthful ignorance. Who among the young does not venture into mischief? From a distance, Baishuan observed Yeli smile and joined in her laughter, only to glare at Adabu as he followed him discreetly. Yeli then inquired about Ayan's age, discovering she was also just 18. Undeterred, she asked several other girls whom she perceived to be older, only to receive answers all under 20. Are you all serious? As a 22-year-old adult, I appear younger than you'd. I inadvertently feel rather pleased about it. Yeli's interest piqued. She asked Ayan if she could guess her age or surprise. Ayan scrutinized her and guessed 25. And on what grounds, dear sister? I am clearly a flower in full bloom. Infuriated, she playfully struck Ayan. How could you, who appear in your 30s, dare to guess me at 25? When pressed for a reasoning, Ayan pointed to Yeli's bosom, suggesting that its size implied greater age. Yeli silently lowered her fist, opting instead to lightly pat Ayan's arm. Honestly, what a ridiculous truth to state. making me feel rather embarrassed. However, she was taken aback by the indigenous people's perspective of judging age by breast size. Is it true that older women have larger bosoms? Yeli inquired curiously. Ayan shook her head, explaining, though the mistress's bosom is ample, her skin is delicate and her face unblemished, indicating she cannot be very old. Well said, Yeli exclaimed. Did Ayan guess correctly? Ayan eagerly asked. Yeli raised a finger and shook her head. Incorrect. Ayan pressed with the truth. 22. At this age, it is still early to have children in our society. Therefore, you young girls in your teens should not be thinking about childbirth, all right? Giving birth too early can hinder your physical development. Life encompasses more than just procreation, so do not rush. Ayan nodded with a smile. She was curious about the place that could raise someone like Yeli, who appeared as a flower amidst thorns, untouched by hardship, yet fiercely capable of standing against several orcs alone to prevent invoking painful memories. She refrained from asking further. Ultimately, Yeli remained with them, leading them away from the orc tribe to self-sufficiency, vowing never to allow her master to suffer indignities. The lifespan of the tribe's inhabitants was not particularly lengthy. Yeli had inquired and learned that, generally, women over 40 were considered elderly in the eyes of orcs and were sent to capture sweet bears. Men were slightly more resilient, but faced the same fate after 50. As for female orcs, their plight was even graver, often perishing in their 30s. Due to this brief lifespan, female orcs were a scarce resource in the tribe, protected by the orcs and seldom allowed to venture outside. Yeli perceived this as a vicious cycle. Regardless of whether human or orc, the current lifestyle was rather unhealthy. Female orcs began bearing children in their teens and continued until they could no longer do so. Such behavior, regardless of one's physical constitution, inevitably led to premature aging. Have you considered whether there are particularly unattractive or less healthy women in the tribe who have never borne children yet live longer than anyone else? Yeli asked Ayan. After some thought, Ayan recalled two such individuals. These two, being short and frail, were unsuitable for childbearing and had never given birth, yet they were over 40 and still managed to keep up with the orcs during hunts and other tasks, thus being maintained by the tribe. Exactly, Yeli concluded. The orcs sought to increase their population by compelling female orcs to reproduce continuously. However, due to the harsh environment and lack of medical awareness, the survival of offspring was challenging. With such low survival rates, the orcs were forced to procreate year after year, yet their population remained unsatisfactory. To resolve this issue, fundamental changes were necessary. As they conversed, a girl suddenly rushed over, exclaiming that Adabu had been attacked by an unknown creature, leaving him bruised and battered, though he had not seen who had assaulted him. Chapter 68. An Unexpected Encounter. Within the cave, the silkworms had begun to spin their cocoons, and the vast fields of flax cultivated by the tribe were ready for harvest. Yeli had been occupied recently with studying the weaving machine. She had gathered those with woodworking talents, previously assisting her in crafting tools like rakes, to help with the task. What we need is to weave silk thread into fabric, akin to the garment I am wearing. Yeli generously contributed a piece of her own clothing for their reference, allowing them to study the direction of the stitches and similar aspects. Although she possessed only a rudimentary understanding of this area, she at least had a conceptual framework in mind. However, relying solely on her capabilities to materialize this concept was impractical. Thus, she deemed it essential to engage in collective brainstorming. She briefly elucidated the operational principles of the loom, mimicking the weaving motions and their underlying significance. Initially, she harbored little hope, believing that this group of indigenous people, having been subjugated by orcs for so long, might be somewhat dull-witted. To her surprise, the following day, they truly managed to create something. Although the result bore only a superficial resemblance to a genuine loom and lacked any practical utility, Yeli remained undeterred, offering words of encouragement and urging them to further study the craft. The primary objective was to spin the thread into fabric, which was paramount. Achieving this effect, along with the goals of labor and time efficiency, was all that mattered. The group, though partially understanding, pondered over the task for several days. During this time, Yeli busied herself teaching a group of young women the art of silk extraction from silkworms. This was a task she had never undertaken before. However, With an abundance of relevant videos available online, she was able to grasp the basic steps. If it failed, they could always try again. Regardless, even without cotton clothing, she had devised ways to ensure everyone could comfortably endure the winter. The method of extracting silk was straightforward. First, select the silkworm cocoons, gently shaking them. If a sound is heard, it indicates that the silkworm has transformed into a pupa, making the cocoon viable for use. The second step involved removing the tangled silk from the outside of the cocoon and then boiling the clean cocoon in hot water to achieve cooked silk. The purpose of boiling the cocoon was to refine, degum, and lubricate it. The third step entailed the actual silk extraction. Each cocoon possesses a silk thread, often more than one, but undoubtedly, one thread will be the longest. A single cocoon can yield over 1,000 meters of silk. When Yili first learned this fact, she was nearly left speechless. How astonishing that such a small, plump creature could possess such capabilities. It was a reminder of the wonders of nature. Seemingly insignificant beings, unbeknownst to us, were accomplishing remarkable feats that, in addition to weaving fabric, silk could also be used to create silk quilts, which are far more comfortable and softer than cotton blankets. However, Yili was more eager to produce fabric, as she could no longer tolerate her companions wandering about the tribe in a state of disarray. Moreover, during that particular time of the month, they did not take special care, allowing blood to flow freely as they moved. Those who wished to avoid such mess would stuff a few leaves or dried grass into their animal skin pouches, occasionally bending down to discreetly wipe themselves, maintaining an air of composure and dignity. When Yili first witnessed this, it was quite a shocking sight. She devised a solution, instructing them to create a makeshift pad using leaves and cotton. And after much effort explaining, she finally convinced them to use this peculiar item on that special day. Despite it being somewhat cumbersome to their task, it was aesthetically pleasing, preventing blood from staining their legs and providing comfort, ensuring that blood would not trickle down their thighs or cling to their fur, causing discomfort. That it was also a matter of safety, as certain animals might be drawn to the scent of blood and pose a threat. As for hygiene, that was self-evident. In light of this issue, she even conducted a brief lesson on physiological hygiene for the young women in the tribe. Truly, her heart was burdened for this community. Who would have thought that her arduous endeavors in this savage world of agriculture, sericulture, and weaving were initially motivated by the simple desire for sanitary supplies? Alas, her stock of menstrual supplies in her space was dwindling. Speaking of which brought forth a wave of sorrow. Due to the need for discretion regarding her spatial matters, she had only 2 outfits that she alternated between, with no opportunity to retrieve new garments. As the weather grew increasingly chilly, Ain had already shared one of her woolen cloaks, advising her to wear it when the cold became unbearable. This was the only woolen cloak in the entire tribe. While others seemed oblivious to the change in temperature, still clad in their animal skin skirts that left their arms and midriffs exposed. Nevertheless, judging by their shivering forms, it was clear they felt the chill. Albeit the scarcity of animal skins left them with little choice. For several consecutive days, Yili remained cooped up in the tribe, engrossed in her research, while Baisun roamed outside, failing to encounter any chance meetings with her. He was quite familiar with the tribe's defenses, and evading the patrols was a trivial task for him. Although he could not chance upon Yili, he had run into members of the A2 tribe multiple times, to the point where he could not discern their features clearly. The A2 tribe was in a state of agitation, with their frustrated roars echoing throughout the village. Everyone knew that the A2 tribe was under scrutiny, likely due to someone seeking to mate with Yili, yet the identity of this elusive individual remained a mystery. Baisun felt like a ghost within the tribe, aside from the somewhat unsatisfactory meals. He adapted well to other aspects of life. He had attempted to procure his own food, having spent a considerable time alone after leaving his kin, managing to fend for himself. However, having grown accustomed to Yi Li's exceptional cooking, what he prepared himself was hardly palatable. He longed for the days when he had a little servant to cater to his needs. These past few days, at mealtime, he kept his distance to avoid being lured by the tantalizing aromas wafting from the tribe. Today, after resolving his meal situation, he stealthily approached the outskirts of the tribe and spotted Ain approaching, cradling a small leopard in her arms. An uneasy premonition surged within him as he silently followed her. Indeed, Yili's face lit up with joy as she accepted the small leopard from Ayin. So adorable, so soft, so precious. Ayin replied with a smile. It's the child of Chief Defay. It seems reluctant to drink milk, which has caused him much distress, that I took the liberty of bringing it to you. As the newly appointed chief, Defay was particularly invested in this first batch of offspring. While he was troubled, Ayin happened to appear, and he immediately thought of Yili. Did you send for salt and also bring back a cub? Did you inform him that once you've given it to me, it won't be returned? Yili playfully lifted the little leopard's chin, eliciting a contented squint from the creature. Delighted, she cradled the little one, discovering its frailty as she rubbed its body. Its coat was soft and dense, resembling a small, cuddly kitten, utterly gentle. Little one, why aren't you drinking milk? Are you unable to compete with your siblings? After a preliminary examination of the cub's limbs and facial features, she found nothing amiss, only to discover its stomach was empty, contrary to the notion of it disliking milk. Could it be that it simply cannot access any milk? Perhaps Defay merely assumed it wasn't interested. Bai Sun, observing this scene, felt a surge of anger towards the Fe. You understand what it means for my little mate to raise your child. You must be courting disaster. Chapter 69. Serendipitous encounters. Yili arranged for some goat's milk to be brought back. Fashioning a small bamboo tube into a makeshift syringe to gently offer the milk to the little leopard. At this point, she could confirm that the cub was not disinterested in milk. It simply had no access to it. Watching the little creature struggle to suckle from the bamboo tube, it was clear that it was not averse to drinking at all. Een was momentarily taken aback, followed by a shake of her head and a chuckle. Chief Defay is truly careless. Why? Yili nodded in agreement. Have the female orcs from the cheetah tribe given birth recently? She inquired, feeling it necessary to arrange a meeting with the two tribe leaders. Yes, but there are only 3 female orcs in the cheetah tribe, and currently, only one has given birth. So few. Yili was slightly surprised. It turned out that before Defay assumed the chief position, the former leader of the cheetah tribe had secretly slain several female orcs after a defeat, leaving only a few incapable of reproduction and the remaining 3 female orcs spared. And what of the former chief's offspring? Yili was quite curious. In a pure-blood tribe, with so many children of the chief, where had they all gone after the new chief took over? They remain within the tribe. Een replied. Why? Yili gasped. And they have no objections? Watching their father being defeated by Defay, they don't rebel? Een looked at her with a puzzled expression. What objections could they have? It is only natural for a tribe to thrive under the leadership of the strongest orc. With a more powerful orc emerging, it expected that the old chief step aside. If they were to forsake the tribe's development and tranquility for the sake of blood ties, it would spell doom for the tribe. Why? Yili fell into deep contemplation due to Yin's words. From certain perspectives, the orc's awareness of such matters was indeed rare and conducive to development. However, from the standpoint of familial bonds, it felt overly cold-hearted. So, if our tribe were to produce someone more outstanding, would I have to relinquish my position? Yili casually inquired, her question devoid of deep contemplation. However, Een grew anxious, hurriedly attempting to reassure her. My lord, please do not overthink in my eyes. You are irreplaceable. Regardless of the circumstances, we will always follow you. Fearing that Yili might doubt her sincerity, Een felt compelled to kneel and pledge her loyalty, only to be gently pulled back up by Yili. I didn't think much of it. I merely asked out of curiosity. Moreover, whether or not I assume the role of tribe leader is of little consequence to me. If anyone wishes to contest for this position, they need only speak to me directly. If I believe they possess the capability, I would gladly step aside. Just don't hit me. Yili feigned a frightened expression, though she intended it as jest. Een took her words to heart, resolutely deciding to prevent anyone from using any pretext to harm her lord. For the time being, she chose to disregard the affairs of other tribes. As Yili intended to take the little one for a bath, feeling that he bore an unusual scent, she bathed the little one. Yili surveyed her surroundings, with her wood-based abilities enhancing the nearby flora. She found no traces of others and confidently shed her clothing to enjoy a thorough wash. Soon, it would be time for hot baths. This thought inspired her to consider crafting a bathing basin for winter use in her own abode. which would prove quite convenient. When Baisun parted the grasses to gaze into the lake, he was met with a captivating sight. Yili, her body bare, gracefully stepped towards the shore. Water cascaded down her delicate, fair skin, tracing a path from her shoulders to her feet before merging into the grass below. In the sunlight, she appeared as if draped in gossamer, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of hues, mysterious and alluring. Baisun felt a rush of warmth in his nostrils, an uncontrollable heat surging forth, prompting him to flee. In his haste, he stumbled upon a small leopard, disoriented and lost in the underbrush. What a foolish creature! Baisun scoffed, striding over to grasp the leopard by the scruff and toss it back to its starting point. Yet, the little one, undeterred, repeatedly dashed back out, only to be thrown back again. Eventually, Baisun grew indifferent, thinking it better if the little one wandered off, settling onto the path Yili would traverse. He was surprised when the small leopard followed him, having fallen numerous times, and now covered in mud and debris. Looking quite unkempt, "You're such an eyesore. I have no affection for you. You are merely a substitute," he remarked, tossing a clump of mud at the little leopard. The small creature was knocked onto its back, but quickly righted itself, its tiny green eyes gazing up at him before bounding back with apparent delight. What a simpleton, he thought. Yes, the leopard attempted to climb onto him, its tiny claws snagging his bee-skin skirt. Baisun flicked its head playfully, causing it to tumble down, dazed, truly useless. Upon inspecting the small creature's hindquarters, he discerned it was a female beast-man, prompting a slight softening of his demeanor, though he still felt disdain. What good is this little leopard? So unattractive, lacking the beauty, density, and length of my own fur, and adorned with gaudy patterns. Hardly appealing. Just as he contemplated shoving the relentless creature aside, he caught sight of Yili approaching and promptly changed his mind. Cradling the small leopard in his arms, the little one, finally achieving its wish, clutched his long hair tightly, fearing another fall. Yili, following the path, beheld her newly acquired pet nestled in the embrace of an unfamiliar man. The man had long, smooth white hair cascading to his waist, a few strands resting on his chest due to the small leopard-esque grip. From her vantage point, Yili could clearly see the contours of his well-defined chest muscles, and her gaze traveled down to his sculpted abdomen, the alluring definition of a mermaid line, and his long legs casually stretched out before him. While she could not view his face directly, his profile revealed a strikingly handsome man, high cheekbones, a straight nose, and thin lips that curled into a gentle smile, exuding charm. As long as the other side of his face was unmarred, he would undoubtedly be a striking figure. Release that small leopard. If there's an issue, confront me directly, Baisun declared, turning to Yel. In that moment, he felt as though her presence had pierced straight through his heart. The familiar, divine punishment resurfaced, yet he no longer felt discomfort. Instead, his smile broadened, radiating like the sun in the sky, dazzling and brilliant. Yili was nearly blinded by his smile, unable to restrain an exclamation of astonishment. What on earth? So enticing, particularly when he smiled. His beauty carried a hint of wickedness, making him all the more captivating. This is utterly unfair. Where did this handsome man come from? Would it like to come home with me? Aside from her fondness for plush creatures, Yili also harbored a whimsical side, though she only indulged in such thoughts internally. Externally, she maintained an air of calm indifference, even furrowing her brows slightly, presenting an appearance of displeasure. Is this yours? Baisun rose, presenting the small leopard to her, noting the furrow in her brow and pressing his lips together. He wished to avoid inciting her anger. Yes. Which tribe do you belong to? What is your name? Yili inquired, accepting the small creature while admiring Baisun's flowing hair. You should be the one in advertisements for hair products. I am Baisun. I belong to no tribe. I escaped from one. The leader ordered me to mate with a female slave, but I refused and fled. Baisun confessed, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He was not adept at lying, especially in the presence of Yili, and thus lowered his gaze, afraid to meet her eyes. However, Yili interpreted his demeanor quite differently. So you are a slave. No wonder you possess such an impressive physique. What a pity. She clucked her tongue, observing him with a mix of sympathy and consolation. Not despair. If it's not too significant an issue, I might be able to assist you to as long as the fundamental aspects were in place. She believed she could remedy any other flaws. Are really, by Sun, misunderstanding her intent, assumed she meant she could help him find a place to belong. He glanced up at her, hope shining in his eyes. Yili nodded, her gaze imbued with the compassion of a healer. Alas, wandering alone can be perilous. Would you be interested in joining our tribe? However, our tribe operates quite differently from others. Bison saw no reason to decline and eagerly nodded. Noticing the small leopard seemed to take a liking to him, Yili allowed him to carry the creature back, which suited Bison just fine. His arrival brought joy to the tribe, as his handsome appearance and impressive physique quickly garnered the attention of the young women. Yet, Bison remained reserved, standing behind Yili, clearly unaccustomed to such scrutiny. Does he not speak much? Is he unhappy? The girls unabashedly discussed their desires, prompting Bison to retreat closer to Yili, feeling flustered in Yili's presence. The human tribe seemed devoid of any semblance of servitude. The young women were lively and bold, their unabashed gazes disconcerting to him. Naturally, Bison also drew the ire of many young men, particularly those of commendable looks and physique, as the competitive nature of their rivalry made them resentful of his presence. With the A2 tribe being the most vocal, A2, who had long regarded Yi Li as his possession, suddenly found a man clinging to her and immediately challenged Bison to a duel. Do not be foolish. Yi Li chastised the scruffy boy. I am not being foolish. I demand to duel him. If I lose, I shall not pursue you any longer. A2 glared at Bison, who regarded him with disdain, thinking, what a pathetic little creature, with such a poorly formed face. How dare he challenge me? Bison recalled an incident from days prior, and felt a surge of irritation, believing he had not yet dealt with this matter sufficiently. And what is that foolish dog doing out of his hyena tribe? Bison mused. I sent this the human tribe. I sent a beast man. Bison asked Yili, perplexed. He is a beast man, but he has now joined our tribe. We have rules here. Beastmen must not reveal their beast forms in public. Rest assured at why Yili explained. Bison nodded, scanning A2 with an air of contempt. A2, incensed by Bison's gaze, erupted in anger, instinctively exhibiting the beastman's unruly nature, demanding an immediate duel. With the tribe members as witnesses, the loser would be cast out. Yili's expression darkened. I believe it is you who wishes to be expelled from the tribe. A2, taken aback by her glare, quickly regained his composure and muttered something under his breath. Appearing quite aggrieved, still speaking, Yili shot him another stern look. Fine, fine, I shall not leave the tribe. A2 conceded. Au reluctantly suppressed his surliness and cast a furtive glare at Bison, only to find Bison returning the gaze with equal hostility, which further fueled his anger. What audacity for a mere slave to act so defiantly. The two exchanged glances filled with daggers for a moment, the while Yili instructed Ian to arrange for someone to discuss the tribe's rules with Bison. When someone approached to inform her that the weaving machine had been completed, inviting her to take a look. Furthermore, there had been new discoveries on the silk extraction front, and they were now able to produce silk threads suitable for weaving. Yili was aware that transforming silkworm silk into fabric required several intermediate steps before it could ultimately become soft silk. She understood that all things are born from a process of creation. Those who first conceived the idea of weaving silk were not immediately able to produce exquisite, soft silk from the outset. Innovation and invention do not occur in a single leap. Humanity can only refine a concept through relentless exploration and experimentation. To put it plainly, she lacked the knowledge. While she understood that silk could be woven into fabric, she did not grasp all the necessary steps and could only encourage everyone to explore and experiment together. With a tangible prototype available and a clear vision of the desired outcome, they would devise various methods to approach that goal. This was precisely what Yi Li desired. She was neither a deity of creation nor omniscient. Over the past 22 years, her education had revolved more around the swift dismantling of zombies than the intricacies of weaving. As for other subjects, she could only claim a superficial acquaintance. As it turned out, her instincts were correct. Just like the weaving machine, which was initially a mere concept, after several attempts and failures, they had indeed succeeded in creating one. Have you tried it? Yili inquired. The group nodded in unison. The carpentry was handled by several young men, who, after much effort, had produced a tangible outcome and now wore expressions of excitement as they looked at Yi Li, clearly seeking her praise. Chapter 71. Never deviate. Yi Li wished to test the weaving machine, and the young men eagerly volunteered to teach her. Had it not been for the tribe's prohibition against fighting, they might have even engaged in a duel to determine who would instruct her. When they finally reached an agreement on who would receive this honor, Baisun had already figured out the operating method. As he approached, he saw Yi Li seated on a stool, with Baisun standing closely beside her, almost enveloping her in his embrace. "Wow! Truly impressive! You all are remarkable!" Yi Li exclaimed as she tried her hand at the machine, coordinating her movements with a few attempts. And indeed, she achieved some success, openly expressing her admiration for the others. However, when she looked up, she found them all glaring at Baisun in unison, while he met their stares with calm composure. "What is going on? Have you seen each other before?" Yi Li asked, perplexed. Everyone shook their heads, but one forthright individual stated that the weaving machine had been crafted by them, and they should be the ones to teach her how to use it. What right did Baisun have to instruct her? Moreover, since Baisun had not participated in the machine's creation, how could he know how to operate it? A hint of jealousy was palpable. Realizing the situation, Yi Li couldn't help but chuckle, dealing with these individuals. They were refreshingly transparent, utterly innocent in their intentions. We had just decided who would approach the leader when Baisun jumped ahead, so of course, we're displeased. Another chimed in that if it weren't for the constant reminder that this group was merely 17 or 18 years old, Yi Li would have feared losing her composure. Yet, their sincere hearts brought her joy. Baisun was quite astute. Merely glancing at the weaving machine was enough for him to deduce its use. However, the true brilliance lay with those who had constructed the machine. That why Yi Li did not hesitate to offer her praise, akin to a kindergarten teacher encouraging her students to actively engage in invention and creation, reminding them not to be disheartened by minor details. Indeed, after receiving Yi Li's commendation, the few young men, no, they were still boys, were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling with delight as they silently gazed at her. Their happiness evident in their earnest, fervent expressions. Baisun furrowed his brow, wanting to assert that Yi Li was his, but he quickly recalled his current status, leaving him feeling despondent. With significant advancements made in both the weaving machine and silk extraction, Yi Li publicly praised everyone and contemplated how to reward them. Yet, in an environment where all were preoccupied with solving basic survival issues, what else could she offer besides food? However, food was no longer a concern within the tribe. Rewarding them with a few strips of cured meat seemed trivial. Regardless, the creation of the weaving machine was a monumental event, deserving of grand feasting and celebration. Why Yi Li declared a festivity and instructed Ain to consider how to reward everyone. After all, she understood better than Yi Li what they truly desired. In fact, they would be exceedingly pleased if their leader personally prepared a meal for them. Ain suggested. It was well known that many in the tribe admired Yi Li. For her sake, numerous exceptional young men had rejected proposals from the local girls. Upon learning that the white tiger beast man was not Yi Li's mate and had departed, many were eager to distinguish themselves within the tribe to garner her attention. They remembered how Yi Li had prepared special meals for the white tiger beast man, and their envy had been palpable. That acceptable? Yi Li inquired. Ain nodded in affirmation, that why Yi Li pondered, finding the reasoning sound. What reward could surpass the joy of a grand feast? None, and if possible, they could even indulge in 2 feasts. Thus, she instructed Ain to announce that she would personally prepare a sumptuous meal for everyone the following day. Before dawn on the second day, Yi Li rose and left the small building, heading to the pasture as she contemplated what delectable dishes to prepare as a reward for the tribe. To her surprise, as she stood outside the pasture, she spotted a figure approaching her. His white hair shimmered with a lustrous sheen in the moonlight, prompting a wave of envy from Yi Li. Were it not for his impotence, this man would be nothing short of perfection. Good-natured, intelligent, well-built, and handsome. Alas, God had opened several windows for him, presumably because his door remained shut, offering a token of apology and compensation. Yi Li wished to examine his health, but Baisun vehemently resisted, refusing her request. After all, it pertained to a man's dignity, and she could understand that. Take your time, she assured him. She had inquired, and Baisun was only 19. So there was no rush. Didn't you say you only need to enjoy the feast? Return and wait. She stated firmly that a promise of a reward was a promise, and not a single individual could be omitted. He only just arrived and contributed nothing. There is no need for a reward. I will join you in rewarding them. Sun replied, a toolkit hanging from his waist, containing everything from clamshells to what else. At his words, Yili regarded Sun with newfound respect. He have thought of that. To express such sentiments indicated that he was no ordinary person. Moreover, this was the first time she encountered someone with a surname since her arrival here. What was your previous tribe like? Yili asked with curiosity. Having spent so much time in close proximity to Sun, she could easily discern the probing in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he knelt on one knee. I swear to the celestial deities, I dedicate my loyalty to you, proclaiming you as my sovereign, never to deviate from this vow. What this oath meant to Yili was uncertain to Sun. But in that moment, he understood unequivocally that his heart, this person, and his entire life belonged to Yili. Once the vow was uttered, it would never be broken. Why Yili raised an eyebrow, yet remained noncommittal. This individual was indeed astute. She had merely harbored a hint of suspicion, and he immediately discerned it, even going so far as to assure her of his loyalty, promising never to stray from her side. There is no need for such formality. I merely fear for the safety of the tribe's people. In regards to Sun's declaration, Yili truly did not take it to heart. There was no real connection between her and Sun, so such a sudden display of goodwill was hardly something she could believe. Sun, indifferent, merely nodded and said nothing further, since it was a celebration. More dishes were certainly in order. However, with only the two of them and over 100 people in the tribe, she needed to contemplate how to prepare the food. First and foremost, lamb was a necessity, but today called for a new method of preparation. Initially, she had planned to slay the sheep herself when no one was around, but with Sun's arrival, the laborious task was naturally delegated to him. After all, if he was extending a friendly gesture, he might as well fulfill it. Why, Yili did not hesitate, instructing Sun to carry the plumpest ram in the tribe to the water's edge, signaling for him to slaughter it. The tribe maintained a supply of boiling water around the clock, using large pots carved from stone, 3 in total, positioned around the fire pit, aside from 1 pot for oil. The other 2 were filled with hot water. Once Sun had killed the sheep, scalded the fur, and was directed to skin it and prepare the offal, he found the task somewhat distasteful, as even the tribe's slaves would not consume animal entrails. Yet Yili made her intentions clear, and despite his reluctance, Sun complied without complaint. This side of Yili reminded him of the times she had teased him in the past. It felt as though they had returned to those earlier days, and he found a strange satisfaction in it. Chapter 72. I do not engage in relationships with a significant age gap. Yili indeed harbored thoughts of playfully tormenting Sun. After all, he was of unknown origin, and during her moments of suspicion, he had inexplicably shown her kindness. If he wished to extend goodwill, then he should not regret it. In truth, it was not merely teasing. She genuinely wanted to make a pot of lamb offal soup. With the wool thoroughly shorn and the entrails processed, the whole sheep, along with its insides, was placed into the stone pot to cook. To her surprise, Atu, having just risen, also appeared, visibly displeased at the sight of Sun. Why was he here? He had come to assist Yili upon hearing the commotion, only to be confronted with the annoying presence of Sun, which immediately soured his expression. Having only recently joined the tribe and without any contributions to his name, he certainly could not claim rewards. Thus he came to lend a hand. Why, Yili observed Atu's tousled hair and bleary eyes, with a tender gaze akin to that of a mother. Although he had initially seemed unreliable, he was quite amusing and had the initiative to help. Indeed, a child worth nurturing. I will also assist. You are my woman, so I shall help for the reward you promised. Atu stated matter factly. As his words fell, he immediately recoiled from the daggers of Yili's gaze. Meeting her fierce look, Atu shrank back slightly, but returned Sun's glare with little courtesy. You little brat, dare to utter another word and I'll send you packing, Yili warned, tugging at his ear and twisting it, prompting Atu to plead for mercy, his face turning to one of eager compliance. I won't say anything more. I'm here to help, and you can't refuse. After some contemplation, Yili acquiesced. After all, it was merely enslavement, and free labor should not be turned away. What little brat? I'm already an adult. Atu protested, raising his head in dissatisfaction as they pulled radishes from the ground. Just 16. How can I not be considered grown? Yili shot him a glare, signaling him to focus on the task at hand. 16 is indeed adulthood, but I am already in my heat cycle this year. During his heat, he had to maintain his human form to suppress his beastly instincts, which was a struggle. What? What do you mean by heat? What nonsense are you spouting? Yili retorted, kicking him lightly. I it too much to ask for civilized speech. Atu replied, his lips pouting in a display of indignation. What's wrong with saying I'm in heat? It means I've grown up and can have pups with you. Yili was momentarily taken aback, stifling laughter. You can keep dreaming, have pups? I would sooner have your sister. She delivered several more kicks, exasperated. You're still a pup yourself. Talking about having pups. She could hardly accept the notion of birthing hyenas. The very thought was unbearable, if it weren't for your human form being somewhat acceptable. You have no right to speak to me. Yili shot Atu a disdainful look, urging him to abandon that thought immediately. Not pups, but little humans would be fine too, Atu murmured. Unwilling to concede, he understood that the chances of a union between a beast man and a human resulting in pregnancy were slim, and even if it did occur, the offspring would likely be human rather than beast man. He did not press the matter further. Why Yili kicked him again. Stop scheming against me. I do not engage in relationships with significant age gaps. You will never have a chance, aside from Yili. Baisun discreetly hurled a stone in Atu's direction. Atu brushed off the dirt from his attire, disregarding the pain from the stone as he curiously queried Yili, what is a relationship with an age gap? A relationship with an age gap refers to a romantic involvement between an older female and a younger male. Do you understand? I am 6 years your senior, and to me, you are merely a child. So do not waste your breath on such trivialities. There is no possibility between us. Upon concluding her remarks, Yili stood, placing her hands on her hips. Age is a substantial barrier. I challenge you to counter this fact. Just as she felt triumphant, she caught sight of Baisun's expression, which was frozen in shock, clearly affected by her words. She raised an eyebrow at him. What's with that expression? Have you developed feelings for me? Apologies, but I do not engage in relationships with significant age gaps. Baisun remained silent, but his pained expression spoke volumes. Why Yili, feeling a twinge of empathy, did not wish for the new member to suffer heartache so soon after joining. Oh dear, there are many lovely girls in the tribe. Do not fixate on me alone. Besides, little brother, you are not capable, are you? Baisun was genuinely disheartened. Could it be that he could not accept that his mate was younger than him? But what could he do? He had already claimed to be 19. Was it too late to retract that statement? Both of them were indeed disheartened, and as they continued to pull radishes, Atu eventually stormed off in frustration. While Baisun trailed behind Yili, his face still glum. Why Yili, noticing this, thought, oh, you all seem to be enamored with my beauty, trying to curry favor for a chance to share a bed with me. What nonsense! Why the long faces? If you truly do not wish to be here, you may leave at any time. Why Yili's tone turned cold as she issued her dismissal. Baisun snapped back to reality, promptly asserting his willingness to remain, no longer brave enough to sulk, and offering a forced smile as he followed her. However, that smile was more akin to a grimace than anything else. If you do not wish to smile, then do not force it. It's rather unappealing, Yili remarked, irritated. Honestly, it's early in the day, and each of you is vexing me. Once Yili absolved him of the need to smile, Baisun immediately relinquished his forced grin, resuming a facade of sorrow, which left Yili both amused and exasperated. Cannot bring myself to smile. It's just too heartbreaking, Baisun lamented, casting her a pitiful glance, which bore an almost childlike quality. Oh, how they say that those who are good-looking seem to have it easy. Previously irked, Yili found her irritation dissipating as Baisun feigned innocence. Fine, I shall forgive you. Yili waved her hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on it. Baisun, finally aware of Yili's discontent, bounded ahead, performing several somersaults in an attempt to amuse her, landing quite a distance away. Impressive, my friend. However, in his animal skin skirt, it was not particularly suitable for acrobatics, and it appeared rather awkward. Oh dear, This simply will not do. Yili sighed, shaking her head, but Baisun misconstrued her reaction as dissatisfaction. He scanned the surroundings and suddenly dashed off, returning shortly with a bouquet of wildflowers. Remembering the rose at the cave entrance, he thought, if Yili had used flowers to comfort him, perhaps he should offer flowers in return. Thus, he gathered a large handful of flowers, in hues of red, blue, yellow, purple, and pink. Do not be upset. I adore you above all else. And in this lifetime, you are the only one for me, he professed sincerely. What a breach of decorum. One must ask, if a handsome man were to present you with a bouquet and profess his devotion, would your heart not race? Indeed, it would. Chapter 73. I am heartbroken. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Yili felt a flush of shyness as she accepted the large bouquet, casting an admonishing glance at him. Oh dear, do not be so flirtatious. Baisun shook his head earnestly. I am not being flirtatious. I speak only to you. With that, he smiled innocently. Yili's heart raced even faster, and with a huff, she dismissed his words, hastily stating, I do not engage in relationships with significant age gaps, as she strode ahead. You are not capable, little brother. Have you forgotten? Yili was in a state of vexation, while Baisun felt a fleeting sadness that quickly dissipated. He was indifferent to her concerns regarding their age difference. After all, he had set his sights on her, and was determined to find ways to alter her perceptions that a dignified by who beast man could not be easily swayed by mere words. He was certainly not akin to that useless fellow from the A2 tribe. The two ventured to the upstream water source with the intention of catching shrimp since their last visit. The tribe had acquired specialized tools for shrimping. Yili scooped while Baisun followed behind, carrying a large wooden bucket to collect their catch. Within no time, they had filled 2 substantial buckets. To prevent the lively shrimp from escaping during their journey, Yili skillfully severed the backs of all the shrimp on the spot. Once the shrimp were prepared, she casually moved a stone, unexpectedly uncovering a large crab. Once, she had firmly believed that Bai would eventually evolve into a beast man, one stating that when Bai could transform into human form, she would bring him to feast on crabs. Now, Bai had indeed acquired human form, yet he could not join her in enjoying crabs. Feeling dispirited, she lifted the crab to inspect it, but soon lost interest, tossing it back into the water, only to be astonished when another hand swiftly snatched it up. Can we eat this? Baisun inquired. Yili extended her hand and promptly returned the crab to the water, declaring, not edible. Baisun merely acknowledged her with an indifferent "oh," his expression revealing no discernible emotion. I miss my Bai, Yili exclaimed, her voice bursting with fervor as she hastily made her way back. Baisun trailed behind, carrying 2 large wooden buckets. A sweet smile gracing his face, his heart brimming with joy. By the time they returned to the tribe, it was around 7 or 8 in the morning, and the villagers were already up and about their tasks. To her surprise, Atu was still stationed by the large cooking pot, having hung the cooked lamb to cool. Not bad, she thought. The child is quite responsible. Earlier, when Atu had dashed off, she had instructed him to keep an eye on the lamb, ensuring it didn't overcook or that the water didn't boil away. Evidently, the little one had heeded her words. Along the way, villagers greeted Yili, who responded with nods and smiles. Their gazes soon fell upon the 2 wooden buckets Baisun carried, and upon seeing the processed shrimp, they recognized Yili's new culinary endeavor, their spirits lifting with delight. Look at you all drooling. Hurry up and swallow that saliva, Yili playfully chided a nearby child of 7 or 8, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Although today was meant to be a reward for everyone from Yili, no one truly expected her to handle all the work alone. In the makeshift kitchen, cucumbers had been harvested and washed, while ingredients like scallions, ginger, garlic, and cilantro were finely chopped and set aside. Sweet potatoes and potatoes had been placed into the pit for cooking. Several villagers who usually managed the meals, along with Ian, gathered around the fire, eagerly awaiting her instructions. Yili chuckled, directing them to slice the meat from the lamb. She also chopped the lamb's offal, placing it along with lamb bones, white radishes, and several hawthorns back into the pot to continue simmering. With salt now available in the tribe, the dishes prepared were no longer dark culinary experiments. The milk-white lamb soup was rich with aroma, and after adding the white radish and hawthorn, the gamey odor dissipated, making even Yilei's mouth water. Today, she intended to prepare sliced lamb, pepper-salted shrimp, lamb offal soup, and smashed cucumbers. With the sliced lamb and lamb offal soup already prepared and the shrimp split and deveined, the only thing left was to fry them. However, she wondered how to smash the cucumbers without a knife. Yili asked Ain to fetch her a few clean sticks with the skin peeled off. When Ain inquired about their purpose, Yili demonstrated with a cucumber. Just smash it a bit. "S not for cutting." Ain nodded and placed the cucumber on the cutting board. Her fist clenched as she struck down upon it. "Good. Smashing the cucumber yields the same result." That why Yili exclaimed, pulling Ain's hand closer to inspect. "Does it hurt?" Ain shook her head. "Not at all. Did I this all right?" Yili wondered aloud that it works, but isn't it a bit too demanding? Having a tool would certainly be more convenient. Ain shook her head, and others soon joined in to try, appearing surprisingly relaxed. "All right then," Yili said, "with you all doing this, I'll be too afraid to argue with you in the future." Fearing I might get beaten up, with the cucumbers successfully smashed, she discreetly used her abilities to hasten the growth of several chili peppers, one of which aged in a dried chili while the others remained fresh. She harvested a handful of vibrant red peppers, adding a festive touch to her preparations. Following her leads to a life of flavor and spice. When she returned, the cucumbers were also completed. Yili added a pinch of salt for marination and squeezed some sour fruit juice over them. This fruit resembled a lemon and was equally sour, but with particularly thick skin. She had tasted it before and confirmed it was safe, so she decided to use it as a substitute for lemons. Perhaps it was the ancestor of lemons. All that remained was the pepper-salted shrimp. Why Yili instructed them to heat the oil for frying the shrimp. Just as the first batch of shrimp was ready, the Fae and the Dun arrived. With the Dun leading a cow while the Fae herded a flock of wild ducks. Spotting the pile of shrimp on the stone table, they couldn't resist and began to devour them without worrying about the heat. "Continue act a bit more like guests. Have you washed your hands before sneaking a bite? Go wash up and sit down properly to eat," Yili chided, and the two exchanged disdainful glances before obediently heading to wash their hands. "Let me handle the rest." Just as Yili was about to fry the remaining shrimp, Sun snatched the bamboo strainer from her. "You wouldn't know how to do it. Stop making a fuss and just sit there and wait for your meal." As a kindergarten teacher, she found her heart utterly exhausted. Sun's gaze fell upon the two red spots on her arm. His lips pressed together in silence. Yili glanced down at her arm nonchalantly and attempted to reclaim her strainer. "It's nothing. It'll all be fine in a couple of days. Now, get it back to me." But Sun remained silent, placing the strainer aside, then turning to bend down and hoist her up, carrying her straight to the water's edge before returning to fry the shrimp. "Wash up here, and after that, sit and wait to eat," he stated firmly. Why Yili exclaimed, "Hey, I want to have it. You think you could just take over? Do you really know how to fry them? If you don't add any flavor, how can we eat them?" She stood with hands on her hips, glaring at Sun. Sun recalled how Yili had once pacified him, sweet words spilling from his lips. "Seeing you injured makes my heart ache. What do those two useless creatures even deserve such treatment?" "Just wait a moment," why Yili was taken aback, feeling as though she had been made a fool of. Anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't take Sun's words seriously. Yet this boy said it with such a straight face, implying he didn't regard her as intelligent at all. Ain approached, her mouth moving as she came closer. When she lowered her head beside Yili, she spat out a glob of green goo to smear on her arm. Why Yili declined her kind offer, instead grabbing a mint leaf to apply to her blisters, then returning to grind the dried chili into powder, mixing it with salt to create a spicy seasoning. The lamb offal soup had been taken off the fire, filled to the brim in a large pot. The white radish had absorbed the lamb broth, becoming translucent, while cilantro floated atop, vibrant and fresh. Just gazing at the large pot was a delight, let alone the enticing aroma that had wafted through the air for several hours. Why Yili sprinkled the ground spicy seasoning over the crispy fried shrimp and added chopped fresh chilies to the lamb offal soup, drenching it in the hot oil left from frying the shrimp. Perfection. The dipping sauce for the sliced lamb contained crushed peanuts mixed with mashed potatoes. This was not the fast food variety of mashed potatoes, but rather roasted potatoes that had been crushed and simmered with oil and various spices. Creating a rich and flavorful sauce out of a slice of white-cut lamb dipped in the potato sauce was an indescribable delight. Initially, the villagers were hesitant about spicy flavors, but once they had a taste, it became addictive. What started as a mild reaction to the spice turned into an insatiable craving to dun and to fey. When faced with food, cared little for their dignity as leaders. They grabbed shrimp with their hands, devouring them whole, alternating between shrimp and sipping lamb offal soup, feeling utterly content. The tribe feasted joyfully, convinced that Yi Li's cooking was indeed unparalleled and exceptionally delicious. Have some too. Bai Sun secretly shoved a bamboo tube filled with shrimp into Yi Li's hands. She opened it to find it brimming with plump, succulent shrimp. This boy, even while working, could sneak her a little something. Not bad. This lad had potential. Yi Li accepted without hesitation, and Bai Sun served her a bowl of lamb offal soup to accompany the shrimp. Enjoying the mildly spicy lamb offal soup in late autumn filled Yi Li with warmth from head to toe. It had been a long time since she had eaten with such delight. As she savored her meal, she suddenly burst into laughter. Bai Sun turned to her, puzzled, while Yi Li continued to laugh, unable to contain herself. Others around them were engrossed in their meals, and those who noticed her laughter merely joined in, mirroring her amusement without understanding its cause. I must tell you, I once had a pet that was incredibly proud and difficult to please, and it was so stingy that it took ages to let me pet its fur. One time, I played a trick and fed it chili, which ultimately scared it away. As she recounted her story, the laughter faded, replaced by a sense of melancholy. Her smile gradually evaporated. Bai Sun merely hummed in response, pursing his lips in silence. Yet he fetched her more smashed cucumbers. Eat some. Don't just focus on me. Yi Li, feeling a momentary pang of sadness, pushed the remaining shrimp from the bamboo tube towards Bai Sun. Bai Sun swiftly accepted and devoured them. You are far easier to care for than my pet. You know, my pet refuses to eat my leftovers. It is quite particular that Yi Li recalled the time she had offered leftover venison to Bai, nearly losing her head to a playful bite. Truly, orcish beings. I eat, or perhaps you could take care of me. I promise I'm exceptionally easy to manage, Bai Sun suggested earnestly, his gaze unwavering. Yi Li scoffed softly, rolling her eyes. Am I out of my mind to nurture a man? This is the first time I've encountered someone so unabashedly volunteering to be a kept man. Moreover, Yi Li found Bai Sun rather annoying, his white hair constantly reminding her of her own pet. Hey Bai Sun, dare you to duel? At this point, Atubu, having finished his meal, began to glare at Bai Sun. Why are you getting so close? He huffed, stepping between them and shoving Bai Sun aside. You carry a scent I find quite displeasing. Atubu wrinkled his brow, leaning in a sniff at Bai Sun. Bai Sun promptly pushed his head away. I do not bully children. The term child ignited Atubu's ire. Having been belittled by Yi Li earlier due to his age, he was eager to find someone to spar with and vent his frustrations. A mere human dares to say he bully a child? Just because you are tall doesn't mean you are formidable. As the leader's eldest, Atubu had undergone rigorous training since childhood. Believing that handling a slight Bai Sun would be a trivial matter, Yi Li shoved Atubu away, insisting they keep their distance, exasperated by the idea of one man insisting she bear his children while another, utterly incapable, suggested she care for him. Am I only worthy of such a boyfriend? Begone. Bai Sun caught Yi Li's glance. Sensing her intent to compare him to Atubu, he too desired to establish his presence within the tribe, hoping to secure a place behind Yi Li. Thus, he accepted Atubu's challenge that Atubu was no ordinary dog. In both beast and human forms, he was taller and more robust than others. Displaying superior combat skills, some onlookers felt concern for Bai Sun, fearing he might suffer. Despite having joined the tribe merely a day prior, Bai Sun had already garnered a legion of admirers, many young women openly expressing their affections. With a nod, he could choose any of them as a spouse. How fortunate to be good-looking, able to indulge in whims. Alas, that was not the case. Reflecting on Bai Sun's behavior toward her, Yi Li suddenly grasped the truth. Bai Sun was not devoid of worth. Rather, his external attributes were compelling. Within a significant tribe, where even slaves bore names, how could he not attract the attention of many? Yet, to mask his own shortcomings, he feigned deep affection for her. using her as a shield against the advances of other women, as she was the only one in the know, and a wonder his declarations of love were delivered without a hint of sincerity. It all made sense that, this fellow has some audacity. If you want my cooperation, you could simply ask, must we not negotiate amicably? Seething, she fantasized about delivering a lesson to him. Go on, teach him a lesson. A tubu. As Ely cheered for a tubu, Baisun found himself momentarily bewildered. His knowledge. Ely had little regard for a tubu, so why was she now encouraging him to strike? Did her feelings somehow shift unbeknownst to him? Contemplating this possibility, Baisun resolved to elevate their duel from mere entertainment to a serious contest. He would not relent until a tubu was brought to tears. The loser shall no longer pursue Yi Li, he asserted. A tubu nodded without hesitation. A proud orc fears a mere slave. As it turned out, Baisun was determined to earn a tubu's respect, and he fought with ruthless precision, landing blows that made the spectators wince in sympathy for a tubu. But a tubu was perplexed. He had always considered slaves to be ineffectual, and while Baisun was somewhat taller and more robust, he dismissed the notion. Surely, orcs' strength surpassed that of humans. Yet he was taken aback by the toughness of Baisun's fists. After several well-placed punches, a tubu felt as though the very bones beneath his skin were bruised. Undeterred, he attempted to retaliate, only to find Baisun not only powerful, but also surprisingly agile, evading his strikes with ease. The crowd began to discern the outcome. Baisun appeared to be toying with a tubu, showing no urgency to attack. After each of a tubu's assaults, Baisun would deftly evade and counter, each blow resonating with a solid thud. Initially, the audience believed Baisun was hesitant, but they soon realized he understood his superiority. Hence his calm demeanor, as if he is merely amusing himself with a dog. Yili mused, initially worried that Baisun might seem strong, yet be ineffective, fearing a tubu would inflict serious harm. To her surprise, however, the truly powerful do not seek out conflict. They regard others with indifference. Baisun only retaliated after a tubu's advances, inflicting considerable damage with each counter. While a tubu pondered how to land a hit on Baisun, he was unwittingly being battered into submission. I refuse to believe I cannot land a punch. A tubu grunted, staggering to his feet to lunge at Baisun, who nimbly sidestepped, sending him sprawling 2 meters away with a kick. A tubu, cease this. You cannot best him. The onlookers lamented the state of a tubu, who lay crumpled and bruised. You have shown great courage. A tubu. There is no shame in knowing your limits. The crowd sympathized, recognizing the sacrifices he had made for his leader. Yet suddenly, cheers erupted. Wow. Baisun is incredible. So handsome. Baisun, be my partner. I want to bear your children. Look at me, Baisun. I too wish to bear your children. Though a tubu could not rise, Baisun remained nonchalant until he was encircled by eager young women clamoring to offer him their affections. A tubu, how utterly useless you are. Yili scolded, observing the state of the battered orc. A tubu now clearly understood the disparity between them, feeling a profound sense of humiliation, unable to face Yili. How could he claim to protect her when he could not even best a mere slave? Forgive me. I am unworthy of being your partner, yet I will not yield. I shall train diligently until I can subdue Baisun, he vowed, undeterred despite his injuries. Why Yili nodded approvingly. Then do your best. Turning, she spotted Baisun squeezing through the throng of women, his expression flustered and relieved upon seeing her, standing before her with a pitiful gaze. How could you cheer for him? He chastised. Why Yili huffed. Why shouldn't I cheer for him? If you want me to shield you from suitors, just say so. We can collaborate. Look at my popularity within the tribe. A multitude of promising young men await my approval for courtship. No, absolutely not. You cannot entertain such notions. Baisun, having forgotten the earlier conversation, fixated solely on Yi Li's intention to bear children. That is unacceptable. Whoever dares to contest for you shall face my wrath. Yi Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, I cannot bear children for them. Hence, I have devised an excellent plan. From this day forth, anyone wishing for me to bear their children must first defeat Baisun in combat. Only the victor shall earn the right to court me. Merely possessing the qualification to speak does not necessarily imply that I should. After the words of Yi Li were uttered, Baisun distinctly sensed a multitude of malicious gazes directed towards him. instantly becoming the target of public enmity. Yet, rather than feeling anger, Baisun solemnly nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth of the matter. It is only natural. For Yili is remarkably exceptional, and those who covet her are undoubtedly numerous. As her partner, he bears the responsibility to protect her and to ward off those who dare to set their sights upon her, standing amidst a throng of youth who regarded him with hostility. Baisun felt no pressure. Instead, he held his head high and met their stares, as if to challenge them, saying, "If you have the courage, then do T-R-Y. Ili turned to observe Baisun, and upon discerning this, she began to question whether this individual was not merely inept in a physical sense, but perhaps lacked intellectual acumen as well. After all, he is still a youth, at an age where one is driven by a competitive spirit and the desire to stand out. She could understand that. Regardless, Baisun had utilized her, and she had in turn made use of him. Thus, they were even in their debts. Furthermore, one could argue that she had imparted a lesson to Baisun. After all, the young women of the tribe, despite their admiration for Baisun, would not regard her as an adversary or view her with disdain. However, Baisun was different. As an outsider, he was not well acquainted with the others. And now, having unwittingly become the shield she favored, he might have to contend with an unending series of challenges. The very thought of it was exhilarating, and she felt no remorse whatsoever. Several young men who had been following Yi Li from the very beginning, upon hearing her proclamation, eagerly sought to engage Baisun in combat. Surprisingly, Baisun displayed no trepidation and beckoned one of them with a finger, inviting him forward. Come on then. The early followers of Yi Li had undergone several months of training, mastering both close combat techniques and range tactics, and were now somewhat accomplished, their egos inflated. How could they possibly tolerate such arrogance from an outsider like Baisun? One among them brandished a training spear, thrusting it into the ground before leaping from the crowd, landing firmly before Baisun. In that case, I shall not hold back, he declared, having resolved that in a close-quarters fight, he may not hold the advantage, given the prowess of the A2 tribe, so he would rely on his weapon instead. These individuals had been specifically trained by Yi Li, and he believed that their skills would surpass Baisun's sheer brute strength. I am a Yang, and I shall demonstrate the martial prowess of our tribe. He raised his chin slightly, recalling Baisun's earlier clumsy attempts against the A2 tribe. His strikes were unrefined and lacked any semblance of technique. A defeated Yi Li, arms crossed, watched the spectacle with keen interest. She too was eager to ascertain the extent of Baisun's strength. As for those she had personally nurtured, she held great confidence in their abilities. A Yang attempted several probing attacks, all of which Baisun deftly evaded. However, unlike the A2 tribe, he did not sustain injuries after each engagement. This comparison bolstered Yang's confidence, leading him to believe he could indeed triumph over Baisun. Yet Yi Li felt there was no need to continue observing. Baisun's speed of reaction was such that his reluctance to dispatch a Yang was likely due to the same mindset. He was merely toying with him. She watched as he energetically leapt about, curious to see what other techniques he might employ. Truly, he was a remarkably astute individual, and Yi Li's gaze towards Baisun grew more solemn. Eventually, after a suitable duration, Baisun seized a Yang spear, yanked him closer, and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. The physical capabilities of a pure human indeed paled in comparison to those of the beastmen. Following the initial blow, a Yang found himself bereft of opportunities for offense, relegated to a position of passive endurance. TSK, still inadequate. Training must be reinforced, he thought as he was sent flying once more by Baisun's punch. He instinctively glanced towards Yi Li, only to catch her shaking her head in disappointment, prompting a wave of shame that left him unable to raise his head. I concede, but this is merely temporary. Baisun. I shall challenge you again. Following a Yang, several other youths stepped forward to challenge Baisun, who accepted each with alacrity, imparting vivid lessons to them all. This marked the first time since the tribe's inception that they had faced such a defeat. And each of them, having been thoroughly bested, now lacked the courage to meet Yi Li's gaze. How embarrassing. Yet Yi Li thought to herself that bringing Baisun in as a shield had been a fortuitous decision. Without his unassailable presence to shield them, these individuals might have truly believed themselves invincible. Now that you have recognized your shortcomings, during training, focus on identifying each other's weaknesses. Do not assume that your current strength is absolute. You can hardly fathom the caliber of opponents you might encounter. Why expectations of you are modest. Survive, and, if possible, protect the weaker among you. Yes, mistress. The youths, their faces flushed with embarrassment, recognized the gravity of their situation. This episode not only enlightened the tribe's youth to their own vulnerabilities, but also served as a lesson for Dun and Defay. They had not anticipated Baisun's formidable strength. Nor did they realize that others were equally competent. Dun, possessing a fair understanding of his second son's abilities, recognized that even he had merely endured against Baisun. However, the other youths, while they could not claim superiority, at least managed to hold their ground to some extent. Perhaps in terms of individual physical prowess, the 8-2 tribe did not fall short, but when considering combat skills, the members of the tribe were decidedly more adept. In merely a few months, these former slaves had become so remarkably proficient that Dun was once again struck by the realization that Yi Li was truly unlike anyone else. Defay, brimming with youthful vigor, felt somewhat indignant and stood up from his seat, approaching Baisun. "How about we have a match?" Baisun nodded. Defay's challenge undoubtedly heightened the atmosphere, and several pairs of eyes subtly shifted towards the Dun, curious to see if he too would challenge Baisun. Defay's movements were agile, and his techniques were quite skillful. Though not particularly robust in stature, he was remarkably adept, with explosive power and speed that were astonishing. Baisun was unexpectedly struck in the chest by a punch from Defay. However, it was merely a single blow. Following that, Defay found himself at a disadvantage, much like the others, relegated to a position of passive endurance. "All right, stop that, I've lost." Defay called for a halt at an opportune moment, preserving a shred of dignity. Needless to say, Baisun was soon inundated by the admiration of the young women, and it took quite some time for him to extricate himself from the throng. "I heard that Baisun only arrived yesterday," Defay remarked, rubbing his sore chest as he approached Yi Li. "That punch from Baisun was rather formidable. I struggled to handle like Yi Li nodded. Do be cautious. Your tribe may have attracted the attention of other larger tribes." Defay observed Baisun, now surrounded by admirers, with a contemplative expression. "Are you aware that there are many larger tribes beyond our own?" Yi Li had not expected Defay to remind her of this. "Weren't you also from outside?" "Yeah. You didn't know?" Defay inquired, puzzled, but in truth, he too hailed from a larger tribe, having been born in a leopard tribe. Due to his differing lineage, he faced ostracism from the beastmen, and in a fit of frustration, he departed from his tribe, wandering alone until he reached this place, ultimately becoming the leader of the cheetah tribe. This region lay on the fringes, and the beastmen from larger tribes seldom ventured here, allowing him to enjoy a relatively comfortable tenure as leader. However, this did not mean he was oblivious to the dangers lurking beyond. Yi Li pondered for a moment before shaking her head at Defay. "I did not come from that direction." Defay found himself perplexed as to her origins, merely stating that this region was bordered by the ominous lake and the misty mountains. And beyond that, there were scarcely any significant tribes, at most, a solitary or two reclusive orcs. However, venturing further in the opposite direction revealed a plethora of formidable tribes, some mixed, others purebred, whose scale far surpassed that of their small clans. A human tribe like Yi Li's, he chuckled, would scarcely last 2 days in such an environment. The orcs there would never tolerate a slave uprising. Once a year as spring approached, the nearby leopard tribe would dispatch orcs to patrol. Should they catch sight of this human tribe, they would likely send forces to eradicate it without hesitation. The orcs would not stand idly by while a new power they despised arose in their midst. Defay was only aware of his previous tribe, the leopard tribe, along with the neighboring lion tribe and hyena tribe. Beyond that, he had never ventured. Yet whether it was the lions, leopards, or hyenas, their adult male orcs numbered in the hundreds. Additionally, there were numerous tribes of similar scale to his own, such as the cheetahs and the hyenas. In their eyes, Yi Li's modest influence was hardly worth consideration. Defay's words served as a revelation for Yi Li. Indeed, if Defay's assertions held true, then Baisun's suspicions were alleviated. According to Defay, the larger tribes could crush them with the ease of squashing an ant, rendering it unnecessary to send Baisun to gather intelligence. Moreover, from her understanding of orc nature, they would disdain such cunning tactics, preferring to directly deploy their armies to overwhelm their foes. The reason Yi Li had invited De Dun and De Fei to the festivities was twofold. First, she had long desired to indulge them, and second, to showcase the spinning wheel, discussing its significance and the potential for development within human tribes. Now that she was aware of the situation, she felt compelled to exert even greater effort. Bai Sun finally escaped the clutches of the young women and hurried to stand behind Yi Li, warily observing De Fei. De Fei scoffed, turning his head away in disdain. After satisfying their appetites, Yi Li extended an invitation to the two leaders, guiding them through the planting and breeding areas. As they beheld the neatly arranged fields, both leaders were filled with envy. Orcs were not as adept as humans in distinguishing plants. They predominantly relied on scent, and their visual acuity left them utterly bewildered. At most, they could differentiate by size. In this regard, it must be acknowledged that orcs relied on humans to enjoy the delicious fare they had today. The breeding area stretched endlessly, partitioned by wooden fences into several sections. Wild chickens, ducks, rabbits, antelopes, bison, wild boars, deer, various prey were categorized and raised in abundance. Upon witnessing this, both leaders lost their composure, and no wonder their recent hunts yielded diminishing returns. All the prey had been captured by the human tribe. How could this be permissible? Autumn was the season when prey was plump and robust, if all were ensnared by the human tribe. What would they eat in winter and again in the coming year? The two leaders immediately expressed their discontent, but Yi Li merely shrugged. You could also raise them yourselves. This way, during winter, you wouldn't need to venture out to hunt. Nor would you have to worry about starving due to a lack of prey. Instinctively, both leaders shook their heads. Raise them? That would render orcs increasingly inept. Hunting served as a form of training for orcs. Should they, like humans, confine prey for easy capture, it was only a matter of time before orcs became incompetent, and incompetence heralded extinction. Yi Li observed the two leaders shaking their heads and stated, "You are mistaken. Hunting is not your sole path to strength. To survive in the natural world, one must rely not only on brute force, but also on intellect." She proceeded to cite today's duel as an example, asking them to consider who would prevail in a contest between the A2 tribe and the A-Yang tribe. The two leaders appeared uncertain. Despite their reluctance to admit it, they both favored Yang. Just a clever tactic, De Dun scoffed, yet what he truly thought remained known only to him. In truth, collaboration between humans and orcs was the key to sustainable development. De Fei, I have heard that your tribe has recently welcomed some cubs. I am curious, how many do you believe will survive the first winter? Though young, De Fei was not entirely ignorant in this regard. He had observed that his current batch of cubs was quite robust. Yi Li chuckled softly and further inquired, if half the cubs endure the first winter, how many do you believe will reach the age of transformation? The cheetah hesitated momentarily before holding up two fingers. It must be at least two, right? Yi Li replied with a light laugh. If I were to rear them, at least 8 out of 10 would survive. Now it was De Dun's turn to laugh. I know what you are implying. Dan Yao has already informed me. But how is this any different from raising useless beings? Do you think cubs raised in a greenhouse can survive once they leave? Dan Yao had suggested keeping the cubs close after weaning, but he had outright rejected the idea. The harsher the environment, the better it honed the survival skills of orcs. What use were cubs that merely hid behind female orcs? No matter how well Yi Li raised them, cubs living among humans would only grow weak like them. What purpose would that serve? How about we make a wager? Yi Li proposed, refraining from further attempts to persuade them. She suggested that De Dun and De Fei each provide a few newborn cubs, and after one winter, they would see whose cubs emerged stronger and more ferocious. With greater combat prowess, De Dun found this proposition amusing. Slaves raising little orcs? You believe they can do better than orcs themselves? The slaves in the tribe merely care for the cubs' daily needs. Whenever orc hunters venture out, the cubs accompany them, learning to hunt from a young age, ensuring they do not starve as they grow. After one winter, do you truly have faith that you can survive unscathed on your own? De Fei remained somewhat skeptical. The tribe's food supply was secure. Yet they faced other threats, such as blizzards and harsh weather conditions that time. Even if humans had food, their physical conditions would not withstand the freezing temperatures. Even orcs often maintained their beast forms in winter. As they adapted better to the environment in that state, I could speak endlessly, yet you would not believe me. It would be better for you to witness it yourself that I hope that after one winter, the perspectives of both leaders will change. Trust me, my intentions are for the good of all. After bidding farewell to the two leaders, the tribe plunged into another round of bustling activity, spinning, weaving, and silkworm rearing. All tasks were underway in earnest. With over 100 members in the tribe, the fabric required to clothe everyone would be substantial. Additionally, they needed to devise methods to combine cloth with animal skins to enhance warmth, along with addressing issues related to the production of cotton shoes and quilts, all of which required prioritization. The sooner they could be crafted, the better. The following day, both leaders sent over 5 cubs each. The Dun, true to his usual approach, sent frail and weak cubs that were all but guaranteed to perish through the winter. A clear attempt to present a challenge. In contrast, the cubs sent by Defay, while not the strongest, were all above average, without the petty tricks employed by the Dun. The tribe constructed a dedicated nursery for the cubs, which was far superior in insulation and sturdiness compared to ordinary wooden huts. Yili had even installed structures reminiscent of cat climbing frames within the nursery, allowing the cubs ample opportunity for joyful play. To ensure the cubs received excellent care, Yili assigned 4 attentive young women to cater to their every need. As for training, that would be addressed once the cubs were weaned and steadied in their walking. Chapter 78. The tiger's fury with the production of spinning wheels reaching a point where nearly every individual in the tribe possessed one. The speed of weaving surged dramatically. That be why the time the first snowfall of winter arrived, everyone was clad in cotton-padded leather garments. The silk lining, soft and intimately crafted, contrasts with the leaves of the mulberry trees, which had been thoroughly consumed by the silkworms, leaving them to await the arrival of spring for renewal. Once adorned in cotton garments and shoes, everyone finally appeared presentable, in addition to the cotton coats, trousers, and shoes. There were also delicate undergarments and sanitary napkins, allowing her to confidently perform acrobatics in front of others. After ceasing to rear the silkworms, Ian took the initiative to clean the cave, requesting Yeli to move back in, declaring her to be the steadfast anchor for everyone, someone to be cherished and kept warm at all costs. Furthermore, Baishuan relocated from the shared wooden hut directly to the entrance of Yeli's cave, choosing to sleep beside the bonfire. The bonfire now served a dual purpose as a kitchen, transforming the once open-air setting. A thatched roof had been erected above, shielding them from rain and snow. Additionally, the charcoal pit retained some food, providing a source for anyone feeling peckish. However, it must be noted that despite the warmth of the fire, the environment remained drafty, which, although comforting, posed risks to one's health. Yeli urged him to return to the wooden hut, yet Baishuan refused, insisting on staying to watch over her. When he spoke these words, his seriousness and depth of feeling were evident, much to Yeli's chagrin. This fellow, who had initially offered half-hearted flattery, had now become increasingly eloquent, his expressions and demeanor perfectly synchronized with his words. As his romantic declarations grew more skilled, Yeli found her irritation mounting. The frequency of her racing heart matched that of her rising exasperation. Handsome men were not to be feared, but rather the charm of a handsome man uttering sweet nothings, delivered with a disconcerting authenticity.